Many of you have driven to Venice Beach. It is not that far. If you look at the size of that storm and that image.
Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, and we are just a couple minutes shy of the 4 a.m. mark here on the East Coast, and our coverage of Hurricane Ian continues right here on the show. If you are just joining us, we are monitoring what is now a Category 3 hurricane that is inching towards the Florida West Coast. We do have the latest update as per the National Hurricane Center to provide to you all that came down just under 2 hours ago. It was the 2 a.m. update. We, of course, are expecting one at 5 a.m. yet again, but the sustained winds at the moment on this system are currently at 120 miles per hour. Once again, still a Category 3, although it is expected to strengthen over the course of the next couple of hours. I do want to take you out to our XRAD radar as we are continuing to monitor what is a very busy system here on the East Coast. We are monitoring and have been since the very beginning that this storm formed. We actually tracked it as it did make landfall in Cuba. We have some devastating news to report out of the island. Cuba currently in the dark after Hurricane Ian knocked out the power grid when it touched down as a Category 3 storm just yesterday. It is currently still a Category 3. That is as per the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. Now packing a powerful 120 mile per hour sustained winds. It is expected to slam into the Florida West Coast there. You are seeing the eye inching towards that Florida West Coast. Hurricane Ian is currently moving at just 10 miles per hour, so a very slow system, which is part of the concern. It's not only the sheer size of this hurricane, but the fact that it is slow moving. It is set for landfall in Florida later on today, and we are going to be tracking each and every minute of this storm as it does inch closer to the Florida coast. We are expecting it to continue to strengthen, so don't be surprised if in this next update that we are expecting at 5 a.m. Eastern time, if we are, of course, going to also hear that it has bumped up to a Category 4 potentially. So we are going to get updates every 3 hours or so. As I said, the next one is expected to come down at 5 a.m. Eastern time, and then we are going to get another one at 8 a.m. Eastern time. We do have our reporters covering this story for us. The Tampa, St. Petersburg area appears to be in the bullseye, although this system has tracked slightly east, so it is now the eye of this storm is set to hit slightly south of the Tampa area, closer to that Sarasota area. We're actually going to be touching base with our Fox Tampa team, who are live right now with team coverage of this storm. So I do want to send you out live, raw, and unfiltered to their coverage. Let's listen in.
Hours ago, the models were saying this was coming straight through Tampa Bay, and again, it has shifted a little bit to the east and to the south, which does spare us some, not all, some of the impacts, but it really puts some serious situation going on down there and around the Cape Coral area as well. Look at the size of the eye of the storm. So yesterday it underwent what we call an eye wall replacement cycle. So when the pressure in the inner eye sometimes gets too great, what will happen is a bigger eye will come in and just kind of push that one out and redevelop, if you will. It's kind of a weakening process. It sometimes can take as long as 24 hours, but it looks like this took less than 24 hours. So now it has, you know, it has a small window today, maybe 12 hours, for it to strengthen a little bit before it does make its way onshore to the south of us. And that red right around the center of the storm, we've been seeing some lightning in there. That is a sign of an intensifying hurricane. Now, the eye wall itself still looks a little ragged. Again, it's trying to finish its eye wall replacement cycle. So it's kind of a good thing it went through this just before making landfall rather than intensifying rapidly as it was doing so. And it's all headed up to the northeast at about 10 miles per hour. So 120 mile per hour winds. It is 85 miles west-southwest of the Naples area now, and it's just kind of drifting to the northeast at about 10 miles per hour. So a couple of things positive for us. Number one, of course, making landfall to the south of us. That would get more of a northeast wind later this afternoon and tonight, which will probably drain the water out of the bay again like we had in Irma. But the other thing is, now that it's going to make landfall a little bit sooner, it's going to keep moving. It's not going to stall out. It's still going to bring prolific amounts of rainfall to us, don't get me wrong, but the fact that it's going to at least continue to move in a forward direction rather than stall out makes a big difference. So tropical storm force winds and wind gusts will likely move in this morning over the next 6 to 8 hours or so. As far as hurricane force winds, you see them there in the red, and obviously the Fort Myers area, that whole region is going to get hit very hard. But places like Arcadia, Wauchula, wouldn't surprise me to see Bartow, Frostproof, you're going to get hurricane force wind gusts. This will be late tonight and very early tomorrow morning. Tampa, St. Petersburg, Bradenton, we're going to be in that range of about, 58 miles per hour to 68 miles per hour. So it's not that to sneeze at, it's enough to cause damage, but the hurricane force winds would stay inland at that point. And then, of course, they'll weaken as the storm weakens. And even tomorrow morning, we're still looking at tropical storm force winds as well. Multiple inches of rain are going to come down, and we will still have a little bit of a storm surge in the Tampa Bay area. But again, the positive is it's moving to the south of us, and it's going to keep moving rather than stalling out. So we'll tell you what that means for rainfall amounts. Wind gusts, we'll break it down for you hour by hour in just a few minutes, okay?
All right, Dave, thank you. 4:04 the time now to Sarasota County. Ian's outer bands are moving in. Those who live in zones A and B are under mandatory evacuations.
And emergency officials are warning people to get out now if they haven't already. Storm surge, flooding, and tornadoes are all big concerns for Sarasota right now. And the mandatory evacuation order includes the barrier islands, where water service has been shut off to residents and businesses ahead of the storm. Traffic has also been shut down on the islands. The same goes for the islands in Manatee County, and officials don't want people driving around as conditions gradually worsen. The emergency management director warns the area will experience power outages and flood damage from the storm.
This is destruction. Our rivers are already at flood stage. Couple inches of water, couple 12, 15, 20 inches of rain. It's just going to exacerbate the whole thing. It's going to be, you can't be there.
I just thought it'd probably be best to have a full tank because it's a longer drive out there, first of all. Second of all, I don't know how many days. If power goes out and we lose gas, then I want to be able to drive around if I need to help someone or if I need to get somewhere, do something.
Emergency officials say by 8 o'clock last night, about 1,700 people were in shelters in Sarasota County, and they expect even more people to arrive. Officials say the county's 311 Connect line is open for anyone with questions about the storm. It's available around the clock starting today. Representatives took more than 1,000 calls yesterday alone.
Now, you mentioned Manatee County. That's where we'll go here. Mandatory evacuations have been ordered for everyone in zones A and B. Emergency officials say if you have not left by now, you are almost out of time. Not out of time, almost out of time. Fox 13's Elizabeth Fry joins us live outside of the storm shelter at Braden River High School.
And Elizabeth, the shelters down there are really filling up.
Yeah, that's right. The county here has already closed several of them. I just checked the website, 9 of them to be exact. But the good news is there's still about a dozen shelters here in Manatee County that are still open. We're outside of Braden River High School here in Manatee County. That is one of the shelters still available for folks who are evacuating this morning. And like Walter just said, there still is a little bit of time left, but not a lot. So if you are in zones A or B, those are under mandatory evacuations. Zone C is also a recommended evacuation. If you've been debating whether or not to leave, now is the time to get to one of these shelters before it's unsafe. And eventually it is going to get to that point as the winds and rains are only going to get more intense as the morning goes on. So as officials were telling residents yesterday, you're running out of time to heed these evacuation orders. Now, tens of thousands did evacuate yesterday, though. Many businesses, restaurants, and gas stations here in Manatee County, they've also been boarded up as residents are taking this message seriously. Officials have now started monitoring conditions for flooding and other impacts as the storm continues to get closer, but their message to residents remains the same. If you're in an evacuation zone, please leave before you no longer can.
Don't wait until it's too late, because we will shut down the roads when the winds are too high to safely navigate through the county.
There will be a certain point when conditions can become dangerous for officers to be on the roads. And that's one reason why we want people to have a plan and to leave if they're in an evacuation zone.
And that's the main focus of why law enforcement wants residents to heed these warnings. Once the conditions become too dangerous, officers will no longer respond, leaving you stranded in an emergency. Plus, flooding could leave roads impassable, creating issues even after the storm passes for those who do decide to stay. Now, officers and first responders, they are stationed throughout the county for as long as they can be. But once those conditions get too dangerous, they will be pulled off the street. That's why now is the time to get to these evacuation shelters. If you still haven't and you need to, now is the time to do so. Like I said, some of them are now closed, but we do have a list of what's open, what's closed up on our website under the Manatee County Hurricane Ian section. You can find that at fox13news.com. Jen, Walter.
Yeah, now's the time if you haven't found a safe place to stay to do that now. Elizabeth Fry reporting for us. Thank you. And it's not just coastal areas that are bracing for impact. The same goes for our inland areas, including Polk County. Emergency managers there say the region is bracing for high winds, tornadoes, and flash flooding, especially near the Peace River, which is already overflowing its banks because of recent rains. While no evacuation orders have been issued for Polk County, it has also opened up a few shelters, including ones for people with special needs and families with pets. Officials say people should not hesitate to come if they fear their home is not a safe place to be.
As Dave mentioned earlier, Ian's forecast track has shifted to the south. Not so good news for Fort Myers, but it does bode well for Hillsborough County. Despite the southerly shift, Tampa still has some concerns, though. 5 to 10 feet of storm surge is no longer likely, and that's what the good news is. And that's great for folks who live in South Tampa, especially those along Bayshore Boulevard, known to flood during storms. And because of storm surge, it's not expected to be catastrophic. TECO no longer plans to preemptively shut off power to critical areas of downtown. We were talking about, what, Davis Islands yesterday, parts of Davis Islands and Harbor Island. Meanwhile, Mayor Jane Castor says she's encouraged by the number of people who left in zones A and B, which are under mandatory evacuations.
Everything is a possibility, but right now with the trajectory, if we don't have the damage that was predicted before and, you know, entire neighborhoods are impacted, then there won't be a need to put a curfew in place. We're not coming out of this unscathed. There is going to be widespread flooding in our city.
The city has given out more than 100,000 sandbags. It has ensured that nursing homes have working generators, and it will have 1,000 officers on the streets as opposed to the normal figure of 600. Officials do expect power outages. 3,500 extra TECO workers are on hand to restore electricity as soon as possible. An important update regarding special needs shelters in Hillsborough County. One has just closed and another one has just opened. The special needs shelter at Irwin Technical College in Tampa has reached capacity and is no longer accepting evacuees. In its place, the county has opened a special needs shelter at the Yingling Center, and it is pet friendly as well. This is just one of several shelters in Hillsborough County. Folks seeking shelter should make arrangements as soon as possible.
In Pinellas County, police are now restricting all access to Clearwater Beach ahead of the storm, and residents across the county who chose not to leave are now being urged to shelter in place. Officials say high winds are expected to arrive later this morning and could create hazardous driving conditions. And while the storm surge isn't as much of a concern anymore, heavy rainfall could still cause flooding in low-lying areas. Yesterday, many folks in Pinellas were busy packing to evacuate, securing their property, or preparing to hunker down for the storm. One man we spoke with said they emptied their house last week for a move up north.
So we got lucky. All our stuff is out of the house, and now we're just kind of doing some prep work on the house and trying to get ready for, for the storm.
Taking everything out of the backyard, all of our fencing, pulled up all of our boat lift, moved everything inside as much as possible, raised everything up.
Again, mandatory evacuation orders are in place for zones A, B, and C in Pinellas County, along with all mobile homes. Once sustained winds reach 40 miles per hour, emergency responders will be off the roads, and they will not be able to respond to most calls. Access to the county's barrier islands from Tierra Verde to Dunedin Causeway remains cut off. Residents can still evacuate, but anyone who leaves will not be allowed to return until law enforcement has determined it's safe.
I know you were reading. Did you see that they put their plastic Adirondack chairs in the pool? Brilliant.
Oh, that is a good idea.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Pasco County mandatory evacuation has been issued for people in Zone A, along with people living in manufactured homes, mobile homes, and flood-prone areas. Zones B and C are under voluntary evacuations at this point, and officials are urging people to heed these orders. Many people have done just that, including Roger Jones and his wife. They packed their car with plenty of supplies, and they drove up to Spring Hill, where they're going to ride out the storm with some friends.
Do you even think about staying? I thought about it. There are several people in the park that are staying, but just don't want to take a chance,
And flooding is top of mind for people who live on the water, like Tom Stetler. He went the extra mile. He rented a U-Haul, loaded it up with furniture inside his home. He plans to drive it several miles inland and park it at his wife's workplace just for some peace of mind. He also took steps to make sure his sailboat is prepared for the storm.
And in Hernando County, evacuations are underway in all areas west of US 19. This includes zones A, B, and C, along with coastal residents. Meanwhile, in Citrus County, a mandatory evacuation is underway in Zone A and low-lying areas west of Highway 19. All other areas are under voluntary evacuations. Well, rain and snow may not stop the mail, but a hurricane sure will. The U.S. Postal Service is temporarily suspending mail delivery and retail operations in central and southwest Florida due to the storm. Now, this includes Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco, Polk, Sarasota, Manatee, and Hernando counties. No word yet on when service will resume. The Postal Service says it'll do so when it's safe, and we'll keep you posted. And in Tampa, the Seminole Hard Rock says its casino will close at 8 a.m. ahead of the storm. The hotel, however, will remain open, but with limited guest services. The Hard Rock says they'll closely monitor the storm to determine when they plan to reopen.
All right, still ahead, staying safe after the storm.
We'll run down the things not to do once Hurricane Ian finally leaves our area. Plus, many of you are prepared for power outages. Sometimes it takes days to get your lights back on after a storm, but new technology may help this time around.
Our Fox Tampa team providing excellent coverage of this storm as it does inch closer to the Florida coast here. We are streaming live, raw, and unfiltered coverage of Hurricane Ian as it does inch towards the Florida coast here. You did just hear that the cone has shifted ever so slightly. It does appear that it is not going to be a direct hit for the Tampa area, but now shifted towards a Fort Myers direct hit. So we will continue to monitor this track. The latest 2 a.m. update did put Hurricane Ian still at a Category 3 storm, moving at just 10 miles per hour with sustained winds at 120 miles per hour. The next update from the National Hurricane Center is expected to come down at 5 a.m. Eastern Time. It will give us an update on Ian's path, also the winds, sustained winds that it currently is forcing, and of course, as an update on the storm surge coverage, just how long it is expected to hover over Florida, if the storm is speeding up or slowing down. Obviously, slowing down is of major concern. It gives it more time to strengthen and also gives it more time over the Florida peninsula. At 7:30 a.m. Eastern time, we are expected to get the next update from Governor Ron DeSantis as Ian is set for landfall in Florida later on today. So we are continuing our wall-to-wall coverage of Hurricane Ian right here on Live Now from Fox. Our Fox Orlando team are also monitoring this system. I do want to dip into their coverage here. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Now for Sanford at Seminole County into Orange, Osceola over toward Lake County, Polk, and as you get closer to Okeechobee and then back out toward the west side of the state. And we talk about the arrival of the winds gradually. After about lunchtime, the winds are going to be on the rise, and those will pepper in through the afternoon into the evening for the overnight. Going to be a long haul. So here's what we got for you. At 10 o'clock, want everyone to be in place, be in a safe place. Downpours and a tornado risk is going to be unfolding. It is right now. We've had bouts of heavy rain moving through in some of the outer rain bands, and within that, we've seen a few tornado-warned areas down in the far southern peninsula, but as far north as the Treasure Coast. So we've got our eyes on that. 1 p.m. winds rise today. Tornadic risk rising. Spotty flash flooding by 7. Steady downpours continue, flash flooding, and the risk of tornado areas. And again, as we look at the timeline for tomorrow, by sunrise, gusty winds to 55+ miles per hour. Have widespread power outages lunchtime. Gusts to about 65 plus, and then by 5 o'clock, heavy rain backs off, gusts to continue. As you look at the modeling, you can see how, again, these rain bands come in, dumping the heavy rain. Winds will continue to freshen on up, and these rain bands, within that, you get that rotation. A lot of times we see that with landfall engulfed systems, really any tropical system, but the angling is just right. So all the ingredients, the recipe is perfect for an outbreak of some stronger areas of rotation, and I could see that lifting up and away from the region. So we also talk about a severe risk. Allison Gargaro joins me now in the Fox 35 Storm Center to talk more. Allison, of now a level 3 very likely risk. Tell our viewers what that means to them and their families.
Well, you probably don't hear that we are under a level 3 very likely risk often. That usually happens if we see cold fronts moving into the viewing area. But all of the counties that are shaded in this darker brown on your screen, there is a very likely risk that we could be seeing not only tornadoes, but also damaging wind gusts. And this is something that we're going to be watching very closely for you. I actually want to take you into our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar to see what's going on across the atmosphere. This is that center of circulation of Ian. A few lightning strikes within it, but really lightning is not going to be a key factor in what we'll be seeing throughout the day today. It's these outer rain bands that have already started to spin. So I do want to take you into our viewing area. We have what we call stratiform rain. So it's just going to be coming down at a very even pace, not too heavy, not too light, but you can see some areas going to be seeing that heavy rain in southern Osceola County. But I do want to take you up into Brevard right now along that I-95 corridor in Mims towards Southmere and actually heading toward our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, which is in East Orange County. But let's take you down south. We are under a tornado watch in South Florida. That's until 5 o'clock this morning, likely to be extended and actually pushed up to the north. Could be in our viewing area a little bit later this afternoon. Now, I do want to talk about our tornado tracker. The atmosphere is going to be spinning with that tropical influence. So in the areas that are shaded in bright red and purple on your screen, so in Osceola, Polk County by 7 o'clock this morning, that's where we could be seeing a heightened risk for any of that tornado activity. It continues to move to the north across our viewing area by 9, 10, 11 o'clock this morning, potentially a few cells along our immediate east coast. But if we continue through, you can see that center of circulation coming on shore and really creating that rotation, like Chief Meteorologist Jamie King said, like a corkscrew in the atmosphere. There is that. You see those very dark blues. That's going to be the highest risk where we could be seeing those tornadoes. Timestamp noon tomorrow. So this is only going to continue as we do see some of that spin in the atmosphere. So just remember to depend on the Fox 35 Storm Team. And Jamie, turn those notifications on your Fox 35 Storm Team weather app.
So Allison, power outages are going to be a big deal around here. here. And that's another great thing about the app, friends, is that you can stream our coverage live on the app. So you lose power, your mobile device is charged, you are good to go. Again, as Allison mentioned, it is. We want you all to depend on us. Keeping you and your family members safe is literally our top priority here. We got a tough road ahead here in the coverage, but we're up to it, and we will certainly meet the demands of this big task coming into Central Florida with in regard to Ian. So that's all for now from the Storm Center. We'll go ahead and send it over to Allison now. Al, we'll give it to you now with a look at your Skyfox traffic.
Well, good morning, everyone. I do want to take you out. There are a few crashes that we're monitoring right now. No roadblocks associated with them, and we are telling folks to stay in place starting at 10 o'clock this morning. And so just something to keep in mind. There is one crash that we're monitoring that's going to be on the 436 eastbound crash at 1792, and where we saw a big backup yesterday from Polk into Osceola County. Things are in the green right now, but I will continue to monitor those conditions for you. As for now, we'll send it back to you.
Allison, Jamie, thanks. We'll stay with Fox 35. So many different angles of this storm. We will continue our coverage of Hurricane Ian all morning long.
We're going to take a look at how Ian is impacting our theme parks after the break. But first, let's take another look at Ian's track this morning. You can see it there on the left of your screen. Now, when you look at the right, you see the conditions in Port Charlotte right now. Ian is currently a Category 3 hurricane, but it's expected to strengthen as it makes its way towards Florida. Another track due out at 5 a.m. And we'll be right back.
And back out to our XRAD radar we go as we continue to monitor this system. We're going to be dipping in and out of our Fox 35 Orlando coverage and also in and out of our Fox 13 Tampa coverage as they cover this storm from every angle. The powerful Hurricane Ian is closing in on the Florida West Coast. We do know that the cone shifted a bit. At first, initially, we had predicted and seen, as per the National Hurricane Center, a direct hit for the Tampa Bay area. It does appear that now that eye is headed towards Fort Myers, so a bit more south on that west coast of Florida. But of course, this is an ever-evolving system. We are expecting another update from the National Hurricane Center to come down at 5 a.m. Eastern time. And when that does, we will bring you all of the details here on Live Now from Fox. It's 4:23. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More news and more information on Hurricane Ian as it inches towards Florida coming up right after this break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We are tracking Hurricane Ian as it inches towards the Florida coast. We can report that Hurricane Ian, as per the 2 a.m. update, which was the latest update from the National Hurricane Center, is still a Category 3 hurricane, moving at 10 miles per hour with sustained winds at 120 miles per hour. The last update did say that Ian was moving closer to the west coast of Florida, and it is expected to cause life-threatening storm surge, catastrophic winds, and flooding in the Florida Peninsula. Those are the words of the National Hurricane Center. We do know that this Category 3 hurricane did touch down in Cuba just yesterday, flooding fields, toppling trees, and knocking out the power grid. That is correct. Cuba is currently in the dark after Hurricane Ian touched down as a Category 3, devastating some of the country's most important tobacco farms when it hit the island's western tip just yesterday. Authorities were working overnight to restore some of the service to the country's 11 million people, according to a statement from Cuba's electric union. Power was initially knocked out to about 1 million people in Cuba's western provinces, but later the entire grid collapsed. So this is obviously a layer to this story that we're going to continue to monitor as Cuba first felt the brunt of this storm that is now headed towards the Florida coast. We were expecting landfall in a direct hit to the Tampa Bay area initially, but it does appear that that cone has shifted a bit to be a direct hit slightly more south to the Fort Myers area. So we're going to continue to update where this eye is headed. We are expecting another update at the 5 o'clock mark later on this morning. So, of course, we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered when it does come down. We do want to take you through a series of videos that have come into our newsroom of this system as it does approach the Florida coast. Here is a look at some surfers taking advantage in Key West of the waves that obviously were present yesterday as this storm did inch towards the western portion of Florida. So obviously it caused some waves that are probably very good for surfers, although I definitely wouldn't recommend doing this. Residents out in Tampa are also making sure that they are prepared for this system. We are, of course, monitoring a system that is tracking now slightly more south and slightly more east, so it's not going to be, or is not expected to be, a direct hit to Tampa anymore. But that doesn't mean that the residents in that area of Florida were not fully prepared for what could have potentially been, and what still will be, one of the first major hurricanes in nearly 100 years. Here's more video as this storm approached overnight. There you're seeing the palm trees just swaying in the wind and the storm surge begin to pick up. That is one of the major key components to this system. Central Florida could expect 15 to 20 inches of rainfall with localized rainfall of up to 24 inches. We're expecting storm surge to be around 10 feet on the western coast of Florida. We did see 14-foot storm surge in Cuba that was expected there. And it is worth noting, for those of you tuning in, this storm is still expected to intensify. It is still out in the Gulf of Mexico, as you're seeing there. Those warm waters will cause it to strengthen. So it is now a Category 3, but we could potentially be looking at a Category 4 once it does make landfall there. We do have more video coming into our newsroom as this individual drove through Key West, and there you're seeing a lot of rainfall, some flooding on the streets of Key West, and obviously the palm trees really swaying in the wind there. We also had the situation on the ground in Tampa, where obviously fuel shortages are starting to be felt, some supply shortages as well. So we will continue to monitor this track as it does make its way closer to the Florida Peninsula. We do want to touch base with our reporters who have been covering this story for us since the very beginning. We do have our Fox News correspondent Phil Keating, who's in St. Petersburg, with the latest. Let's listen in.
Florida and local leaders want to see a beach town, practically a ghost town, nearly empty, as most residents are heeding the warnings and following the mandatory evacuation orders, heading inland, uphill, potentially for their own lives. Hurricane Ian made landfall early this morning in western Cuba as a Category 3, pummeling the island with heavy rains and wind, causing damage. In Pasco, a tiny beach town southwest of Tampa, the last day for hanging protective shutters and plywood is today.
We're just trying to do what we can do, you know what I'm saying? All we can do is just get stuff in here, protect our building, and then go from there. Only God's in control of what happens with a storm.
Last-minute grocery store runs for food and water? Good luck. Shelves have been depleted in many cases as hurricane-hardened Floridians fully expect to lose power for days. Governor Ron DeSantis has activated 5,000 National Guard troops, some on loan from out of state, and is pre-deploying search and rescue teams as a 10 to 15-foot storm surge and flooding is forecast. He's dedicating special attention to the state's significant elderly population.
We do have emergency refills of maintenance prescriptions. Those are authorized for another 30 days. We do report today 100% of operating long-term care facilities do have a generator on site.
This could be the worst storm to slam Tampa Bay in 100 years. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell magnified the seriousness of the threat today from the White House.
By the time it reaches the shores of Florida, the storm is going to slow down to approximately 5 miles per hour. And this is significant because what this means is that Floridians are going to experience the impacts from this storm for a very long time.
And as of 5 o'clock Tuesday night, Tampa International Airport closed for the duration, and over in Orlando, its airport will be doing the same in the morning. In Pasco, Florida, Phil Keating, Fox News.
And thank you to Phil for that report. We do want to actually send
this
you
is exactly
out
what state of Florida and local
coverage
leaders
of, and we're going to say goodbye to Phil now because we do want to send you out live to our coverage of Fox Tampa, a 13 team who are obviously covering this storm very closely. They were anticipating and bracing for a direct hit, although it does appear that that direct hit is now going to be a bit more southeast in the Fort Myers area. So let's listen in here.
And there's lightning also around the center of this storm, those little white dots, another sign that this storm continues to intensify. And don't be surprised in a few hours if this is not a Category 4 hurricane, okay? It's got the pressure of a Category 4 hurricane, and sometimes it takes the winds a while to catch up to it. We will see as reconnaissance aircraft flies around in there. Still on target with that northeasterly movement to make that landfall, maybe just north of the Fort Myers area sometime this evening. So really, we're running out of time right along the coast to prep and get ready for this. Here's your official, the track forecast came out at 11 o'clock last night, and I don't think that the track forecast is going to move much. They may jog it 10 miles here, 10 miles there, and that's really about it. But it's really kind of that west-southwest Florida going to get that impact from this storm. My question is, how strong is it going to be once it makes landfall? And again, they're forecasting this to become a Category 4 storm. The pressure is that of a Category 4 storm. So it's really kind of doing exactly what the forecasts have held. So with this forecast, with the fact that it's coming on shore as a Category 4 hurricane, all those counties shaded in red will at least get hurricane-force wind gusts at some point in the duration of this storm. Now, for the Sarasota area, obviously it would be a lot sooner than, say, up around Polk County. So for Polk County, Hardy County, Highlands County, more or less tonight would be your hurricane-force winds. And then late this afternoon and this evening for more of the Sarasota County area, and then we'll get some wind gusts in Pinellas and Hillsborough as well. So the impacts, 70-mile-per-hour winds, storm surge mainly to the south of Tampa Bay. Flooding rain, that's the big problem, and tornadoes. Heavy rain, gusts of 40 miles per hour for my friends north of us, and then inland locations. This is going to be a tough storm, guys. It didn't look that way at first. Now it does. Winds of 75 miles per hour or higher. Isolated tornadoes, localized flooding. That's Polk, Hardy, DeSoto, and Highlands County. So got much more coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Dave, thank you. In Manatee County, the clock is ticking for people to evacuate safely. Mandatory evacuations have been ordered for everyone in zones A and B. Officials say if you haven't left by now, you are almost at a time. Not at a time, but almost at a time.
And Fox 13's Elizabeth Fry joins us live from outside the storm shelter at Braden River High School.
Liz, this is good news. The shelters down there are packed, meaning people are following the orders, so that's a good news.
Yeah, it's good news because it means people are definitely listening to what officials have to say. But if you haven't heeded those warnings just yet, it means that you need to get on it right now. Find a shelter that's open and heed these warnings before it's too dangerous to be out on the roads. Roughly about just under half, I would say, of the shelters here in Manatee County are now at full capacity. So those shelters have closed, leaving just about over 16 or so shelters open to people who still need places to go. Now, currently here in Manatee County, zones A and B are under mandatory evacuation, with Zone C recommended. Tens of thousands of residents heeded the warnings yesterday, with currently 9 of the county's emergency shelters completely at capacity, with folks who didn't want to take any chances. Now, at this time, the message to residents hasn't changed. If you're in an evacuation zone, you still need to get to higher ground and take advantage of one of the shelters that are still open, because at a certain point, it will be too dangerous to make a last-minute decision to evacuate. Now, Manatee County officials say they don't want the storm to bring any fatalities, and that's why they want folks to take these warnings seriously.
My goal, and the goal of every person here over the next 48 hours, is no fatalities. None.
We don't want people getting complacent. A lot of folks who've lived in this area a long time, they've seen storms come and go, and oh, we were fine. You can't think that way, because every storm is different.
And one of the main reasons why officials are asking residents to heed these warnings, that's because at a certain point, law enforcement will not be on the street anymore responding to emergency calls. They are putting their safety as a priority as well. That's why those mandatory evacuations were in place, asking residents to heed the warnings so that they can be safe as well, because once it becomes too dangerous on the roadways, officers will not be responding. Now, like I said, half of them, roughly just under half, I should say, of the shelters here in Manatee County are now full, but we do have a list of all the shelters that are still open on our website, fox13news.com. At a certain point this morning, it is not going to be safe for you to evacuate your home and make it out to one of these shelters. So if you're watching this morning, if you're in between going back and forth, now is the time to leave your house, pack up, and come to one of these shelters. We have seen a few people trickle in the time we've been here this morning, so at least that's reassuring, Walter, that people are listening.
Yeah, that's for sure. I know it's further north, but Sheriff Galtieri of Pinellas County, he said you're on your own if you decide to write it out. So it's kind of the case across the board for sure. Elizabeth Fry, Live Force this morning. We'll touch later on. Thanks.
And those who live in zones A and B in Sarasota County are also under mandatory evacuations, and that includes the barrier islands there. Storm surge, flooding, and tornadoes are all big concerns for Sarasota right now. And the emergency management director warns the area will experience power outages and flood damage from Hurricane Ian. The county's 311 Connect line is open for anyone with questions about the storm. And the government has issued several advisories hoping to prevent injuries and deaths during and after the storm. Hurricanes can threaten our safety in ways that many newer Floridians may not realize. Fox 13's Craig Patrick takes a look at some key points to help keep you and your loved ones safe.
As the state PSA shows, keep generators at least 20 feet outside your home. And when people lose AC and open doors and windows, make sure the generator exhaust is not drifting into one of those open doors or windows. Also, don't use generators in the rain and avoid touching any electrical device if it gets wet. Touching down power lines can also kill you. Stay away from them and report them. Also, avoid floodwater, which can have down power lines in them and in places maybe much deeper than you think, and have snakes and other wildlife in it, and be contaminated with a stew of chemicals, germs, and waste that can make you very sick. Now, when a hurricane strikes the coast, the storm surge statistically poses the greatest risk to our lives and property. When the wall of water pushes in, it can knock down walls and wash homes off their foundations. For perspective, here's what Hurricane Andrew did to neighborhoods in South Florida 30 years ago. And looking back at our coverage of Hurricane Katrina in 2005, here are a couple of examples of what we found after the surge pushed through the coast of Biloxi.
Multi-story windjammer condominiums, all fine from the 4th floors up. But look what happened to the first couple of floors. Brick homes completely washed away from the foundation into the home behind it for several blocks, then crushed.
And that was Craig Patrick reporting. Katrina's storm surge was 28 feet, and it only takes 6 inches of rushing water to knock you over. 2 feet of rushing water can carry away cars. Yeah, Mariah was filling us in on that yesterday.
28 feet was Katrina. Wow. All right, in the aftermath of a hurricane, power outages can prolong the misery, but utility companies are ready to respond to get the lights and AC back on as quickly as possible. And new technology that they're using should be a lot of help. Last night, the governor said power companies will have 30,000 linemen positioned across the peninsula to respond to power outages. He expects widespread outages at that. 7 million Floridians lost power after Irma 5 years ago, 2017, if you remember. Some folks were in the dark for weeks. Yesterday, we visited Duke Energy's control room. That's where they monitor the storm, watching for any outages, and if necessary, dispatch the nearest crews to restore power. Technicians here also have access to the grid. It can often restore power from behind their desks. Duke also uses something called self-healing technology. So when the power goes out, the grid knows exactly what to do.
Our power lines can actually reroute along a power outage, such as a tree that may have hit our line. That reduces the number of customers that are impacted and in some cases can reduce the outage time. So that kind of technology, that self-healing, automatically just reroutes itself without us having to intervene with even a dispatcher behind me.
Duke Energy says about half of Pinellas County is covered with that self-healing technology right now. And for problems that don't fix themselves, Duke says it has more than 10,000 line workers and other employees standing by to restore power. They also have some safety advice. If you have any flooding inside your home, turn off the power at the breaker box. Now, obviously, water and electricity don't mix. Man. I remember driving in Hurricane Irma after the eye moved through Lakeland. The photographer and I, we drove out to Polk County, and we drove on I-4 at like 10, 15 miles an hour, looking for power lines with a flashlight just to make sure that we weren't going to drive over live lines.
Yeah, leave it alone. Don't touch it.
Yeah,
don't
scary.
move it. Still had the Bay Area already feeling the effects of Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, coming up after the break, we'll check in with Dave for the latest on this track. We'll be right back.
And back out to our X-Rad radar we go. We're going to continue to dip in and out of our Fox 13 Tampa coverage as the morning progresses. We do have an update from the National Hurricane Center on the location of this storm. It is still a Category 3 storm with winds at 120 miles per hour. But as per the last update from the National Hurricane Center that came down in the 4 o'clock hour, the storm, Hurricane Ian, is 85 miles west-southwest of Naples, Florida. So you are seeing it inch closer and closer to the west coast of Florida. We are expecting an update from Governor Ron DeSantis on Hurricane Ian to come through at 7:30 a.m. Eastern time. But before that, we will get a complete update from the National Hurricane Center at 5 a.m. Eastern time. So in just about 15 minutes time, we'll have more information live, raw, and unfiltered to bring you on Hurricane Ian as we continue to track this system. We are going to step away for another quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Our coverage of Hurricane Ian continues right here on the show. We do know that this system is now 85 miles west-southwest of Naples, Florida. It is inching towards the west coast of Florida. We were expecting a direct hit in the Tampa Bay area, but the storm has shifted ever so slightly south and also east. And so it does appear that we're going to see a direct hit now closer to the Fort Myers area. But of course, a new update will come down from the National Hurricane Center at 5 a.m. and we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. We do want to continue to touch in with our Fox 35 Tampa team. Our Fox 35 Orlando team, I should say, as this system is also expected to make its way inland in Florida and touch down here in the Orlando area. So I do want to send you out to their coverage. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
It won't be there after the hurricane hits. This time I think we're going to definitely be underwater, but there's nothing we can do. We can't hold the ocean back. It is what it is.
Well, as we have been telling you, a big concern for our area will be the flooding.
Yeah, we asked Jamie Rome from the National Hurricane Center what he thinks about Central Floridians, what they should know before Ian arrives.
We're at the end of the wet season, or the rainy season here in Florida. The grounds are already saturated. You dump this kind of rain on it and then put strong winds through it. And then what you're looking at is a high potential for trees to be uprooted, fall down, take out power lines, block roads. Then the roads are going to be flooded by the heavy rains. I don't think people appreciate just how long they're going to need to stay put. So as you make your final preparations, think about what you need for the next several days, because this is not going to be in and out quickly. And even once it does pass, I'm not sure conditions are going to be safe for people to move about for quite some time.
That gets your attention for sure. And I think just looking at the GFS model for the rain is stunning, as we're going to talk to Jamie and Allison about that.
Yeah, you've got the rain, you've got the flooding.
Yeah, with slow moving, let's get to them right now. I mean, we're talking about 25 inches of rain. That is a massive amount of rain in a short amount of time.
Why, we were just back in the storm center here behind the scenes before we joined you here live. And the threats, Allison, are incredible with Ian here locally.
That's exactly right. The flooding, like we talked about, the rain, the gusty winds, as well as the threat for isolated tornadoes. So we'll be watching that for you very closely right here in the Fox 35 Storm Center.
All right, without further ado, let's give you the latest forecast track. We look for a new one to come here pretty soon, 5 a.m. Want to show you a major hurricane impacting southwest Florida. You can see the cone of uncertainty here, so either side, fair game, as we say. And then moving up into the Orlando metro as a very strong tropical storm right over the metro, in fact. So that is why we now are under a hurricane warning. Those came down yesterday, and really not shocking at the end of the day. You have to account for any possibilities, tropical storm force, and then some in regard to the winds. And as we look at it longer term, heading up into the deep southern states, so very impactful for a large geographical region of the southeast U.S. Watches warnings for you. We've got the tropical storm warned areas shaded in the orange. The red show a hurricane warning until further notice. With a look here at Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. Alan, I've been watching a few of these rain bands have been rotating just south here as you head on down to the southern turnpike area, moving up and out of the Treasure Coast. Nothing alarming locally yet. We do have those some heavier downpours now heading out toward Mims and Southmere. You can see those migrating in off the northern side of the Indian River out toward Playa Linda Beach. What we call a stratiform rain. While it isn't super heavy, it isn't super light either. It's a soaker actually. So that's what we've got on top for you at this very moment. To take you up into Flagler, looking at Palm Coast, we've got some lighter stratiform rains there up toward Bimini, US 1 Bunnell, down to Mound Grove and into the National Gardens area along I-95, and then down in South Florida. We're watching these here in particular. You can see they got a little kind of a kidney bean shape to them, a little bit of rotation. Those are likely rotating now on the north side of Okeechobee. So Clewiston, Pahokee down the Belle Glade in the clear now, but everything you see there is now gradually rising northbound with time. So we talk about the tornadic risk. Let's outline that for you with our exclusive tornado tracker here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. It looks like we really upped the ante here with the potential by this Wednesday morning at 7 a.m. A lot of these cells are going to come racing as fast as 45 to 50 miles per hour in storm movement in these rain bands. So they'll be spinning, and it looks as though from Claremont on down to Poinciana and south of Melbourne up to Titusville and even up near Ocala, some of these rain bands could produce a few isolated tornadic spin-ups. So we've got our eyes on that for you. That'll continue as we go through the afternoon hours. After about lunchtime today, we'll see the winds rising at a very gradual process, and rain will begin to become rather heavy, more concentrated. As far as the storm surge is concerned, I want to take a look obviously down in the southwestern peninsula. Some big numbers coming in, over 15 feet possible in some of these areas out toward Fort Myers Beach. And as we look at Satellite Beach now, north of there through the Canaveral Bight and then back up toward Flagler County, the Indian River as well, there could be some sharp rises of water there at about 3 to 5 feet. So we talk about the storm surge, what we have going on, but we don't have a landfalling system in the Atlantic. We have much higher tides with a big push of onshore wind flow out of the easterly direction, east-northeast or east-southeast, depending on where you're located, and that is setting the stage for a sharp water rise, i.e. a storm surge of sorts over the eastern peninsula, not only, again, confined to the southwestern peninsula. For more on the Ian timeline, I'd like to bring in Allison Gargaro now in the Fox 35 Storm Center. Allie, take us through what our viewers can expect for today and beyond.
Well, Jamie, we want to let everybody know that you need to remain in your safe place starting at 10 o'clock this morning until we ride out this storm with you. We're going to be seeing an increase in downpours and potentially that tornadic threat, and it continues throughout the day. By around lunchtime, winds will start to rise, and we could be seeing some spotty flash flooding, and then the steady downpours do move in as we head into the evening hours, continuing throughout the day on Thursday. So by sunrise tomorrow, that's when those winds really picking up 55+ mile per hour gusts. Then as we head throughout the lunchtime, an increase in those winds, and the heavy rains do continue with the threat for that flooding. So let's take you into our future radar. You can see those outer rain bands going to be moving across not only the Orlando metro, our east coast, and up through north central Florida throughout the afternoon today. And then as we head into the evening hours, that's when that really heavy rain is going to be moving in as the center of circulation makes its way onshore and continues across much of the area. So you can expect those heavy rains to continue through at least the early morning hours on Friday. And I say at least because if Ian slows down even just a skosh, we're going to be seeing that really continue with that widespread of not only the winds, but also the rain. We are under a very likely 3 out of 5 risk for not only the chance for damaging wind gusts, but also that isolated tornado threat. And then as we head throughout the day on Thursday, we're also going to be seeing a likely risk centered in the counties shaded in yellow on your screen. But I do want to take you in to see just how much rain we could be seeing, several inches. We're talking 20+ inches in some locations. So we'll be watching that very closely for you today and tomorrow. Fox 35 storm alert days as we do see some of those Ian impacts. And Jamie, we just want to let all the viewers at home know that we are going to be right here in the Fox 35 Storm Center riding out this storm with you, and we'll be bringing you updates county by county. We really want to make sure that you and your family are staying safe as Ian is approaching the Florida Peninsula.
Good point on the county by county. Yeah, it's critical. Everyone knows what's coming their way, so we have a large viewing area when we've got everyone covered. We want all to depend on us here. Keeping you and your family members safe is our top priority. That's all for now. Allison, go ahead and take it away with some Sky Fox traffic.
Well, good morning. We do continue to monitor a crash. Well, I want to let you know it actually just
back out to our XRAD radar we go, where we continue to monitor Hurricane Ian as it does inch towards the Florida Peninsula there. You did just hear our Fox 35 team breaking down the latest on this system. We are expecting, obviously, not only a devastating storm surge, not only catastrophic winds that are currently at 120 miles per hour, but also tornadoes affecting many parts of Florida. So this is just one of the many layers that we will continue to follow and monitor here on the show. It is 4:54 on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the information, because at that time we'll be just a couple minutes shy of the latest update from the National Hurricane Center that we are expecting to come down at 5 a.m. Eastern time. So in just a matter of minutes, we will have an updated tally on where this hurricane currently is, what category it falls under, how fast it is moving, and where the new path will take it. So all of those details coming up right after this break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we have officially received the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. We are just gathering that information for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. We can report that Hurricane Ian is now officially a Category 4 hurricane. That is the latest information that has come down into our newsroom. Hurricane Ian strengthening to a Category 4 storm with winds now at 140 miles per hour. This was precisely what was anticipated. We did know that this storm, as it made its way past Cuba, back into the Gulf of Mexico, and ultimately towards Florida, that with the warm waters and the amount of high pressure that this system had, it was expected to strengthen. It has done just that. And as we anticipated, it is now inching towards the Florida coast as a Category 4 hurricane. We are going to continue to monitor this system as it does now have sustained winds at 140 miles per hour. To say that that is devastating would be an understatement. We have been monitoring, and that is why the people of Florida have been putting and getting ready for this system as it does inch closer. We do know that it is about 75 miles now from the coast of Naples, about 105 miles from Punta Gorda, Florida. Those maximum sustained winds now up to 140 miles per hour. It is moving at 10 miles per hour, so still moving very slowly, but those sustained winds are up, and we can report that that category is now up as well. So Hurricane Ian, now a Category 4 hurricane. We are going to dip in and out of our Fox 35 and Fox 13 Tampa coverage as the morning progresses, but we do want to bring for you some more details that are coming down and into our newsroom from the National Hurricane Center. We do want to bring you out to updated images that are coming into our newsroom, and this is what we do here on the show. As these updates come in, we bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. We do have images of the path and also some of those sustained winds, when those winds will begin to be felt, and key messages that the Hurricane Center are providing the people with. So I do want to bring up this image for you here that we have pulled up on the system, and we do want to read for you some of these key images that if you are tuning in from wherever you are tuning in, we do want to make sure that you're aware of this information. So life-threatening storm surge is expected along the Florida coast and the lower Florida Keys, where a storm surge warning is currently in effect. So this is once again one of the latest updates that we are providing for you. Our Fox 13 team are going to be on this story, and so we'll dip into their coverage as soon as they return. But once again, the breaking news of the hour is that Hurricane Ian is now a Category 4 storm. The winds are at 140 miles per hour, which does mean that it will approach the Florida coast now as a Category 4 hurricane. We do know that we're going to get an update from Governor Ron DeSantis, who's expected to speak at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Our Fox 35 team are actually on this story now. They are live with the latest details here, so I do want to send you out. Let's listen
Major
in.
Category 4 hurricane. So we're going to jump right in the track now. Let's update the fine folks here in Central Florida. Give me a look now. Looks like moving into Southwest Florida, winds at 140 on their Wednesday today at 2 o'clock, drawing closer to the shoreline. There's that strike into Thursday, 2 a.m. A very, very strong Category 1. Winds at 80 approaching Orlando there, and doesn't really look like it comes down in intensity till Thursday at 2 with winds at 60. So again, that's why we have hoisted an active now a hurricane warning for the Orlando Metro. That came in yesterday. That still holds firm right now. There's a track for a longer term, very impactful system all the way up into the spine of the southeastern states. Active and now continuing until further notice, hurricane warned areas for Leesburg area down the Claremont, that's Lake County, over to Seminole and Orange, into Osceola, Polk, and then areas to the south and back over to Tampa for good reason. As again, we now have a Category 4 hurricane likely making landfall there in the southwestern peninsula. We also now have expanded the tornado watch into Seminole, Brevard, Orange, and Osceola County. You can see why as we see some rain bands now racing north. These are of concern to us right now. You can see a bit of a a kidney bean shape to these, showing that rotation on Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. Bigger view now shows us that a system coming a little bit closer to the shoreline. There's that eye. So intense, typically don't get lightning in these tropical systems, but Ian's so strong that it is producing lightning on the front side there, that eye wall. You can see really fired on up. Right now, South Florida, not in the clear entirely, but looking a lot better than we did earlier this morning. So a live track here shows the rain peppering on in here. That rainfall will continue to increase in duration, more frequency to that as we go deeper into the morning and into the afternoon hours. A look here up to the northern counties, out toward Palm Coast to Flagler and into the Bimini area. That's what we got for you right now. Let's talk about rain. Allison Gargaro joining me live now in the Storm Center with more on that. Allison, big time rain amounts with a big time storm.
That's exactly right. And flooding going to be a very big issue as we head throughout the next 48 hours. Let's take a look at future totals through 8 a.m. on Friday. We could be seeing up to 29 inches of rain in Claremont, 27 in Leesburg, 25 in DeLand, 21 in Daytona Beach, and about 17 in Orlando. You can see exactly where this storm is heading. Some of our northwestern viewing areas, so that does include Cross City, Otter Creek, and Gainesville, could be seeing less than 4 inches. But the main rain and where we are going to be seeing a heightened risk for some flash flooding is going to be likely in Lake County across the gut of the Florida Peninsula here. Now, we do want to mention, with a saturated ground and the gusty winds that do come with a Category 4 storm and then likely decreasing, we actually could be seeing the downed trees, which do make roads impassable, as well as down power lines. You can see those outer rain bands making their way across the viewing area throughout the evening hours tonight. And then as that center of circulation makes its way across central Florida, we will continue to see that rainfall until at least early Friday morning. So, Jamie, this is something that we are watching, but the tornadic threat is really something we need to keep a close eye out for as we head into the next few hours.
Well, one of the good things in all this is that we have our exclusive tornado tracker. We'll have that for you coming up at 5:15 with a full look at the forecast, of course, tracking Ian for you this morning here on Good Day Orlando. Time now for our Sky Fox traffic update with Allison Gargaro. Allie, let me update you right now.
Well, good morning, everyone. There are a few crashes that we were monitoring, but we didn't see many roadblocks. But I do want to mention that right now on I-75, we are up to speed. I do want to say, though, if folks are trying to get to their safe place, again, by 10 a.m., that is the time that we want to make sure that nobody is out on the roads anymore. We could be seeing some slow and go conditions, but other than that, things are up to speed. So as for now, we'll send it back to you.
And we will take it. Thank you so much. Ian's cone of uncertainty has now moved south of Tampa Bay.
It doesn't mean part of the West Coast is out of the wood by any stretch. And Fox 35's Dave Puglisi is in Tampa this morning with the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder Truck. Dave, that area is still under a threat of some harsh winds and, of course, heavy rain.
Yeah, right. And right now we're starting to see the start of that rain. It's really nothing too crazy at the moment in time. But one of the things you can see, Tampa Bay, ghost town, not a single.
Up the storefronts here, we are in evacuation zone A. We have a 6 p.m. evacuation mandate today, so we're doing our best to get everything ready.
That was Fox 35's Dave Puglisi reporting for us there. We'll get back to Gabe coming up here in just a little bit, but let's turn things over now to Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie. She continues our team coverage this morning. Amanda, good morning to you. The governor has announced the toll suspension is moving here into Central Florida. So what that means is that folks will not be charged, right, for using some of our toll roads.
That's right. So that should help move things along for folks who are evacuating. So they don't need to slow down or stop going through those toll checkpoints. They can just keep moving, and that should improve the flow of traffic. The governor and other officials have also said that some shoulder lanes on the interstate will also be open to help with the flow of traffic. Now I want to give you a live look right now. It is dark and things are moving very well here on I-4 through Orange County. We are currently driving in the eastbound lanes, but it is possible as the morning wears on that more people will be hitting the road because, as you just mentioned, the latest track for Hurricane Ian is a little more south of Sarasota, so we may be seeing more folks from the West Coast choosing to evacuate this morning. Now, I do want to bring your attention to the fact that yesterday when we were out here, there was a lot of traffic. It was shoulder to shoulder, bumper to bumper, and I spoke with several people evacuating reporting from the Tampa Bay area who tell me they struggled to find gas and a place to stay at the last minute.
Near SeaWorld, just hoping that was the only hotel. One of the hotels had 200 rooms and then 2 hours later had none. So it's been really hard to even find a hotel. 5 gas stations before I can get gas in Tampa.
The governor says several areas along the west coast could see catastrophic flooding and life-threatening storm surge. More than 2.5 million people are under some type of evacuation order right now. So if people didn't hit the road yesterday, we expect many more to do so today. So the governor is urging those folks to seek higher ground in a safe structure. Now we will continue to monitor the road conditions as thousands of people evacuate from the west coast. Reporting live from I-4, Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
And you know, Amanda, you talked about the flooding. Parts of our area could see a major dumping of rain. This as the storm moves over central Florida.
Yeah, even driving in this morning, you see water already ponding, and it's just starting. It's already canceled classes and opened up some of its schools and shelters in Lake County. And Randy Hildreth is live at the Circle K off Highway 448. And Randy, I know you were posting that a lot of these places are out of gas because so many people were topping off in the last few days.
Exactly right. Amanda was just talking to viewers about the situation that she was seeing. It's exactly what I'm seeing this morning. Smart planning with people topping off, getting gas for their generators, but it creates a situation like we're seeing here. When I arrived here in the parking lot, I could see that the gas nozzles were covered. You have a car parked, but again, they won't be able to get any gas because they don't have any available for the public here. I was told that they do have a reserve in place for law enforcement and emergency personnel to be able to get gas, but they are still waiting on a shipment to come in so that they can open these pumps up to the public. But that's the situation here in terms of gas. Now, in terms of conditions here, noticeably breezy, starting to see a little bit of rain come down, and rain is the big part of the conversation here in Lake County. You heard Allison talking about the amount of rain that some parts of this area could see. Claremont, upwards of 2 feet of rain, and so that is something certainly on the minds of people here. They are going to open some of the sandbagging locations and some of the shelters will open again, obviously again today, but they are opening some additional locations. I want you to take a look at your screen because these are some of the new locations that will open at 8 o'clock this morning. 11 already open, 4 more, including East Ridge Middle and High School, Eustis High School, and Tavares High School. Those are the new locations and shelters that you can go to this morning. And we talked about the rain. Some sandbag locations will also open again today. Those 6 locations that have been open this week, and a new location at the Lake County Fire Station, Fire Station 112 in Claremont, that will open today if you need to get bags. County officials say that since Monday, over 11,000 sandbags have been distributed to the community for people wanting to take those extra precautions. Now, coming up at 9:30 this morning, county officials, school officials will hold a news conference where they are expected to give more updates about the situation and the planning that they've done to prepare. Live this morning in Lake County, Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
Very good information, Randy. Thank you. And Fox 35 will be working through every hour of Hurricane Ian to get you all of the vital information that you will need as fast as we possibly can. The Fox 35 Storm Team app is where you can track this storm on live radar, get the weather warnings as well. And if you ever lose power, you can still watch our newscast live on the Fox 35 News app.
Yeah, you've still got a few hours to get things, whether it's draining the pool, getting things tucked away outside. Do that in the next few hours.
Very important indeed. And our team coverage continues coming up here after the break.
We're going to take you back to a gas.
And we are going to continue to monitor this system along with our Fox 35 Orlando team and also our Fox Tampa team as well. Although this storm, as you have been hearing, has shifted slightly. It is now aiming towards the Sarasota, Fort Myers area and not so much a direct hit for Tampa, Florida. So we are going to continue to track this system as it does inch closer towards the Florida coast. We do know, obviously, the latest update, as you can see there on your screens, Hurricane Ian now a Category 4 hurricane with winds at 140 miles per hour. The latest update that has come down from the National Hurricane Center does put this storm at about 75 miles west-southwest of Naples, Florida. So we are inching closer and closer to the Florida west coast. Ian is moving closer and is expected to cause not only life-threatening storm surge, expected to be at around 10 feet in the worst areas, but also catastrophic winds and flooding in the Florida peninsula. Flooding that could also obviously impact central Florida, which is why we're going to be tuning into our Fox 35 team, because they are also very much in the path of this system and are going to experience not only severe flooding, but also those catastrophic winds, in addition to tornadoes that we're going to be monitoring throughout the day as well. So this is the latest on Hurricane Ian. It is 5:12 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Our coverage of Hurricane Ian continues. The latest news into our newsroom. It is now a Category 4 hurricane with winds at 140 miles per hour. We do know that it is moving at 10 miles per hour. It's come, but just about 75 miles west-southwest of Naples, Florida, with those maximum sustained winds at 140 miles per hour. Just an hour ago, those winds were at 120 miles per hour. So just for context, and just how rapidly this storm is intensifying. Now, this was part of the plan. It is what the National Hurricane Center expected this storm to do, as it touched down in Cuba just yesterday as a Category 3. It made its way back into the Gulf of Mexico with those warm waters, with the high pressure. It did gain intensity once again and is now a Category 4 hurricane. Our Fox 35 team are on the ground tracking this system for us, and I do want to send you out live, raw, and unfiltered to their coverage. Now, let's listen in.
Center, Al, and boy, some large developments with this now. A Category 4 winds at 140 miles per hour on Ian.
And the wind field is expanding so far, and Jamie's going to go into detail on that. But not only can you expect very gusty winds here, but a lot of rain. So
tremendous
flooding is going to be a very big issue.
Allison, the GFS forecast model in particular generating over 2 feet in some locations in Central Florida. So we are concerned about flash flooding, obviously, with the heavy rains moving in, and the fact that we've got a Cat 4 hurricane here on this Wednesday at 2. Winds holding steady at 140, and it looks like a strike here on the southwestern side of the peninsula. Anywhere into the cone, again, you've got your western envelope of the cone, the eastern side of the envelope, and riding right on up. On approach to Orlando, while decreasing, it may very well still have Category 1 intensity and diminishing quickly back down the tropical storm status. But don't let that fool you, friends. The impacts are going to be absolutely enormous for the area. And you can see that rides right on up into the southern states. Big impacts, multiple states likely as we get into the weekend. Florida not only in this fray, it's going to be a handful of states now. So we look up at Gainesville to Gilchrist County. We've got active tropical storm watches there. The orange indicates warnings now for tropical storm. The red hurricane warned areas now for areas of Lake County, the whole county there into Seminole, orange down the Osceola into Polk, over to Tampa, and then down toward Okeechobee. So pretty big, broad area is going to get a big boost in the winds. And we anticipate that canopy of heavy winds to arrive generally after about lunchtime. It'll be a gradual baby step process. If you're a seasoned storm veteran, you know how that process plays out. It isn't boom and it's the onset and here we go. It's a gradual ramp up, conditions gradually going downhill as we go through the day today. So as we look at 5 a.m., see the impactful winds overspreading. There's that canopy of tropical storm force moving in by 5 o'clock today. So there's that boost after lunchtime. And then as we see landfall and it moves across the state, we start to see some of these real impactful winds getting in here. Again, a category 1 by that time, right on top of the metro, perhaps a little bit weaker, really depends on what's going on with the structure of the storm during that time. But we've been advising you to prepare for hurricane force winds in the Orlando metro because we are now under a hurricane warning. That went into effect yesterday. And then that continues riding along, and that wind overspreads Volusia County, Brevard County. So everyone gets a taste of this system as it moves on through. Another thing that we saw this morning is the uptick in severe weather potential to a level 3, very likely for the potential for some tornadic wrap-ups here as the rain bands move in and the strong damaging winds as well. And by tomorrow, we continue to see the potential for some more of that severe potential here back down to a level 2, but still quite elevated. So for more on the Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, Allison Gargaro joins me now live in the Storm Center. Allie, we're watching for the risk now of rotating cells within these rain bands. We saw it down in South Florida, and now we're under an active tornado watch for the metro.
That's exactly right. That just happened as of 5 o'clock this morning, so about 19 minutes ago. Not only in Orange County, but Seminole, Brevard, and Osceola going to be seeing that active tornado watch until at least 5 p.m. tonight. So we do want to take you in to our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar right now. There's some moderate to heavy rain that's slowly moving up closer and closer to the Orlando metro and along our east coast. I do want to mention lightning not going to be a big threat here. It is going to be the very heavy and very steady rain. Let's take a look at that center of circulation of Ian. You can see it churning, and those outer rain bands keep moving across the Florida Peninsula. You can see just how far out that rain is spreading, so closer into our viewing area. You can see some moderate to heavy rain that's going to be falling in Brevard County right now, right along that I-75 corridor. That's near Titusville up toward Daytona Beach as well as Palm Coast. We're going to be seeing this rain continue. Now, do want to mention it's stratiform across most of the viewing area. Not too heavy, not too light, but it's steady. But some of that heavier rain really going to be moving in. You can see it offshore of Playa Linda Beach there and moving toward our immediate east coast. And up in Flagler County, we were seeing some moderate to heavy rain there, but really just a few cells that are moving onshore and zero lightning strikes. But I want to take you out to our tornado tracker. You're only going to find this right here on Fox 35. It's going to be showing the potential increase for any of those kidney beans that we see, where we actually could be seeing some of that rotation. So the reds and dark blues on your screen going to be showing the highest threat, and it's really increasing throughout the morning, 10 o'clock on Wednesday, and we'll see that continue as that center of circulation does start to make its way onshore. And if we continue through, you can actually see some of that heightened risk for those isolated tornadoes. So this is something that we will be watching for you. Again, no active tornado warnings right now, but that is something that we definitely could be seeing, and we will be tracking for you right here in the Fox 35 Storm Center.
Right, and the way that our exclusive tornado tracker is working now, that in itself is of concern, but we always advise everyone to let them know that we're here for you to protect you and your families, and want all to depend on us here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. We're with you now.
Yep.
We're
We
into to a couple hours of our 12-hour haul here, and we're fully staffed with meteorologists around the clock, so I want all of you to be here at Fox 35 for the very latest intel on Hurricane Ian, a Category 4 hurricane out, the winds at 140 miles per hour.
Just in at 5.
Yes. All right, time for some Skyfox traffic.
That's
Allison.
exactly right. Do want to take you out to the Orlando Metro. Only one crash that I'm monitoring. This is going to be just north of the Orlando International Airport. So if you live near there, maybe you were planning on getting some gas this morning. Well, I do want to mention that crash is going to be at Shadow Ridge Drive at Judge Road. So we'll be continuing to monitor conditions across the Orlando Metro for you. But I do want to save you some money with our Fox 35 Pump Patrol. Gas $3.25 rather at the 7-Eleven on South Orange Blossom Trail. That is near West Gore Street in Orlando. And to compare gas prices where you live, just head to our website, fox35orlando.com. We'll send it back to you.
Allie, thank you so much. We do invite you to keep it right here with us on Fox 35 because we will continue our coverage of Hurricane Ian for you, really, not just all morning.
And thank you to our Fox 35 Orlando team for their continued coverage of Hurricane Ian. That is now a Category 4 storm with winds at 140 miles per hour. We also are tuning in live, raw, and unfiltered to our Fox 13 team as the Fox 13 Tampa area was actually bracing for a potential direct hit. Now, we did just get an update from the National Hurricane Center, the 5 a.m. update, which actually puts this storm heading more south and also slightly more east. So not a direct hit for the Tampa area anymore, but now a more direct hit for the Fort Myers, Sarasota, Cape Coral area. That is the latest information coming into our newsroom that puts this storm at 75 miles now, actually west-southwest of Naples, Florida, with those maximum sustained winds at 140 miles per hour. We did expect this to happen just earlier this morning. The 2 a.m. update and also the 4 a.m. update had this storm as a Category 3. Now, we were anticipating it to strengthen because of the high pressure systems that were surrounding the storm, also because of that warm water in the Gulf of Mexico. And so as planned and as expected, it has strengthened officially to a Category 4 storm with those sustained winds at 140 miles per hour. Now, we're monitoring quite a few weather warnings. We do have tornado warnings and watches across the state of Florida that as they come into our newsroom, we'll be sure to bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered, just in case you are tuning in from one of those areas. We also do have our reporters stationed around the state that we'll be touching base with, courtesy of our Fox 35 and Fox 13 Tampa coverage. So more information will continue to come at you as it is made available to us here on the show. 5:24 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for another quick 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, and we are continuing to monitor Hurricane Ian. That is now, as of the latest update that came down into our newsroom at 5 a.m., a Category 4 hurricane with winds at 140 miles per hour. If you are tuning in from the southeastern Palm Beach County, we do want to let you know that a tornado warning remains in effect in your area until 5:45 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll bring you those updates as they pour into our newsroom sporadically. But of course, this is just one of the many things that occurs when a massive Category 4 hurricane is headed towards your state. We're seeing not only a storm surge numbers, astronomical storm surge numbers, especially for where this eye is going to hit, which right now it does put the eye at around Cape Coral and the Sarasota area. So storm surge likely at around 10 feet for those areas. We're also expecting flooding across the state of Florida and, of course, those tornadoes as well. So the next update that we're going to get from the National Hurricane Center will be a little whiles away. It's going to come down at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, but the 5 o'clock update does now officially put Hurricane Ian into Category 4 status. We also want to let you know that we are going to be monitoring the latest update from Governor Ron DeSantis. He's expected to speak at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, and we'll take you there live, raw, and unfiltered as soon as he does step up to the podium to speak as well. We do want to bring you up to speed on what has already happened when this storm touched down in various portions of the world. We do know that as a Category 3 storm, Hurricane Ian touched down in the western portion of Cuba. That is now officially in the dark. Hurricane Ian has knocked out the power grid in Cuba, leaving millions without power, electricity, and quite literally in the dark. This was after Hurricane Ian touched down as a major hurricane yesterday. Authorities were working overnight to gradually restore service to the country's 11 million people. This was according to a statement from Cuba's electric union. Power was initially knocked out to about 1 million people in Cuba, but later the entire power grid collapsed. Ian hit Cuba, that has been struggling with economic crisis and has faced frequent power outages in recent months without a Category 3, now Category 4 hurricane hitting it. The U.S. National Hurricane Center said Cuba suffered significant wind and storm surge impacts when the hurricane struck, with top sustained winds of 125 miles per hour. Now, to put that into perspective for you all, this storm touched down in Cuba as a Category 3 hurricane yesterday morning at sustained winds of 125 miles per hour. This storm is now just 70 miles southwest of Naples, Florida, as a Category 4 hurricane with sustained winds of 140 miles per hour. This is a major hurricane that is now just miles away from the western coast of Florida. Ian was expected to get even stronger over the warm Gulf of Mexico, which is precisely what we have seen occur. Just about an hour ago, those winds were at 120. They're now at 140. We do know that preparations are fully underway across the state of Florida, and our Fox 35 team are actually tracking this system with their world-class meteorologists. So I do want to send you out to their coverage. Let's listen in.
In Orlando through our city furniture camera. In the middle, it is a look at the live conditions in St. Petersburg. And then the camera on the bottom, you can see Port Charlotte, giving you a lot of vantage points this morning.
Plus, we are also gathering some new images from places already feeling Ian's effects. Key West is being hit with large waves, as you see there, strong winds as well as flooding. The governor says this is a sign of what is to come in many parts of our state.
The storm, when it impacts land, it's expected, yes, it will weaken, but it will also slow, which means it's just going to be churning out rain, moving at a snail's pace. That rain is going to pile up very quickly.
And that is a concern for a lot of people. Thank you so much for keeping it right here on Good Day Orlando this morning. We're going to get you all of the information that you need to know to keep you and your family safe. I'm Danielle Knox.
And I'm Ronnie Elijah. So many different angles of this. We're going to bring you live team coverage around the clock. We've got Fox 35's Dave Puglisi standing by in Tampa. Amanda McKenzie is driving along I-4. And Randy Hildreth in Tavares. Also, Nestor Mato is in Daytona Beach. We want to check in with the storm team meteorologist Jay King and meteorologist Allison Gargaro for the latest on the track right now.
Ryan Didell, thank you. So less than 55 miles right now, the eye from Fort Myers, Allison. So closing in, and I just got an alert here on our weather chat that we're in constant contact with all the National Weather Service forecast office here in the state. Looks like a storm surge warning in now for Lee County. So that's for the Fort Myers area. We expected this.
Yes,
it's a major hurricane, winds at 140, a Category 4 storm right now.
Yeah, and Jamie, you can see just how far those rain bands are extending out from that center of circulation. It's not only rain, but it's also wind that we need to be keeping a close eye out for.
Exactly, Allison. So let's give you the latest now as of 5 a.m. from our partners out of Miami at NHC. You can see a well-defined hurricane there, Category 4, with impacts here likely on the southwestern peninsula. There probably won't be much change in the track as of right now. The confidence a little bit higher. The cone is skinnied on up. But either side, as we always tell you, need to be very mindful of what's approaching. Approaching as a Category 1 toward the metro. It'll begin to decrease quickly in intensity down the tropical storm status and then continue riding northbound. So with all of that said, obviously there is a long list of hazards we need to address, from the flood risk to the wind risk to the tornadic and severe elements in all of this. We've got tropical storm warning shaded here for the counties in orange. That's a watch up in Gainesville. Parts of our Fox 51 WOGX TV family watching closely for you there. We're Levy County and into Citrus County. Also now Dixie County has got a tropical storm warning. And then we've got hurricane warnings here shaded for you in the red. So as we take a look here at the models for the day today, you can see the rain bands are going to increase in overall frequency. Looks like they'll be moving in with very heavy rain. There's that severe weather element at play as well. We talk about the tornadic risk. As we get to tomorrow about 11 a.m., we'll start to see things winding down just a little bit. So essentially, as we go through this afternoon into tonight, first thing tomorrow morning, some really rough weather across the central peninsula. You can see the canopy of winds expanding out. What that means to us locally, if you compare it to our grid here, I love this graphic because it really illustrates the hard, impactful nature of these winds streamlining on in and all the heavy rain in tow. For more on the severe threat now, I want to be joined here in the Storm Center with Allison Gargaro with more on a new tornado watch for the Orlando viewing area. Over to you, Al.
Well, good morning, Jamie. I mean, we have been thinking that the tornado watch was going to be extended up to the north, and that's exactly what happened. So it does include Seminole, Orange, Osceola, Polk, and Brevard counties, at least for our viewing area. That means there is a heightened threat for tornadoes until at least 5 o'clock tonight. But I want to show you our severe storm outlook for today. A very likely 3 out of 5 risk in the county shaded in brown on your screen. We normally don't see a very likely risk here locally unless there's a strong cold front that moves through. But that's just the nature of the atmosphere as things really do start to twist and turn. Our Fox 35 storm tracker radar showing just stratiform rain. And what does that mean? It's not too heavy. It's not too light. It is going to be steady across most of the viewing area. But take a look at those outer rain bands and all of these red circles that you see on your screen where we have seen tornado warnings earlier this morning. Again, nothing active now across the viewing area, but you can see some of that moderate to heavy rain really moving right on up into our viewing area across Brevard County into eastern Orange as well as into Seminole. But that tornado watch still in effect in South Florida, so we'll continue to monitor if there are any of those warnings here locally. Again, nothing yet, but we saw that tornado watch, so it's really something we'll be keeping a close eye out for.
Yep, that's kind of one of the marquee threats right now, and there's going to be a host of others here as we head through the coming hours, so we want all to stay here and depend on us here in the Storm Center at Fox 35. Allison, it's traffic time. Scott 5 traffic.
Yes, it is. Let's take a look at current conditions. The roads are very quiet right now. Really only seeing a crash just to the north of the Orlando International Airport. But if you do need to top off on that gas, I know we have a reporter out that's covering that story right now. I would do so as early as possible because we do want to make sure that everybody is staying in their safe place and remaining there starting at 10 o'clock this morning. So the only crash I'm monitoring for you, Shadow Ridge Drive. That's going to be at Judge Street, just to the west of the 436. And we will send it back to you, and we'll have more details on traffic coming up in just a bit.
All right, looking forward to it, Allie. Thank you so much. So Ian's cone of uncertainty has now moved south of Tampa Tampa Bay.
Yeah, some of the rain totals are really kind of staggering that we've seen. Dave Puglisi is in Tampa with the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder Truck. Dave, I know we checked in last and it was raining. How do things look now about 30 minutes later?
Yeah, well, the rain's still coming down, Ryan, and the wind has eased up a tad from the last hit, but I'm sure that's not going to be the case for long. The one thing that definitely has not changed is the lack of people here in downtown. I mean, we're right next to downtown Tampa Bay. You can see one car off in the distance, and that's it. We haven't seen anything out here. Windows over here at all these homes are all boarded up. Doors are boarded up. We've seen sandbags across some of those. The people here heeding to the warnings of the evacuations. Tampa Bay yesterday, the county, Hillsborough County, evacuated zones A and B. They made that mandatory. Most people we talked to took that, and we also caught up with people who were trying to secure their boats here in the bay.
Yeah, most of the crowders are getting their boats all tied up, and some of them are riding it out. The bigger boats are riding it out in the intercoastal right there. They have the big anchors, sea anchors, and what have you, so they should be all right.
Now, most people here feeling like they're going to be okay according to yesterday. Obviously, the track has changed a little bit today. Doesn't mean they're out of the woods. We're going to still see a lot of rain, a lot of wind, and we're going to have the latest throughout Tampa Bay throughout the morning with the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder Truck. But that's the latest in Tampa Bay. Dave Puglisi, Fox 35 News.
All right, Dave, thanks. Great look at conditions there. Amanda McKenzie continues our team coverage this morning. Amanda, good morning. The governor announcing the toll suspension is moving to Central Florida, meaning people will not be charged for use on toll roads. Certainly good news for them as they deal with maybe traffic trying to head east for sure.
Very good news, especially for those evacuating from the West Coast. They will not have to stop or slow down when they go through those toll checkpoints, so that should improve the flow of traffic. The governor has also announced that they'll be opening some of the emergency shoulders to help with the traffic on parts of the interstate. And I want to give you a live look now. We are driving eastbound on I-4 through Orlando. The roadways are very clear and quiet at this early hour, but we do anticipate that changing as Jamie and Allison were mentioning that the track of the storm has shifted just slightly more south from Sarasota, so that could open more potential for West Coast residents to want to evacuate today for safety. Now, just yesterday, we were out here monitoring the roadways, and I spoke with several people who say that they were bumper to bumper on the roadways, that it was hard to find gas and even a place to stay last minute in Orlando, and now they're just waiting and hoping that the storm spares their homes.
We did everything we could. We moved everything up. We drained the pool as much as we could. So, everything that's not replaceable is in here.
Now, the governor says several areas along the West Coast could be seeing catastrophic flooding and life-threatening storm surge. More than 2.5 million people are under some type of evacuation order right now. So if people didn't hit the road yesterday, we expect many more to do so today. He's urging those folks to seek higher ground in a safe structure. We will continue to monitor the road conditions as thousands of people evacuate from the West Coast. Reporting live on I-4, Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
Amanda, thanks. Some of the images coming out of Key West, all the rain they've got and the flooding they've got is really staggering this morning. And parts of our area, of course, could see a lot of rain as this moves over Central Florida.
You know, it's so interesting. I'm hearing rain on our roof right now. So we are getting rain here. We're also getting it in Lake County. Already canceling classes, by the way, opening up some of its schools as shelters as a result. Fox 35's Randy Hildreth is live at the Circle K off Highway 448. Randy, good morning to you. We do know the station is waiting right for delivery of gas right now because of just the waves of folks who topped off their tanks ahead of Ian.
And that's exactly right. So I can tell you what has changed and hasn't changed in the last 30 minutes. In terms of conditions here, have seen some change. A little bit more rain, a little bit more wind. But what hasn't changed is the gas situation here. We were hoping to see a gas delivery in the meantime, but we haven't seen that yet. When I arrived, I could see pumps covered because they don't have gas available for the public. As you mentioned, people driving in, smart planning to top off their generators or get gas for their generators to top off their cars as they they prepared for Hurricane Ian. They do have a reserve supply here for law enforcement or emergency personnel who need to get gas so that they can make sure that we're safe in the community, so that they can get around, but nothing yet to provide for the public. Now, we talk about the conditions here and what's expected. Rain is a big talker for Lake County, and the amount of rain that we could see in this area already coming down this morning. Claremont could get upwards of 2 feet of rain. And so what the community has done is, one, provide more shelters. This morning, take a look at your screen. There are at least 4 more shelters that will open, so a total of 15 available in the community. The new shelters that will open at 8 a.m., we're talking about East Ridge Middle and High School, Eustis High School, and Tavares High School. And then in terms of sandbags available for the community, those distribution sites that have been open this week will also open today starting at 8 a.m. until noon. And then they are also opening the fire station 112 in Claremont as another site where you can go and get sandbags. County officials say that they have seen upwards of 11,000 sandbags go out to community members concerned about flooding, just to put around their homes as a safety precaution or in front of their businesses as a safety precaution. And we are expecting an update from county emergency officials, law enforcement, school leaders at 9:30 this morning about preparations and what they plan to do to make sure that you are safe as we ride out Hurricane Ian. Live this morning in Lake County, Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
All right, Randy, thank you. And stay with us right here on Fox 35 as we continue our coverage of Hurricane Ian for you all morning.
Thank you to our Fox 35 team for their continued coverage of this storm. Of course, we are monitoring the latest updates, which is that Hurricane Ian is a Category 4 hurricane. Winds currently at 140 miles per hour. We, too, are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the latest information coming into our newsroom and the latest images as Hurricane Ian does approach the Florida coast. Stay tuned. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we are covering Hurricane Ian as it does inch closer to the Florida coast as a Category 4 hurricane. We do want to send you out to coverage provided by our Fox 13 Tampa team as they take a closer look at the eye of this system. Let's listen in.
Kind of hoping that drier air could get in, but it just doesn't look like that's going to happen. Here is the eye wall. The strongest winds are around this eye wall. And in the southwest part of this eye area is where they detected those 140-mile-per-hour winds. So when I first came in a few hours ago, it didn't look like this on radar. It was maybe like half a semicircle, but you see how it's all beginning to band around and build in? This is a sign of an intensifying storm. Plus, all this little lightning a sign of an intensifying storm. It is moving kind of northeast just in this area here, so it will run parallel to the coast for a bit and then run up into the Boca Grande area, perhaps Punta Gorda, up there just north of Fort Myers. But there's a wall of water associated with it that's going to pour on shore to Cape Coral, Fort Myers, and those spots. So that's where you're going to have your strongest storm surge is going to be from Charlotte Harbor south, right? Here's a bigger picture, and again, you saw a little bit of that jog to the north, and that's what they do. They wobble. It's going to wobble like this, back and forth, and then it's going to make its way on shore, maybe just north of Fort Myers. See how my hand is? Later this afternoon. The eye itself is 25 miles wide. 25 miles. And inside this, it's calm. It's just, they're unreal in how they develop and what they do. The rain, we're in the rain all day, all night, and it's going to get heavier. The winds are going to get gustier as we move forward. So here are your particulars. 5 a.m. advisory, 140 mile per hour winds, moves on shore. And then by tomorrow morning at 2 a.m., it's right in the middle of the state. But it's still a hurricane. Because remember, it's going to make landfall as a 4. It's going to take time to decelerate a little bit. And it's going to be a 1 right in the middle of the state. So Polk County, Hardy County, Highlands County, you folks are going to have hurricane force winds, at least hurricane force wind gusts, okay? That's the problem, to go along with all the rainfall that we're going to see as well. If your county is shaded in red, Pinellas, Hillsborough, Polk, Manatee, Hardy, DeSoto, Highlands, Sarasota, hurricane warning, meaning we're going to have at least hurricane force wind gusts. Pasco, Hernando, Citrus, tropical storm warning, so a little less there. Obviously, if the storm goes in down here, a little less up to the north. Tornado watch out for almost everybody till 5 o'clock this afternoon, and typically on the right side, the eastern side of a storm, you're going to have these little spin-up tornadoes. Miami, Broward County in general, Miami and Dade County, Broward County, that whole area had tons of tornadoes yesterday, so it's only a matter of time before those start to spin up as well. Some of the wind gusts, this is 1 o'clock today. Notice closer to the center, 70 to 99. Yeah, there's your hurricane force wind gusts near that in Arcadia over to Venice. Venice is going to get hit very hard by this storm. Sarasota, this is not going to be an easy storm for you either. We got wind gusting 71 at 1 o'clock. Then you're going to see some of these wind gusts coming closer, if not going to above 100 in many of these same areas. Overnight, Tampa, 80 mile per hour wind gusts. Lakeland, maybe 100. I mean, folks, this is going to be a pretty strong storm. Everybody focuses on where it makes landfall. Yes, where it makes landfall is going to be catastrophic, okay? But the wind field is huge, and that's just going to keep generating these tropical storm force winds even tomorrow morning at this time, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. And then by tomorrow afternoon, we're actually starting to wind things down. Rainfall totals about 10 to 15 inches. You're going to see some higher amounts, but about 10 to 15 inches of rain. Let me summarize this for you real quick. I'm talking for like a million years here. Gusts of, this is for Tampa Bay, this is for Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, and Sarasota County. We're going to get wind gusts to hurricane force. Biggest storm surge will be south. A lot of flooding rain, again, 10 to 15 inches of rain and the potential for some isolated tornadoes. Wind gusts of 40 in Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus. Very little surge, and the heavy rain and the possibility of a tornado. And we got isolated tornadoes inland with wind gusts 75 plus for Polk, Hardy, DeSoto, and Highlands County, and localized flooding. So really, the hardest hit areas are going to be from really Venice south, okay? But then inland locations, you're really going to ramp that wind up later this afternoon and tonight. So we'll be here the whole time with you. We're not going anywhere, guys. So I'll have more. I'll have your 7-day forecast coming up in just a little bit as well. But it will improve, and the weekend does look nice. We just got to get through the next 2 days.
And from our Tampa team coverage out to our Fox 35 Orlando coverage as we continue to monitor this system. Let's listen in.
Cap off this work week and head into the coming weekend. So a lot of states, a lot of communities, counties, people, population affected by Ian. So not only here in Florida, we show you the hurricane warning shaded there in the reds. The oranges represent a tropical storm warning until further notice. And you can see Gainesville now, Gilchrist County now under a tropical storm watch. That's part of our Fox 51 WOGX television family up in north central Florida. So looking at future radar, and we talk about the impactful rain bands and the heavy rain and the hazards increasing. This is what we're talking about as we go deeper into the morning, into the afternoon, the evening hours. We are going to get hit hard with some heavy rain. The gusty winds will continue to rise on up. The tornadic risk, we can't stress enough. We've been tracking with our exclusive Fox 35 tornado tracker here for you this morning. It's been showing some great weather information for us. As we look at the canopy of winds coming on in, we show you the arrival time. Generally, as we get past about lunchtime, and we see that continuing to uptick in overall speed and coverage for the area as we go through nightfall tonight, overnight into early Thursday morning. And I love pairing it up with this graphic here. This is in line with the NHC cone track of uncertainty there, and shows us that canopy of very impactful winds right on top of Orlando. So we're not out of this. A lot of people say, hey, we're in Orlando, we're safe, right? Not the case. Very, very strong winds moving on in all the way coast to coast. Everybody getting a taste of this when it's all said and done. So the tornado watch now, good till 5 o'clock this afternoon. It could get expanded not only for Orlando, but also for areas north. You can see the counties affected: Brevard on down to Indian River, Osceola, Orange into Seminole, over to Polk and Point South. And as we assess the severe threat today, here's what we got for you: a level 3 likely in this area. So we're on guard for that by tomorrow. It's a Thursday for you, and looks like a level 2 likely on that eastern side of the peninsula. Do a little storm tracking here for you, showing us what's going on with that, as it does depict again some rather heavy rain amounts right now. Moving on in, they're spread out all across the land. Our live Fox 35 storm tracker radar showing rain. I've heard it on the rooftop here at the station, and you can see as we get down to South Florida, there's been numerous tornado warnings. These are LSRs here. These are basically storm locators as to what has happened down south, and a track record now of producing tornadoes. And as we look at our storm tracker, our tornado tracker, it's showing segments here, some rather high tornado potential as it moves on through from late morning into the afternoon hours. For more on future rain, I want to bring in Allison Gargaro to the Storm Center right now. And Allison, this is going to produce over 2 feet in some locations.
That's exactly right. So not only are we going to be seeing the heavy rain, but that could lead to localized flooding, one of the major concerns within Hurricane Ian. So I want to time it out for you. Through Friday at 8 o'clock in the morning, we could be seeing, like Jamie said, more than 2 feet of rain in Claremont, Leesburg, DeLand, Pearson, Daytona Beach, nearing that, about 16 inches possible in Oviedo, 10 in Ocala. And as you head more out to the west, we're going to be seeing a rise in those rain chances as well. Not only rain, but that means the ground will be saturated. So with any winds that do pop up, we could be seeing down trees and down power lines. So I want to show you the white numbers on your screen: sustained winds, and the blue going to be gusts upwards of 50 to nearly 60 miles per hour as that center of circulation makes its way across the Florida peninsula. Some areas, those gusts could be higher. So it's very important to make sure that you are staying safe. Like we mentioned, get into that safe place starting at 10 o'clock this morning, because as you can see, with the wind and the rain, conditions are going to rapidly deteriorate as this storm moves closer and closer to the Florida peninsula. So Ian's impacts today, tomorrow, Friday, today and tomorrow, Fox 35 storm alert days. So we're continuing to monitor it for you. Always remember that you can depend on us here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. We are in for 12 hours, and then our meteorologist moving in, and we will be with you throughout this storm.
And not only on air, but also online. And make sure you download the Fox 35 Storm Team weather app. Should the power go down, you can stream live coverage right there on your mobile device. Time now for a look at Sky Fox traffic out.
Well, good morning, Jamie. We are monitoring very quiet conditions at the moment, but if any folks are going to be seeking higher ground, moving out of their neighborhoods and traveling up north, we could be seeing some busy roads over the next several hours. But I do want to take you out to a crash that we're monitoring. That's going to be on US 441 southbound, crash at 173rd Street. Other than that, things are quiet.
And our Fox 35 Orlando team giving the people of Central Florida an update on traffic conditions as everyone does try and make their way to safety. I do want to bring you back out to a large view of our X-RAD radar as our coverage of Hurricane Ian continues here. We do want to let you know that there are current watches and warnings across the state of Florida that I want to make sure that those of you tuning in from those respective areas are aware of. A storm surge warning and hurricane warning are in effect for coastal Charlotte, coastal Hillsborough, coastal Lee, coastal Manatee, coastal Sarasota, inland Lee, and Pinellas County. A hurricane warning is in effect for DeSoto, Hardy, Highlands, inland Charlotte, inland Hillsborough, inland Manatee, inland Sarasota, and Polk County. A storm surge warning and tropical storm warning are also in effect for a large majority of those areas as Hurricane Ian does close in on the Florida Peninsula. The last update put this storm at about 75 miles west-southwest of Naples, Florida, with maximum sustained winds of 140 miles per hour. It is currently moving at a rather slow pace, just 10 miles per hour, which is why it has been able to gather so much steam. We do know that the pressure is currently at 942 MB. The population within this cone of people affected, 26 million people going to be impacted by this storm directly within the cone. The hurricane winds can be felt for a diameter of 40 miles. The tropical storm winds can be felt for a diameter of 175 miles. So this is a massive storm that we are continuing to track here on Live Now from Fox. It is 5:56 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but all of the latest updates on Category 4 Hurricane Ian coming up on the other side of this break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We are continuing to track Hurricane Ian as it does make its way towards the Florida coast. We do know that the latest 5 a.m. update put this hurricane into Category 4 status after its sustained winds increased to 140 miles per hour. It is moving at just 10 miles per hour, so a slow-moving storm, and it is expected to slow down once it makes landfall. It is currently at 75 miles west-southwest of Naples, Florida, once again with those catastrophic sustained winds at 140 miles per hour. The next update from the National Hurricane Center will come down at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. We're also going to be bringing you the latest update from Governor Ron DeSantis at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. But for now, I want to send you out to our Fox 35 team as they continue to track this system. Let's listen in.
See people walking in waist-deep water as they evacuate an apartment building. One woman posting, "We did not expect this." The storm is already bringing parts of that rain to Central Florida. Welcome to the 6 o'clock hour, a busy hour here on Good Day Orlando. I'm Ryan Elijah.
What she said, Ryan, we hear so often, we didn't expect this, right? So hopefully you do now, and that you're getting prepared and getting everything you need. That is because Ian has now strengthened to a Category 4 hurricane this as it nears the west coast of Florida. Fox 35 has team coverage for you all morning long as the storm nears Florida shores. We'll have live reports from the west coast and from here in Central Florida. But first, let's get the very latest track from Chief Meteorologist Jamie King. Jamie, take it away. When you look at that woman who says she didn't expect it as she was wading through, it's almost ironic because we've been talking about this for days now, right?
It has, yeah. And again, these things throw curveballs. Right now, just got a latest fix on the storm here from NHC. 55 miles now from Naples to the west-southwest there, and about 85 miles south-southwest of Punta Gorda. So heavy hitter, Allison. We're going to jump right in the track right now for you and show you we got a Category 4 hurricane getting closer and closer to the shoreline there in southwest Florida. Comes aboard as a 4, comes toward Orlando as a 1, then decreasing to a tropical storm, riding up into the southern states, and a lot of population base right on through here into the southeast. We'll see effects from Ian over the coming days. Right now, we are still under a hurricane warning now for Seminole, Orange, also out to Lake County, Osceola to Polk County. The remainder of the area across the viewing area in a tropical storm warning. The hurricane warning picks back up here to the southern counties there and back out closer to Tampa. So our severe weather risk today highlighting Orlando and the surrounding area to Brevard County at a level 3 likely, meaning the impactful rain bands will be moving ashore and possibly spawning some isolated tornadoes. For more radar analysis, let's head over to Allison Gargara down the Fox 35 Storm Center. Al, take it away.
Well, Jamie, we are already seeing those outer rain bands not only moving into South Florida, but inching closer and closer to us here in Central Florida. So here's that center of circulation and those outer rain bands bringing some isolated tornado warnings. Now that's off to our south for now, but likely going to be pushing off to the north. Let's take you into our viewing area. Seminole, Orange, Osceola, and Brevard counties under a tornado watch until 5 p.m. and some light to moderate rain starting to push on shore in Brevard County. That will be impacting Allenhurst, Oak Ridge, Eldora. If you live in any of those areas, you're likely going to be hearing that very heavy rain, not necessarily any lightning. We don't really see that with tropical systems, but it is something that we will continue to watch for you. Again, no active tornado warnings right now, but could be seeing that over the next several hours.
All right, getting hot and heavy out there.
Yes,
the rain has commenced and conditions going downhill for the rest of the day. We're here live tracking. For now, though, we took a look at Skyfox traffic, shall we?
Yes, we shall. I do want to let you know not too many crashes on the roads right now, and we have a reporter that is actually driving in the elements, and we are seeing some wet roads. Obviously, no slowdowns at the moment, but any folks that are going to be seeking higher ground to seek that shelter could be seeing some slow and go conditions, so we'll continue to monitor it for you. But now we'll send things back over to the anchors.
Allie, thank you. Ian's cone of uncertainty has now moved south of Tampa Bay.
Yes, they were talking about now a Category 4 storm with 140-mile-an-hour winds and a lot of rain coming with it. Dave Puglisi is in Tampa with the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder Truck. Dave, that area is certainly under the threat of harsh winds and heavy rain.
Yeah, Brian, and we're seeing some of that rain right now, although I wouldn't say it's extremely strong yet. Kind of feels like a typical rainstorm at this moment in time, but I just kind of want to set the scene for you a little bit of where we are. We're currently on Bayshore Drive, which is heading into downtown. You can actually see some of the buildings here, downtown Tampa, and to our right over to your left is the Tampa Bay. And across the way is Davis Island, to give you an idea of where we are in comparison to downtown Tampa. But right now the rain is coming at our backs, which means it's kind of coming from the inland side, which shows that we're getting hit by some of those bands from Hurricane Ian. Yesterday, we talked to people who were evacuating, and they had Hillsborough County had made mandatory evacuations for zones A and B. We caught up with people as they were boarding up, securing their boats, and also getting some sandbags.
I'm a little bit excited, but I'm starting to get a little worried because, you have to prepare. You have to take it seriously because.
Now, of course, we're with the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder Truck that's going to be prepared for this storm. We've got everything we need to be able to track this and give you a live look of what's going on here in Tampa Bay and throughout the rest of the evening as this storm continues on into Central Florida. But we're going to have the latest for you throughout the day. Dave Puglisi, Fox 35 News.
All right, Dave, thank you so much for that. Meantime, Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie continues our live team coverage this morning. And Amanda, the governor announced the toll suspension is now moving here to Central Florida. So what that means is that people will not be charged for using some of our toll roads as they make their way out of the path of the storm.
That's right. So that should make things move a little more efficiently when it comes to anyone evacuating. We did see a lot of congestion yesterday on I-4 with bumper-to-bumper traffic. So we don't want to see any of those cars having to stop or slow down when they go through those toll booth checkpoints. The governor has also announced that some of the emergency shoulders will be open on the interstate to help with the flow of traffic as well. But right now, let's take a live look at I-4 eastbound. We're approaching Altamont Springs. The road is still very clear. We have a few cars out here. The rain is starting to pick up, but so far no major incidents at this time. But we do expect that this could change throughout the morning since that track of Hurricane Ian has shifted slightly more south. We could see more folks from the West Coast choosing to evacuate this morning. Now, yesterday, as I mentioned, several people were evacuating from the Tampa Bay area, and they tell me they struggled to find gas and a place to stay at the last minute.
Near SeaWorld, just hoping that was the only hotel. One of the hotels had 200 rooms and then 2 hours later had none. So it's been really hard to even find a hotel. 5 gas stations before I can get gas in Tampa.
The governor says several areas along the West Coast could see catastrophic flooding and a life-threatening storm surge. More than 2.5 million people are under some type of evacuation order right now. So if people didn't hit the road yesterday, we expect many more to do so today. He is also urging those folks to seek higher ground in a safe structure. Now, we will continue to monitor the road conditions as thousands of people evacuate from the West Coast. Reporting live on I-4, Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
Amanda, as people evacuate, parts of our area could see a major dumping of rain as snow moves over rain moves over Central Florida. If it were snow, that'd be a whole nother condition.
And a lot of rain. We've already seen it. You've seen what's happened in Key West. Let's move to Lake County now. They've already canceled classes and opening up schools as shelters in this case. Randy Hildreth is live at a diner in Tavares this morning. Randy, I know the spot opened just a few minutes ago, and they're going to keep their doors open until 3 p.m. today.
Yeah, good morning to you. We know that later on in the day, it is expected to get pretty bad, some serious conditions that we're monitoring. But for people who are out and about doing those very last minute things, this is a place that you can come and get a hot meal before you head home and hunker down. And so I want to bring in the owner here, Mr. Wilson. We are approaching our 2-year anniversary of your restaurant. And you know, we talk to people who are getting prepared, you know, at home, but as a business owner, you are preparing as well.
Yes, we have. We've had to move all of our outside furniture. You know, we'll take glass today and be ready for that. And we have to get ready, but today is about being open for our guests.
And we were talking about being open for the guests. You have people who are regulars, people who, you know, may lose power, and so that you want to have that good meal before you have to hunker down. Talk about why it was so important for you to be open today.
We've got so many regular guests that come in on a daily basis. Some eat breakfast and lunch with us. Many of them don't really cook. So, you know, most of them have asked us, would we be open today? And we'll go as long as we can today. Our plans are we normally close at 3. We'll probably close at 2 today to make sure our help gets out and be safe also.
And then I know we were talking about you're going to do things on the front end, but you hope once Ian has moved out of here that you can open on Friday to provide hot meals. For some people, you know, we're talking about potential power outages, so this could be a place for people to come.
It's hopefully, provided the power's there. We do have a refrigerated truck if we need it, but hopefully we'll be open and business as usual tomorrow if the winds aren't too high, etc. And we'll be open. We believe in taking care of our guests.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. I know the guests are starting to trickle in. We are going to hang out with you for a little while longer, and we'll hope to check in with some guests who are coming in to fuel up before they have to hunker down. I'll send it back to you, Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
Randy, thanks. Love that. He's out there definitely supporting the community, and they will probably support him throughout the day as well. As Ian gets closer to Central Florida, we've seen a lot of this. Pumps that do not have gas as people try to fill up their cars and generators at the last minute. Many stations have been running out, or they just have premium. But Nestor Motto is at a place this morning in Daytona Daytona Beach, the biggest gas station around, and that would be Buc-ee's. And Nestor, they do have gas there, and you've seen a lot of people filling up this morning.
Yeah, Buc-ee's has gas, every pump up and ready to serve anyone who does want to go ahead and prepare before the storm, which is pretty much quickly approaching. I actually want to catch up with John. I just saw him with all these gas cans filling up. He's fairly new Floridian, 6 years down here, right?
Yes, sir.
Talk to me about your storm preps.
Basically, we make sure we get food ahead of time, obviously, and the fuel. I try to keep it low because it doesn't store real well, but we do have a generator and other provisions to keep the house safe, so on.
6 years down here, and this is already your third hurricane.
Yes, third hurricane, and it's kind of exciting, but kind of anxious at the same time.
Yeah, what is your biggest worry?
The rain, the water.
And we were also talking about the canceled Artemis launch. Talk to me about that. We were looking forward to it, and instead we're getting a visit from a hurricane.
Yeah, I was a kind of a space nut since I was a kid, weather nut, the whole thing. And anytime there was rocket launches, I was always really excited to see. Back then it was Space Shuttle started, and then we had the regular rocket launches from SpaceX. That's really got ramped up nice, and then with this launch to the moon thing, I was pretty excited about it, and then it keeps getting canceled, and everybody's going to see it, and it was a good time. But then now with this weather, hopefully they'll get something maybe off in November.
Hopefully, fingers crossed. And John, be safe out there today.
Hey, you guys too.
Continue watching Fox 35. We've got all the updates for you, okay? All right, thanks, guys. I'm live in Daytona Beach. Nestor Mato, Fox 35 News.
Nestor, thanks. A lot of people like him try to do those last-minute preparations. Look at the size of this storm. Now a hurricane category 4 right now. We're talking about Ian as we continue to make life tough here today in Central Florida.
And we know it's going to disrupt your day today and in the coming days. And so we are keeping you up to date with the very latest closings for you, including a popular grocery train. Find out when Publix will close its doors and when it hopes to reopen its doors. We're also
Thank you to our Fox 35 team. We'll continue to dip in and out of their coverage as the morning progresses. But we do want to take you out to our Fox 13 Tampa team's coverage as well, because they are actually sending their reporters down to Sarasota as this storm shifts. Sarasota is now in the eye of the storm. So I do want to take you out to this latest update from our Fox 13 Tampa team. Let's listen in.
Russell, good morning. So as you all have been reporting, a tornado watch now in effect until 5 p.m. for 4 of our southern counties, including Sarasota County, where we are. We're in downtown right now. Sarasota Bay, just for reference, about a quarter of a mile this way, quarter of a mile to our west. This is North Tamiami Trail and Fruitvale Road, typically a very busy area of downtown Sarasota. Maybe not at 6 a.m. on a Wednesday, but we've seen almost 0 cars out here. And looking at conditions as they begin to deteriorate, you can see why. These 2 palm trees on either side of the street light, really a good indicator of kind of where we're at right now. We're watching the rain coming down in sheets. And as I get Jason to kind of pan over to the intersection here, this is really where we're seeing the gusts sending down this water in those heavy sheets, as it tends to do when these things really get going here. And the latest update that we have from Sarasota County coming at 10 p.m. last night, the government operations in the county, we know, officially shut down. This includes the county government, the courts, the cities of Sarasota and Northport, along with the town of Longboat, and of course the city of Venice. This latest update from Emergency Management Chief Ed McCrane coming at 10 last night, saying, look, this is the time to get to a safe location. If you're in an evacuation level A or B, that's all of the red on the map, all coastal areas, all barrier islands, mobile home parks, RVs. If you live on a boat, don't take chances with this storm, he says. Get to an evacuation center. There is still time, he says, but the time will run out.
We are here in the Emergency Operations Center. We're still moving people. We're still trying to get them into a safe location. But you need to do your part. Get yourself and your family to a safe location. If your home is safe, that's great. If it's not, you need to get there.
At last check, Sarasota emergency officials had about 1,700 people in shelters. That's less than they expected by a good amount. So there is some concern that folks are not taking the evacuation order seriously. As I've been telling you guys, Russell and Laura, the road's pretty empty this morning, but that's not necessarily the best indicator of whether people are evacuating, because there are, as we know, quite a few people who, against these evacuation orders, have decided to shelter in place. They're not getting out on the road either. And as you can can see the wind gusts really starting to pick up here at 6 a.m.
Okay, Matt. Talk in a while. Thank you.
And thank you to Matt for that report. We're going to continue to touch base with our Fox Tampa team as the morning progresses. Of course, we do actually have their meteorologist who is providing a live update on this system. So I do want to send you out. Let's listen in.
This was anticipated to become a Category 4 hurricane before landfall, and it's there. But watch as the yellows and the reds, you see how they all connect now. It's become a full circle. The eye wall of the eye has closed itself off, okay? And it will continue to strengthen. And in the southern part of the eye wall, southwest here, this is where they found those 140-mile-per-hour winds. So as it propagates kind of north-northeast, here's Port Charlotte. Again, Fort Myers. So we're looking at more like just north of Fort Myers to come on shore later this morning. It's just kind of almost running parallel with that northeasterly movement. Wow, just a 25-mile wide eye. This is a massive storm. This thing is really, really large. And the comparisons all day long are going to be to Charlie in path, going in the same area. Let me tell you the big difference with this. The hurricane wind field is almost 3 times larger with this storm than Charlie. Tropical storm force wind field 2.3 times larger. So 45 miles away from the center, you'll feel hurricane force winds. 175 miles away, you'll get tropical storm force winds. So it's a much larger storm. It's also going to bring with it a much larger storm surge to the right and south of where it makes its way on shore, probably Port Charlotte, unfortunately. This thing may go right through Boca Grande, to be honest, and that's where it's kind of pushing its way in for that landfall. Now that we know about where it's going to go, what does that mean for us? Okay, let's take you through it. Tropical storm force winds will gradually work their way in from south to north today. So it's going to get windier as the day moves along. The rain's going to get heavier. Makes sense. Storm's getting a little bit closer. See how it went from a 3 to a 4 there by the 5 a.m. advisory? The path, bringing it onshore, maybe just north of Fort Myers, in that vicinity, pushes it right through the state. Tomorrow morning at 2 a.m., you get a Category 1 hurricane in Highlands County or Polk County, in that area. I mean, wow, okay? It's still going to be that strong tomorrow morning at 2 a.m., and then it just continues to push off the coast. And then by Thursday afternoon, we'll start to see some dramatic improvements around here. Here are your hurricane warnings: Pinellas, Hillsborough, Polk, Hardy, Highlands, DeSoto, Sarasota, Manatee. I think you know that by now. Tropical storm warnings to the north, so lesser effects to the north. Not that there can't be some problems, but not as many as to the south. Everybody but Tampa, St. Petersburg, and our northern counties in a tornado watch until about 5 o'clock or so. Here's the wind gust forecast. Okay, this is based on computer modeling, and I don't want you to look at the number and go, oh my gosh, it's going to be that. It's kind of an estimate. It's kind of an algorithm. It's a general idea of what type of winds you're going to get. Here's noon today. Notice tropical storm force winds from Tampa to Clearwater to St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg's gusting a little closer to 60, but you get to Sarasota, near hurricane force winds by noon. Wind gusts close to 100 in Venice. Of course, they'll be real close to where the center is moving on shore. Tonight, 8 o'clock, again, don't look at the exact number, just the general trend. Look at all the hurricane force winds inland. 70 to 90, maybe even 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. These are gusts, not sustained winds. Gusts are averaged over 10 seconds time, okay? You know what I'm talking about. Big wind gust comes through, then it just kind of drops back down again. These are the gusts that we're measuring. Upper 80s, upper 90s in Hillsborough County. It's a tough wind, folks. Don't forget, of course, all that rain coming down as well. This is tomorrow morning at 3 a.m. Again, hurricane force wind gusts for much of our area. It continues, even though the storm is moving north and east. And then by tomorrow, late morning, around lunchtime or so, it's starting to wind down, and then it gets better and better and better, and then the weekend looks fine. How about rainfall? I told you about the hurricane force wind gusts. The rainfall, again, an approximation, okay? Lakeland, 12 to 18 inches of rain, not out of the question. In fact, all inland locations, the forecast is for about 12 to 18 inches of rain. Let me show it to you. 10 to 15 inches of rain in the coastal counties from Tampa south. we will have gusts over 70 miles per hour. Not this morning, but this evening and overnight. The lowest impacts we think and we hope would be to our north, Pasco, Hernando, Citrus County. However, there'll be some issues up there. Winds gusting over 40 miles per hour are going to be a problem for you. Heavy rain as well. And inland location, 12 to 18 inches of rain with the tornadoes and your hurricane force wind gusts. Look at this swath, because what's happening with this storm is the heaviest rain is probably going to go north of where it makes landfall. So it makes landfall just north of Fort Myers. Here's your heavy swath of rain. And this is going to be our problem. Hands down, the flooding, fresh water, the rain, that's going to be our problem with this, as many of us are going to get more than a foot of rain. So today, rain and wind increasing, but it's out of here by late in the day tomorrow. And then by the weekend, it's a little bit drier and it's warm. We're back to more typical Florida weather. Okay?
All right. Thank you to our Fox Tampa team for that report. We are dipping in and out of coverage from our Fox Tampa team and also our Fox 35 Orlando team. But our Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard, she is reporting from St. Pete with the latest situation on the ground there as they brace for a direct impact. Let's take another live look at our XRAD radar as this system has shifted ever so slightly south and east. So now it will be a direct impact to the St. Pete, Fort Myers, Sarasota area. So I do want to take you out to the latest update from our Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard. Let's listen in.
More than 200 miles of Florida's western coast is under a hurricane warning.
The eye of Hurricane Ian is moving closer to Florida. In the southern part of the state, thousands already without power and tornadoes with damage have been reported near Miami and Boca Raton. It already devastated parts of Cuba as a Category 3 hurricane, knocking out power to the entire island.
I'm just hoping and praying. I'm scared. I'm scared for our property here.
The storm is expected to get even stronger as it approaches the west coast of Florida, where 2.5 million people have been told to evacuate. Florida's governor said more than 170 shelters have been opened.
If you live in an evacuation zone, you need to be leaving. If you have been asked to evacuate, you need to leave.
Landfall is expected later this evening near Cape Coral. Millions are expected to lose power as Ian rips across the state. 30,000 personnel are already standing by to help get the lights back on. People who haven't evacuated, boarding up windows and putting out sandbags.
When you talk about 10 to 15 foot surges, that should get everyone's attention. No one is safe from that.
FEMA is sending hundreds of employees to help with relief and disaster efforts. In St. Pete Beach, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thank you to Lauren for that report. We'll continue to touch base with our reporters on the ground. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More news and the latest updates on the other side. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Our coverage of Hurricane Ian continues this morning as it has officially become a Category 4 hurricane with sustained winds at 140 miles per hour. We are tracking the storm along with our affiliates. This is what we do. Live Now from Fox is powered by our owned and operated stations around the country, and we have 2 stations in Florida breaking down the latest details. Our Fox 35 Orlando team and our Fox 13 Tampa team are on site and giving us wall-to-wall coverage. I do want to come up live, raw, and unfiltered to our Fox 35 team coverage as they look and assess the trajectory of this storm. Let's listen in.
We're looking at some of the last-minute preparations being made as well, and we'll also have team coverage all across our state, including the West Coast. It is 6:25. We'll be right back.
And it does appear that they just stepped away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, so we will come back and dip into their coverage when they return. But if you are just waking up with us this morning, good morning. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. We do want to get you up to speed on the latest updates coming into our newsroom from the National Hurricane Center. What we know at the moment is that Hurricane Ian is officially a Category 4 storm as it approaches Florida's west coast. The U.S. National Hurricane Center in Miami officially said in its 5 a.m. update Wednesday that Ian now has top sustained winds of 140 miles per hour and is centered at now within 55 miles west-southwest of Naples, Florida. It says that Ian is moving north at a forward speed of 10 miles per hour and is expected to make landfall in Florida now within at some point today, later on this afternoon, is when the eye will officially touch down. The major hurricane has prompted warnings, obviously, across the state of Florida. It also has prompted Governor Ron DeSantis to issue a state of emergency on Saturday to all 67 counties in the state. Now, initially, the eye of this storm was projected to be a direct hit for the Tampa area. That has since changed over the course of the last 24 hours. The eye and the cone shifting slightly south and east, so south and east, meaning that it is actually going to make landfall closer to the Sarasota, Fort Myers area. That is where that eye will hit. But as you're seeing on your screens, this is a massive system. The entire state of Florida is going to be impacted in some way. Storm surge is expected all along the western coast of Florida with those highest numbers in that Fort Myers, Sarasota area. That does not mean that Tampa is out of the water by any means, because they are still going to feel the impacts of this storm, as is inland Florida. We do know our Fox 35 team have been covering this system because massive flooding is expecting across the state, in addition to those catastrophic winds of upwards of 140 miles per hour as per the last update. We are getting, speaking of updates, we're expecting to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis at 7:30 a.m. Eastern time, so we'll bring you that full update live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. Also at 8 a.m. Eastern time, we're going to get the next update and latest information from the National Hurricane Center on Hurricane Ian, and so we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as well. In recapping what devastation Hurricane Ian has already produced, we do know that Cuba at the moment are in the dark. That is correct. Hurricane Ian, when it touched down in Cuba as a Category 3 storm just yesterday morning, it did wipe out power for around 1 million people earlier in the day, but it has actually caused the entire grid to now collapse. Ian hit Cuba and as Category 3, as I said, winds at around 125 miles per hour, and it has devastated and not only the power grid, but also the tobacco farms in that area. Our Fox 35 team are back live, raw, and unfiltered with their coverage of this storm system. So I do want to take you back out. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show.
Good morning to you, Central Florida. It certainly is good to see you this morning. I'm Danielle Knox.
And I'm Ryan Elijah. Ian is now strengthened to a Category 4 hurricane as it nears the west coast of Florida. And Chief Meteorologist Jamie King in the Storm Center this morning. Jamie, that eye wall strengthening this morning.
It is, yeah, Ryan. And right now about 55 miles as we see it on Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar from the southwestern peninsula. Allison, big developments here with that 5 a.m. advisory.
That's exactly right. We are seeing those winds strengthening. So now a Category 4 hurricane. This is major. And the wind fields as well as those rain bands expanding out already across the Florida Peninsula. So we're monitoring conditions for you.
And we've seen that, proof of that on our Weather Stem camera network down in Cape Coral right now. And we're going to share that with the viewers here. I do want to get right to the track, though, and show you. We got this Category 4 hurricane now. Winds at 140 miles per hour and north-northeast movement at 10. So cruising into the southwestern peninsula. Approaching Orlando as a Category 1, really maintaining strength while it comes down still. An approach of a hurricane here. Tropical storm conditions, hurricane conditions likely, and that goes all the way north of our state as we take you into this weekend. So very impactful for a large chunk of southeastern population. Taking a look now at their current warnings and watches. These are hurricane warnings shaded in red, the outskirts featuring tropical storm warned areas, and then we've got a tropical storm watch for our Fox 51 viewers up at WOGX TV country in north central Florida, watching there in Gilchrist and Alachua counties. We'll bring you the latest here, of course, not only on air but also online. We've been very active in our social platforms this morning. So here's a look at the radar for you. Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar shows that intense eye 55 miles as we see it now from Naples with our Cape Coral cam. We've been searching around all the cameras, and this really sheds light on the situation. We've seen repeated wind gusts, the rain going sideways, so a full-on hurricane on the way in here, Category 4 status. As we track the rain for you now on Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, looking down toward West Palm in the Port St. Lucie and Jupiter, watching these areas slowly rising north. Now, you have to consider the movement of this hurricane, the outer rain bands, and what this means for areas south, and what is south will eventually begin rising northbound. So our conditions will gradually decrease. They'll begin to deteriorate as we go through the coming hours. After lunchtime, we expect a pretty good boost in the rain across the region, and of course, the potential for more heavy rain. I could hear it on our rooftop right now here in Seminole County. Out toward the Brevard County area, South Volusia County, it's been a very steady rain. It's been a little heavier in spots around Palm Coast now. That is pushed up to I-95 along State Highway 5 and all the way out west towards State Highway 100 south of Myrtle Island. Now, for more area impacts, I want to head on over to Allison Gargaro now, joining me live in the Storm Center. Allison, let's take them county by county.
Let's take you into Orange County. That does include Orlando, Winter Park, Maitland, Ocoee, Winter Garden, and Windermere. So starting tonight through at least the early morning hours on Friday, you could expect sustained winds anywhere from 55 to 65 miles per hour with gusts up to 80. But take a look at these rain totals, 8 to 12 plus and potentially even higher than that. We're moving into Seminole County now, gusts up to 75 and that rainfall anywhere from 10 to 24 inches possible. Now, things that you do need to know. Starting at 10 a.m., we want you to remain in place through the entirety of this storm. Downpours will be increasing and that tornadic threat continuing throughout the remainder of the day. Then we're going to be seeing those winds rise starting after lunchtime, really ramping on up through the evening. That tornado threat, the potential for flash flooding. And like we talked about earlier, Jamie, with the saturated ground from all the rain that we've been seeing the last several days with an increase in winds, we actually could be seeing down trees as well as down power lines. So there is the potential to lose power. Let's take a look at the arrival on those winds. By 2 p.m. Wednesday, starting to move into the southwestern portion of our viewing area across the Orlando metro and up through our eastern edge through at least the early morning hours on Thursday, but that's likely going to continue. Now, I do want to show you sustained winds. They'll be in white and oh my gosh, excuse me, in blue. Jamie, we're going to send it over to you really quick.
All right, Allison. Yep, we're snacking on granola bars. Sometimes that happens during hurricane coverage. Want to update you now on the winds, as Allison was just doing a great job telling us. The white is sustained winds. The blue values there showing us those wind gusts as high as 48 miles per hour as you take you into Orlando by tonight. So you can really see that the winds just gradually increase, and that's going to be the name of the weather game as we go through the remainder of the day today in through the nighttime hours, and then first thing tomorrow morning, our area is going to get quite a surge in the rain.
And it does appear we just lost our Fox 35 feed there, so we'll work to get it back. It does appear that it is back up and running during these obviously massive hurricanes. We are going to potentially experience some power outages or some technical difficulties, but we are fully back up and running with our Fox 35 team coverage. So let's continue to listen in here.
All right, Jamie, thank you so much. Coming up next right here on Good Day Orlando this morning, the Knights will have to wait just a little longer to start conference play.
Yeah, how Hurricane Ian is impacting them and college football. Plus, could the Bucs play Sunday night's game somewhere else? More details on the Hurricanes' impact of this week's game ahead.
As the Fox 35 storm team tracks the tropics, here's what you should be doing right now.
Back out to our XRAD radar we go. We do want to let you know that we're going to continue to monitor each and every moment of this system as it does approach the Florida coast. We are, of course, still tracking its every movement as the National Hurricane Center does provide updates every 3 hours or so. We get that official update at 2 a.m. This was still a Category 3 hurricane with winds at just 120 miles per hour. But as we continue to monitor each and every step that it makes, we can report that the latest update provided at 5 a.m. did put it officially at a Category 4 storm with winds at 140 miles per hour. So our coverage as we track Hurricane Ian will continue right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Our coverage of Hurricane Ian continues here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to track this system through the Gulf of Mexico and inching towards the Florida coast. We are, of course, tracking its each and every movement along with our owned and operated stations. This is what we do here on the show. We bring you the latest updates from our stations across the country. This storm, of course, is directly impacting the state of Florida, and we do have two owned and operated stations there. Our Fox 13 Tampa team, in addition to our Fox 35 Orlando team. We do want to just get you up to speed on your screen before we send you out to their coverage. The latest update from the National Hurricane Center came down at 5 a.m. Eastern time, and it says that Hurricane Ian is Now a Category 4 storm moving at just 10 miles per hour, inching towards that Florida west coast. The sustained winds are now at 140 miles per hour, which are catastrophic winds. This is a major system that's cone has now shifted south and slightly east. So instead of hitting Tampa as a direct impact, we are expecting this cone now to shift slightly, and it will be a direct impact more towards the Fort Myers and Sarasota area. At 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting an update from Governor DeSantis, so we'll take you there live, raw, and unfiltered as soon as he steps up to the podium to update the people of Florida. Then the next update from the National Hurricane Center is expected to drop down at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Our Fox 35 team are reporting on the latest when it comes to this storm. I do want to send you out to their coverage. Let's listen in.
Efforts to restore power. 6:40. We'll be right back.
See our entire inventory and internet specials at Lexus.
And unfortunately, it does appear that they have just gone to a commercial break. So we too will go on another commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Our coverage of Hurricane Ian continues here on the show. We can report that we do have a slight update from the National Hurricane Center. Sustained winds are now up to 155 miles per hour. So this is still considered a Category 4 strength storm, but we can report that those wind speeds have increased 15 miles per hour over the course of the last hour and a half or so. And of course, we are continuing to monitor this because that is just 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 mark. So this is a major piece of news that has just come into our newsroom. The hurricane is now at sustained winds of 155 miles per hour, meaning it is very close to Category 5 strength. Our Fox weather team are actually covering this new bit of information for us, and I do want to take you out live, raw, and unfiltered to their coverage. Let's listen in.
Like Sarasota, St. Petersburg, as well as Tampa, I would not be surprised to see over a foot of rain, if not more than that. And again, that's going to be catastrophic. And I am anticipating that some parts of Florida will be unrecognizable. Now, because of all of the rain and because of the intensity of some of this rain, we are going to definitely see some flash flooding. If you are in Tampa, Fort Myers, Naples, Central Florida, you have the greatest chance at seeing flash flooding here. Once you start getting into Gainesville as well as Jacksonville, it becomes less likely, but it's still likely. And then right along that border of Florida as well as Georgia, it is possible for you to see some flash flooding here. So let's go hour by hour and let's show you what to expect. This is an exclusive model that we have here at Fox here. And you can see that center of circulation by 1 o'clock is still just offshore here. And even though that center of that circulation, that eye is still offshore here, we still anticipate some intense winds as well as some rains as this continues to move northward. Cedar Key, as well as Tampa, all will end up seeing some significant rain with this system. And I'm sorry, Nancy, keep talking to me here because I didn't hear what you just said. Okay. And who are we going to? Lauren Blanchard. Okay, so right now let's go out to Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard. She's joining us live here in St. Petersburg. And Lauren, what are you seeing here this morning?
Well, Jason, as you mentioned, flooding is really going to be the issue here. This area was prepared for some of that worse storm surge. Now that the storm is tracking a bit more south from where we are, it's not going to be as big of a concern. Still very much one. National Weather Service or the National Hurricane Center calling this an extremely dangerous major hurricane. Here we are starting to see some of those rain bands. The rain has been picking up a little bit over the last couple hours, but it is expected to grow much, much worse throughout the morning, afternoon, and then definitely into this evening. It is expected to make landfall later today and tonight as a Cat 3 near Cape Coral. As we've been talking about, it already has sustained winds of 140 miles per hour, and those storm surges in the worst hit areas could reach 10 to 15 feet. Think about that. Already the effects of the storm have been felt south of here overnight. Tornadoes with damage were reported near Miami. Thousands are already without power, and once Ian makes landfall and rips across the state, that number is expected to go into the millions. 30,000 personnel are already standing by to help get the lights back on once the worst of the storm passes. Ian has already devastated parts of Cuba as a Category 3 hurricane. It knocked out power to the entire island. And here in Florida, 2.5 million people have been told to evacuate from the path of Ian, and there have been more than 170 shelters have been opened. People who haven't evacuated, they've been boarding up their windows to their homes and their businesses, putting out sandbags. The Tampa area, which was prepping for what could have been a worst-case scenario from those storm surges, that could still reach 4 to 6 feet.
Great stuff there from our Fox weather team, providing us the latest updates on the ground in St. Pete, Florida, as we do have this latest bit of information. Hurricane Ian nearing a Category 5 hurricane with winds at 155 miles per hour. You were just watching and tuning in very briefly to our Fox weather coverage. This is America's weather team. We do want to let you know that you can open up your phone, scan that QR code, and download the Fox weather app. They do really a sensational job at covering all of the top weather stories across the country. We do want to take you back out to our XRAD radar as this new bit of information is obviously where it is headed, and then we'll head out to our Orlando team. So let's listen in here.
This is. And you've been hearing the comparisons to Charlie and this and that. This is a completely different storm. This is much larger and much stronger. For instance, the hurricane wind field in Ian is almost 3 times larger than it was in Charlie. Okay, so that's why we don't compare storm to storm, because this one is a much bigger, much stronger impact in Southwest Florida. So just by looking at, again, the winds don't go in a perfect circle like this. This is just kind of a generalization of when the strongest winds are going to get to where you are. So, for instance, St. Petersburg, Bradenton, Sarasota, I mean, you're looking at, this is 2 p.m. today. Sarasota, you're in the hurricane force winds. So where you are, Katie, and of course, Venice near the center just to the south. Then you've got there's 58-mile-per-hour winds in the orange circle and tropical storm force winds, at least gusts, in the yellow. So we're all into it by around 2 o'clock this afternoon. 6 o'clock, some of the stronger winds start pushing into the Tampa, St. Petersburg area and into Polk County. You're going to start to get some of those hurricane force wind gusts, which will be in Hardy County. So by 6 p.m., Hardy County, hurricane force wind gusts running through till 2 o'clock in the morning, right along Highway 27, 60, Polk County. That's when you're going to get your strongest winds. Overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. I get it. It's going to be kind of scary, folks. You're going to have this rain coming down. You're going to have these wind gusts over hurricane strength. And then gradually, by tomorrow, you're just kind of pushing it out and pushing it out. And by tomorrow evening, it's all over. Hurricane warnings for all the counties that are shaded in red. Tropical storm warnings for the counties shaded in yellow. A tornado watch is out for Polk, Hardy, DeSoto, Highlands County. We've also got for Sarasota, Manatee County, you're under that tornado watch as well. And it's very, very common that to the right side of a storm, you get the little spin-ups from time to time. Let's look at the wind gust forecast. This is not exact. It's approximate, okay? Just understand that. 40s and 50s, wind gusts in the Tampa-St. Petersburg area by lunchtime today. Look at Venice, close to 100. And it's going to be over 100 for the Sarasota area by 8 p.m. Wauchula, 101. Again, maybe in the 90s. My point is this. Hurricane-force wind gusts inland by 8 o'clock tonight, right through tonight. But then by tomorrow afternoon into Friday, everything starts to get better. How about the rainfall amounts? The models have been pretty consistent at about 10 to 15 inches of rain. Don't look at this number and say, I'm getting that. No, this is a generalization. 10 to 15 inches of rain going to come down in the Tampa Bay area. East and south, you'll get more. Wind gusts over 70. So here's your swath of heavy rain, which is going to be just north of where I think the actual storm is going to make landfall. So where the storm makes landfall, worst storm surge, heaviest winds. To the north is where you get the heaviest rains. And that's going to be in our path and along I-4. Those 10 to 15 inch rain amounts with maybe some over 20. Got a lot of weather to get through, folks, and it starts later this morning. We're back on Good Day in just a couple of minutes.
Back out to our X-Rad radar we go. Excellent coverage from our Fox 13 Tampa team who are assessing this storm. And there's just so many layers to it. We are now nearing a Category 5, winds at 155 miles per hour. The eye of this storm expected to make a direct impact with the Sarasota and Fort Myers area. But as you just saw a breakdown there of the rains expected, we are expecting actually the most rain to hit the Fox 35 Orlando area. That area is going to be heavily impacted by this catastrophic rainfall, while other areas, obviously the coastal areas along the western coast of Florida, are going to be impacted by the storm surge that this storm is set to produce. So at the 6:35 a.m. update that we just brought to you here on the show, we learned that this storm is now just a couple of miles per hour away from hitting officially a Category 5 system. That is, would be absolutely catastrophic because it would mean that it would quite literally touch down along the Florida coast as a Category 5. We do want to take you out to our side panel view so that you are up to speed on everything that we're going to be looking forward to over the course of the next hour or so. So looking back in time, the latest update dropped down at 6:35 a.m. And it says that Hurricane Ian is nearing that Cat 5 status, moving at 10 miles per hour, sustained winds at 155 miles per hour. At 7:30 a.m., we're going to get an update from Governor Ron DeSantis as Ian is set for landfall in Florida later today. We do know it's about 70 miles south-southwest or west-southwest of Naples, Florida at the moment. At 8 a.m., we're going to get the next update from the National Hurricane Center. So we'll get the information on those sustained winds, the storm surge that's expected, how slow the storm is moving or perhaps how quickly it is moving, and an updated cone system. We do also have quite a bit of video coming into our newsroom of the situation on the ground as these various cities prepare for this system. Here's that video. Obviously, fuel supply, a major concern as these areas across Florida do gear up for this system. Florida's already lifted transportation regulations and weight restrictions on trucks to move fuel and other supplies across the state. We also have a video coming into our newsroom of some surfers taking advantage of the waves over in Key West. We are expecting some storm surge, and they're already experiencing it. This was video that came into our newsroom of some of those surfers and boogie boarders taking advantage, but the storm surge is already being felt across the state of Florida as this storm is obviously rapidly approaching. And I do want to leave the radar up for you if you are just joining us so you can see just how close the eye is. We do also have video of some storm trackers flying through the middle of the storm. This is actually how we get all of the information into our newsroom. So the National Hurricane Association traveling by plane through the eye of the hurricane in the Caribbean on Tuesday. This is how they're able to bring us all of those latest updates and assess just how dangerous this storm is. We also have residents obviously gearing up and protecting their homes and businesses from this system across the state of Florida. We have video of power companies that also are preparing for potential power outages across the state. So, of course, we here on the show will be keeping you up to date on any power outages as they do come into our newsroom. Our Fox Tampa team are actually back out live on the scene across the area covering the latest updates on this system. So I do want to send you out. Let's listen in.
Sarasota. You know, it's one of those things that's like, oh, it's coming to me. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Oh, great. It's going somewhere else. But, oh, no. It's going to...
And I'm sure a lot of us have family or
It's weird to be a
friends down
Floridian.
there. It is so weird. Yeah.
I know. We know so many people there, and not that we're out of the woods. I mean, it's going to be a dangerous time the next 24, 48 hours, whatever Dave says. Listen to him.
And you also mentioned the frustration, too, though, for people who did prepare.
Of course. Well, you've got the people who are going to complain. You told me to evacuate. It didn't come here. But then again, imagine being on the other end of that.
Exactly.
You said it was going there, and now it's coming here, and I only had a day. It's a mess. They're unpredictable storms. And by the way, Dave Osterberg says that every time, folks.
Yeah.
This is what they say. It's whether we hear it, they say it every time. But anyway, so I'm dealing with a little survivor. I don't know how to feel today.
Yeah.
I want to feel a little relief, but I don't want to exhale yet, and I feel so bad for people down there. So there you go. That's
A mixture of emotions for the people of Tampa. If you haven't been following this system, once upon a time, about 48 hours ago, this was gearing up to be a direct hit for the Tampa Bay Clearwater area. That is why you're hearing that reporter there say that obviously there is a slight sense of relief for the Tampa area because this storm has shifted slightly south and also slightly east. And so a direct hit seems more likely now for the Fort Myers, Sarasota area. Good news for Tampa, but as that reporter there was outlining, it obviously is still devastating for the now new path of the system. The Sarasota-Fort Myers area is going to get a direct impact as per the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. And obviously, this is a massive system. The eye of the storm is 20 miles long. Sustained winds are currently at 155 miles per hour. The National Hurricane Center officially starts a Category 5 hurricane at 157. So we're just 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 hurricane that is set to rock the western portion of Florida. Even if you are not in the direct path of this eye, you are going to feel the impacts. And that is why getting prepared over the course of the last 48 hours has been so key. We here on the show will continue our wall-to-wall coverage of Hurricane Ian right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Our coverage of Hurricane Ian continues right here on the show as it nears a Category 5 storm with winds at 155 miles per hour. Our Fox 35 Orlando team have been covering this story for us since the beginning. We are powered by our owned and operated stations, and they have been tracking each and every moment of this storm as it does inch closer to the Florida West Coast. So I do want to bring you out live to their coverage. Let's listen in.
Yeah, winds now 155, so 2 mile per hour shy of a Category 5 now. So the tippy top upper tier Category 4 status, Allison. This is drawing closer to the Southwest Peninsula. This is a dire situation, no doubt about it.
That's exactly right. And those wind fields going to be expanding out, already impacting Southwest Florida. So this is something we'll continue to watch for you. It's very important that you're staying with us for the latest updates as it makes its way closer to landfall.
All right, let's hop into that track for you right now and give you the very latest here behind us, showing winds at 155 as we close in on this Wednesday here, 2 p.m. Riding on up into the Central Peninsula, still maintaining Category 1 status anywhere within the cone, again, either side of that cone. So we never really focus on that track line. Could come in that direction, could come out this way, or even closer toward the Space Coast. So we'll have a close eye on that, and then riding out along the Atlantic and into the southern states longer term. Now, as we look at hurricane categories, here's what it means. Right now, again, we've been at that 3 to 4 range. You can see Category 5 begins at 157 miles per hour. So we're at 155, so it's the upper envelope of Category 4 status. We talk about extreme damage occurring when we see this type of prominent hurricane moving toward a coastal area. Now, the outlook shows as we measure things out, roughly at about 55 to 60 miles west-southwest of Naples. Very pronounced, very prominent eye wall there. We've even got lightning showing up, not typical in a tropical system, but when they're this strong, anything is on the table. That, again, moving up into that region. One of our better weather stem cameras this morning that really tells the tale. This is live in Cape Coral, a little bit north there of the Naples area, and you can see now winds are gusting, the rain going sideways, and it has been a rough morning out in that portion of the state. What you see there, again, are the current conditions. Our Weather STEM camera network allows us to fly around the southern peninsula and to bring you these images so we can have a vantage point of exactly what's going on. Too dangerous to be in those conditions now, so we let our automated cameras take hold. Take a look at the Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. Big boost and heavy rain now coming into the Treasure Coast. What is south is riding north, and we're monitoring for these areas here. At times there's been a little bit of rotation on our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, drawing closer to our live radar site. It's been a very consistent, moderate rain. We can hear it on our rooftops here in Seminole County. I'm sure in your humble abode as well. And as we uptick to the areas around Bethune Beach to New Smyrna Beach, some heavy rain there, and that expands on out in toward Palm Coast and through Flagler County. As we talk about some of the storm impacts around Orange County, here's the outlook for you, what we do expect. These winds at about 55 to 65 sustain, gusts to 80. So that verifies our current hurricane warning now for the metro, talking Orange and Seminole, Osceola counties on over toward Lake County. Here's a look at Seminole for you, just to bring you up to speed on that, with winds at 50 to 60 miles per hour and 75 mile per hour gusts. Rain amounts there at 10 to 24 inches. So we do continue with a hurricane warning now for Seminole over to Lake Orange, Osceola County to Polk County, and then southwest of that, the outskirts showing us tropical storm warned areas in the orange coloring at this time. For more on our future rain, I want to head over to Allison Gargaro in the Fox 35 Storm Center. Rain, another aspect of this, Allison, and we're about to get a whole lot of it. Take it away.
That's exactly right. So the outer rain band's already moving into our viewing area, but I want to talk about totals for you because it is going to be significant as this system makes its way across the central Florida peninsula. You can see that rainfall totals will be up to 30 inches in DeLand. This is just in from the National Hurricane Center. 25 inches in Claremont, 15 in Leesburg, 23 inches in Orlando, and about 25 in Pearson. So with all of this being said, the ground is already saturated. So seeing this much rain, the water has nowhere to go. It's actually going to lift. That's why we could be seeing flooding. That is not something you want to drive in, but it also could down trees, and these winds could help down power lines. Take a look at that wind field. Tropical storm force winds in the yellow color you're seeing on your screen, but hurricane strength winds are going to be in the orange and red. And as this system does make its way across the interior, likely going to be seeing some of those very gusty winds here locally as we head throughout tomorrow morning into the afternoon. And then this system is slowly going going to be pushing up to the north. And I say slowly because we're likely going to be seeing some very strong wind gusts, anywhere from 55 to 60 miles per hour, potentially higher in some spots, continuing through at least Thursday night into early Friday morning. So, Jamie, we are watching this and we talk about the impacts from the rain, the flooding, the winds. This is something we really need to make sure that everybody is staying safe through this and sticking with us here in the Fox 35 Storm Center.
Okay, so we'll continue to guide you through this. We're going to ride this out together, Central Florida. We want all of you to depend on us here. Keeping you and your family safe is our top priority. So, Allison, we just gave the information. Now, we've empowered you with that. We need you to act on that. Preparation key this go around with any tropical system, but especially Ian now. Winds at 155 miles per hour, nearly a Category 5, right at the tippy top of Category 4 status. That's all for now. We'll send it on back to you.
All right. Thanks, you guys. Well, data from the NHC's special advisory that we just talked about is thanks in part to an elite crew that flies into these storms. They are called hurricane hunters, and they risk their lives on each of these missions. Michael Brennan joining me live this morning. He's the acting deputy director of NOAA's National Hurricane Center in Miami. First of all, good to see you, Michael. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we're pretty concerned today. It's going to be a tough day for Florida the next couple of days.
It absolutely is. And Michael, I think one of the things that, these hurricane hunters do is give us a better perspective of the dangers that come with this storm. What can you tell us about this latest mission?
Well, we've had the NOAA hurricane hunters and the Air Force Reserve aircraft both flying into the core of Ian this morning, and they've basically told us that the storm is continuing to rapidly strengthen. And when a storm is changing very quickly, the data they collect from aircraft, the wind data, the pressure data, the dropson data, all that is really valuable so that we can understand what the storm's doing now, and we can make the best forecast and warnings for all the impacts.
Michael, will the hurricane hunters go out again? How many times will they go out on a mission?
Well, we'll basically have aircraft in the storm continuously up until landfall. So there'll be one or two aircraft in there all the time at this point now, up until Ian reaches the coast.
Michael, when they come back in, where do they land? Because I would think it would be dangerous to land anywhere right there within where the storm is.
Yeah, the NOAA hurricane hunters are usually based out of Lakeland, but they've moved to a different location that'll be safer for their aircraft. The hurricane hunters for the Air Force fly in and out of Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi, so they're able to still operate out of their home base for this storm.
The storm very close to being a potential Cat 5. What are some of your concerns with that, and what will it take for it to get to be that powerful?
Well, there's really very little difference. We're right up at the boundary of Category 4, Category 5. Both cause catastrophic wind damage, and that's all the category talks about. But we're really looking at, multiple catastrophic hazards here. We're looking at storm surge inundation of 12 to 16 feet above ground level in the area around Charlotte Harbor. Potentially catastrophic wind damage where the eye of Ian moves on shore. And then those winds are going to spread inland, as you're talking about, into your area in Central Florida, where we have hurricane warnings in effect all the way through the metro Orlando region. That's going to be a big hazard there. Trees, power lines, wind damage, and then also the rainfall is going to be a very important factor here, and could be the most dangerous factor for inland portions of Florida, where we could see that widespread 10 to 15 inches of rain. Peak amounts up to as much as 2 feet, and that could really cause catastrophic flooding impacts across inland portions of Central Florida during the next couple of days.
Michael, there's been a lot of comparison to Hurricane Charlie. Hurricane Charlie was a really fast, compact storm. Maybe going in the same way as Charlie, but it certainly doesn't look the same.
No, Ian is a much bigger hurricane. Charlie was very, very small and a very small area of hurricane force winds. This is a much larger hurricane. We already have tropical storm conditions occurring. Southwest Florida, the Florida Keys, Southeast Florida, those winds are going to move inland. And also, Ian is going to move more slowly as it moves across Florida. And that's going to result in that very, very heavy rainfall that's going to occur in the inland areas here. You can see the track of Ian takes it from the west coast of Florida this afternoon, and it's still just off the east coast of Florida, up east of Jacksonville as we get into Thursday night. So we're going to have a prolonged period of winds and heavy rainfall inland that's going to make this storm one to remember.
We certainly appreciate the work you do. Stay safe, and thank you so much for informing our viewers. Michael, thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, great to hear from him as well, and it really puts in perspective the size of this storm. Let's continue our live team coverage with Fox 35's David Martin. He's in Sarasota this morning. David, good morning. I know that area is in the storm's path. What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, about 24 hours ago, Ryan, it was going to be strike zone. But I'll tell you what, this morning at 7 o'clock out here on the Sarasota Bay, it feels like the hurricane's already hit the coast. The winds are strong and the gusts are powerful. We are standing outside the Van Wezel Performing Arts Center. For those of you who know that, that's down on the land side of Sarasota. Out beyond there is the Barrier Island Bridge. Over here, this construction fence rather, was standing last night. Today it's down, and we haven't had a lot of impact yet overnight. So you can imagine what this might look like as we approach the afternoon hours. We are in an evacuation zone. We are not going to stay here. It's too dangerous. We're going to move our way over the course of the next several hours eastward toward I-75 to give you a picture of what Sarasota County looks like. Most people have evacuated. Several people have boarded up and they're trying to hunker down. Not advisable, but all the hotels on this strip here along the Tamiami Trail, they're all closed. People have moved to the I-75 corridor and beyond. We will follow that path of society as they try to brace themselves for what could be, well, Amy and Brian, as you have already said, a major impactful storm. We'll stay with you all morning here on Good Day Orlando. Back to you in the studio.
All right, David, stay safe out there. Thank you. Our extensive coverage of Hurricane Ian, now a catastrophic Cat 4, almost a Cat 5, continues after this.
Yeah, Chief Meteorologist Jamie King now is, of course, tag teaming with Allison this morning. Jamie, 2 miles an hour, it really doesn't matter. It is catastrophic.
Ryan, I tell you, winds at 155 now, and you can see that cone, that track, bringing this thing right into central Florida, albeit diminishing on approach, but still far and wide the impact spreading from that center of circulation. We're talking about a big wind threat, lots of heavy rain. We're live tracking that, myself and Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Allison Gargaro for you right after this. Keep it here. We'll keep you up to date.
All right, and that was the latest update from our Fox 35 Orlando team. If you're just now joining us, welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine, and we are continuing to track Hurricane Ian, now at a catastrophic damage level. Ian, now a major hurricane, Category 4 storm, and just shy of becoming a Category 5 hurricane. And as you can see here, we're taking a live now look from our XRAD weather radar. It is barreling towards the state of Florida. We are seeing winds of up to 155 miles per hour. That's just 1 point shy of a Cat 5 hurricane. And the storm is moving very slowly. We just received an update from the National Hurricane Center. Ian is moving at 9 miles per hour. The slow movement, a major cause for concern, because slow moving storms usually have very strong winds and heavy downpours, rains that can last for hours over a very small area, really pounding buildings, damaging wind gusts, and dropping again feet of rain. In recent years, we have seen these slow-moving storms more often than in the past, which means that increased damage can occur and, again, devastating impacts. That is why officials in Florida have ordered 2.5 million people to evacuate. We are in touch with our news partners again at Fox 35 Orlando and at Fox 13 Tampa. We're also dipping into coverage with our Fox weather team, because that's what we do here in live, raw, and unfiltered breaking news situation. We want to make sure that we are protecting lives at this time. So forecasters and officials continue to warn this will be a very dangerous storm with a life-threatening storm surge and flooding, and again, fierce winds. Again, we are taking a live now look at our XRAD weather radar, but we do have a live camera in Tampa. Let's go ahead and pull up this for you all as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. Again, this live now look is coming from the city of Tampa. You will see a bit of glistening on the camera. That is because it is drizzling in the area and the rain is hitting the camera, but conditions will begin to deteriorate very soon. We will see gusty downpours, reduced visibility, flooding, and again, storm surge in some areas. Millions of Floridians, millions ordered to evacuate. At 7:30 a.m., we will have a live update with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He, along with other emergency management personnel, probably FEMA, will be talking to people in the Florida area on exactly what we can expect in the coming hours. Now, the eye of Hurricane Ian is still in the Gulf Coast, but in a few hours, we will begin to see this storm make its way towards the Florida Peninsula. So if you haven't done so already, now is the time to prepare. We will see hurricane force winds, flooding, storm surge, and again, possible tornadoes. This means down trees, down power lines. So charge up your cell phones, recharge your batteries now. We're already seeing some reports of thousands of energy crews in nearby states coming to Florida, staging thousands of personnel. They are ready to respond to Hurricane Ian's power outages because we will definitely see these. They could last anywhere from days to weeks. So again, additional line workers and support personnel from Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio are just now beginning to stage across the state of Florida. That really puts things into perspective on how dangerous this storm will be and how we are definitely considering that we will have a loss of power. So now is the time to help your neighbors, neighbors helping neighbors. If you haven't already created a plan of action, a plan of communication, do so now. If you are able, check in on your vulnerable community members, your other neighbors, your elderly community members, because again, this could potentially be a life-threatening situation. Let's go ahead and take another live now look from Tampa, Florida. Conditions seem fair right now, but we will begin to see things deteriorate in the coming hours. And we are, again, in touch with our Fox 13 Tampa news partners. Here's the latest update from our reporter, Matthew McClellan. He is in Sarasota, Florida. This area is expecting to have a direct impact of the storm.
Russell, good morning to you. So Sarasota County, one of 4 in our region now under a tornado watch until 5 p.m. And hour to hour here in downtown Sarasota, you can really feel the wind gust and see the wind gust kicking up. We're at North Tamiami Trail and Fruitville Road, so about a quarter-mile east of the Sarasota Bay. The water not far from us at all. Those hotels you see over there, those are waterfront Sarasota Bay looking hotels. And I can tell you that inside those hotels, there is a feeling of wait and see. They are on their own lockdown because that is in evacuation zone A. Evacuation zones A and B have been mandatorily evacuated, with also the recommendation for anyone living in a mobile home, an RV, someone who lives in a boat. Any of those type living scenarios, you want to be sure to evacuate, and time is running out. We've been saying this for some time now, but really the window closing to be able to safely even get out onto the road and get to your evacuation center. And as we look this way, I'll just show you these palm trees, really kind of a good indicator of what the wind and rain are doing this far out before Hurricane Ian makes impact here in Sarasota County. You can see the rain coming down in sheets here, and we're getting these, in sort of fits and spells. You'll get a strong gust of wind, some sustained winds for several minutes, and then it'll sort of feel like it's dying down. Same goes for the rain. Right now, the rain we're watching coming down a little lighter than we saw a short time ago. But let me just direct your attention to these dumpsters here. This is a construction zone, okay? This is at Boulevard of the Arts in North Tamiami. These uncovered dumpsters, that could be a problem later on as conditions continue to deteriorate. Any kind of loose debris that could come up. In fact, as we've been out here the last couple hours this morning, we've been watching as smaller pieces of debris, things like little tiny limbs, branches, they've already been coming down. So as this intensifies, you're going to start looking for the bigger pieces of debris, the limbs, the branches, those things that can really start to cause damage to your home or your property, your car, etc. So really, emergency officials warning people to heed what they are telling them. It is not going to be pretty out here. A matter of hours before things really get ugly here in Sarasota County. And with that, I want to send it on over to Manatee County, where our team coverage continues with Elizabeth Fry at one of these emergency shelters. Liz, what are you seeing there?
And that was the latest from our news partners in Tampa, Florida. We are continuing to bring you all every angle as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. Hurricane Ian is officially a Category 4 storm. However, it is just shy of turning into a major Category 5 storm. So again, Florida bracing for a potentially devastating situation, now a Category 4, and is barreling towards Central Florida, just shy of a Category 5 hurricane. This is a very serious situation. This is why we are in wall-to-wall coverage. So again, we can see a storm surge warning and a hurricane warnings in effect for the following areas: coastal Hillsborough County, coastal Lee, coastal Manatee, coastal Sarasota, inland Lee, and again, hurricane warnings in effect for DeSoto, Hardy, Highlands, inland Charlotte, inland Hillsborough, inland Manatee, inland Sarasota, and Polk. We're also making sure that we keep a very close eye to make sure that we don't see any hurricane warnings or hurricane watches. But for those who may be unfamiliar, Central Florida has had a lot of transplants move to the area who maybe have not had the opportunity to experience a hurricane yet. So exactly what do all of these watches and warnings mean? Well, a tornado watch, for example. Tornadoes are possible in and near the watch area. Whenever you get an alert on your phone, for example, or if you're paying attention to your local media or right here watching Live Now from Fox, whenever we say that there is a tornado watch, this means that you should review and discuss your emergency plans, check your supplies, and make sure that you are in a safe room. Be ready to act quickly if warnings are issued to you. If you suspect a tornado is approaching, act early. This again is going to save lives. Now, tornado watches are issued by the Storm Prediction Center for counties where tornadoes may occur, and the watch is typically for a larger area covering numerous counties or even states. Now, if in fact you get a tornado warning in your area, this means a tornado has been sighted or indicated by the weather radar. That means that there is imminent danger to life and property. At this time, when you receive a tornado warning, that means that you move into your interior room, go to the lowest floor of a sturdy building, avoid windows. If you're in a mobile home or a vehicle or outdoors, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. You have to take these warnings and these watches seriously. It doesn't matter if you've ridden out storms before or if you've experienced something like this. These warnings and these standards are in place for a reason. Strong winds will be the primary cause for damage to homes in the area of the storm. Now, according to the National Hurricane Center, nearly all mobile homes which were built before 1994 have a very high percentage of being destroyed in a Category 4 storm. A Category 4 storm can cause significant damage to frame-built homes as well. Even well-built homes could sustain damage to the roof, the doors, or the windows. That's why millions of people in the state of Florida are under an evacuation. Listen, these wind speeds are enough to uproot trees, knock down power poles, cause extended power outages. High wind speeds can also destroy or cause extensive damage, again, to most homes. Now, experts say that the wind from a Category 4 storm, mind you, Hurricane Ian is just 1 mile per hour away from becoming a Category 5 storm. But winds in Category 4 storms bring a very high risk of injury or death. Because of the flying or falling debris, the wind could be strong enough to lift debris into the air, which can send it flying through the windows. This is exactly why we are in wall-to-wall coverage. Now, the possibility of flash flooding and the possibility of that happening takes place in every hurricane. But of course, when we are seeing major hurricanes like this one, it can bring a strong storm surge, especially in coastal communities. So at this time, let's go ahead and check in with our local news partners. Fox 13 Tampa is bringing us a live update.
Widespread wind damage to buildings, trees, complete power infrastructure failure. And so this is going to be one of these areas that's going to be a really tough place to be for not just today or tomorrow, but maybe for weeks and months to come.
Yeah, I know these storms are very fickle. You and I know that both. We've been doing this for a long time. Is there an estimation, noon, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock? What are we thinking for landfall?
We're looking, sometime this afternoon. That's probably as precise as we can get. These storms tend to wobble around a little bit. But the eye of Ian is pretty big, so the worst conditions are going to come in this eye wall as it moves on shore, and that's going to be in advance of landfall. So that's when you're really going to see the storm surge come up, and that's where those strongest winds are going to be, right where the eye starts to impinge on the coast here in Southwest Florida later today.
Michael Brandon from the National Hurricane Center, thank you so much for joining us. I know you are even busier than I am, believe it or not. So I do appreciate you joining us this morning for the very latest on Ian. We'll see you soon. Thanks. Yeah. So coming up, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. We'll have more weather and a lot more, of course, on our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are relying very closely on our local news partners as well as our colleagues at Fox Weather. Let's go ahead and listen into this live update as Hurricane Ian nears Category 5 strength.
But as you've been pointing out and documenting, that big hurricane center of Hurricane Ian is now about 120 miles southwest of me in this location, but that's okay because for Tampa Bay at least, originally it was believed that this area could take a direct hit, which has been absolutely devastating because the storm surge could have been anywhere from 6 to 10 feet or even more, which would have had catastrophic flooding possibilities. Because the storm now, the center of the storm is expected to make landfall about 80 miles south from here, it means that Tampa Bay may be spared the very worst of what Hurricane Ian has to give out. But that does not mean that this area is going to be spared certainly some difficult conditions. Heavy rain, 12 inches or more. Wind gusts already up to 25, 30 miles an hour right now. As the day goes on, that will increase up to tropical storm force, 55, 60, with potential gusts up to 80 miles an hour. And if that happens, so many trees in Florida with those very shallow roots will be vulnerable to falling down, and that brings issues of power outages. The Governor, Ron DeSantis, is about to speak again, but he has said that the state is ready for those power outages. Take a listen. I guess, sorry, do we have to? I don't know if I lost my audio, but anyway, just to re-emphasize, the problem here is we have tornadoes as a potential, very strong flooding potential with all of this heavy rain, and it's only going to go downhill from here. And just being out here for the last hour and a half, I can already feel the intensity as these bands of gusty winds and rain continue to circulate counterclockwise from Hurricane Ian. And you know, Britta, you understand how big this storm is. We're 120 miles from the center, and we're already feeling the really strong force of this very powerful storm. And of course, our hearts go out to those further down the coast here on the west coast of Florida, because 155 mile an hour winds are absolutely catastrophic. Back to you.
Yes, and we'll check in with you throughout the day, Ashley. Hunker down, because this is going to be a long day to get through.
And by the way, that crackle.
Absolutely.
And that crackling that you heard there in Ashley's report there, that was the rain that was hitting not only his jacket, but also his microphone there. So as Ashley was mentioning, we do anticipate seeing the intensity of not only the winds, but also the rain really picking up here across the area. So here's what we can expect over the next 12 hours. So this is the cone. This is what everybody's been talking about here. Right now, it has max winds. Ian has max winds at about 155 miles per hour. There are some indications that it will intensify and it will be upgraded to a Category 5 storm. But this is going to have massive impacts for those of you in Fort Myers as well as Tampa. And then as it moves towards the inland portions of Florida, Orlando will likely end up getting clipped in the overnight hours, and it will have max winds by the time it hits your area, likely somewhere around 90 miles per hour. We anticipated at some point moving over into the Atlantic Ocean and then also clipping those of you in Jacksonville, as well as Valdosta and even in Brunswick, and then slowly moving towards Savannah, as well as Columbia, South Carolina, and even those of you in Asheville, North Carolina, the Charlotte area will all end up getting clipped with this. The good news for those of you in South Carolina, as well as North Carolina, is this is going to impact you over the weekend, and Ian is expected to pretty much be a shell of itself by the time it gets into your area. For those of you in places like Savannah, as well as Jacksonville, we are anticipating winds, sustained winds around at 50 miles per hour. Now, when we talk about the intensity of the rain, because of that intensity, there will be a whole lot of flash flooding across not only Tampa, but Fort Myers, extending into Naples, and even in the Orlando area, areas north as well as south of there, including Fort Smith, West Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, Miami, and even over in Gainesville. It is very likely that you will see some flash flooding here. The reason why is because because of that rain. It's going to be falling, and it's going to be falling pretty quickly. We do anticipate some portions of Florida could receive upwards of 2 feet of rain. That is likely going to be right here in central Florida. So Ocala, as well as Dade City, Leesburg, Tampa, St. Petersburg, as well as those of you in the Orlando area will likely see anywhere between 8 inches to upwards of 12 inches of rain. This is going to be catastrophic for a number of neighborhoods in Florida. Daytona Beach, there is a chance that you could get more than a foot of rain, and this is why we're encouraging everyone to stay off the roads, stay inside if you have not been able to evacuate. Up in Gainesville right now, we do anticipate seeing the rain rates increase as well over the next 12 to about 24 hours. We could end up seeing, by the time Ian is done with you up in Gainesville, anywhere between 8 to possibly upwards of 10 inches of rain. Also, the same pretty much in Crystal City. Want to talk a little bit about the tornado threat with this. Anytime you talk about hurricanes making landfall, that is going to increase the amount of wind shear. Wind shear is a change of wind direction and speed with height. And we do likely, it is possible that we will end up seeing some tornadoes popping up in the Sarasota area, Fort Myers, Naples, West Palm Beach, and even in Miami. It is very likely that we will see an isolated tornado in Melbourne, Orlando, as well as Daytona Beach. We've already had tornado warnings that have popped up. In the meantime, let's go out to the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis. He is right now we are going to go over to Steve. My apologies. And Steve, we are anticipating that Governor DeSantis is going to be speaking here momentarily. But in the meantime, Steve, let's talk a little bit more about the intensity of Ian.
Right. And Jason, you had talked about this earlier. Have we ever seen a storm that intensified this quickly, right? This has really gained some energy through the morning time, and that has changed the impacts that will be felt in Southwest Florida. We've talked about catastrophic and widespread, but I want you to notice the storm surge threat right now and look at those wind barbs driving in all of that water. And that's going to really impact areas like Punta Gorda down towards Fort Myers, Bonita Springs, anywhere in purple. That looks at a storm surge up to 16 feet and could be even greater than that. And we want to bring in the tide cycle because that plays an important factor. Right around noon, that's when we're going to reach low tide at some of these locations. That's not going to mitigate any of the storm surge threat. The problem is this. Look at the high tide. The high tide comes in for Fort Myers later on this evening. So all of that water has been driven in, and it's not having any chance to release back out because of the wind. We'll show you some live visuals there of Fort Myers. And then you have the high tide that could accentuate some of the concerns there later on this evening as this drives inland. Now, when you look at that visual from Fort Myers, notice how the bridge is elevated. That is fine. We're talking about those barrier islands and areas that are within 20 miles. You're going to feel the storm surge threat. And then we'll see the ebb and flows as this releases back out as the tide cycles continue into tomorrow. So looking at this on radar right now, a healthy eye wall on the northern aspect of this. Not long from now, we're going to be starting to see that land friction play a factor and actually the tightening of the eye wall itself. Earlier this morning, we saw it in a diameter of 35 miles wide. And that was after the eye wall replacement cycle that took place yesterday evening and made this a really broad system. As we bring it in right now, slowly and gradually tightening. But just as we had talked about the figure skater analogy, whenever you start to see something tighten up, the winds will also ramp up. And in this area right here in the northern eye wall, that is where we've had the hurricane reconnaissance mission go through, and they had wind gusts up to 185 miles per hour. So we did have the sustained winds at 155, and that's consistent as of right now. Their first pass through, which came through the southeastern or southwestern portion, that's where they had that 158. Which would put it at that Cat 5. But what we've talked about is regardless of the category, the impacts are going to be felt. There is that peak, by the way, that just went off of our charts. That's that 185. Then you saw it come back to a Cat 3 as they flew through it again. What we're looking at here is they're leaving this mission out to, or they're leaving the eye wall, wrapping back around, and they're going to be coming back in through this eye wall again. But look at all this plume right here of purple. That is showing you the healthy energy in these thunderstorms that are on the southern quadrant of this. The reason why that's important to note is because that is what's going to accelerate all the way into the areas in southwest Florida. This area is the Florida Bay. that is where you're going to have swampy conditions for the Everglades. So that's not the concern. It's right here, I-75 lifting to the north. That is where you have Bonita Springs up towards Fort Myers. And right in here, these are those barrier islands. That's Sanibel Island. That's where we've been talking with, just inland of there is where Robert Ray is. He's at Fort Myers Beach. And the reason why we had those evacuation orders earlier, we want to go now to the capital of Florida. That's going to be Tallahassee for Ron DeSantis. He's going to give us an update on everything that's happening with Hurricane Ian. Let's listen in.
7 a.m., Hurricane Ian is located roughly 80 miles south-southwest of Charlotte County. Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of up to 155 miles per hour. That is knocking on the door of a Category 5 storm. We expect landfall in southwest Florida later today as a major hurricane. And will slowly move across the central Florida peninsula before exiting the northeast Florida coast, probably sometime on Thursday. Much of southern Florida is already experiencing impacts from the storm as it moves closer to landfall. There have been several tornado warnings issued during the overnight hours, and we expect to see that continue today. A storm of this magnitude will produce catastrophic flooding and life-threatening storm surge on the Gulf Coast of Florida, and the highest risk areas are ranging from Collier County up to Sarasota County. The current track has the storm making landfall in Charlotte County. If you are in any of those counties, it's no longer possible to safely evacuate. It's time to hunker down and prepare for this storm. This is a powerful storm that should be treated like you would treat if a tornado was approaching your home. If you're out on the roads, get to a safe place as soon as possible. There's more than 200 shelters open in just the southwest Florida region alone. We're already seeing bridge closures. The Skyway Bridge is closed now, going from Manatee to Pinellas counties. There's 40,000 power outages reported, but outside of southwest Florida, crews are responding to those power outages. Don't go outside in the eye of the storm. It's still dangerous. There's actually a calmness if the center of the hurricane is right over you. You think maybe the storm is past. That's not the case. It's still very dangerous. There's possibilities of tornadoes. It would also be very difficult to potentially get back into your home. So even if it seems calm, wait to make sure that the storm has actually passed. Once the storm is passed and it's safe to go outside, I urge you to be cautious. Avoid down power lines. Avoid standing water. Stay clear of damaged trees. If you are using a generator for power, make sure that that is being operated outside your home. Do not operate that indoors. And then don't drive in flooded streets. People will look and think they can drive through it, and it doesn't work out well for them. As the storm has approached, we've already had enough winds to have local bridges closed. So the bridge on State Road 64, Manatee Avenue East, has now been closed. The bridge at SR 684 and Cortez Road has now been closed, and the John Ringling Causeway has been closed. And that is basically a function of when the winds reach a certain threshold. Obviously, you're going to see more bridge use suspended given the ferocity of this storm. This morning, Director Guthrie asked for additional airlift, hoist, and high water vehicles from the Department of Defense in coordination with FEMA. The Department of Transportation also has 1,200 personnel on standby to perform cut and toss operations. We're bringing in supplies by plane, boat, and by high water vehicle. All the airports in Southwest Florida have leave behind teams in place so that they will be able to get the runways in good shape once the storm has passed. We have 5,000 Florida Guardsmen activated, 2,000 from neighboring states. We have air assets, urban search and rescue teams stationed now in Miami that will be able to respond over to Southwest Florida. Florida Fish and Wildlife, both vehicle assets, water assets, and air assets. And the U.S. Coast Guard has now staged 4 cutters. They also have shallow draft vessels ready to provide search and rescue assistance to the flooded areas. There are over 30,000 linemen staged and ready for power restoration efforts across the state of Florida, and that includes linemen across all of our major utilities, and a lot of these linemen are coming from out of state. So this is a major, major effort. Of course, the storm has to pass. There needs to be the ability for them to get in and access what they need to access, but that's going to be a priority, and Kevin and his team are going to be working hard on that. I want to thank the 26 states that have sent support to us during this time, including Tennessee, Virginia, Montana, Louisiana, New York, Colorado, Indiana, New Jersey, and Georgia. We very much appreciate the assistance, and as this storm hits, we've got massive amounts of assets that are staged, but we're already discussing about ways where we can get more value-added support. So most of you have said call, and we may be doing just that as the recovery efforts go forward. So this is a major, major storm. It's something that we knew was going to be significant. The strengthening of this over the last night, has been really, really significant. It's potentially that it could make landfall as a Category 5, but clearly this is a very powerful major hurricane that's going to have major impacts, both on impact in Southwest Florida, but then as it continues to work through the state, it is going to have major, major impacts in terms of wind, in terms of rain, in terms of flooding. So this is going to be a nasty, nasty day, 2 days. Probably we think now it will be exiting the peninsula sometime on Thursday. Yesterday, based on how fast it was moving, thought maybe it would be till the wee hours of Friday morning. So this is going to be a rough stretch. We're here to respond to the areas that are affected once the storm is passed. Local emergency responders are standing by, ready to go. I think most people heeded the warnings of doing the evacuations in those very sensitive locations, but not everyone may have done that. And so we understand that a storm of this magnitude, there's going to be a need, to begin those rescue efforts apace. Kevin Guthrie is here for an update from Florida DEM.
Thank you, Governor. Hurricane Ian, as the governor has mentioned, is projected to make landfall this afternoon on the Charlotte County coast. This will cause life-threatening storm surge, flooding. Tropical storm force winds will be felt throughout the entire state, and even isolated tornadoes. I urge Floridians who have made the decision to shelter in place, to stay indoors, and stay off the roads. You do not want to be outdoors or on the roads as a storm of this size is making landfall in your area. It is extremely dangerous. If you have battery-operated or hand-crank weather radios, you should be checking them now, changing the batteries, making sure that they work. Power outages will occur. If you get a weather alert for a tornado, and as the governor has already mentioned, if you're in the Southwest Florida area, you should make the same preparations as if it is a tornado going over your house. Get to an interior room, free of windows. Have stuff to be able to protect your head and body from the debris, such as a blanket, sleeping bag, mattress, or even potentially helmets. If there are flash flood warnings in your area, remember, it is never safe to walk or drive through flooded areas. We continue to coordinate with all of our electrical partners. As the governor's mentioned, there are over 30,000 linemen staged throughout the city, from north central Florida all the way down to Miami. As areas in South Florida and the Keys begin to experience power outages, remember to contact your service provider, not 911, for power restoration. You can also keep your refrigerators shut, open them as little as possible to help preserve your perishable items. If you're using a generator, as we've been saying now for days, remember to keep it elevated, on a hard surface, away from doors and windows, outside of garages. This will help you stay safe. If residents have any questions about resources for Hurricane Ian, I urge them to reach out to their local emergency management or public safety office. This storm is here. It is imminent. I can tell you it is a Cat 4 hurricane, nearly a Cat 5. I know all of the emergency management directors in Southwest Florida very well. Combined, they have over 200 years of experience. They're preparing and they're expecting a Cat 5. So please stay indoors, stay away from windows, get to an interior location of your house. If anyone has any questions, and they still have phone service, if you need to contact the state to ask for assistance, we have a cell assistance information line. That number is 1-800-342-3557. That is 1-800-342-3557. As always, please follow us on our social media at Facebook and our Twitter page at FLCERT. Thank you, Governor, for your leadership.
Jimmy?
Thank you, Governor. Florida's urban search and rescue teams are staged in Miami and also in Central Florida. We have over 600 resources to bear. We have FEMA teams that have come in from out of state. We have Virginia 1 and 2 that just literally came back from Puerto Rico in Miami, also there to assist. Out of the 8 teams in Florida, 5 are activated. They will have search and rescue dogs. They will have swiftwater boats. They will go from door to door with engineers and trauma surgeons as soon as it is safe for them to make access to those neighborhoods. They will go from door to door to administer life-saving support through their missions. When it comes to hurricane response, I will put the state of Florida up against any of the 50 states. We have the best professionals, and Governor, this is the largest response I've ever seen in the state. It's amazing work that you and your team have done. They've been training for their entire lives for this mission. Please stay safe, and as the Governor said, hunker down. Now's not the time to hit the roads.
Okay, so we will be, of course, monitoring the impacts as soon as the storm moves its way through any given part of the state. The priority is going to be to get personnel in there to be able to launch rescue efforts, and then obviously pave the way so that we can bring in more supplies to the airports, clearing roads so that our linemen can get in there and restore power. So all of that is standing by. But this is going to be a major storm. You've been following the tracks and seeing, obviously we knew for quite some time that it would be a major hurricane. Some of those tracks a couple days ago showed maybe it would weaken as it reached landfall further north. This one has just strengthened, and it is the real deal. So it's going to do a lot of damage. So people should be prepared for that. As Kevin said, there's going to be widespread power outages, and those power outages are going to occur not just in Southwest Florida, but in other portions of the state. Of course, it's a priority to give those linemen the ability to get in there and restore that. But people should just be prepared. There's going to be damage to infrastructure with a storm of this nature, and power and communications and all those things can be affected. Do what you need to do to stay safe. If you are where that storm is approaching, you're already in hazardous conditions. It's going to get a lot worse very quickly. So please hunker down, treat it like a tornado, and make sure that that your friends and family know where you are. We're going to have folks that are going to be there very quickly once it's safe. But this is the real deal. So happy to take some questions.
One of the things we're hearing is that about 2.5 million Floridians have been under some kind of evacuation order. You touched on it just briefly, but do we have any concept of how many people have heeded that evacuation order?
Well, I think if you talk to the local counties, I think that I spoke with some of the folks in Lee County, and they said people are by and large abiding by it. Now, it's not going to be everyone. I mean, you guys know, have been in Florida, there'll be a major hurricane approaching. There'll be sometimes people want to go out and surf in that. That's just, you just have some people that do that. But my sense has been there's been by and large interest in treating this thing very seriously across those counties. I mean, I do think that when you have tracks that are uncertain, and this is just, it's an inexact science, but when they see it in North Florida, then moving down north of Tampa, then some people think, well, it's probably going to shift again, so why should I do that? We're at the point now, these aren't models, this is what the storm is actually doing, and so it is going to hit there. That's just the nature of it. So I think most people did. Of course, we've been stressing the folks in the mobile homes to make sure that they evacuated. Again, talking with the people on the local level, I think a lot of those people did. I don't think it's 100%.
Guthrie, this storm, is there a lot of resemblance to Charlie in the way it's going to cut across the state? And what is your best guess that's going to have on the people of Central Florida, Orange, Osceola, Seminole counties?
So, yes, it does have a Charlie-esque feel. I think one of the things that's a little bit different with Charlie, I mean, again, on the prediction models, it may go through Central Florida at a less intensity than what we had for Hurricane Charlie, dumping more rain, as the governor mentioned earlier today, possibly speeding up just a little bit to getting out of here in 24 hours versus 36 hours. So that'll certainly help on the rainfall side of the house. But again, it does have a Charlie-esque feel, but it should not be nearly as catastrophic on the winds like we saw with Hurricane Charlie all the way into Central Florida. We do expect rapid weakening, but again, there will be tropical storm force winds, strong tropical storm force winds felt all the way through the central part and up into northeast Florida as a part of this storm.
Yeah, we saw a lot of trees get plowed down during Charlie, obviously. So
and I think one thing for Central Florida is because we've had a lot of saturation, those trees are vulnerable. So you're going to see trees are going to come down even with tropical storm force winds. It does not need to be hurricane force. So you are absolutely going to see that. That is going to cause interruptions in power. And of course, the sheer amount of rain that's going to come down is going to have a major impact across the center portion of the state. And even with the projected exit of the state in Volusia County, because of what it's going to do when it gets into the Atlantic, you're going to see impacts all the way up to Nassau County and Duval County, absolutely, in terms of some of the flooding and some of the other things that you will see because of the effects of this. So there will be significant effects, and you will absolutely see trees, you will see power interruptions, and you will see a lot of rain and water.
With the Sunshine Skyway just closing, and I'm sure y'all anticipate many more closures similar to that, is there any time y'all anticipate them opening back up, or first responders, that kind of stuff?
So basically what happens on the bridges is once it reaches a certain sustained winds, it's no longer safe to go over, so that's when they close it. Of course, as soon as the storm passes and those winds go down, they immediately will go out and inspect the bridge to make sure there's not structural damage and to make sure it's safe. And then the minute it's safe, of course, for first responders, but also we want to get people back into their homes. And so if there's people evacuated out of Pinellas County, there's a lot of bridges that you need to take to get back to that peninsula. We want people to be able to do that. And the further it's away from the really strong winds, the less likely I think you will see major structural damage in bridges. If you look in Charlotte, Lee counties, I mean, you're going to end up in situations where you have a massive storm that's impacting those bridges. And it doesn't mean that they're not, a lot of these are built very well, but there's a lot that can happen. One of the things that Kevin and his team have done with the Florida Department of Transportation is instruct the securing of these barges that are in the water. When we had Hurricane Sally, you had a barge that was loose, ran into the bridge, and it knocked the bridge out. So that is something that is avoidable, and so that's been something, that message has been sent down, that if the storm itself knocks out a bridge, that's Mother Nature, and we just got to work to remedy that. But if things are being left loose that are then going to ram into the bridge and cause that to be disabled, I mean, we worked really hard to get the bridge up in Northwest Florida back, but I mean, it takes time to be able to do it when it has that type of major impact like that. So all of that, there's sensitivity, the need to have the bridges open as soon as possible. But there's also sensitivity to the fact that you have 60-mile-an-hour sustained winds on one of those bridges. That's not a place that you want to be as a motorist, and quite frankly, it's not safe for our first responders even to be using that.
Given that there is a lot of rain and flooding and substantial storm surge associated with this storm, does it make it different than storms we've had in the past? Because I believe, Director Guthrie, last night you said there's going to be a great humanitarian lift that's going to be needed after this, especially considering some people may not have flood insurance, and that may be the biggest issue for a lot of them. So are there special preparations that you guys are taking for this storm that you maybe haven't taken in the past?
Well, I would say, and I think Kevin would agree, in terms of the resources that have been staged, we prepared for Dorian. That came very close. That was a Category 5. That was massive. That was a massive mobilization that we did. We were ready if that would have hit Florida. This has been bigger in terms of the mobilization. I mean, the assets that we have are unprecedented in the state's history, And unfortunately, I mean, you know, they're going to need to be deployed because this is a really, really significant storm. In terms of how people in the aftermath who have damage, so one of the things with the flood insurance is there's folks that are told, hey, if you're not in a flood zone, you know, you don't need flood insurance. And so people buy homes and they don't get it. But the fact is that there are places outside of, quote, flood zones where you absolutely, in an event like this, could be impacted. So FEMA does have programs that can offer support, but the FEMA's support is not going to be equal to what you would have gotten in a flood insurance policy. And so that's going to be something that we're going to have to look very seriously at in terms of what the impacts are of that. There's a lot of folks that have a homeowner's policy, and sometimes they're told that could also be for flood, and those are just different policies. The homeowners is from the wind, direct storm damage, the flood insurance obviously from rising waters. There will be debates in people's policies about, okay, you had a Cat 4, maybe even a 5 hit. Yes, your home got flooded, but is that also direct storm damage and not flood? And can your homeowner insurance? So that'll be good. I know Jimmy will be involved in doing that to try to help Florida consumers. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of fallout from this in terms of getting people back on their feet. But that's why we've done the mobilization that we've done. Right now, it's about safety. I think most Floridians made the proper precautions to keep themselves safe. The ones that didn't, that may end up in harm's way, there's a lot of assets that are staged, and those are going to be deployed because we want to help people. I mean, even if they made a different decision, you know, we're all in this together, we're going to do that. Once that kind of life-saving part of the operation is concluded, you know, it's all about getting people back on their feet. And there may be some people that had nothing more than just losing power, but that's important to get them back to normalcy. You know, there's others that may have really significant structural damages to their residence. You know, they're going to need assistance, and so all of that will be part of what will be, you know, really an unprecedented effort in the history of the state. I'm going to be, you know, traveling into North Central Florida today to be able to meet with a lot of the linemen that we have staged. I think it's important to just thank them for what they're doing, because their quick response, be able to help get people back on the grid, really helps with the entire response effort. You know, if you have everyone no power for weeks on end, like we have had in other storms, you know, that makes everything else that we're doing difficult. I mean, I've been through these storms, you know, prior to being in elected office, and it's like, okay, you know the power is going to go out. But then after a while, you know, people just start to get antsy. It's human nature. And so the fact that they're here in really huge numbers, ready to go down and descend, they're not only doing their job, they're performing a public service for us. So we're appreciative of that, and we're going to thank them for that. And we will get them deployed. Kevin, FDOT, they're going to make sure that those roads get cleared as soon as possible. Now, some of that is going to be very, very difficult, because you're going to have a lot of debris, you're going to have a lot of trees. I mean, just think Hurricane Michael, there were some places at Category 5, I mean, it's like the whole forest came down almost on some of these roads. This is knocking on the door of that, and it's going to cause a lot of damage. And so that's going to be a huge priority. It's going to take a lot of manpower, but we're going to use the resources that we need to get it done. Okay, thank you.
You're streaming live now from Fox. That was the latest update from the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, really urging residents to prepare, actually saying that if you are in a mandatory evacuation zone and you have not left yet, it may be time to hunker down. Make sure that you have things like flashlights, batteries, in case the power goes out, especially if you are in a highly impacted area. This is the most recent message that we have gotten from the National Hurricane Center, really laying out what we can expect as this hurricane nearing Category 5 strength barrels its way towards the Florida Peninsula. Catastrophic storm surge inundation of 12 to 16 feet, guys, above ground level, along with destructive waves, are expected somewhere along the southwest Florida coastline from Inglewood to Bonita Beach, including Charlotte Harbor. Residents in these areas should urgently follow any evacuation orders in effect, I will add, if it is still safe to do so. Catastrophic wind damage is expected along the southwestern coast of Florida beginning in the next few hours, where the core of Ian makes landfall. Preparations to protect life and property should be rushed to completion. Also, heavy rainfall will spread across the Florida peninsula through Thursday and reach portions of the southeast United States later this week and this weekend. Widespread, life-threatening, catastrophic flooding is expected across portions of central Florida, with considerable flooding in southern Florida, northern Florida, southeastern Georgia, and coastal South Carolina. Widespread, prolonged, major, and record river flooding is expected across central Florida. That is why millions of people are currently under mandatory or voluntary some type of evacuation orders as Hurricane Ian, which is a Category 4 storm, strengthening to 155 miles per hour, just 2 miles per hour shy of becoming a very powerful Category 5 storm. So again, much of Florida's Gulf Coast, South and Central Florida. We're broadcasting from Orlando, and we are under hurricane warnings, and we're seeing tornado watches and tornado warnings pop up throughout the area. So again, it's a very serious situation, including areas like Tampa, Venice, Fort Myers, Naples, again, Orlando. We can all expect some type of wind, rain, and storm surge for Hurricane Ian. Now, given Florida's unique coastline, the topography lends itself to the state being highly susceptible to storm surge flooding during hurricanes. Several counties along Florida's west coast have already issued, again, mandatory and voluntary evacuation orders, including Tampa, the Tampa Bay, where 300,000 people alone are being told to evacuate their beachfront properties, as forecasters say storm surge will create massive problems for the state's third largest metro area. Now, according to our colleagues at Fox Weather, storm surge could also reach a high of 10 feet in portions of Florida's west coast. Through the entire western Florida coast is again susceptible to some type of storm surge. Now, storm surge is the rise of water levels caused directly by a storm, and it does not take into account rainfall or wave size, which can add additional feet on top of the storm surge. This is exactly why we are in wall-to-wall coverage, guys. This can be a potentially life-threatening situation as we continue to take this live now look from our XRAD weather radar. You can see the eye of the storm is still in the Gulf, but again, very slowly at 9 miles per hour, it is barreling towards the state of Florida, nearing a Category 5 hurricane. At this time, let's go ahead and touch base with our local news partners in Orlando, Florida. Here's the latest from Fox 35.
We're going to call it 12 to 20 inches in that particular area there of the Central Peninsula. Back to Marion County. Also, we've just increased the rain amounts there to 8 to 12 inches. And on the plus side, we brought the winds down because of this track a little bit more down to the south now of your area, then eventually south and east, down to about 55 on the wind gust, but still very, very impactful there in Marion County. And lastly, want to touch on some of our Fox 51 viewership. We've not forgotten about you in north central Florida. We got wind gusts there up to about 55 miles per hour and rain amounts in that range of 2 to 3 inches. For more on the warning areas and watch areas, let's head over to Allison Gargaro now in the Storm Center. Al?
Well, thanks, Jamie. So I do want to mention that we are watching for hurricane warnings. That's going to be in Lake, Seminole, Orange, as well as Osceola and Polk counties and all the counties on the west side of the Florida Peninsula where this storm is heading right now. And then the county shaded in orange on your screen under tropical storm warnings. Now, I do want to take you out to our future rainfall graphics. Now, just into the Fox 35 Storm Center, we actually have a rain gauge out back. And as of 7 o'clock this morning, so 1 hour ago, we already had an inch of rain. Just want to make sure I'm right on that. And much more is on the way. So if you live up near us, likely seeing very similar conditions. And according to our future radar, this is high resolution modeling. A lot of that heavy rain moving in by this afternoon, continuing overnight. And then you can see that center of circulation as it makes its way onshore. That's when we're going to be seeing even more rain. And then the winds come into play with that. So a saturated ground with some gusty winds that could lead to power outages. So we always want to remind you, if you download the Fox 35 Storm Team weather app, if you you do lose power, you can actually watch our live broadcast right on your cell phone. So make sure that you are having those phones being charged as we speak. And as for the arrival time of those winds, we talked about it, moving in likely after 2 o'clock this afternoon, continuing through the morning hours tomorrow. And then by Thursday night, you can see that that center is going to be up just off the coast of Jacksonville, but those winds will be shifting. So not to say that we still won't be seeing some gusty winds early Friday morning. So we're going to continue to monitor things for you, me and Fox 35 Storm Team Chief Meteorologist Jamie King, throughout the remainder of today. We are here to keep you and your family safe.
All righty. So again, just a recap, winds now 155 miles per hour. It don't get much stronger than that, right? It's destined for southwestern Florida. The impacts will begin spreading into our area, likely after about lunchtime. You'll see the winds starting to jump on up. The rain will increase in frequency with the rain bands at a tornadic threat, Allison.
Exactly. We haven't seen any tornado warm storms here locally, but we have off to the south, so we'll continue to monitor things for you, and that's when our weather app really comes in handy. You'll get alerts sent right to your cell phone.
All righty. Danielle, we'll send it on back to you now.
Oh, I have it and I use it often. Thank you, guys. Fox 35 is bringing you team coverage from all over Central Florida this morning and the West Coast as well. This ahead of the historic landfall of Hurricane Ian. First, we want to check in with Fox 35's David Martin. He is live in Sarasota for us this morning, very near where Ian is expected to make landfall. David, good morning to you.
Good morning, Danielle. We're along the Tamiami Trail here at a Days Inn that is still open at full occupancy at this point. I've met Dan Foley this morning. Dan, where are you from, my friend?
West Virginia, Weirton, West Virginia.
But you have a manufactured home here in where?
In Sarasota, down here on at the Winds.
And you were, of course, evacuated. It was mandatory evacuation for you, and you found the Days Inn.
Yeah.
This is in a Zone C of a evacuation code. The owner of the hotel says this hotel is strong, built in the early 90s, entirely made of concrete, so it should be safe here. We have seen the power flicker, though. Have you seen that?
Yes, I did. I lost a little bit of TV coverage this morning for a little while because of the flickering of the TV.
Yeah, and we're on the very early side of this storm, so I can imagine as the day progresses, we're going to see the conditions worsen.
Yes, I believe it is. It's going to get bad. We're going to lose power. And, you know, there's being no generator here or anything like that, so I don't know what they're going to do. Like I said, a lot of people don't have flashlights or batteries or anything, you know.
Were you able to secure your manufactured home as best you could before coming out?
Yes, I think best I could do, you know, whatever it is. The tie downs and everything are good on it, so can only hope that it doesn't go through there, that's all.
No, you don't. The latest news, of course, is we're just shy of a Category 5. That's certainly not something that sits well with us as we watch the conditions along the roadway here worsen minute by minute. What are you most concerned about over the next 24 hours, Dan?
Well, I'm just concerned about that the place here doesn't take on water and then flood and ruin everything in everybody's cars that they have, you know, in there. It might be everything that they just were able to carry out of their homes to get here.
All right.
So, you know.
Dan, Navy vet, thanks for your service and thanks for talking with us. Good luck today.
Okay, thank you.
All right, stay safe.
I just wish you'd have brought some flashlights.
All right, we'll send it back to you in the studio, Danielle.
Stay.
All right, let's get on over to our team because we do now have a tornado warning in effect. Guys, take it away.
We do right now. And Allison, I'm going to go ahead and head on over to the touchscreen. Guys, will you take me on camera two, please? I want to give you a look here. Tornado warned area now for Osceola County until 8:30 a.m. here for you, live on Good Day Orlando on this morning here, where we're giving you that coverage of our increase here of these rain bands that have been moving on in. You can see here a live look at our sweep here, giving us a look here what's going on. I'm going to take you down here. That's right around Yeehaw Junction, south end of the turnpike. There's 441 right there. You can see Yeehaw Junction again right here, and there's the Florida Turnpike kind of snaking on through there. This again is moving off into the direction. Looks like a kind of a west-northwesterly direction at this time. Let me give you a track on this, keeping in mind that a lot of this is open rural area, cattle country as we affectionately call it around here. We know there are some folks out there, so We do want to certainly do our due diligence to stay on top of this for you. Obviously, the Florida Turnpike as well is a heavily traveled corridor here in the Sunshine State. As we give you a look at the velocity scan, looks like we're picking up this rotation, Allison, right there just onto the east-southeast side of Ehad Junction. Right now, it looks like very heavy rain. This looks like a tornado warning as well that is expanded into portions of northwestern Indian River County. This is going strong until 8:30. So we're on top of this for you. Allison, we're going to go ahead and take a look at what you've got brewing up right there. I want to look at the inbound and outbound storm winds now coming toward and away from our Fox 35 storm tracker radar. What are you seeing there?
That's exactly right, Jamie. So when we see these bright greens and bright reds on your screen, that's when we could be seeing some rotation in the atmosphere. So we do want to take you into our Fox 35 storm tracker radar. It is scanning those skies. This is a tornado warning until 8:30 this morning. So we still have about 20 minutes there, but the winds are going to be very strong. We talk about rotation in the atmosphere. Well, just think about what is brewing right now, Hurricane Ian. So we do have a lot of that. As for winds inside this, 27 to 36 mile per hour winds centered inside this storm. So it is a tornado warned area. It's going to be just to the south of Ehad Junction and just to the east of Florida's Turnpike. So if you do live in this area, get to your safe place. We want to make sure everybody is staying safe. Not only is there the chance for that upper level rotation, but also seeing some very heavy rain. So the pink color that you're seeing on your screen showing anywhere from 4 to 8 inches of rain per hour. Now, I do want to mention that that's if this storm wasn't going anywhere, but it is going to be moving off to the north. So we talk about some heavy rain bands from Hurricane Ian, and this is exactly what we're seeing. I'm actually just going to step off of the screen real quick so that we can go in and talk about those winds inside this storm, now anywhere from 16 to about 29 miles per hour, again happening just to the south and west of Ehad Junction. And you can see that it is going to be very gusty here. We talked about the tornado watch that is in place until 5 o'clock across most of our southern viewing area. But I do want to bring back in Fox 35 Storm Team Chief Meteorologist Jamie King for what it's looking like on the reflectivity there.
Okay, Allison, so we've got obviously the very heavy rain. We're going to do a little live tracking here for you. Now, the situation is as these rain bands continue approaching from the southerly direction, they're coming up generally kind of at an angle, kind of south-southeast. There's some spin in some of these. So we focus in on the circulation that is Major Hurricane Ian and these rain bands.
All right, that was the latest from our news partners over at Fox 35 Orlando. We cannot thank them enough bringing us coverage as we continue to cover Hurricane Ian, which is now nearing Category 5 strength. We were just tapping into our Fox 35 Orlando's coverage because a tornado warning has been issued for Osceola County. This county is just on the outskirts of Orlando, Florida. So if you are in that area, now is the time to find an inward location. Make sure that you all are away from windows and in the side of a very sturdy home on the first floor. These are warnings that we must heed very seriously. The time is now 8:12. We are again continuing to track Hurricane Ian as it nears Category 5 strength, guys. This can be a potentially devastating situation. So this is why we are in wall-to-wall coverage. Let's go ahead and check in with our news partners over at Fox 13 Tampa. They're bringing us the latest.
First time ever, the 20-something versus the 40-something. The new season of Health.
And it looks as though our news partners in Tampa just went to break, but that's okay because we've got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to take this Live Now look at our XRAD weather radar. The storm system is just nearing a Category 5 hurricane. It's really been interesting to watch this storm progress because if you remember, at first it was pretty slow to organize, but it is now a very, very serious historic situation as Hurricane Ian continues to barrel towards the peninsula of Florida. The time is now 8:14. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, guys. The time is now 8:16 a.m. and we are continuing to bring you all the latest on Hurricane Ian, a major hurricane just shy of becoming a Cat 5 storm. And as you can see here, we're taking a Live Now look at our XRAD weather radar. It is barreling towards Florida. We are seeing winds of up to 155 miles per hour. And the storm is moving very slowly. This is a major cause of concern because the storm is moving at just 10 miles per hour. Now, usually with slow moving storms, we will see things like very strong winds and heavy downpours, rains that can really stay over a small area for hours, pounding the buildings with damaging wind gusts and dropping again feet of rain. So in recent years, we've actually been seeing more of these slow moving storms than in recent years past. So this means an increase in damage and devastating impacts. This is exactly why Florida residents have ordered 2.5 million people to evacuate. Forecasters and officials continue to warn residents to heed precautions. Just a little while ago, we did hear from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who says now may be the time to buckle down and make sure that you all are prepared if you chose to ride this storm out. Now, it is likely that we will see gusty downpours, reduced visibility, flooding, and again, storm surge. You want to make sure that you're not doing what these guys on your screen are doing. Now is not the time to view the conditions at the beach. It's time to make sure that you are in a safe area. Again, millions of Floridians ordered to evacuate. We'll check in with our local news partners in just a bit as the storm continues to make its way towards central Florida. But again, let's go ahead and revisit our XRAD weather radar because we are tracking hurricane force winds, flooding, storm surge, with the possibility of tornadoes. We are currently in a tornado warning in Osceola County in Florida. This area is just outside of the Orlando area. Again, Osceola County is currently under a tornado warning. So now is the time to make sure that you are in an interior room away from windows, preparing for a possible tornado in your area. We have to make sure that we heed all precautions. We have these standards in place for a reason. Also, if you are not in a mandatory evacuation zone, or if you chose to stay at home, now is the time to make sure that you are prepared because we will, again, see things like down trees, down power lines. So charge up your cell phones now and make sure that you have rechargeable batteries. We're also getting reports of thousands of energy crews from nearby states staging around, we have personnel ready to respond to Hurricane Ian's power outages. Additional line workers and support personnel from Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio, they're all staging across the state of Florida, standing by to assist and restore powers. In a situation like this, we can see power outages last days or even weeks. So again, if you haven't already created a plan of action, a plan of communication, now is the time to do so. If you are able to, make sure that you also check on your vulnerable community members, your elderly neighbors, because again, this could potentially be a life-threatening situation as Ian is just shy of a Category 5 storm. We are getting a live now image of Tampa. Let's go ahead and take a look at downtown Tampa right now. Things don't look so bad. It's raining, but again, we will begin to see conditions deteriorate within the next few hours. We just heard from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who says, again, he is urging residents to brace for a potentially devastating situation. We're already seeing hurricane watches and warnings along the western coastline of Florida, cities like Orlando, Tampa, Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Bonita Beach. All of these cities are currently under a hurricane warning. And also, again, if you are in the Orlando area, Osceola County is currently under a tornado warning. Now, a lot of people have transplanted, have migrated to Florida within the past 2 years. Some of you all may not be familiar with what to do in case of a hurricane, and the watches and warnings may be a little bit unfamiliar for many people who maybe this is your first hurricane. So let's go ahead and break down the differences between watches and warnings. When you hear tornado watch, this simply means be prepared. Tornadoes are possible in and near the watch area. This is a time to review and discuss your emergency plans, check your supplies, make sure that you all are in a safe room, and be ready to act quickly if a tornado warning is issued, or if you suspect a tornado is approaching. Acting early, again, saves lives. Watches are issued by the Storm Prediction Center for counties where tornadoes may occur, and the watch is typically over a very large area covering numerous counties and sometimes states. And right now, Osceola County, just outside of the Orlando area, is under a tornado warning. This means that a tornado has been sighted or is indicated by weather radar. That means that this is of imminent danger to life and property. At this time, you should move into an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building, avoid windows, and if you're in a mobile home, a lot of people are in mobile or manufactured homes. If you're in this case, or if you're in a vehicle, or if you, for some reason, are outdoors, that's the time to move to the closest substantial shelter or protect yourself from flying debris, because again, these warnings and standards are in place for a reason, and we have to take them seriously. Strong winds can be the primary cause of damage to homes in the area of the storm. And according to the National Hurricane Center, nearly all mobile homes that were built before 1994 have a high percentage of being destroyed by a Category 4 storm. A Category 4 storm can cause significant damage to frame-built homes as well. Even well-built homes could sustain damage to the roof, the doors, and the windows. So listen, whenever we see wind speeds like this, Hurricane Ian is currently at a 155 mile per hour winds. Again, just 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 hurricanes. And whenever we see wind speeds of this magnitude, that's enough to uproot entire trees, to knock down power poles, to cause extended power outages. So again, high wind speeds can destroy or cause significant damage to homes. And experts say that the wind from Category 4 storms bring in a very high risk, again, of injury or death because of the possibility of flying or falling debris. So wind strong enough to lift debris in the air and to send it flying through the windows is definitely something to take extremely serious, and that is why we are in wall-to-wall coverage. We're also in touch with our local news partners who have a team of reporters on the ground along the western part of Florida, and it looks as though we are getting a live update from emergency management. Let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
But as he was describing, with it moving it a little further off the coast, it's going to cut down on our tornado possibility, but we're still going to have those strong storm surges and things like that. So it's important to just stay local, focus on your local news outlets, your trusted sources. We're going to get those warnings out as fast as we can as we get those to keep you alert. So as you've seen the SOCs up and activated, we're going to be here through the duration.
Any questions?
Governor, what is the expectation in terms of the bulk of Floridians coming up and possibly eventually folks from Savannah coming to the Atlanta area?
And if there's a really bad storm surge that does major damage to Fort Myers.
All right, if you're just now joining us, it looks as though we are getting this live update from the state of Georgia. We have here the governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp. He is activating emergency shelters across the state. So right now, Hurricane Ian is barreling towards the Florida Peninsula. Considering that it is moving very slowly, this is a major cause of concern. However, throughout the end of this week, we will see it impact other states like Georgia and coastal South Carolina. We will see widespread, prolonged, major record flooding, in several states. So we will be in touch with our other news partners on how other states are recovering and dealing with the storm. But at this time, we want to focus on the areas that will be the most impacted. So let's go ahead and revisit our news partners at Fox 35 Orlando.
Scan. So what does that mean? Showing just how strong those winds are. And we are seeing that within our radar. So I'm just going to zoom you right into the cell that we are monitoring, that it's making its way over Florida's Turnpike right now. And you can see that those sustained winds are anywhere from 9 up to 15 to 24 miles per hour. And right here where the reds and greens are starting to move together, that's where we could be seeing that rotation. It's possible, but we want to let you know that the National Weather Service is saying that this is radar indicated. So it's indicated by our Fox 35 storm tracker radar. We could be seeing winds as high as 24 miles per hour. Again, this tornado warning that does include Yeehaw Junction, portions of Florida's Turnpike, as well as the 441 is in effect for another 4 minutes here until 8:30 this morning. And we are seeing another tornado warning that's going to be just out to the east. So it's technically not in our viewing area, but it could be moving into Brevard County. Let's take you in for a look at winds here just to the west there of Indian River Shores, about 41 mile per hour winds. So that is some of the strongest that we have seen so far this morning, and likely going to continue off to the north and east there at about 23 miles per hour. Jamie.
All right, Allison just got a new fix on this storm in Indian River County. Now, we mentioned that we do cover southern Brevard County, and a lot of you we've chatted on the social media platforms around Sebastian Inlet, and sometimes a rogue email will come in from down in Fort Pierce. You just never know who's watching. If you are with us, if you have concerns, if you're getting this alert on our Fox 35 Storm Team weather app, I want you to hang tight with us here, friends, as we show you this entire cluster, not only going into Sebastian, but also for those of you in South Brevard at Micco, over toward the Grant area and the Malabar Annex there for the Space Force Base. 54 minutes on arrival. This is moving northwest now. The latest track speed on this moving forward at 30 miles per hour. So these particular areas are cranked up right now, and again spreading that heavy rain all across the land. Now the detail in this, as we talk about the heavy rain potential, is of course tracking this as it's a tropical connection right now. So the outlook on this showing tremendous rainfall rates, as Allison was showing us with the Osceola storm, as this draws closer to the Micco area within 21 minutes time. It does look like we'll see rain amounts increasing there. In fact, the south side of town right now, that risk is on the rise in that area of South Brevard County, right there at the Indian River border. As we look at it now, moving to the north and west at a good 30 miles per hour. So arrival times here for you. Want to stay on top of that as we show you 8 minutes there. Micco 21 minutes. Grant area now at 33 minutes, and Malabar at 53 minutes now. Big time rain amounts unloading right along US 1. I-95 and spreading in that direction now. As we give you another look here, I want to take a look at the reflectivity now on the radar. We'll go ahead and cleanse that palette for you and show you how heavy this is. Also want to dabble now in toward Yeehaw Junction, showing this particular storm on the move. We'll see if they expand this out as it can jump county to county, but right now this will continue, this tornado warned area, until 8:30. We'll see if Weather Service expires that. Another look here at the weather chat. Looks like the tornado warning has now expired for Indian River and Osceola County. We're going to go ahead and collect our thoughts here in the Storm Center. Again, breaking weather news now as a tornado warned area has expired in Indian River and also Osceola County. More to come, likely, as we see these rain bands continuing to march steadily across the viewing area. Heavy rain, increasing winds later today, and more tornadic spin-ups looking likely again as Ian moves into the southwestern side of Florida as a major Category 4 hurricane with winds now 155 miles per hour. That's all for now from the Storm Center. We'll send it on back to you.
Fox 35 News starts now. Tracking Ian.
All right, great job covering that tornado warning in Osceola County by Jamie and Allison. Hurricane Ian is inching much closer now to Florida's Gulf Coast. It is nearly a Cat 5 hurricane now. Thanks so much for choosing Fox 35 for your Hurricane Ian coverage. I'm Amy Caulfield.
I'm Danielle Knox. Good morning to you. Hurricane Ian will make landfall somewhere near southwest Florida at some point this morning. Fox 35 has crews all over the coast, of course, here in central Florida as well, as our state prepares for Hurricane Ian's landfall. But first, we do want to send it right on over to our meteorologist, Jamie King, Allison Gargaro. They're standing by with more on the hurricane's path right now and what central Florida can expect, guys. Good morning once again.
Well, more of what we just got done with. I can't stress enough to our great viewers and listeners, Allison, the tornadic risk that's going to unfold. We see it with weak tropical storms in the Gulf. We see it with major hurricanes. Ian now, 155 mile per hour top sustained winds. I mean, it's on that threshold, the upper level of Cat 4. Nearly a 5, a very concerning situation to say the least.
That's exactly right. So there's a lot of spin in the atmosphere thanks to Ian, but we're also seeing some of those outer rain bands starting to spin as well. That's why it's so important to make sure you have the Fox 35 Storm Team weather app to get alerted, and then you can watch us here live as we do continue to track this.
Yeah, and Allison, you know, it's only a matter of time as we go deeper into the day, tonight, tomorrow, power outages. You can stream us live. You're seeing us now on television. You'll get the same great coverage from the Fox 35 Storm Center right there on the app. So I want everyone now, make sure your devices are all charged up. Get ready. We're going to ride this out with you. There's going to be tremendous impacts to our local viewing area. I want to jump into the cone now and give you the latest track and fix here on Ian over the southwestern side of the state, making an approach. You can see that track at this time. Looks like it comes aboard as a Category 4 with winds at 155 miles per hour. It decreases, but friends, we're talking about a strike here on the Central Peninsula, a Category 1 hurricane, and then riding offshore here, Daytona Beach, and then right on into the deep southern states. And we're talking about impacts all across the deep south as we go longer term. Near term, though, it's all about us here in Florida. Looking at that eye, boy, that is mean, that is lean. A Category 4 just on that threshold, almost a Cat 5. It's this close, and those heavy rain bands continue marching steadily from south to north. We're waiting for these areas here to clear on out. There they go. Okay, so we've got it in animation mode, and what we've got going now is that drop. You saw the polygons disappear, so we're up and out of those tornado warned areas. As we look ahead now, you can see all the light rain that's moving on in. That lighter rain turns into much heavier rain as we go longer term today, with more frequency to these rain bands coming in and some super heavy high rain amounts. Steady rains across Brevard County, back out near Kenansville. Not seeing any rotation with that storm now. That has moved on through, crossed over the Florida Turnpike. It is kind of bulged out to the west and to the east now. So really no rotation on top of that at this time. But boy, I tell you what, we are looking for more of that as we head on through the day today. Right now, I want to head over to Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Allison Gargaro in the Storm Center. Allison, it's critical. We track radar. We stay on top here of the warned areas. Hurricane warning continues until further notice for all the red shaded boxes here.
That's exactly right. So that does include Seminole, Lake, Orange, Osceola, and Polk counties, and then the other areas that are shaded in orange on your screen under a tropical storm warning. That means we're going to be seeing a rise in winds. We already see a rise in the rain, as well as the potential for flooding. So we are going to be watching those outer rain bands as they continue to make their way across central Florida. Let's get into our future modeling here. This is high resolution modeling. You can see that those outer rain bands are only going to continue to move from south to north across the entire viewing area. Then we see that center of circulation. It starts to make its way onshore, and it'll be bringing a lot of rain with it. This system is moving slowly, so we talk about rainfall rates that are going to be very high, which could lead to localized flooding. And then as this storm makes its way closer and closer to the Orlando metro across our viewing area, the winds will be coming And with that, a saturated ground does mean that we could be seeing downed trees as well as downed power lines, and some gusts here locally could be upwards of 70, 80 miles per hour. Again, gusts, but let's talk about the timing of those winds. Wednesday by 2 p.m., so this afternoon, those winds are really going to be impacting the southern portion of our viewing area, and then it's slowly going to be moving off to the north and east. Let's take a look at future gusts. And Fort Meade, 79 miles per hour by 8, 9 o'clock tonight, 96 by 10. And you can see overnight is when we will be seeing some of the strongest winds here locally. And even as this system is making its way toward our north and east, the winds are just going to be shifting. That doesn't mean that we aren't still be seeing some very strong gusts there. That's extending from Cross City, Gainesville, through the villages, Leesburg, Titusville, Melbourne. Everybody going to be seeing impacts from this storm. And we'll actually be taking you county by county to give you the impacts where you live. Our #1 goal is to make sure that you and your family are safe, not only today, but through the remainder of this storm.
Allison, well said. And of course, with the track changing over the last 24 hours, impacts to your community may be different now, especially for the northern counties. So we are going to continue to rework the information, the wind speeds, the gusts, what you can expect for weather where you live. We're going to have it for you here coming up in just a bit. We'll send it on over to you now on the desk.
All right, you guys, just doing a great job over there. We want to bring some attention back to the Gulf Coast of that southwest Florida. That is where they are bracing for landfall of now a nearly Cat 5 storm.
Well, cities like Sarasota, right, for example, they are bracing to feel winds well over 150 miles per hour, perhaps, and that is where we find Fox 35's David Martin right now this morning. David, good morning to you. I want to get a closer look at what you're seeing out there.
Well, Danielle, this morning we started at the Sarasota Bay. We've moved a bit inward to Tamiami Trail. And now, at this hour, we've stopped by at the Sarasota-Bradenton International Airport to give you an indication of how strong the winds are already out here in Sarasota County at this hour. The airport, as you know, is closed. There are people inside. We have police inside, some employees who have hunkered down. I want to take your attention here to what they've done on the doorways. Completely sandbagged the entry. And if you look, every single gate or a terminal check-in here for ticketing has some kind of cover, plastic over the computers, because they said sometimes when storms come in, they get a lot of rain. Storms, think about that. This is a hurricane. I'll send it back to you, Amy, in the studio.
All right, David, nice perspective for us there. Thank you. We do continue our team coverage right now here on Central Florida.
Well, you know what? Some people are still on the roadways this morning. They are fleeing the storm at the last minute. Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie, she's out there on the roadways as well for us this morning. And Amanda, the governor announced the toll suspension is moving into Central Florida. We talked about that a little bit yesterday as well. And so what that means is that people won't be charged for using some of our toll roads. But is it busy out there? Are you seeing a lot of people out on the roadways at this hour?
So far on I-4 in both directions, traffic has been rather moderate and easy and smooth traveling. I'll give you a live look right now at the roadway. We're traveling we're traveling westbound on I-4 through Seminole County. Traffic really not packed at this hour. That could certainly change throughout the day if more people decide to hit the roadways in order to evacuate, but it's a lot better than it was yesterday when I saw bumper to bumper traffic, especially around Polk County and Osceola County. A lot of folks from the West Coast, thousands of people were evacuating because of those evacuation orders. Many were mandatory. Now, yesterday I spoke with several people evacuating from that area, and they told me they struggled to find gas and a place to stay at the last minute in Orlando, and now they're just waiting and hoping that the storm spares their home.
Hoping that it does well. We're a little bit elevated, and we put up sandbags and everything that I possibly could to try to stop water from coming in. So hopefully trees won't come down. We'll have to see.
We did everything we could. We moved everything up. We drained the pool as much as we could. So everything that's not replaceable is in here. more than 2.5 million people are under some type of evacuation right now. So if people didn't hit the road yesterday, we expect many more to do so today. The governor is urging those folks to seek higher ground in a safe structure. We have been seeing more rain, but still it is rather moderate at this time. We'll continue to monitor the road conditions throughout the day as Hurricane Ian moves closer to Florida. Reporting live on I-4, Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
All right, looks like they got some Rain-X on their windshield. Those raindrops were just flying off. As Ian gets closer to Central Florida, there has been a flood of people heading to gas stations to try to fill up their cars, maybe their generators. And some gas stations have run out. In fact, a lot of them. Fox 35's Nestor Mato is joining us live. He's in Daytona Beach this morning. He is right outside of Buc-ee's. Are you still at Buc-ee's, Nestor? How are things looking there?
Yeah, I'm still at Buc-ee's, and in fact, you know, the staff here says the plan is for them to remain open throughout the storm. At least that's how it's looking. And they have extra gas tanks as well, besides the fact that all their pumps are filled of gas. So we were talking to people who came from the Palm Coast saying, you know, there wasn't gas near me, I'm coming over here. Some reports from New Serena Beach, people saying there's no gas near me, so they came to Buc-ee's. We're showcasing you this man right now. You can see him filling up not only his car, but his gas cans, and that is something that we've consistently seen here. People not only want to make sure they have enough gas for their cars, but they want to make sure that if they lose power, they go ahead and have fuel to fill that up as well. As I mentioned, you know, the Buc-ee's says that they're going to stay open throughout the storm. So if you pass by here to get your last fill of gas before the storm really starts impacting our area, you could also even get a hot meal here. So this is actually a really good one-stop shop, at least for now. But just to touch base on the weather, it's been drizzling throughout the morning, and we get that squally bands that come through every so often. But for now, this is what we're dealing with. I'm live in Daytona Beach. Nestor Mato, Fox 35 News.
And if you do need gas, certainly lots of pumps there to get it. Thank you so much for that, Nestor. Our time right now is 8:40.
And still to come on Good Air Orlando, another look at Hurricane Ian as it is still creeping closer to Southwest Florida.
And of course, we've got Jamie and Allison. They've got more information when we come back. And so it is 8:40. Don't go far.
Football is back.
Right, and that was the latest from our news partners over at Fox 35 Orlando. We cannot do this without their continuous coverage as well. We're taking a live now look at our XRAD weather radar. The time is now 8:40 a.m. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more updates when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It looks as though we have the sheriff of Hillsborough County, much of this county under a mandatory evacuation watch. And you can hear right here live and unfiltered, our phones are going off because we are getting an emergency alert as we speak for An evacuation is in order for other low-lying areas, mobile homes, and special needs residents. This is the alert that we just received on our phones, broadcasting out of Orlando, Florida. So let's go ahead and listen in again to Sheriff Chad Chronister, broadcasting from Tampa, Florida.
So they can respond. So the assets are ready to go. We work great with our community partners. When it's time to launch the different phases in this hurricane plan, we're prepared to do so.
All right, last thing before we go, what's your last bit of advice for folks right now?
Hunker down. The time to get prepared, the time to evacuate's over. Now it's time to protect yourselves. Hunker down, stay in place. If you call for help, we'll try to get to you. But at this point, it's time to hunker down. As you see, this day is going to continue. The conditions are continue to worsen. No one needs to be out in the roadways now.
Sheriff Chad Chronister, thank you. Good to see you as always. Talk soon, okay?
Stay safe, everyone.
Right, we have an important update regarding special needs shelters in Hillsborough. One is at capacity right now and has closed. Another has just opened. Special needs shelter at Irwin Technical College in Tampa is no longer accepting evacuees. In its place, the county has opened a special needs shelter at the Yangling Center, and it is pet friendly. This is just one of several shelters in Hillsborough County, too. Folks seeking shelter should make arrangements as soon as possible.
There are now environmental concerns with the approaching storm. Several groups are paying attention to the gypsum stacks around the middle of the state. We have several dozen of them, holding about 30 million tons of chemical waste. Center for Biological Diversity fears the storm could bring more water than those open-air ponds can handle, threatening nearby rivers and wetlands. Just last year, the old Piney Point stack had a leak into Tampa Bay, causing massive fish kills. State has since closed that facility. No statement yet from Mosaic, which owns many of the state's current phosphate stacks. Remember, you can stay up to date with the latest on Ian at myfoxhurricane.com. The site has all the models for the storms we're tracking. There's also a county-by-county guide for emergency information and shelter locations. U.S. Postal Service has announced it's temporarily suspending mail delivery and retail operations in central and southwest Florida due to this storm. This includes Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco, Polk, Sarasota, Manatee counties, and even more. No word yet on when service will resume. Postal Service says it will do so when it's safe. UPS and FedEx are also warning of possible delays.
Meanwhile, the Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa is now closed. The casino shut down just minutes ago at 8. The hotel, however, will remain open, but with limited guest services. The Hard Rock says they'll closely monitor the storm to determine when they plan to reopen. And during his Ian Update Tuesday, Governor DeSantis announced a new partnership between Visit Florida and the travel website Expedia. The website launched what it's calling an emergency accommodations module. This will provide real-time hotel availability for the residents and for visitors hoping to get away safely from the storm's path. You can also get help booking a flight or renting a car.
To help residents and emergency personnel stay connected ahead of impacts from Hurricane Ian, some providers are offering free hotspots for Wi-Fi. And Sorbani's here now with a look at what Comcast is doing. Hey, Sorb.
Hey, everyone. Yeah, it's critically important, obviously, for everyone to have a means of communication at their disposal before, during, after a storm like this. And to help residents and emergency personnel stay connected, Comcast's network of public Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots throughout Central, North, and Southwest Florida and the Panhandle. They're now available for anyone to use, and that includes non-Xfinity customers, and they will be able to do that for free. So when a hotspot's within range, all you have to do is select the Xfinity Wi-Fi network on the devices list, whatever it shows you of available networks, and then launch the browser. The sign-in options will appear whether you're a customer or if you're not. Now, if you don't see the accept and connect button, that means the hotspot that you're trying to connect to is actually a customer's home and not open to the public, so keep that in mind. But companies, they're trying to step up here. Companies like Verizon, they're offering unlimited calling, texting, and data through the storm as well. These providers are staging other emergency response and network recovery equipment as well in strategic locations for quick deployment following the storm. So AT&T, for example, they've installed more generators at critical cell towers and switching facilities, and they moved electronics essential to network operations above expected flood levels. Additionally, its network disaster recovery team, they're on standby in Florida, and they are prepared to deploy assets as needed, Russell.
Let's talk, and this is going to be important to a lot of people, especially with losing power. Let's talk about preserving your phone's battery beyond the basics. Got any tricks on that?
Yeah, you know, obviously you turn it off when you can, but you're going to be, you know, on it getting that information. So if you can use a power saving mode on your Android, it's power save mode or lower power mode. If you've got an iPhone, adjust the display options as well. They can be really demanding on your battery, so take a second to reduce the display resolution on the device, turn on the auto brightness, and turn your screen timeout to 30 seconds so it's not just sitting there all lit up, right? Then
you're streaming live now from Fox, and that was the latest from our news partner in Tampa, Fox 13 Tampa, bringing us the latest as we continue to cover Hurricane Ian, now barreling towards the Florida Peninsula as a Category 4 storm, just shy from a Category 5 storm with winds of up to 155 miles per hour. This could be a potentially devastating situation. The National Hurricane Center says that Ian is expected to cause a life-threatening storm surge, catastrophic winds, as well as flooding in the Florida Peninsula. So we are making sure that we bring you all every detail and every development that we have right here on Live Now from Fox. We are getting some video into our Live Now from Fox desk of just how devastating Hurricane Ian has been thus far. We are taking a look at a Key West home that actually got some flooding because of Hurricane Ian as it quickly approaches the state of Florida. You can see there, it looks like at least 4 inches of flood water inside of this home. And again, this is devastating. If you have ever been a part of disaster recovery, you know that if you get 2 or 3 inches of water inside of your home, almost the entire wall has to be removed. So these people will definitely be in some type of recovery efforts as we continue to monitor Hurricane Ian. Let's go ahead and take another live now look at our XRAD weather radar, showing us the latest information when it comes to Hurricane Ian's projected path. Now, current watches and warnings, as well as possible rainfall totals, are all things that we are currently monitoring from the National Hurricane Center. We do expect another update to come momentarily, and of course we will share it for you all live, raw, and unfiltered. Also, if you are in the Tampa or Orlando area, obviously flights and airports are being impacted because of this storm. Officials have announced that they have closed Clearwater, St. Pete airports at 1 p.m. on Tuesday. The Tampa International Airport closed at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, and the Orlando International Airport will close this morning at 10:30 a.m. Port Tampa Bay has closed at 8 a.m. These are all things that are very important, especially if you were late to the party when it comes to evacuating. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis saying that now may not be the best time to leave as rain and wind is approaching. Now is the time to hunker down if you chose not to evacuate. Here's the latest from Ron DeSantis. All right, we'll work on getting you all that update from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. But again, the governor, as well as other emergency management officials, telling people to heed warnings and hunker down. Make sure that you have your emergency kit, because now is not the time to evacuate. It's getting too dangerous to be on the roads. The time is now 8:51, and again, we are in touch with our news partners. They are continuing to bring us a local angle to this story as we continue to cover it. Fox 13 Tampa is bringing us an update as, again, Ian continues to barrel towards the state of Florida as a Category 4 storm.
You see here at the marina, you can see all of the docks, you can see the pilings, I mean, where all the barnacles and everything are normally covered with water. You can see them all exposed. So this is, and look, I'm no Dave Osterberg, not trying to be, but this is what happens at this point in the storm when it's pushing the water out. It's just interesting that we're definitely seeing these effects of a Hurricane Ian, even though we are at this point here in Clearwater Beach considerably farther away from the eye. Stick around, everybody. Going to tell you more about what's happening here at the Clearwater Marine Aquarium when it comes to taking care of their animals, and they are definitely doing that, rain or shine, all the way through this storm. Stick around. More information coming your way on Good Day Tampa Bay next.
At United Vein Centers, our minimally invasive treatments for vein disease will have you back on your feet again, pain-free, with legs that'll feel like new. The treatments are covered by Medicare.
If you're just now joining us, you're streaming live now from Fox. We're taking a live now look at our XRAD weather radar as we continue to track Hurricane Ian, which is making its way towards the state of Florida, moving very slowly at only 10 miles per hour. We're looking at winds of up to 155 miles per hour. That means that this already major hurricane is just shy of a Category 5 storm. This is a historic situation, a potentially devastating situation. So we want to make sure that our viewers are up to date on the most accurate information and developments as they occur. We just heard from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who is telling everyone, if you have not evacuated yet, now is the time to hunker down and make sure that you all are paying very close attention to us here at Live Now from Fox, and especially your local media outlets, because we want to make sure that you all are heeding all warnings and watches. We've already seen a few tornado warnings and watches pop up around the central Florida area, and this is something that is to be expected as the hurricane continues to make its way towards the state of Florida. Now, right now, taking a look at our XRAD weather radar, the eye of the storm is just barely in the Gulf of Mexico. It is still moving very slowly at 10 miles per hour with 155 miles per hour winds towards Florida. Hurricane Ian, again, nearing a Category 5 storm. This is the most recent update that we have gotten from the National Hurricane Center. We are on standby to receive another update, but paying attention to social media, this is what we know right now. They're issuing out several warnings for people ahead of this storm. Number one, catastrophic storm surge. That is what meteorologists and experts are most concerned about. We could see inundation of 12 to 16 feet above ground level, along with destructive waves. That's expected somewhere along the southwest Florida coastline from Inglewood to Bonita Beach. This includes Charlotte Harbor. Residents in these areas should urgently follow all evacuation orders in effect if it is still safe, I will add. Catastrophic wind damage is expected along the southwestern coast of Florida beginning in the next few hours, where the core of Ian will make landfall. Preparations to protect life and property should be urgently rushed to completion. Also, heavy rainfall will spread across the Florida peninsula through Thursday and will reach portions of the southeastern United States later this week, as well as well into this weekend. So widespread, life-threatening, catastrophic flooding is expected across portions of central Florida, with considerable flooding in southern Florida, northern Florida, southeastern Georgia, and coastal South Carolina. We'll continue to track this storm well into this weekend. We briefly showed you all a live update from Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, who is just like every other emergency management personnel or official, just urging everyone to stay safe at this time, guys. This is not the time to be on the road. It's not the time to be at the beach trying to get a look at the conditions, because things can quickly deteriorate. We're taking a look back at this video from about 24 hours ago in South Florida. As you can see here, these beach goers really excited about the waves and the wind, but this is exactly what officials are warning us not to do. We should be at home, preparing, staying safe, making sure that we all are prepared for the worst. Hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. We are slowly approaching the 9 a.m. mark here at Live Now from Fox. We will take a 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we will bring you all up to speed on exactly where Hurricane Ian is heading, how fast the storm is traveling, and we'll update you all on the wind strength with our news partners at Fox Weather right after this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 8:59, swiftly approaching the 9 a.m. hour as we continue to bring you all nonstop coverage of Hurricane Ian, especially as it is nearing Category 5 strength. We are taking a look at some video that we received to our desk yesterday. Beachgoers in South Florida taking a look at the conditions, but I'm sure that conditions have since rapidly deteriorated. That is why we are closely monitoring every update. Again, let's go ahead and check in with our news partners at Fox 35 Orlando. They're going to bring us a more localized approach.
Palm Bay out toward the Satellite Beach area. That's some super heavy rain. A lot of this cranking steadily down to the north and west. We'll cross over 192, approaching the radar site. And as we give you a look at the rain rate, I mean, just tremendous stuff. We have to certainly factor in where this rain is spawning from. This is a full-on major hurricane, a tropical system approaching the southwest side of the state. So we talk about the rain impacts, and they are tremendous. The flood potential is high. The rainfall rate per hour being dispatched from the bottom of some of these storm clouds and rain bands as much as 6 or 7 inches per hour, and even on the plus side of that, if you catch my drift here. So it's super, super heavy out near Lake Kissimmee, Florida Turnpike. You can see all this big mass here from Prairie Lakes Road making a move toward Lake Kissimmee, and the bigger view now showing a little bit closer to Orlando and Oak Ridge. Just very consistent, very focused rain. It isn't super heavy. It isn't super light. It's kind of right in between. So that's what we've got on tap before we start to see a lot of this stuff here, very, very heavy, moving north and west. So what is down south, we've been telling you in our messaging all morning, you can fully expect that for areas north of the heavy rain zones at this time. There is a look there at Ian. I mentioned earlier that we don't usually see lightning strikes in tropical systems, but when they're this strong, anything is on the table, as we say. Upwards of 92 now at peak. So that outer rim here along that eye wall really featuring that very defined eye. This drawing closer to Cape Coral area now, about roughly 38.4 miles to the southwest there. And a look up toward Venice and Port Charlotte, very heavy rain. We've had a couple tornado warned areas there, mainly through the overnight hours. That is now kind of morphed into a threat that has moved northbound. And we talk about the current watches and warnings. A hurricane warning continues for all the red shaded counties here, and the communities highlighted tropical storm watch, or warning rather, in the orange here, tropical storm watch up near Gainesville and into Gilchrist County as well. And we also have this tornado watch going strong until 5 o'clock today. And Allison, I fully expect to see these rain bands producing the very heavy rain and the risk of tornadoes on tap as we go through the remaining hours here of this day ahead. Even into tomorrow morning, the potential is certainly there. And we talk about the rain as well. Boy, when you got this tropical stuff going on, when it rains, it absolutely pours.
That's exactly right. And it's not moving very quickly, so a lot of rain is expected, starting down near Bradenton, moving into Lakeland, Claremont, DeLand, Oviedo, Daytona Beach. Totals through early Friday morning. Take a look at this. Up to 29 inches possible in DeLand, 25 in Pearson, 24 in Daytona Beach, and about 22 possible in Orlando. So with that being said, we are looking at the risk for flash flooding. That is going to be a real possibility. We want to make sure that everybody is going to be staying safe and aware that a lot of rain is on the way. But I do want to take you into our Storm Prediction Center, what we are seeing, the heightened risk. So there is a very likely 3 out of 5 risk for not only the heavy rain damaging wind gusts, but also tornadoes. And then if we take a look at what we could be seeing tomorrow, it's going to be a likely risk moving up into Orange, Seminole, Volusia, as well as Flagler County. So Jamie, everybody at home can depend on us. If there are tornado warnings, we will be watching them and we will be tracking them live for you right here from the Fox 35 Storm Center.
Okay, so I noticed some of these rain bands freshening up in Brevard County, Osceola County, and some of this trying to get into the metro. So what we're going to do is we're going to send it back to the anchor team, and Allison and I are going to survey the radar. I want to see about rotation. I've seen a few areas of concern, not immediate concern, but maybe longer term as we go through about the next hour. So we'll revamp here in the Storm Center. I want to send it back to you now on the desk. Amy, we'll give it over to you now.
All right. Sure. Thanks, you guys. Our live team coverage continues this morning. Fox 35's David Martin has been in Sarasota all morning, and I know you were there yesterday too, David, talking to some of the people as they were preparing for the storm, and it felt like people were taking it seriously.
Yeah, many of them did evacuate. I was surprised at the number of people, Amy, who did not board up. They may come back to their houses slightly wet after today's big storm. Behind me, look at this, the famous turn here for the Sarasota Jungle Gardens attraction has been toppled here along the Tamiami Trail in Sarasota. The Jungle Gardens has been around since 1939, one of Florida's oldest attractions. This is the intersection of Myrtle and Tamiami. Found it fascinating that the Dollar General across the street is open. We've seen a lot of people coming out of that looking for some batteries and last minute supplies, of course. The Walgreens diagonal, we've seen the lights flicker on and off in the past 30 minutes. So conditions are worsening here in Sarasota. Amy, we're going to send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, David.
Well, Ian's cone of uncertainty has now moved south of Tampa Bay, but that does not mean that part of the West Coast is out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, the storm is huge, right?
Huge.
So Fox 35's Dave Puglisi is in Tampa. He has got the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder Truck with him this morning. It doesn't look too bad in Tampa right now, David, but we really thought that that area was going to be hard hit. Now, maybe not as bad.
Yeah, I mean, people here are really breathing a sigh of relief and taking advantage of the time they have right now where the rain has really eased up. It was definitely harder earlier this morning. If you've been watching Fox 35 since we came on air at 4 o'clock, you would have seen that there has been some stronger winds and rains that have come through. But right now, things have eased up. Although this rain is starting to kick up here. You can see off in the distance here, the rain is coming from our back as this storm continues to swirl over us. The clouds are harder to see now. We just showed you about them 10 minutes ago as the rain has picked up quite a bit. Another thing to note, the water levels have dropped a little bit here in the bay. Now, it's important to note that the low tide will be about 10:50 today, so part of that could be low tide. Some of it could be from the storm. It's hard to tell given that low tide is so close to now. But now you can see the winds are starting to pick up a little bit. The rain is starting to come back. We did talk to people yesterday who were boarding up in preparation for fear that this could be worse.
I'm a little bit excited, but I'm starting to get a little worried because you have to prepare, you have to take it seriously because.
And people have been taking it seriously here. People listen to the warnings, and evacuations for zones A and B happened yesterday. Most people have left. We haven't seen many people around, but those who are riding it out are hoping for the best, although the rain is starting to pick up here. So again, no one's out of the woods. We are close enough to Hurricane Ian that they will be feeling these winds and rains. So we're going to have more of that throughout the morning, but that's the latest in Tampa Bay. Dave Puglisi, Fox 35 News.
All right, definitely the rain hitting hard on that lens. Dave, thanks. Seminole County has issued an evacuation order as of this morning. This is for flood-prone mobile homes and anyone who has special needs. Here are some of the shelters that have opened so far. Lake Mary High School and Lyman High School are open. Lake Mary is in Lake Mary, obviously, and Lyman is in Longwood. Midway Elementary is open right now in Sanford. That's right next to Millennium Middle School. Winter Springs High School is also open as a shelter, and Bentley, which is in Sanford, and Lair Elementary Schools, they are also offering shelters for people who might have special needs, especially if you need any kind of oxygen, that needs to stay running. It's really important that you get to one of those shelters.
And what tends to happen is people tend to want to wait and say, oh, maybe I'll go later. But now is the time to go if you do need special assistance.
Yeah, Jamie's saying he wants everybody to be off the roads by 10 this morning.
For sure.
We do have a lot more coming up on Good Day Orlando. Fox 35 is your headquarters as we track Hurricane Ian.
And all right, that was the latest from our news partners in Orlando. Fox 35 Orlando, keeping us up to speed on Hurricane Ian. We are taking a live now look from Tampa, Florida. As you can see here, conditions are beginning to deteriorate. We are taking a look at the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, which of course, as you can imagine, is closed because of Hurricane Ian. Now, with winds caused by Hurricane Ian ranging now up to 155 miles per hour, the Florida Highway Patrol did close this bridge, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, in both directions earlier this morning. The 4-lane cable-stayed concrete bridge with northbound and southbound lanes is a part of the I-275 in the United States Highway 19. It connects Pinellas and Manatee counties, and this bridge, of course, closes whenever there is a maximum sustained wind of 40 miles per hour or higher. This bridge will remain closed until Ian passes. Of course, Ian now tracking 155 miles per hour. And Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has declared a state of emergency over the whole state of Florida. He did this over the weekend. President Joe Biden has already approved Florida's emergency declaration. This took place on Sunday. And moments ago in a news conference, the governor saying that regardless of Ian's exact track or intensity, there is still significant risk to life. The life-threatening storm surge is what many people are concerned about. Hurricane-forced winds, as well as heavy rainfall along the western portion of Florida and the Florida Panhandle by the middle of the work week, a serious cause for concern. That approval that we saw from President Biden is going to authorize the Department of Homeland Security as well as the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, to coordinate disaster relief efforts for the entire state. We've learned since 8 o'clock this morning that 5,000 National Guard members have been activated across the state, and they are on standby in case people need to be rescued from their homes. The governor also telling people that now is not really the time to evacuate anymore. We may have missed that window because, as you can see here, conditions are beginning to deteriorate, and honestly, it's just not safe to be on the road at this time. Now's the time to hunker down and make indoor preparations. But again, DeSantis saying that crews are well prepared, well positioned, and equipped across the state to respond to Hurricane Ian recovery, rescue, and of course cleanup efforts. We'll see more of that after the storm moves out of this region. But the governor speaking to residents in the state of Florida, here's more on what he had to say.
Cause life-threatening storm surge, flooding, tropical storm force winds will be felt throughout the entire state, and even isolated tornadoes. I urge Floridians who have made the decision to shelter in place, to stay indoors, and stay off the roads. You do not want to be outdoors or on the roads as a storm of this size is making landfall in your area. It is extremely dangerous. Power outages will occur. If you get a weather alert for a tornado, and as the governor has already mentioned, if you're in the Southwest Florida area, you should make the same preparations as if it is a tornado going over your house. Get to an interior room free of windows. Have stuff to be able to protect your head and body from the debris, such as a blanket, sleeping bag, mattress, or even potentially helmets. If there are flash flood warnings in your area, remember, it is never safe to walk or drive through flooded areas. We continue to coordinate with all of our electrical partners. As the governor's mentioned, there are over 30,000 linemen staged throughout the city, from north central Florida all the way down to Miami. As areas in South Florida and the Keys begin to experience power outages, remember to contact your service provider, not 911, for power restoration. You can also keep your refrigerators shut. If residents have any questions about resources for Hurricane Ian, I urge them to reach out to their local emergency management or public safety office. This storm is here. It is imminent. I can tell you it is a Cat 4 hurricane, nearly a Cat 5. I know all of the emergency management directors in Southwest Florida very well. Combined, they have over 200 years of experience. They're preparing and they're expecting a Cat 5. So,
and that
please.
was the latest from Emergency Management Chief Ed McCrane, providing an update alongside Florida Governor Ron DeSantis about an hour or so ago today, continuing to warn residents about deteriorating conditions. As we take this live now look from Tampa, Florida, you can see that is exactly what is taking place now. The Florida Department of Emergency Management has also loaded 360 60 trailers with more than 2 million meals and more than 1 million gallons of water in preparation for distribution in areas that are affected by Hurricane Ian. Now, because of Hurricane Ian, again, 5,000 members of the Florida National Guard have been activated and have been pre-positioned at locations across the state. In addition, 2,000 National Guard members from Tennessee, Georgia, and North Carolina have also been activated to assist. We've also seen this with linemen, power companies coming from neighboring states, prepping and staging in areas across the state because we will see power outages for days, if not weeks. So we have a lot of resources on standby. Nearly 3,000 ambulances, paratransit buses, and other support vehicles have also been deployed to areas where Hurricane Ian could have a major impact. DeSantis said just a few moments ago, I know we've got a lot of people who just moved to the state of Florida. Just make sure that you are prepared. For a lot of people, this is their very first hurricane, but that doesn't mean that that's an excuse to be ill prepared. Make sure that you all are heeding all warnings. We also got this update from emergency management officials. Chief Ed McCrane, he was providing updates on Hurricane Ian just moments ago. Here's more of what he had to say about deteriorating conditions.
Waking up this morning, you're seeing the conditions outside deteriorate. The weather and the winds are picking up. It's only a few more hours before we won't be able to roll any emergency vehicles. We're making that determination now. The winds, as I'm doing this right now, are probably 39, but they will continue to increase. If you can still get to an evacuation center, evacuation shelter, or a friend or family member's house safely, then do that. If you get to a point where you have not done that and you are at home, you need to shelter in place. Find that safe room inside your house. Make sure everybody in the family knows where that is. And if things start going bad, you need to get everybody to that room and stay low. So this is a serious storm. We're going to feel this probably for the next 24 hours as it passes to our south. It looks like it's going to be entering Charlotte Harbor and coming right through the county. So do the best you can with the situation right now. But again, if you can safely still get to an evacuation center, please do that.
Thanks, Ed, and thank you for everything you do for our community. All right, we're taking a live now look from Tampa, Florida, as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. As you can see here, conditions are beginning to deteriorate. On the left side of your screen, we're taking a live look at our XRAD weather radar. If you're just now joining us, Hurricane Ian is expected to make landfall along Florida's west coast in a matter of hours. Ian is now a very powerful Category 4 storm, packing winds of 155 miles per hour, making it just shy of Category 5 strength. The National Hurricane Center says that Ian is expected to cause a life-threatening storm surge, catastrophic winds, and flooding in the Florida Peninsula. Let's go ahead and check in with our local partners at Fox 13.
Where you get all those little white dots that are blinking, that's lightning. And when you get lightning inside a storm like this, that's a sign that it's intensifying, or at least trying to continue to intensify. So this may be intensifying, or at least holding this strong Category 4 status, or 5 perhaps, on its way to this landfall later in the afternoon. Here's kind of a better look, and I can kind of zoom in and show you where this lightning is. It's amazing. Boy, right around the bottom part of this eye wall is where you're going to have those 155-mile-per-hour winds. You're going up the coast. We were just watching our reporters reporting live, and you can see, of course, all the rain bands coming in from Sarasota. By the way, inside some of these heavier red rain bands, that's where you're going to have those tropical storm force winds gusts. That's where you're going to get your gustiest wind inside the rain bands. I mean, you're solidly in it in Venice, down to Port Charlotte, and as you go up the coast, we're still getting, here's a rain band that moved through Dade City into the Tampa area, and more as we get closer and closer to the storm making landfall this afternoon. The rain is obviously going to increase for everybody. The satellite presentation, it's impressive and odd at the same time, because on one hand, you obviously see where the center of the storm is, and that purple wrapping around it, those deep purple color, that is those highest cloud tops where those big towers are. But look at the left side of your screen, the west side of it, that's wind shear. That west to southwest wind shear is trying to impact the storm, and it's compressing the storm a little bit. So it's walled itself off against the dry air for now. We were hoping that if it was out over water longer, that the dry air would get in and try to weaken the storm a little bit, but I think it's going to run out of time before that drier air does get in. And yeah, we're looking at a minimum category 4 landfall coming up later this afternoon. So for more on that and the impacts locally, what we can expect, let's turn it over to Jim Weber.
Yeah, Dave, and you know, one of the graphics that you showed that I think is really telling is when you look at that radar loop and you see all the lightning around the eye. There's typically not a whole lot of lightning in a tropical system. So when you see that lightning, it is indicative, it's showing you that this is a very vigorous storm. That eye is very active, and it is really continuing to go through that intensification process. So really the worry is, and that's really the worst case scenario, to be talking about an intensifying storm as it is making landfall. And it looks like that is exactly what we are talking about. Top winds right now are at 155 miles an hour. This is a top end category 4. At this point, really doesn't matter whether this is a category 4 or a category 5. You're talking a couple of miles an hour difference. So the damage is the same at this point, but it's currently moving to the north-northeast at 10 miles an hour. So really, that landfall is not too long from now. We're talking a matter of hours until it makes landfall later on this afternoon. Those winds right around 155 miles an hour. But then what's really amazing and telling about this is, you notice by the time we go from 2 o'clock today until 2 o'clock tomorrow morning over into Polk County, we are still talking about a hurricane of 90 miles an hour. So often people think if you live in the middle of the state, this is a coastal event. And once again, we've seen this over the years. This affects the entire state. So right through Polk County, heading over towards Orlando, over onto the other side of the state, we're talking 60 to 90 mile an hour winds as it works its way across. And then on top of that, all the rainfall with this, because it's slowing down. We have the wind shear, and it's actually interacting with a front just to the north. So that's why we're talking so much about that heavy rainfall potential with it, and then that storm surge on that right-hand side. Now, the threat has gone down tremendously across Tampa Bay. What we'll actually see is more of the water pushing out of the bay. There will still be some flooding areas, but really the main threat is as you head down towards Port Charlotte, down towards Fort Myers, Bonita Springs. That's where you're going to see that storm surge 12 to 18 feet. So we're talking about a huge life-threatening storm surge in this area. It's all on that right-hand side as the wind is rotating around the center of the storm. That is where you see the strongest and the highest wind surge or storm surge. Now, tornado watch, that goes until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Manatee, Sarasota, Polk County, and to the south. As we head through the rest of the afternoon, quite likely seeing this extended. Some other counties will be added into this, but the highest threat of the tornadoes is on that right-hand side of the storm as well. It doesn't mean we cannot see them on the other side, but that's where you tend to see more of the tornadoes. And then the rainfall. We're talking 12 to 18 inches of rain, with some areas up to about 24 inches of rain. So this is a graphic that you do not see very often. The flash flood risk to see not only high, but so much of the area under that high risk of flash flooding. This is the type of rainfall that we're gonna look back at, and this is going to be something that is remembered for years and years, the kind of rain that we are talking about with this. So as we go through the rest of the day, these are some of the wind forecast gust. So just kind of give you an idea when you could expect to see some of those winds working their way through. As we go through the afternoon, you see those winds starting to gust over hurricane force. And then it continues to push on towards the middle of the state. And then by tomorrow, we start to see the winds turning more towards the northwesterly direction and starting to settle down. But then by Friday and Saturday, things looking much better. Rainfall amounts, there you see it, really going way up the scale. As far as the impacts that we're expecting, 70+ mile an hour wind gusts, storm surge, mainly to our south, 12 to 18 inches with some areas up to 24 inches of rain possible. Across our northern counties, you will fare better, but still heavy rain up in that direction. And then the winds gusting to tropical storm force. Inland counties, you're going to see those hurricane force winds, or at least gusts to that, as we go through the day into tomorrow, and the possibility of tornadoes as well. And there you see those rainfall amounts, that swath basically cutting right across the state and up towards Daytona. Dave?
I get Jim. Thank you. Stay with us. Straight ahead, President Biden has made some calls to local mayors in Ian's path. We've got more on the federal response to the potential disaster ahead. And Charlie Belcher's in Clearwater at the Clearwater Marine Aquarium this morning, seeing how they're doing there, seeing how they're prepping for the storm. So relaxing. We're going to check in with him when we come back.
Fox 13.
A huge thank you to our local news partners, Fox 13 Tampa, as well as Fox 35 Orlando, helping us bring you all wall-to-wall coverage as we continue to track Hurricane Ian, which is now nearing Category 5 strength. We are continuing to take a look at our XRAD weather radar. It's showing us the latest information when it comes to Ian's projected path. It's really barreling towards Central Florida at this time. The entire state of Florida is again under a state of emergency, and we are seeing both mandatory and voluntary evacuation. So that is why this is such an important situation. Let's go ahead and check in with Fox Weather. They're bringing us an update on power outages. We're already beginning to see some down power lines throughout the western coastline and in southern Florida.
We're seeing a lot of red around that eye wall, and that is definitely showing the strengthening of this system. And unfortunately, this is still a hurricane that is actively strengthening. And we're very concerned about this eye wall. That's where the strongest winds are. And in fact, the diameter of it is about 35 miles wide. This is a large eye. It's a very large storm. We've had tropical storm conditions this morning across the Florida Keys, and that continues. I mean, we have wind gusts around 46 miles per hour, sustained winds at 37. We have had some storm surge issues in Key West, and that is going to continue with the next high tide cycle. So please make sure that you're staying inside your house somewhere safe. Now, the storm surge issue is going to be a larger concern well to the north of Key West. That southwest shore of Florida is going to be a highlight area where, unfortunately, we are going to have life-threatening storm surge that is going to be moving in this afternoon. Right now, our winds are still offshore, so storm surge is not a threat as of right now in Fort Myers, but it is definitely a threat for Fort Myers once we get past lunchtime. So I can't say this enough. If you did not heed the warnings and you did not leave, it is too late to do so. We have bridges that are closing, the weather conditions are going downhill, and we are continuing to see the weather set in earnest. You can see these rain bands moving up Interstate 75, and look at Sarasota, a wind gust of 61 miles per hour. That is why we're seeing the power outages really stack up. And in fact, we're seeing these stronger winds even in inland locations. In Bartow, we've had a wind gust of 30 miles per hour. Jason, with a tropical system, comes hand in hand with the tornado threat. And you've been tracking a couple tornado warnings this morning.
Yeah, the good news right now is that there are no tornado warnings. Live look over in Orlando, and you just saw that flash there. That looks like that is some thunderstorms that are out there. We're also seeing the rain pick up all over in Florida there. So let's take a look right now at the radar. And as Britta was mentioning there, you see that eye here of Ian. It is still southwest of Port Charlotte, but we are really concerned about some of these outer rain bands because all morning long, that is when we have been seeing some of these tornado warnings that have been popping up here. So Melbourne, Fort Pierce right now, you're just seeing some light rain showers, no tornado threat as of right now. But anytime you have a tornado that's about to make landfall, what ends up happening is you have a huge amount of wind shear because it's interacting with what's happening at the ground. Wind shear, by the way, that is a change of wind speed and wind direction with height there. And so because of all that wind that ends up blowing across there, that's why you could end up getting just a real quick spin up here. But the good news here is, as of right now, no tornado warnings to tell you about. But we do have tornado watches that are in effect pretty much from Central Florida all the way down to South Florida. So you do need to make sure that you download the Fox Weather app, and you need to turn on those severe weather alerts. Now, the greatest chance at seeing a tornado today is going to be on that northeast side of Hurricane Ian. So that is going to be for places like Fort Myers as well as Naples, and even in Sarasota. That's going going to happen likely later on this afternoon and into this evening right before it makes landfall. But we do have a chance at seeing a quick spin up for places like Orlando, Daytona Beach, as well as over in the Melbourne area. And then for tomorrow, that tornado threat is going to continue. Now, so far, we've seen that tornado watch. It is up until 5 o'clock today, but I do anticipate that tornado watch is going to be extended into tomorrow here. So please make sure that once that tornado watch has been issued for your area, that you consider what's going to be happening and make sure to review your tornado safety plan. You always want to make sure to get inside of a room that doesn't have any windows. Don't forget about that helmet. Figure out a way to protect your head, because Britta, you and I know that even with an EF0 tornado, you could still have a whole lot of damage.
Yes, you can. And one concern is going to be, holes being put in the top of your house, because then we have a tremendous amount of rain on the way. So if you're not able to cover up that leak, we're going to have some issues. There's a live look at Marco Island. You can tell the water is rocking and rolling. We are starting to see the surge numbers start to tick up. Right now in Naples, we have a storm surge of 1 foot. That's 12 inches of water. So that hits you around the shin. But we are going to see that number dramatically increase in this stretch between Fort Myers and Naples. That is a high concern. In fact, the National Weather Service has actually been increasing their forecast for storm surge. National Hurricane Center saying that we could see up to 18 feet of water above normally dry ground through the duration of this peak storm surge. So it is utmost concern and definitely a high ticket item. Right now, we have wind gusts around 47 miles per hour in Punta Gorda. Notice that those winds are still offshore. So that's what we're going to be noticing over the next 6 hours. The winds are going to turn onshore. We've already seen that happen in Naples. And as this very crucial stretch of land, that southwest facing shore of Florida, starts to feel that onshore push, we're going to have that surge start to tick up. And it's only going to get worse as we go into the afternoon. Moving a little bit farther up to the north, Sarasota, Clearwater, this is going to be an interesting area. Right now, by the way, our winds are offshore, but look at the speeds here. Sarasota gusting up to 61 miles per hour. Depending on where the landfall is, that is going to dictate how much storm surge that we see. The strongest and highest storm surge is going to be just south of that landfalling site. So right now it looks like the critical spot is going to be from Fort Myers all the way down to Naples. But again, there's going to be a little bit of wiggle. That always happens with these landfalling systems. So we really need to watch.
All right, the time is now 9:31, guys. We are continuing to monitor all conditions as Hurricane Ian barrels towards the western coastline of Florida. We are witnessing both mandatory and voluntary evacuations orders. The entire state of Florida under a state of emergency. And it looks like we are getting a LiveNOW update from emergency management officials in Lake County, Florida. Let's listen in live on Unfiltered.
As well, with dangerous gusts. Widespread flooding from the rain. This is one issue that we're particularly concerned about. Tornadoes, as always, associated with any hurricane, especially in the rain bands as they start coming in later today. We are now transitioning into the impact phase of the event here literally within the next few hours. The winds are forecasted to arrive in Lake County between 2 and 4 p.m. today. The Emergency Operations Center is at level 1. Full activation is full activation, and we are conducting 24-hour operations. Sandbag operations, because of that flooding issue, have been ongoing and will continue at all 6 locations throughout the county until noon today. As of today, 15 shelter locations are open throughout Lake County. The latest Hurricane Ian updates, including shelter and sandbag locations, that is available on Lake County, the Lake County website at www.lakecountyfl.gov. Storm. Additionally, the Citizens Information Line, the CIL, will be open for calls and residents during the day and overnight at 352-343-9999. That's 352-343-9999. As of this morning, we have accepted over 300 people into the Lake County shelters and distributed over 35,000 sandbags. As we are entering the impact phase of our response, residents should be finalizing their plans for the storm. You still have a little bit of time to do that. The greatest areas of concern for Hurricane Ian, again, are going to be flooding in Lake County particularly, You'll hear about this later on in a few minutes here, particularly the north part of the county with Astor. Our flooding and, of course, the wind, because this is a prolonged event, the wind damage as well. So we're asking residents to review their plans accordingly. We know that hurricanes can be stressful for the community, as I've mentioned before. Just stay tuned, follow us. We'll be able to provide you with as much information as possible. And of course, my encouraging word is that we know there's going to be a lot of damage potentially from this hurricane. Again, we know how people's lives will be impacted, but we've got the greatest team here, I believe, in the state of Florida, well-trained, well-prepared. We're ready for this as we could ever be, and we have a lot of people that are very passionate about serving people, that are very passionate about helping people. So we know the damage is going to come, and it could be varied from the north to the south part of the county, but one thing we do know is it will not change the heart and spirit of Lake County, and we'll pull together through this. So at this point, I'll turn it over to our Emergency Operations Director, Megan Milanese. Megan?
Commissioner Fox?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Megan Milanese. I am the Emergency Management Director for Lake County. Right now we are preparing for the risks that we are going to see from Hurricane Ian. And those risks are going to include strong tropical storm force to hurricane force winds and some severe flooding that we may see from the rain bands that are going to come through from the storm. So we are also under a slight tornado risk, but we are mostly concerned about the strong winds and the flooding that we're going to see from the rain. Our timeline right now, we are asking everyone to finalize plans and make sure that you're going to be where you're going to be to safely weather the storm by 2 p.m. today. That's going to be our timeline. You want to make sure that you're where you're going to be by 2 p.m. today. Please make sure that you're personalizing your plan. Make sure that you are getting everything that you will need to weather this storm together, whether that's something specific to you or your family. Just make sure that you are putting those plans together, finalizing that today. When it comes to sheltering in place, you're going to want to make sure that you're staying inside and away from the storm conditions. So you want to make sure that you are staying away from windows, things like that, while the storm is going on. After the storm has departed, please make sure to stay out of floodwaters, whether that's on the road or outside of your home. There could be contamination in those waters. And also make sure that you're staying away from any downed power lines. Watch out for the debris that might be in place outside of your home. So that is my guidance as of right now. I'm going to now turn it over to Sheriff Grinnell.
Well, good morning. On behalf of the police chiefs, our message is simple. We are respectfully asking our citizens to help us help you. How can you do that? By heeding the directions from emergency management, making sure that you're not out on the roadways, especially post-storm, to go out and take a look around. It's going to be important for us to get these roadways open as quickly as possible. We will be augmenting public works with inmate work crews to get that accomplished, but we really want everybody to be safe through this storm. It's going to be long in duration. It's going to be a lot of pooling of water on the waterways. We have direct response teams that are strategically located throughout the county in the event that a citizen is in need of life-threatening services. We will be there to respond to them. But we are asking you, please, unless you absolutely have to be out on the roadways, do not. That will help us to help you. We want to make sure that you're safe. And we're there to get through this time together. And as the commissioner was saying, there's a great team in place. So just heed that warning. And we're going to look at the post-storm effects with flooding. We have a plan in place for that, especially up in the Astor area. We'll have a heavy presence up there. So I'll stick around for some questions afterwards. But thank you. And I believe we have Superintendent Diane Cornegay up next.
Thank you, Sheriff. Well, good morning. I think everyone knows by now that schools are closed for the remainder of the week. We have 15 schools that are open, welcoming guests today. And I want to just give a special thank you to the school district administrators and all of the staff that are manning these shelters now 24 hours for the duration of this event, especially our food service department that will be providing meals for all of the guests in our shelters. All after-school events are canceled as well for the remainder of the week, including the Friday night football games. Those will be rescheduled if possible. The Saturday SAT testing that was scheduled at Lake Mineola High School has been rescheduled for October the 15th, and the SAT testing scheduled at Eustis High School on Saturday has also been canceled and will be rescheduled at a date to be determined. Please continue to follow not only the county information pages, but the social media pages for Lake County School. We will keep you updated on all the information that's needed. Until then, stay safe, and as we say in Lake County Schools, we are Team Lake.
Hi, Aaron Kistler. I'm from the Florida Department of Health in Lake County, and first want to thank the superintendent and the school district for our special needs shelters are in the schools, so really appreciate that space, and also working with them, the school nurses, and providing us some extra support for our special needs shelters. Just a reminder, if people are going out to the special needs shelter, make sure you bring your medicines, bring your blankets, anything that would make you feel comfortable. Great news is all of our special needs shelters in Lake County are pet friendly, so you can bring your pet as well. And so definitely make sure that you got everything you need when you come to the shelters. And also just to make sure that everybody's got things prepared for after the storm, making sure that you have water, and Chief Dickerson would be speaking next, but as you guys know, most of the injuries and deaths for a hurricane happen after the hurricane during cleanup and when people are trying to get things back to normal. So.
Good morning, Jim Dickerson, the fire chief. I'm going to go over some safety tips for the generators especially. Generators need to be at least 20 feet away from any structure. Keep the generators away from overhangs or enclosed areas, including garages and porches. Even screened-in porches can allow CO to come into the building. Only refuel the generator when it is in the off position. We have had some injuries from that as well. Instead of backfilling or supplying your entire house, try to use extension cords for those essential appliances for your refrigerators or freezers and things like that. And the reason why we ask that is because when we try to re-energize the power lines, if you are actually feeding your house, you are energizing the grid, and it could delay us to restore energy in those locations. Any trees that are down, treat them as though there's live power lines entangled with them, even if you don't see any. Wait until daylight to get out there and do anything. We don't want you out there in the middle of the night, especially with chainsaws. Chainsaw safety is one of the top issues post-storm. Please make sure, if you're not familiar with the chainsaw, that you get somebody that is to operate it correctly. Especially in the Astor area, we're going to experience a lot of high water. With the high water, we get some amphibious creatures that come out of the swamps, so be aware of that. You might see snakes, alligators, or things like that in areas where you normally wouldn't. And no candles. Please do not use candles. During Irma, we actually had a fire fatality because somebody used a candle, so use flashlights only. And the sheriff, I thought he was going to address it, but I'm going to address it because it's always a pet peeve of mine. But traffic lights, when traffic lights are out, treat them as a four-way stop. Whenever you don't see any traffic lights working, slow down before the intersection and come to a complete stop. The first one there is the first one that goes through the intersection. And that's all I have. I'll turn it back over to the chairman.
All right, again, really appreciate you all coming out. You may not know this, but our county is now over 400,000 in population, so quite significant. We have a lot of new people that have moved to Lake County in the last few years in particular. So that's really important that we get the message out, and I want to thank you all for being here today. So we're available for questions, however you'd like to ask us.
I'm sorry, just one moment. Before we shift to questions, at one point during the press conference, a number was given 352-343 for the Citizens Information Line. The correct number is 352-253-9999. Again, 352-253-9999 for the Citizens Information Line.
I will take my apologies for that. You mentioned that flooding is one of your biggest concerns, and you mentioned Astor. Are there any other areas that you're concerned about?
Yeah, obviously all the low-lying areas we are. We've seen historically in northeast Lake County to be affected the most by high water from the Lake Mac area right along the St. John's Basin. So we're cognizant of that and watching the modeling.
Sheriff, if I could just add one thing to that, sorry, but that's obviously a very hot area, but we want everybody to be cognizant of there's areas within roads that can flood, a foot to 2 foot of water. We've done mapping, FEMA mapping throughout the county. We know where some of those areas could be, but they could be spread out throughout the entire county. So just exercise caution that.
Well, this could be for you or the sheriff.
Sorry, Sheriff.
There's an area in the Claremont area. I think it is Emerald Lakes. It's a mobile home park. It's always flooded, right? Is that been
Yeah,
evacuated?
yes, sir. That area is. I don't know what the order is or what I don't think we've asked that they be evacuated. Maybe some voluntary evacuations have occurred, but we do know that is a very troublesome area. It can be when you get a lot of rain and the Claremont chain of lakes rises. So I know that it's being monitored, and I want to thank the city of Claremont who went out there and apparently have talked to all or nearly all of the residents over the last few days, making themselves available. I know our fire department as well has some coordination with the city on that.
Okay.
So we'll be monitoring that situation there.
Okay.
I know Seminole, Flagler just talked about mandatory evacuations for certain areas. As you were just talking about this specific area, do you think that you're going to get to a point where we are about to issue a mandatory evacuation for certain?
So in most instances, we would just ask folks to assess that risk. We don't tend to put in place mandatory evacuations for areas in Lake County.
With the channel that you were monitoring, do you know where the water is and how close it is to potentially flooding any particular ones that you're monitoring?
So we do have some forecast modeling for the Astor area that's currently available. Right now, we're currently trying to work with our National Weather Service partners to make sure that we can get modeling for as many areas as possible prior to storm landfall. But we usually know that our Astor area is going to become an issue with the St. Johns River and flooding situation right there. So we currently have that, and we're working on some others.
Megan, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
During the storm, will you guys be putting out information like if there's a tornado, an actual tornado, or a fire, or something like that? Will you be putting that out?
So we do have alerts that would go out if there was a significant life safety issue to arise from a weather situation. We have alerts that would go to people's phones if there is a tornado warning in that area. It's happened for other events, and it would certainly happen for this one as well.
How do we get that?
So you can sign up for Alert Lake. That is our emergency alerting system. But in most instances, those tornado warnings are going to go through a weather alerting system. And I would also highly recommend that folks who want to get alerts get a NOAA weather radio and make sure that they have batteries for those weather radios as well, backup batteries, because those weather alert radios are going to receive those alerts if there is any kind of immediate life safety issue arising from a weather situation.
Commissioner, you mentioned that the population has really grown, 400,000 recently, so you already went over a bunch of tips, but for newcomers, these hours leading up to 2 o'clock, which is when you said everybody should be in their spot, should people be going out and making any last minute preps, or should those be done right now?
Hopefully they're done by now. If you do have something, obviously we want everybody off the road really by noon, but 2 o'clock has been stated to wrap that up. We want you to do it in a very cautious way. We're starting to see kind of anecdotally an uptick in bad driving, people rushing around and stuff like that. So do it safely, but by noon, really, you got the last couple hours here. And we understand you're new. If you're new to the area, new to Florida, many of our residents are new now. This might be their first hurricane. But this is a great community, and I'll say that over and over again, even next week as we get through this. This is a great community. There's a lot of great neighbors here. Get to know your neighbors. Rely on them. It's a good time to get friendly. And again, we have a great, incredible staff here that will help. We'll be with you afterwards. The Citizens Information Line, I can't tout that enough. That's the way for anybody that's new. Rely on that Citizens Information Line, that number that LeVar just gave out. That would be the way to go to get questions answered, and we'll try to be with you as much as we can.
Sean, trash pickup and debris pickup, are special arrangements being made for that? Because everything's stopped.
We do. We have a contract that will enable us on the debris side to act quickly. Now, of course, the caveat to that is people's minds, the expectation of quickly. So to cover a county as large as Lake County is, it's going to take some time with the debris pickup. So we ask obviously for patience, but we do have a plan in place to pick up the debris. And as far as I know, I'm going to check and maybe just see if Jennifer's going to, I don't want to say something that's incorrect, but as far as regular trash pickup, that's going to resume as soon as possible, probably the early part of Monday. That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
When you talk about shelters, I know you said 300 people. It doesn't seem like we're at capacity at this point. But are you looking at, directing people to certain ones based on some of the numbers that you're seeing in? And then also, could you remind people what they can and cannot bring to these shelters?
Absolutely, and I'm going to let Megan, perhaps.
So we are closely monitoring our shelter capacities at this time. There have been no reported issues with capacity in any of our shelters. In terms of what to bring to a shelter, you're going to want to bring comfort items, any special dietary foods that you're going to need, any kind of things to entertain you while the power's out, pillow, blanket, medications, things like that. All things that should probably already be in your Go Kit if you have one. And I believe that we have also posted lists on our social media pages if you need any assistance with developing what that plan should look like. In terms of what not to bring, just make sure that you understand that it is limited spacing in the shelters. So most of our folks get 20 square feet within the shelter. So anything that can fit within that space range.
Do we have any other questions? As long as you guys are good to go, we'll go ahead and set up the B-roll segment over here. If you guys want to go ahead and stay put where you are, if you're going to go with me. Otherwise, my PIO Liliana will help walk you guys back down to the lobby.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
All right, and that was the latest from emergency management officials in Lake County, Florida. Again, preparing residents who are staying in place or sheltering at nearby makeshift emergency shelters, explaining exactly what to bring to these shelters. Make sure that you bring your personal items, a blanket if need be, batteries, bring your emergency kit, basically. We are, again, taking a live now look from XRAD weather radar. That storm continuing to barrel towards the western portion of the state of Florida. We are also taking a live now look from the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. We're learning more about the emergency response and preparations that authorities have in place following this storm, because according to the National Hurricane Center, we just received this update about an hour or so ago. The forecast is calling for 12 to 16 feet 12 to 16 feet of Gulf Coast water from the normal high tide level. Now, this will push water over the islands and the coastline, into harbors, and up the rivers and over the banks at deadly heights. The surge can go up to 10 miles inland, depending on the river. So for a large part of Cape Canaveral and Fort Myers, they're likely to have areas in their communities underwater. High tide comes in this afternoon about the time that the surge will peak for some areas in the greater Fort Myers area, and this will add a couple of feet to the surge. So the tide is already extra high because we are in what's called king tide season, and again, we are expected to see an additional several feet of rain in addition to the storm surge that we're already tracking. So the Naples area, for example, we'll see slightly less, 7 to 11 feet of water will rise near the forecast in the coast later on this afternoon. Let's go ahead and make sure that we take our live X-Rad radar full for you all as this storm is continuing to move a little bit closer. And again, another main concern is the destructive winds that we will potentially see. Winds that will rip through the southwest of Florida today. On the north side of the storm, the winds will come in bands with territorial rain. And because the storm is interacting with a front across the northern part of Florida, we could also see an intense corridor of rain develop across the entire peninsula from the Tampa Bay to central Florida. Again, damaging winds of hurricane strength will occur in that intense band, although the gusts won't be as destructive as the winds on the south side of the circulation. Over 2 feet of rain will likely fall in parts of central and north Florida over the next few days as Ian slowly makes his way north, moving at 10 miles per hour with speeds of 155 miles per hour. It is nearly a Category 5 hurricane. Now, just to put things into perspective, Hurricane Katrina reached Cat 5 strength over the Gulf of Mexico and then weakened to a Category 3 just before it made landfall in New Orleans and along the Mississippi coast. And that was one of the most destructive hurricanes in our nation's history. So a Category 5 hurricane means winds of up to 157 miles per hour or higher. And that means that catastrophic damage will occur. A high percentage of framed homes could be destroyed with a total roof failure, wall collapses, falling trees, power poles. It could potentially be a devastating situation. And that is why we are seeing responses from emergency management officials, state officials like the Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, and happening right now, we are getting a live update from FEMA. We know that they have activated and dispatched personnel across the state of Florida. So let's check in for this live update.
Are not going to be available today, unfortunately, but feel free to reach out to the news desk for any opportunities in the near future, and we can work to help you out with that. All right, so we'll get started here momentarily, and thanks for your patience and your time again this morning.
Can we get a 2-minute warning when you start?
Yes.
All right, guys, we are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to this update from FEMA. We know that they have personnel across the state of Florida, but let's interrupt this live update because we have the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, briefing the media.
Many parts of the state. We have bearing down on the southwest coast of Florida a really monster hurricane. This is a hurricane that is strengthened. It is Category 4 plus. It may be a Category 5 by the time it hits the Florida coast. We've been in contact all morning with a lot of the local officials in places like Charlotte and Lee County, and they understand that this is going to be a major impact. We're asked about some of the evacuations, and basically what they report to me is that we were talking to the folks in Charlotte. Most of the people in those vulnerable areas did leave. Not everybody did, and that was provided, the mandatory. Some just did not do that. So they're keeping tabs on kind of where you still have people in very vulnerable locations. But you have a Category 5 storm hit, that's going to produce an enormous amount of storm surge. It's obviously going to have very ferocious winds, and it's going to be life-threatening. And so people are taking a risk with their health, their safety, and their lives by being in the eye of that storm. Nevertheless, you do have search and rescue that are going to be poised to go to respond to people that are in difficult circumstances once the storm breaks through. Of course, safety is what we've been stressing in the preparations over these many days leading up to this storm. And you've had millions and millions of Floridians who have made preparations. Many have evacuated to higher ground and safer surroundings. And of course, you have local level officials, state as well as federal marshaling. This is an unprecedented amount of resources that have been marshaled to respond to Hurricane Ian. We did this in the run-up to Hurricane Dorian, which was expected to hit Florida as a Cat 5. Fortunately, it turned north and rode the east coast of Florida without having a direct impact. But that was a massive mobilization. This is more than that. And we understand how significant this storm is. And even when it was kind of a disorganized system far away, we saw the potential for what this could do. The power restoration and the resumption of services is something that's very, very important. You look at the number of people that are on the southwest coast of Florida, for example. Fortunately, most of them are not going to have their homes destroyed, but almost all of them are going to lose power, and you're going to have services that are going to be interrupted. So resuming services is a top priority. That's going to require to make sure that the bridges are safe. It's going to make sure that the roadways are clear of any debris so these guys can get in and do their work. It's also something that, given the severity of this storm, there's a difference between simply having a down power line and repairing that, which you would do on normal types of storms, and then having major structural damage to the underlying electrical infrastructure. And when you have a Category 5 storm hitting, potentially, when you have massive storm surge, that is going to interrupt, most likely, a lot of the underlying infrastructure. And so when FPL and other companies are going in, some of those tasks are going to be, you're going to have to rebuild some of this stuff. And so the folks in those affected areas should just understand that if it's as simple as simply just hooking up a few more power lines, then that's what they'll do. But in those areas that are going to have the most severe impact, it's likely going to require to have some re-engineering, to have some structural fixes, and that's going to require manpower, but it's just going to take a little bit more time. So people understand. I was able to speak to the president of FPL. They understand how significant this is. They understand how important it is to get the services back up and running. But we also understand the severity of this storm and the really, really catastrophic damage that it can inflict on the coast, on the southwest coast of Florida. You are starting to see power outages across the state, but you're going to see way, way more over the next 48 hours. I mean, you're going to have millions of people without power in this state within the next 48 hours, no question. This morning, Kevin Guthrie, our director of the Florida Department of Emergency Management, has asked for additional airlift, hoists, and high water vehicles from the Department of Defense in coordination of FEMA. The SecDef has approved Florida's request for dual status of our National Guard forces under Title 10 to provide additional resources and additional forces, and we're really thankful for the fulfillment of that request. We've got about 1,200 personnel for our Florida Department of Transportation that are on standby to perform cut and toss operations. These guys can't work if they can't get to where they're going, and so that's the top priority for the Florida Department of Transportation as well as Florida Highway Patrol to clear these roads, to make sure that the bridges are safe, and to really green light these operations to get back into these communities. In Southwest Florida, this is a lesson from Irma. They have people that they're calling leave behind teams, so that when the storm passes, their job is to clear the runways and make sure that we can resume air operations as quickly as possible. There's going to be a need to bring in things like food and water via fixed-wing aircraft, and so you want to have those runways up and running as soon as possible. Obviously, some of them could be underwater. I mean, it's there's going to be things that go into that, but having those folks on the ground there to do it I think is going to make a big, big difference. We have 5,000 guardsmen. We have 2,000 from other states. We've got 9 Chinooks, rotary wing aircraft that are ready to respond. Of course, Jimmy Petronas has been talking about our urban search and rescue teams. There are 5 of them are ready to go. And they will be in that to commence rescue operations as soon as it's safe to do so. Our Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission has placed their special operations group in Broward County. That's high water vehicles, shallow draft boats, and helicopters that are ready for immediate deployment once it is safe to do so. I want to thank, we now have total throughout the state. We've got over 40,000 personnel, linemen, and associated personnel that are involved with restoration of electrical services and power services that are stationed in the state of Florida. And these are folks that are staged across the state of Florida. If you look in Southwest Florida, you're going to have movement, less likely from southeast for additional surge of resources. Of course, this staging area is going to send people all across the state. I know FPL is mindful of, yes, we're going to have a catastrophic impact in Southwest Florida, but this thing is going to, really barrel across the state. It's going to be a strong storm. I mean, it's going to weaken once it gets on shore, but you're going to end up, you could end up in Central Florida to have winds, certainly gusts that would be hurricane force. It's going to at least be a tropical storm as it barrels across. That's going to cause problems with the vegetation. It's going to cause problems with trees. The ground's already wet based on the amount of precipitation we have. That's ripe conditions for trees to fall over. That means more power lines are down. So that's going to have a cascading effect. So the most significant impacts will obviously be the landfall, but you're going to have other impacts. And so that's why you have these folks staged. That's why you have so many people, because there's going to be a lot of different places around the state of Florida where they're going to have to respond to. We now have 26 states that have sent us support right now, including Tennessee, Virginia, Montana, Louisiana, New York, Colorado, Indiana, New Jersey, and Georgia. I want to thank them for their support. It's much appreciated. I've been in contact personally, but then also the Florida Department of Emergency Management. We're in contact with the local folks, particularly in Southwest Florida, about needs, and their needs have been met. Obviously, once the storm hits, there's going to be additional needs, and we stand by ready to offer the support in that regard. It's very, very important. We are going to have significant rescue operations that are going to have to be done, because you have some people, not most, but you do have some people who've chosen to hunker down in some very vulnerable areas. And so that is going to be something that I know that they're keeping a very close eye on. They're going to monitor the impacts of the storm and then monitor how those folks have been able to weather it. But we anticipate, whether it's ground, water, air, all different types of ways to go in and help people. That's going to commence immediately upon this storm hitting. Pray for people. This is a major, major storm. You never want to see any storms hit, because it creates a lot of problems. But I'll tell you, the state has done a lot of storms over the past. There's some you deal with. It's never fun. It's never fun to have damage. It's never fun to see flooding. It's never fun to see power interrupted. But you kind of deal with it, and then you move forward. There's some storms that really leave an indelible impact, and we've been working with the folks up in Northwest Florida on Hurricane Michael. That was a major storm. There are obviously people that were directly impacted. We had fatalities as a result of that storm. But then you had so many other things that have happened all the way to this day that recovery goes on. This is going to be one of those historic storms, and it's going to really, shape the communities in Southwest Florida and have a profound impact on our state. So we just ask people for their thoughts and their prayers. We know there's a lot of people that want to be helpful in a variety of ways. As this goes, we'll be calling on more and more people to pitch in a variety of different capacities. Not everyone is a skilled lineman who can go in and do that. Not everyone can operate special operations to go and rescue people, but some people can volunteer. Some people can help with folks who've been displaced, and there's going to be a need for all of that as this storm goes through and as we assess the damage that has been done. I'm thankful for what they're doing here with Florida Power and Light. This is something that when you're a major Florida-based company, you know this is just part of what you do with your business. And I'm happy that they've really leaned in on this and really marshaled a tremendous amount of resources to be able to offer the quickest and most effective response possible that they can do as a company. And I know there's going to be a lot of Floridians that are going to be really happy about that. This is not an easy thing. These power problems are not going to be easy, but I think they're committed to putting the manpower in place, spending the resources necessary to have as most successful conclusion as we can. So we're going to hear from some folks from FPL. We're also going to hear from Dane Eagle and Jimmy Petronas. So Jim Bush, Senior Director for External Affairs FPL, you want to say a few things?
Thank you, Governor. Good morning. My name is Jim Bush. I'm a Director of External Affairs for Florida Power and Light. On behalf of the FPL, we want to thank Governor DeSantis for coming out to greet the men and women who have come to respond to Hurricane Ian. We have assembled a restoration workforce of more than 19,000. That includes FPL employees, contractors, and men and women from partner utilities from around the country. There are more than 30 states represented here today. We have line workers who traveled in at this site from as far as Texas and Oklahoma, Minnesota, and North Dakota, all to help Florida respond to this challenge. There have been many times that FPL employees have traveled to other states to help them when they were in need, and now they're here to return the favor, and we're very grateful for them for that. Here at the Lake City processing site, these men and women will be briefed on the restoration challenges ahead. We will share our work and processes for storm procedures so that everybody is onboarded and ready to go. They will then fan out across damage and in many areas flooded conditions throughout our service territory. But these men and women will work extended hours, 16-hour days in some pretty difficult conditions. And as I mentioned, they'll work around the clock until power is restored to the last FPL customer. Thank you, Governor DeSantis and the state for being here and supporting us, and for the emergency declaration, and for all of the men and women who have traveled in to help us respond to this storm. Thank you.
Okay. All right, David.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Governor DeSantis. I just want to assure all of our customers that we are executing our plan. We have already deployed, as the governor mentioned, resources across the entire state who are ready to respond. I also want to take the opportunity to remind our customers and the general public to keep safety top of mind. FPL, we consider safety our #1 priority, and we want to ensure that our customers know that we're working around the clock to safely and quickly restore power to our customers. And I want to assure our customers that they know that we will not stop until every customer is restored. Again, thank you very much, Governor.
Okay, thanks. Dane?
Well, I want to thank Governor DeSantis for his leadership. I've spent the last few days at the Emergency Operations Center, and while this storm is unbearable to watch, I have a lot of faith in knowing the team that he's assembled that's ready to launch across the state. We've seen there in Tallahassee and here and elsewhere. I'm the Secretary of the Department of Economic Opportunity, and at DEO, we support communities, businesses, and Floridians, and this is especially true during a disaster event like a hurricane. Right now, we are hosting daily calls with our private sector partners to get real-time updates on emergency supply inventories, supply chain issues, and business closures and other critical information to give Floridians access to the latest information. We are sharing these updates in real time at www.floridadisaster.biz. That's www.floridadisaster.biz, as well as key resources and toolkits for businesses before, during, and after the storm. DEO has activated the private sector hotline at 850-815-4925. That's 850-815-4925. And inquiries may also be emailed to esf18@em.myflorida.com. That's esf18@em.myflorida.com. Also, businesses that want to assist, we want to hear from you. Let us know what your capabilities are. Partners including Walmart, Publix, and Lowe's have indicated that they are constantly bringing additional supplies into the state to restock inventory, and their teams and others are currently with our team at the Emergency Operations Center in Tallahassee. We are co-locating the closures and hours of these and other businesses and retailers on our map available at DEO's webpage, floridadisaster.biz. FloриdaDisaster.biz/business-open-close-status. That's FlooridaDisaster.biz/business-open-close-status. Many stores have dedicated pages on their websites to find their store-specific information during Hurricane Ian, including Publix.com/status and Walmart.com/news. I've been in constant communication with Visit Florida CEO Dana Young and the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association to ensure that the state's emergency accommodations portal at expedia.com/Florida is being updated with the latest on available listings. As the governor shared last night, we are working with FRLA and Visit Florida to get the word out to lodging establishments to relax their pet policies, and there are still available hotels and other lodging available through Tallahassee to Pensacola and in Palm Beach, Broward, and Dade. Private sector partner Uber is offering round-trip rides to and from various shelter locations listed at floridadisaster.org. Riders can enter promotional code Ian Relief, that's Ian Relief, in the app to redeem a free round trip up to $30 each way. Rides must be requested to or from any state-approved evacuation shelter in Florida. We're also in touch with U-Haul, who is offering 30 days of free storage in U-Box containers for usage in 43 Florida locations. Find information at uhaul.com/about under top stories. At DEO, we have released $1.4 million in low-income energy assistance programs set aside emergency funding to support preparedness activities such as placing people in temporary dwellings to preserve the health and safety, as well as transportation such as gas, cars, shuttles, and buses to move individuals away from the crisis and when health and safety is endangered by loss of heating and cooling. DEO is also engaging with our Communication Action Agency network across the state to ensure that resources are being mobilized to serve our most vulnerable Floridians in the aftermath of the hurricane and impacted communities, including shelter and temporary housing, electrical repairs, debris removal, transportation, fuel, utility deposit, utility payments, utility box replacements, HVAC replacement, and to purchase generators. Now, I'm from Southwest Florida, so this is incredibly hard to watch, but as I mentioned, seeing what the governor and the teams across the state are doing gives me hope. My prayers, my thoughts are with everybody back home, and the message is the governor is organizing all this to ensure safety. Your safety is the primary point of all the work that's being done. So when the storm does pass, whether you hunker down or evacuated, if you've evacuated, please wait. Don't go rushing back home. Wait for the utility crews, wait for the first responders to clean up, and wait for the signal from your local officials to do so. We're going to help you. We've got your back. We're going to make sure that your communities rebuild, but your safety is priority at this time. Thank you to Governor DeSantis for his leadership.
Jimmy?
Thank you, Governor. Thanks, Dane. Urban search and rescue teams, 5 of which the governor has mentioned, Florida-based teams, have been stationed and pre-prepared in order to roll in as soon as it is safe. We have 5 FEMA teams that are out-of-state teams that are here to create a total complement of 600 boots on the ground, pairs of boots on the ground. That includes trauma surgeons, engineers, and also canine units, in addition to shallow water boat vehicles. These groups will enter into those neighborhoods of the affected, devastated areas. As soon as the roadways are clear, they will literally be riding right behind DOT and forestry vehicles as the roads are clear, going from door to door, neighborhood to neighborhood, administering their life-saving services based on the missions of those devastated areas. Please understand, they will make repeated visits. They will be doing welfare checks. In the following days afterwards, our office will be setting up insurance villages in those affected areas where the insurance carriers will set up. They will be taking claims. They will also be issuing emergency assistance based on the terms of your policy. I cannot urge enough. If it sounds too good to be true, it is. Do not sign anything when anybody comes to your doorstep providing any type of services on behalf of your of any services you might need. Your first call needs to be to my office at 877-MY-FLCFO, your insurance agent or your insurance carrier, to start the claims process. Also, be wary of GoFundMe scams that will emerge after this. Hurricane Ian is going to be an incredibly emotional, tragic event, and it will bring predators out that will prey on your generosity. So please consider using other forms of donation: Samaritan's Purse, Salvation Army, Red Cross. Be skeptical if anybody is putting anything out on GoFundMe, because there's no transparency there or where those dollars are going. Again, Please stay safe. We will endure this together. Governor, thank you for your leadership.
It's important for people to just be reminded that when the storm passes in your area, there's a lot of hazards that happen after the storm. And more recent storms, not as strong as this, have seen more fatalities even in the aftermath of the storm than from the direct impact of the storm itself. So don't mess around with standing water. If you see any type of cord or electrical, do not go anywhere near that. That could be very, very hazardous. Don't try to drive your car in flooded streets. That is not a recipe for success. If you are using a portable generator, that exhaust has got to be outside of your home. If that exhaust is inside the home, you could get carbon monoxide poisoning, and we have had fatalities as a result of that. So just understand the impact of the storm is going to be enormous. There's obviously some people who are in harm's way by choice, having hunkered down in their areas. We're praying for them. Obviously, there's going to be rescue efforts made as soon as it's safe to do so. But once the storm hits and passes, it is going to be a very hazardous environment still. We're going to be trying to get these guys in to be able to do what they have to do, but they need to have a safe environment to work in too. There's going to be a lot of stuff that's going on, particularly down in those Southwest Florida counties. Other thing I would just say is this is a major event. It's going to be a tragic event in many ways, but it's something that we are going to dig in on. We are going to be there. We are going to stand with the people who are most affected, and we understand this is not just a 48-hour ordeal. This is going to be something that is going to be there for days and weeks and months, and unfortunately, in some circumstances, even years. But that's just what we're called upon to do. So we'll be standing there, and we will marshal the resources that we need to be able to serve the people that are most affected by this. I want to thank the men and women who are standing behind me right now. You have a job to do, you work, you put food on the table for your family, and in normal situations, most people don't think much of it. You just assume that you're entitled to have power in your home and all the different necessities and conveniences of life. In reality, there's a lot that goes into this, and it's in situations like this that we realize how significant it is, and so their efforts are going to make things a lot better for a lot of people than they otherwise would. So on the behalf of the state of Florida, all the linemen, all the crew personnel, everyone involved with all of our utilities, FP&L and all of them, we just want to say thanks. Thanks for coming in from out of state. Thanks for being staged and ready to go in and restore services. Thanks so much.
All right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening to the latest update on Hurricane Ian from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He has been providing these news briefings several times a day to update the situation involving power outages, as well as crews that are working from several different states to restore power as it is lost. As you can imagine, as this storm does get closer to landfall, we are going to see more and more outages, so crews have come in from all across the country, several states, to help prepare here. I do want to take you to a full image here that does show our radar system, so you can see exactly what we are dealing with right now as the storm does get very, very close to the Florida coast and making landfall. I do want to continue here with our extended coverage of Hurricane Ian. Over the last few hours, Hurricane Ian has rapidly intensified, becoming a powerful Category 4 storm with winds of 155 miles per hour. That is just 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 storm, which is the highest classification for a hurricane. As of the last advisory from the National Hurricane Center at 9 a.m., Ian is moving north-northeast at 10 miles per hour and is located about 60 miles west of Naples, Florida. The hurricane-force winds do extend for a diameter of 40 miles, and tropical storm-force winds extend for a diameter of 175 miles. We are talking about a massive storm, as you can see on your screen there. The Hurricane Center saying some areas along the Gulf Coast could see that storm surge of 12 to even 18 feet. That area extending 76 miles from Inglewood to Bonita Beach, which is essentially the area that surrounds Fort Myers, Florida, and there could be, quote, catastrophic damage. Ian also delivering the third highest storm surge to Key West since back in 1913, more than 1 century ago. Again, we are tracking Hurricane Ian very closely as we wait for the next update from the National Hurricane Center. The next official advisory should come out in about 37 minutes at 11 o'clock Eastern Time. I do want to take a look at a FEMA news conference now underway as they discuss more about the preparations here for Hurricane Ian making that landfall in just a few hours in southwest Florida. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Yeah, absolutely. We have hundreds of personnel in the state already, embedded in the State Emergency Management Center, as well as staged in places like Miami, as well as in Orlando and other parts. But we also have personnel that are staged in Atlanta, Georgia, at our regional office that are ready to move in. As the storm passes and we see where the needs are, we are just going to continue to move people in. That number is going to rise significantly over the following days, and to make sure that we have the resources in place to support the people that have the needs. I know that this, I believe, I was talking with Gail, 30% of the population is over the age of 60 in many of these impacted areas. We know that that's going to be a significant concern. When I talked to Governor DeSantis on Friday and asked him what his concerns were, that was one of his concerns. I think that's why we've put in place this really robust search and rescue capability across the federal government to complement the amazing efforts that the state already has in place through their own urban search and rescue teams and the National Guard, because we know we're going to have to get out there and check and make sure that everybody is okay. That is our first priority, and that's why we have this multi-agency, federal, state, local effort in place to make sure that they are mapping out where they're going to be able to go. When I talked to our Deputy Federal Coordinating Officer this morning, what he told me is that these teams are going to be assigned directly to local jurisdictions, right? So they can put them and assign them to go search places where they know that their need is, and that way we're not having any gaps in the efforts that we're doing.
You called this storm historic. How does this storm compare with previous historic storms, Andrew, Irma, Michael? Can you speak a little bit more to what makes this maybe similar or distinct to some of the storms we've seen?
The first comment I always try to make is they're all so different. Every storm is so different, and it's just an urgent plea to everybody listening: don't compare storms. So there's similarities when you see, storms about the storm surge. Hurricane Laura, we saw 18 feet of storm surge. It was devastating. Houses off the foundation. So you can use generalizations like that to think about the kind of damage that could occur. But teeny changes in the storm, bigger, smaller, left, right, faster, slower, these really subtle changes can make a huge difference in what you see on the ground. So really what we say is think about those impacts. Think about what does 20 inches of rain look like. And we try to paint that picture. That's an incredible amount. So we say 2 feet type of thing to think about that. Storm surge, I'm 6'5". And you think about this storm surge forecast, you start getting 15, 16, 17, 18 feet. I mean, that's a lot of me type of thing. So we try to paint that picture to really key in those impacts. So, and the last comment is, that's why the whole NOAA team comes together on these storms, from the satellites, the radar, you look at the hurricane hunters of the Air Force and NOAA. It takes that entire team to really come up with those impacts. Not just the Hurricane Center, but the Weather Prediction Center, Storm Prediction Center, looking at where the tornadoes are going to be, the weather forecast offices, talking to the emergency managers constantly. I mean, literally in those situations, I've been in those situations, and you might as well just leave the phone on speaker, right? You're constantly talking about these. Look at me in a news conference. Look at my phone open, right? It's information comes in pretty quick. So that's what happens. So it's hard to compare storms, but you really can compare the impacts, and those values that I gave are just absolutely devastating. It's historic. Yeah.
Sir. Hey there, Gary Groom back from NBC News here. I have a same question for the administrator and then the director, so they go with different answers here. There's lots of moving parts. What is your biggest concern right now? What is keeping you up at night this week?
It's the water. right? I mean, we are talking about significant amount of storm surge and a significant amount of rainfall. I think one of the reports I even heard earlier today, in some parts of the state, up to 5 inches per hour of rainfall. You know, when you combine those two together, as you heard Director Graham say, it's going to flood. It's the storm surge is going to back up the rainfall, and it's going to create incredibly life-threatening, dangerous situations. So for those people who didn't evacuate and are now being asked to stay in place, they need to make sure that they're getting to high ground, right? And that they are putting themselves and their families in a position that is going to keep them safe. For those that are still being asked to evacuate, take them seriously. Evacuate and get out of harm's way. I think the other big concern I have is then once the storm passes and individuals go out into this water, the water is still dangerous, right? It's still going to be moving rapidly. It's still going to have debris in it. It's still going to have down power lines in it. So there's so many different dangers after the storm passes that also contribute to some of the indirect fatalities that we see after a storm. So people just need to stay focused. They need to listen to their officials. They need to understand what the threats and the dangers are. Those first few hours, days after the storm passes are just as dangerous as when the storm is going over.
So it's interesting when you do this enough years that we have it's the same concerns. It really is. It's interesting when I listen to Administrator Criswell, it's the same thing. So I worry about, people that are inland that think they're okay because they're away from the coast, and it's not true. Right, the storm surge pushes water into, so you have every canal and river that usually drains that rain, they're going to flow backward. The water gets pushed into these areas, flows backward, and then that rainfall has nowhere to drain. So even if you're inland, you have dangers associated with the water. So there's no safety there. So you have to really be in a situation that you're really safe. And it's the same thing afterwards. I worry about it so much, and it's all, you see it on every one of these storms. We get through the storm, and then afterwards, the hazards, the water, what's in the water. You think about power lines down, hazards, and you think about generator use. Please help us get that message out. Because every one of these storms, we lose so many people afterwards for improper generator use. I'm just begging everybody, please, if you don't know, ask. Right? There's instructions, there's information out there, and make sure they're well-ventilated areas away from your windows, not in the house. And if we could do that, we can save some lives. So help us get that message out. So it's the same things.
All right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening to an update from FEMA. They are providing this live update as Hurricane Ian does near landfall in Florida. Ian right now, a Category 4 with winds of 155 miles per hour, moving north-northeast at 10 miles per hour, located at last check 60 miles west of Naples. We do expect that we could see landfall in the coming hours. We are tracking this very closely, and in about 30 minutes, we expect the latest advisory to be released by the National Hurricane Center. I do want to head over to President Biden right now, who is talking about the hurricane and preparations here. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Oil has stayed relatively low. It kept going down. The price of gas should be going down as well. My experts informed me the production of only about 190,000 barrels a day has been impacted by the storm thus far. That's less than 2% of the United States daily production impacted for a very short period of time. This small temporary storm impact on oil production provides no excuse for price increases at the pump, none. If gas companies try to use this storm to raise prices at the pump, I will ask officials to look into whether price gouging is going on. America is watching. The industry should do the right thing. As a matter of fact, they should move more quickly now to bring down the price of the pump because gasoline is down. The price of gasoline is down a great deal. There's too much of a delay between the price of a barrel of gas being produced, oil, and the price of gasoline at the pump. Now, to why we're all here for this on this historic day. The Secretary of Agriculture already said anything, so I'm leaving.
All right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you could see that President Biden was speaking about some of the hurricane efforts and the relief efforts that we can expect. But we did have FEMA a short time ago providing the update as Ian does near landfall there in Florida in the coming hours. I do want to bring you here to a live look at our XRAD system where you can get a closer up look at Hurricane Ian. We have been checking in with our affiliates at Fox 13 in Tampa as well as Fox 35 in Orlando. They have reporters that are all over the state, both stations, so we are thankfully able to take their coverage, and you can also hear their forecasters that are providing a little more context about what we can expect as the hurricane does get closer here. We are waiting for them. They're in a commercial break right now, but once they come back, we will take you out live to some of their reporters. But I do want to go over some of the latest information as we do wait for the next advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Over the last few hours, we have seen Hurricane Ian rapidly intensify, now a powerful Category 4 storm with winds of 155 miles per hour. That, by the way, is just 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 storm, which is the highest classification for a hurricane. As of that last advisory from the National Hurricane Center, which came out around 9 a.m., Ian is moving north-northeast at 10 miles per hour and is located about 60 miles west of Naples, Florida. Our Fox 13 affiliate is covering, as I mentioned, with reporters all over the state here, so I do want to listen in raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Looking to see what's going on here. We'll show you what's going on. The water is being sucked out of Hillsborough Bay, as our forecasters said it would be. The wind pattern of the storm now drawing water out of Hillsborough Bay, and you can see right across from Rome Avenue here on Hillsborough Bay, now looking toward Tampa General Hospital, the top of Bayshore there and downtown. You can see just how shallow this is. Seen a lot of people out here taking pictures. We ran into one gal who was doing a FaceTime with her nephew. Says her nephew loves to come and visit the Bayshore in Tampa, and she was showing him how the oysters and crab traps were visible here that you wouldn't be able to see on a normal day. The wind has kind of laid down here for the moment on Bayshore. We've had intervals of heavy rain and wind at times, but right now fairly pleasant here, as you can see some other folks down here taking some pictures along the Bayshore of the water being sucked out. We saw some of this, if you'll remember, back in Irma, and this morning once again we're seeing it here as the waters of Tampa Bay, Russell, are being sucked out, and people are getting a look at the bay bottom, as it were.
Yeah, you know, Lloyd, I have seen this before. I guess in the last storm I walked out, and to see that bay empty of water is one of the strangest things I've ever seen.
Yeah, it is really eerie, and you know, there's no traffic, or there's light traffic on the roads. Not a lot of people out except for sightseers here, but you know, just to see that that Bayshore that we know so well, and to see that bay being sucked out, just the sheer power of this storm is just that nature is just such an incredible thing, and people are taking the opportunity to see this. Right now in this neighborhood, we're seeing lights on, people moving around. Life is pretty well as normal, although many people, most people, I think, are hunkered down and inside as they should be.
Probably. Okay. Hey, Lloyd, thanks. Thanks for showing us that. Something to see.
It's crazy.
Talk later, okay?
Wow. All right, and we are also getting word that all Hillsborough County public schools will be closed on Friday. The school district tweeted out the update this morning. Students are going to be returning to class Monday, October 3rd. So again, Hillsborough County students will be out of school on Friday. And Tampa International Airport is now closed to all commercial flights. The last passenger flight departed just after 5 p.m. Tuesday. Some cargo and military aircraft may still fly out, but that will be on an emergency basis. The main terminal, the airsides, the parking garages, all of those are closed to visitors.
All right, so if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are switching between our Fox 13 Tampa team's coverage and our Fox 35 Orlando team's coverage. Right now, they are providing on Fox 35 a full breakdown of storm surge and the path of the storm, so I do want to check in with them, raw and unfiltered, on Live Now from Fox.
and that's out over the distant Atlantic, of little concern to us. We are watching, though, for those impacts now on the hurricane alert board here with Fox Weather, showing impacts to southwest Florida. And lastly, this is a tornado watch for our area until 5 o'clock this afternoon. The winds you might have noticed here as you look out the windows. Hopefully you're not hanging out by the windows long term as conditions go downhill, but a lot of you have noticed, and I've been getting messaging on social media, that the winds are increasing. These are current wind gusts playing out close to tropical storm force in many locations, to Claremont, over to Orlando, Lakeland now, a 37-mile-per-hour gust out in Polk County, with Cedar Key at 38 miles per hour. One last look here for you. Want to give you a look at the tornado impacts. Allison and I tracked a couple of these tornado-warned areas over Indian River County and then back into Osceola. You can see that ribbon of spin lifting northbound, not only for Orlando and the surrounding area, but also into northern Florida. Here comes Ian circulation riding up. It's critical we watch this side of that circulation, as there could be more tornadoes, more spinners developing on that northeastern, what we call the right front quadrant. And right now we're going to head over to Allison, speaking of live tracking on Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. We've got some spin there just to the east of the Space Coast. Tell us about it, Al.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Jamie. So this is a 30-minute loop on exactly what we are seeing. So the reds and greens are going to be winds moving away and toward the radar. You can see it right here. Now, this is the area that we need to watch. Let's have it start. So the winds are very close together, and you can see there starts to become a little bit of a twist. Now, it is diminishing just a hair as it's moving closer to the coast, but that doesn't mean that it's not something that we are still watching. I want to show you the area of concern. We can actually zoom in here, get a little bit closer. So it's just off the shore from Satellite Beach, South Patrick Shores, and then Patrick Space Force Base. So if you are in any of these areas, we want to make sure that you are staying well aware that there could be rotation just offshore. And I actually do want to draw a track on this for you. So it's moving rather quickly toward the north and west, so could be arriving at Patrick Space Force Base within the next 21 minutes or so. Now, I do want to take you out to a wider view of what we are seeing here locally. So let's take a look at our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. You can see that the rain bands do continue to make their way across our viewing area. You can see moderate to heavy rain is starting just off coastal Brevard County and then slowly starting to make its way across the interior. Now, something else that I want to share with you is our power outage map. We can actually see this across the entire state, and it's power outages right now due to the number of people that could be impacted. And you can see all of the counties that are shaded in yellow right now have anywhere from 10,000 to 50,000 folks out of power at the moment. So that does include areas near Fort Myers and just to the south of Tampa, including some areas in South Florida, but we're likely going to be seeing this continue to move up to the north, so it's something that we'll be watching for you. This is what we have here at Fox 35, not only watching the power outages, but again, that possible rotation just off the coast of Satellite Beach right now.
So we shared the current wind gusts, Allison, and clearly we're now beginning to move into that veil of tropical storm force, 39 plus miles per hour, so we're going to be watching that now.
And speaking of wind gusts, something that just came into the Fox Weather Alert Center. Pelican Bay, this is near Naples, they have reported 78-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That is from Hurricane Ian right now. So southwest Florida, we had mentioned that those hurricane force winds already pushing on shore. So Pelican Bay near Naples, 78-mile-per-hour gusts, and we'll continue to update you there. We do want to take you back out to the live cam. I believe that is Alligator Alley, and you can see just how strong those winds are. I mean, the camera's moving. The folks, Collier County there, but the folks that are on the road, definitely not safe to be driving in these conditions right now. That's why we ask everybody as of 10 o'clock this morning, so it's now 10:41, that you remain in place until this storm passes through.
All righty, Allison, great analysis there with our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. For now, we'll continue to stay on top. I'm thinking the rain bands, the tornadic risk, everything is getting ready to take up to the next level now. So we're here for you. Wanted you to stay with us, certainly depend on us here in the Fox 35 Storm Team, keeping everyone safe, you and your family members. Heartfelt from our team. I want to let you know we're here for you here as we track Ian, very dangerous hurricane in southwestern Florida. We'll send it back to you now.
All right, thanks, you guys. We're following breaking news. Manatee County letting us know that they are fully locked down. This is the county that encompasses Sarasota and Bradenton, saying all first responders are now locked down as the storm moves through. Emergency response is no longer available. So that is how serious the storm is getting in that area.
You know what's so interesting about
about what you say. When you talk about Manatee County, you can only imagine there are going to be several other counties as the course of the next few hours go on that are going to have the exact same situation. That is why we tell you it is so important that you get to your safe space, that you stay in your safe space. And if you are urged to evacuate, you should likely do that. As we talk about Ian's cone of uncertainty, right? It's got south of Tampa Bay now in its crosshairs.
That's right. And Tampa, of course, just north of this area that we're talking about. David Puglisi has been out there all morning long. And Dave, Manatee County now officially under lockdown. Nobody is allowed to get out on the roads. How are things looking where you are in the Tampa area?
Well, here in Tampa, the wind has really kicked up, and that's been the biggest difference since the last time we spoke. The rain about the same, but when the wind kicks up like this, that rain starts to have a different feel when it hits you. You can see the palm trees swaying a little bit harder now. The trees really blowing as that wind continues to kick up. Another thing that continues to worsen is the water level in the bay. You can see in some of the areas where the water level is a little bit higher, you can see where the lake's not as deep, you can see islands forming right out there in the middle of the bay here and over by the bridge as well, where there's more islands forming. Now, a similar occurrence happened back in Hurricane Irma in 2017, which took out pretty much all the water here in the bay, especially a little bit farther up north by the convention center where our camera is looking towards now. People were able to get down and walk onto the bay, which is something that, if this continues, could happen as well. We did talk to one man who lives right across the street here on Bay Shore, who tells me the water level at this moment in time is at least 8 to 10 feet lower than what he normally sees at low tide. They describe low tide as being about halfway down the wall where you see where the shells are. That is typical water level. Normally about halfway down would be low tide, so you can see just the drastic difference here in the bay. But there's just so much going on here as the storm continues and gets closer and closer to us. And we're going to have you with the latest here in Tampa throughout the rest of the evening. We'll see you in about a half hour with another update. That's the latest in Tampa Bay. Dave Puglisi, Fox 35 News.
Thank you. He's really getting pounded with the rain out there. And of course, keep it right here on Fox 35. We are going to have continuing coverage on Ian for you all day long.
And we, of course, will get another update from the storm team after the break. But first, let's take another look at Ian's track this morning. As you can see, that camera there left on Alligator Alley in Collier County, it is bouncing around like crazy as those winds start to pick up. And then, Amy, as we take a look at the right from our Launch Credit Union camera, we can see that the port there, you can see the water kind of picking up a bit. Certainly not as volatile as it is there on the left, but that will change as well as the days and hours and minutes continue. We'll be right back.
All right, everyone, if you are just joining us, we are keeping an eye on our coverage here with our partners over at Fox 35 Orlando and Fox 13 Tampa. They are providing a great breakdown of the situation and exactly what is going on as we see Hurricane Ian nearing that landfall in Florida. As of right now, a Category 4 storm. The last update we did receive officially around 8 o'clock was that the wind speed was 155 miles per hour. We are talking about a high-end Category 4 storm just 2 miles per hour away from a Category 5, which is the highest classification for a hurricane. The movement was north-northeast at 10 miles per hour and 60 miles west of Naples. The next advisory coming up here in about 14 minutes. It does appear that we are getting an update now live out of Naples, so I do want to play that for you raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
But then it's up to them to start to develop their schedules of resumption of either bringing craft in or using the aircraft, as Tom mentioned, that we're securing temporarily and using that for out. So again, coordinate with your airline to get that information. Somebody had a question here?
What are you telling your staff right now? Are they all to remain at home until you open back up?
Just like any organization, here we have non-essential and essential. The non-essential we actually sent home. Originally, like I mentioned earlier, was at noon. We told them to go home at 10:30 because, again, the change of the trajectory of the storm. The essential staff is here. It's usually
All right, so it does appear that feed has now switched over to a news conference underway with the Orlando airport. Our Fox 13 Tampa team now in their full lengthy forecast where they're explaining the track of Hurricane Ian. So I actually want to take you back to that coverage, raw and unfiltered, on Live Now from Fox.
These rain bands. Now we do have lighter amounts of rain, lighter rain, but still we're seeing some of these winds, especially along Pinellas County. We've been seeing some of these winds gusting up to tropical storm force. And then I'll go on now on a wider view here so you can see up across our northern county. So pretty much basically every county has rain at this point. Some of it light, some of it just absolutely torrential, basically from Manatee down to Sarasota County right now. Some of these wind speeds, Sarasota, currently, we're looking at winds gusting to 56 miles an hour. 61-mile-an-hour wind gust in Naples right now. Fort Myers seeing winds gusting to 53 miles an hour. And look at that over in St. Petersburg even. You're seeing those winds out of the northeast, 43, gusting currently to 56 miles an hour. So this goes on really for the next 24 hours. We are talking about winds like this and actually increasing as we go through the afternoon and into late tonight. Enhanced satellite imagery where you're seeing the purples, the magenta colors showing the strongest portions of this. And there, what do you see? You see it working its way right on shore. A bit of a wider view with this. And we'll kind of see if we can get this wider view to show here. And what you actually see with this is just, the computer just wanted to cooperate with us. Yeah, impressive there. But here's a wider view right there. What you're actually looking at is on that left-hand side or the western side. You see this, and me and Dave have been talking about this, just how amazing this is. It's completely clear. It's all that dry air that is wrapping around the system, which was one of the things we were hoping which would weaken it, but it's just not going to happen, Dave.
You know, Jim, a couple of days ago, the track brought it up into the Tampa Bay area, okay? And it was going to weaken as it did because that drier air was going to punch in. But the storm had other ideas. So I'm going to go a little bit further south and avoid that drier air. So here is the back edge. But this dry air, it's trying to wrap around and into the center. Now, if this was to play out 18, 24 hours, yeah, it would eventually win the battle, okay? The drier air would. But you're talking about a landfalling near Category 5 hurricane in about 4 or 5 hours. So, yes, the drier air eventually will take hold, but it's not going to make a difference right now, which is when we needed it to happen. So for the forecast path, bringing it onshore again near or just slightly north of Fort Myers, you know, a little wobble at the end will tell the tale of where it's going to come onshore. As it moves slowly northeastward, maybe 9-10 miles per hour, by around 2 o'clock in the morning, we're still looking at a Category 1 hurricane tomorrow morning right in the middle of the state. Now, think about that for a second. This is a place that's going to get 10 to 15 inches of rain. Now you're going to get hurricane-force winds in, you know, Polk County, Hardy County, Highlands County. That's going to take down a lot of trees, folks. It really, really is, especially as, you know, the rain's coming in and the roots are getting weakened. Again, they're getting, you know, because of all that rain, and then the wind comes in and just barrels them over. So that's something we have to be really careful about overnight tonight in Polk County down through Highlands County. Storm surge. Well, you saw what's happening in Tampa with that northeast wind. It's pulling the water out or pushing it out, whatever you want to say. But the opposite problem is happening around Cape Coral. And as the storm makes landfall, so here's Englewood and, you know, you go down to Boca Grande about here, the highest storm surge is going to be around Cape Coral to Bonita Springs. Sanibel's there too. See this purple color? What, 10 to 18 foot storm surge? I mean, it's unreal. It's a wall of water that's going to accompany the storm as it comes on shore. That's unreal. It's amazing, and it's very, very scary for those folks down there as well. So I actually did a measurement from the A in Tampa down to where the storm is. It's about 106 miles as the crow flies. So about 106 miles away is this monster of a storm. Yes, we're being impacted by this monster of a storm, but I'm saying the center of it's only 106 miles away. The red on here are hurricane force winds. The orange are winds above 58 miles per hour, and the yellow are tropical storm force winds. I know, you know, storms don't work like in a big circle like this. It's not a perfectly symmetrical look, but this gives you an idea as we move forward. Here's Wednesday, here's today, 6 p.m., this orange color encompassing really Pinellas, Hillsborough, Polk, just about all of us, everybody south of Pasco, with these 58-mile-per-hour winds or higher. Hurricane force winds by this evening will be Sarasota, Venice to the Arcadia area. Then watch as it moves northeastward. And you're looking at Bartow to Wauchula, Arcadia, Sebring. By 9 o'clock, you're getting in those hurricane force winds, wind gusts at least. And then Tampa, you're still in this 58-mile-per-hour wind. And even tomorrow morning at 3 a.m., Tampa area is still in that 58-mile-per-hour wind zone, so to speak. I mean, it's not exact, folks. This just gives you a generalization of how the next 18 to 24 hours are going to go. Almost always, with landfalling hurricanes, you're going to have tornadoes, and they're typically on the right of the eastern side of the storm, which explains where right now Tampa and St. Petersburg are not in the tornado watch. Because, again, storms coming up like this, the right hand or the eastern side has the best chance for these little spin-up tornadoes, and they're really, really quick. Okay, so from Polk, Hardy, DeSoto, Highlands County, Manatee, and Sarasota until 5 p.m. But overall, outside of the damage you're going to see where this storm makes landfall, that will be the worst damage. Where this makes landfall will be catastrophic, okay? But for the rest of the area, it's going to be freshwater flooding, and a lot of freshwater flooding. We're talking to the tune of 12 to 18 inches of rain. Now, what's going to happen is, as the storm moves north, that drier air I was talking about, that trough, is going to start to shear the storm. Well, what it's going to do is it's going to take all the heavy rain and it's going to shear it to the northern side of the system. Well, we're on the northern side of the system. So that's why you're seeing some of these rainfall amounts between 16 and 18 inches of rain. You throw that kind of rain in the middle of the state in these rivers that are already flooding, and this is going to become a huge, huge problem. So that's what we're really concerned about moving forward, is just the rainfall amounts over the next probably 24 hours or so. But it does look like, I'm going to wrap it up here, that by tomorrow afternoon, we should rapidly be improving the conditions around here. But between now and tomorrow morning is a lot of rough and tumble weather for all of Central Florida. We'll be right back.
Okay.
Choose Winters and Yonker, and we will send an attorney to you.
Top sustained winds, Allison, just a behemoth there in the southeastern Gulf. And as Brian mentioned, you know, there's going to be rooftops removed.
All right, so what you were watching was Fox 13 Tampa's full forecast as they tracked Ian. Thankfully, as I've mentioned here at Live Now from Fox, we can tap into all of our affiliates because we are a culmination of all of them. So I do want to take you to the full forecast now underway by the Fox 35 storm team there in Orlando. I'm going to bring you this raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Be hearing a lot more of those reports come into us here in the Fox 35 Storm Center.
Alrighty, so we do want to address the latest in the track, as Brian mentioned, kind of Charlie-esque, but as we also know that Charlie was a little more compact, intense, but a little more compact. This is a similar track, but much broader in its impacts that have spread far and wide from that center of circulation. Track on this now, taking this across near the Volusia County area, offshore, Palm Coast, and Flagler, and right on into the deep southern states. It will diminish with due time, but not before humongous impacts all across the area. So look at the current wind gusts right now. We're calculating at 44 at Claremont, 42 at Lakeland. So winds, as we told you, would be on the rise. We get to late morning, early afternoon, and into the deeper portion of the afternoon by early evening. We're really going to see these breezes propped up on a pedestal. Here's a look at our exclusive Fox model wind forecast. You can see these gusts as the circulation enters the peninsula in and out of the 40s and 50s. Looks as though we could attain higher gusts. That's why the current hurricane warning are in play now for Orange and Seminole, Osceola County, Lake County. We've got some tropical storm warnings on the outskirts, but bottom line, you can see the circulation moving across. Winds east, typically, again, dead center of that storm as you see the eye come across and moving on out into the Atlantic. Looking at future wind gusts along the southwest side there as it moves aboard. You can see it's really tightly torqued up here as Ian moves aboard here. Big time prime numbers coming on into play as that continues streamlining across the peninsula. Backside of that, we'll get that classic wind shift, but they're nowhere near out of the woods as this has to make landfall first, and then we start to peel back those winds as we go deeper into tonight and by tomorrow. We do also have to track these rain bands. Allison Gargaro live in the Fox 35 Storm Center right now with Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. That we've seen some rotation. We had a couple of tornado warned areas earlier. Right now, just heavy rain, Allison.
Exactly. Right now, just heavy rain, and you can see that. That's going to be the red and yellow color on your screen. Most of it is out across the Atlantic, but starting to push on shore. So if you do live in Kissimmee, likely going to be seeing some moderate rain making its way toward you, Palm Bay, and all of Brevard County here. But I do want to go in a little bit closer to Brevard County because just a few minutes ago, we were tracking some rotation just offshore. But right now, those winds are just going to be strong as it does push onto Satellite Beach, Rockledge, as well as in Port St. John. If I actually stop the loop here, we can show where we could be seeing weak rotation. That's going to be these little green areas that you see just offshore. Now, a few minutes ago, we were seeing some colored red and yellow, meaning it could be strong to extreme, but that's not necessarily the case right now. I do actually want to take you out to our U.S. radar. So we are going to be looking at a wide view of Florida right now. You can see that center of circulation, and usually in tropical systems, we don't see a ton of lightning, but you know just how strong Ian is right now, that there are several lightning strikes near that center eye wall, but those outer rain bands making their way from southwest Florida all the way up to us here in east central Florida, and now some of that rain in Jacksonville. But I do actually want to take us out to one of our graphics. It's going to be a power outage graphic. This was sent to us directly from Fox Weather, and it is showing that we are seeing an increase in some of that power outage in southwest Florida as we do see those hurricane force winds moving on in. Here we go. You can see the power outage tracker. Manatee County about 10%, Sarasota 9%, and Lee County about 8% there. And we'll continue to watch this because, like I mentioned, there are going to be some very strong winds actually just into the Fox 35 Storm Center. Extreme wind warning. That does include Fort Myers, Cape Coral, as well as Sanibel. So we're going to continue to bring you updates on exactly what we're seeing on the ground as some of the gustiest winds that we have seen so far with this system will be arriving. Again, has not made landfall yet.
Right, and our local wind impacts as well on the rise as we get to early mid-afternoon and beyond through the overnight. That'll be the worst of it as we peak overnight into Thursday, possibly into about midday tomorrow. So we'll keep you updated. Myself, Allison Gargaro, committed to keeping you safe here, right here in Central Florida. Back to you for now.
All right, Jamie and Allison, thank you so much. We want to give you a view of our upside down camera in Siesta Key. You can just see how powerful these winds are from Hurricane Ian as that camera got completely flipped over.
Boy.
Wow.
Yeah, I got
Quite the
flipped
storm.
upside down, right? This is in Sarasota County, by the way. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
All right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is right at the 11 o'clock hour Eastern time. It is 11 o'clock. And if you are over on the West Coast, it is 8 o'clock in the morning. Thank you so much for starting your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. What you are looking at is a live shot out of Fort Myers, Florida. You could see just moments ago as the wind was blowing, but it appears that that camera has frozen. So instead, I am going to take you to a live view of our satellites. You can see a live look over at Hurricane Ian. We did just get an update here from the National Hurricane Center, which does confirm that Ian does remain a Category 4 storm with wind speeds of 155 miles per hour. That is the update just released here. We do know that the movement has slowed just slightly north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. That's down from the 10 miles per hour that we saw as of the 8 o'clock update. So just slowing a little bit slightly there. Located 45 miles west-northwest of Naples, Florida, the area that it is expected to make landfall in the coming hours. Our Fox 13 Tampa team has been covering this around the clock, as well as our Fox 35 Orlando team. I do want to send you out to Fox 13 Tampa as they provide the latest information on this ongoing situation.
So they're saying this is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. This is where the eye wall is actually beginning to bump up against the coast. So, you know, Sanibel's kind of right there. So it's just to the northwest of the Sanibel area. This whole region with this eye wall touching it, this is where your extreme winds are going to begin. Let's back it out. I mean, you go all the way back and you can see the size and the structure of this whole entire hurricane. I mean, it's raining in Jacksonville and it's raining in Naples. You can just see the large expanse of all of this, and of course there's that 25 to 30 mile wide eye getting ready to bump up and make landfall, probably somewhere very close to Fort Myers or just to the north of the Fort Myers area. Places like Boca Grande, right in the path. I'll bet Boca Grande actually gets right in the center of this and the eye of the storm. Up around Englewood, too, you're going to get some extreme weather in Englewood to Northport, to Port Charlotte, to Punta Gorda, as this slowly works its way on shore. Listen, folks, we're starting to get the rains as well. If you're in the Sarasota area, it's been raining, and these bands of rain are just nonstop. And every time you get inside one of these little orange or red bands of rain, that's where you're likely to get some really, really gusty tropical storm force winds. The hurricane force winds right now are only about 30 to 40 miles from the center of the storm, closer to 40 miles. So they're still a ways away, but the tropical storm force winds have started from Northport to Venice to Gulf Gate Estates up through the Sarasota area. So now is your time to just stay inside, and we're just going to ride this out over the next 24 to 36 hours, everybody. Winds are gusting 55 or so in St. Petersburg, 61 in Punta Gorda, and, you know, it will continue to go downhill from there. The path brings it right to the middle of the state and then eventually out into the Atlantic. But right in the middle of the state, guys, overnight, 2 a.m., it's still going to be a hurricane right in the middle of Polk County. So we'll talk about what impacts that will have on us and our friends at Polk County in just a few minutes.
Hey, thank you. I do have one traffic alert for Tampa drivers. It looks like things have really started to kick up outside. I already have a power line that is reported down on Hillsborough Avenue. The road is blocked right now between 20th and 22nd Street. This will likely be the first of many. So if you do not have to be outside on the roads, just continue to stay inside. Right now, it looks like things across Tampa Bay are still open. You can see drivers taking the Howard Franklin both eastbound and westbound. I don't see any closure information for the Gandy Bridge or anything for the Courtney Campbell Causeway, but once we do have that information come in, expect the Courtney Campbell to be the first of the 3 to close, and I'll leave you with a live look at a really rough Skyway Bridge. Those conditions are getting bad.
Wow, look at that. Okay, Mariah, thank you. Hurricane Ian continues to inch toward our southern counties. Let's get over to Fox 13's Matthew McClellan, who is live for us in Sarasota, right in the middle of it. What are the conditions like out there, Matt? Good morning.
Good morning. They're really now starting to pick up. As I kind of showed you last hour, you get them in these waves as we're used to seeing, you know, the outer bands of a hurricane. It picks up and then it dies down. Right now you caught us in a sort of a picked up moment. And I just want to draw your attention to this tree just down from us, where on sort of the left side of it, you can see that it's already kind of bare from all of the wind that it's taken on from that direction. Some snapped limbs as well. And as these things go, you know, you always start with the small debris, and as it wears on, as it gets closer and as it strengthens, hopefully it doesn't strengthen anymore, you get bigger debris. You get branches and limbs and all of that. So looking across from where we are, we see several parking lots. You have sort of the tumbleweed-looking smaller debris, and the debris we are noticing is getting bigger now. But I want to bring in Jody Cohn, who checked in, Jody, Tuesday, you said?
We actually have tonight, but luckily Best Western let us in early today, so we were able to get out.
And you did not come from far. You were just across the way from here.
Right across the street in the mobile home park, which we're mandated to evacuate, and we knew this was a strong building, so here we are.
Yeah, smart thinking. And you were telling me that some of your neighbors are also here.
Yeah, there's about 9 or 10 of us over here, so we figure we'll all hang out tonight and have some fun across the street.
That's nice to have people that you know and are familiar and kind of be in it together, that sense. And that's really kind of from being down in the lobby earlier this morning, the sense that we got was that everybody sheltering here is, you know, everyone's in good spirits, everybody's got their sense of humor. I guess you laugh to keep from crying sometimes.
Pretty much, yes.
What are you expecting to see? And we're listening as a huge wind gust moves through right now, by the way. What are you expecting, hoping not to see when you return home across the way after this all dies down?
Well, we're hoping we have a place to go back to. We've we've been here for over 20 years and we've been lucky all this time, but any given day we cannot be lucky. So we're hoping everything is okay over there. We're confident, we have faith in our little protected Sarasota here that we'll be okay.
Yeah, a lot of people praying right now. Jody Cohn, thank you so much for speaking with us. And Jody's kind of approach to this is what a lot of people we've seen are taking. Folks who evacuated just from a few miles away, if not closer. You have a lot of elderly folks who did not want to make a long evacuation out of state or out of the region. Folks who also didn't want to be in a shelter where you're sharing a space with a lot of people. So that's what we're seeing, folks, really kind of knowing that we're in this together. And yeah, just seeing what this does. We talked to another guy who checked in. He's from Clearwater Beach. He was here working. All he had in his bag was a few changes of uniforms and some phone chargers. So folks are expecting the power not to last much longer. In fact, as we've been telling you this morning, this buzzing sound you may or may not hear, that's from a blown transformer. There is a generator here, so that's a great thing. But as we know, things can fail, especially in a major hurricane as what we're expecting to come through here in the next few hours. So power may not last. We know folks are really trying to charge up their devices, which if you're watching from home, I recommend that you do. And if you're watching us, good for you. You have power right now, but that may not be the case. So be sure that you also have a radio if you have access to one, a battery-powered radio, so you can listen to that AM/FM band and get updates that way as well, because it's not going to get better until it gets worse, right? So that's really what we're seeing here in Sarasota this morning.
I just make the best of a bad situation. All right, Matt, nice job this morning. Go get some rest and stay safe.
Thank you.
It's 11:08 right now, and just over in Manatee County, winds and rain are continuing to pick up at this hour. Let's get to Elizabeth Fry.
Hey, good morning, Russell. Good morning, Laura. Yeah, the wind is definitely the biggest concern here in Manatee County. But before I show you what's going on out here, I wanted to say that the county just came out about 15 minutes ago and said that all of their operations are in lockdown right now. Shelters doors are closed. First responders will no longer be out on the road. That coming out just about 15 minutes ago. So if you are at home in an evacuation zone, you just need to stay in place because these winds are getting very intense. Now I'll show you what's going on out here. There's a lot of debris in the roadway that we've seen over the past few hours. Not as much out here. We're in downtown Bradenton, so it's a little more tame than Anna Maria Island where we were when we spoke to you guys last, but you can still see winds causing debris in the roadway from trees. That's a lot of what we've seen so far. Down in Anna Maria Island where we were about an hour and a half ago, the roads down there definitely beginning to take on some water already from this rain. But again, the wind is the main concern. We actually are here in downtown Bradenton. We were looking for a hotel. A lot of these hotels down here are at capacity with folks trying to seek shelter themselves. So at least folks did heed those warnings to get to a safe location. But right now, this is definitely starting to pick up signs that Hurricane Ian is getting closer to shore. And not only are we feeling these impacts, but we're beginning to see them as well. There's about 15,000 residents here in Manatee County that are currently without power. That number has been growing all morning. Something, of course, that we expected, but something that could get worse as this storm goes on. So right now, the message as we get into really the thick of it, stay in place, shelter in place. That is your best and safest option right now. All the shelter doors are closed, so that is no longer an option. But winds and rain definitely beginning to pick up, and we're expecting it to continue to deteriorate throughout the morning. So hunker down, stay safe, just stay inside. That is your best bet at this point, Laura.
It's Russell. I can see sheets of it coming at you. Okay. Thanks. Take care of yourself.
Good morning, everyone. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you're watching Fox 13 Tampa's coverage of Hurricane Ian. I do want to give you a little bit of breaking news here as the eye wall of Hurricane Ian is now beginning to move on shore in Florida. As of the 11 a.m. update here, it is still a Category 4 storm with winds of 155 miles per hour. We know the storm is about 45 miles off the coast of the Fort Myers, Naples type area there, and it does extend for 45 miles, so that explains there why we are seeing the eye wall start to move onto shore there. Again, we are talking about Hurricane Ian beginning to move onshore there in Florida. I am not sure, as we watch right now on Fox 13 Tampa, if this is a current news conference that is underway or if this is an older one that they are watching. But I do want to bring you back to our Fox 13 Tampa coverage as they continue to follow this as the eye wall of Hurricane Ian does start to move onshore in Florida.
Some people that had nothing more than just losing power, but that's important to get them back to normalcy. You know, there's others that may have really significant structural damages to their residence. You know, they're going to need assistance, and so all of that will be part of what will be you know, really an unprecedented effort in the history of the state.
That effort includes 5,000 National Guard troops and responders from 26 different states. 30,000 linemen are standing by to restore power. And the governor said 40,000 outages have been reported across Florida so far. The governor also reminded residents who do lose power to call their service provider. Do not call 911. And once it is safe to go outside, the governor reminded Floridians to avoid downed power lines and any standing water. Stay clear of damaged trees. Don't drive through flooded streets. And if you are using a generator, do so safely. Russell?
Mobilization's incredible, isn't it? Wow. Here are the power outages in the Bay Area as of 10 o'clock this morning. Roughly 4,800 TECO customers do not have power, 3,500 for TECO. More than 30,000 FPL customers don't have power, and about 1,000 for TECO. We've got complete coverage on Hurricane Ian.
So what you're watching right now is our Fox 13 Tampa coverage as the eye wall of Hurricane Ian begins to move onshore in Florida. The eye is about 45 miles long, so that does explain why we are seeing the eye wall start to move on hours before the storm officially does make landfall. I do want to take you to our Fox 35 Orlando coverage as they continue to cover this from each and every angle.
At our Hard Rock camera, this is in Daytona Beach, and you can see the waves are really crashing onto the shore there. We are expecting a lot of rain and wind in Volusia County. So for those of you who are on the Atlantic side thinking, well, the storm's coming in on the Gulf side, we should be okay, you can definitely expect to have some tropical storm, at least force winds. We do know now that Ian is a very strong Cat 4, potentially a Cat 5. The eye wall very close to making landfall. As soon as that happens, that will determine how it hits. Looks like it's going to happen in Lee County. And this is a power outage tracker, just to give you an indication of where the power is right now. With those strong winds hitting that coastline, only 15% of people in Collier County are without power, 10% in Manatee. That's in the Sarasota area. Sarasota County, 9%. Lee County, which is where we think the storm will make landfall, 8%. DeSoto County at 6%. We want to give you an update on the roads as well. And Amanda McKenzie has been out on the roads for us this morning, giving us a view of how things are looking out there. We're going to send it out to her. Hi, Amanda.
Hello. Yes, well, we're on I-4 traveling eastbound going through Seminole County, and I'm going to give you a live look now so that you can see there are not many cars on the road, which is very good because that means people have made their plans and preparations and are staying off the roadways. We do know that the wind speeds are going to pick up throughout the day as Hurricane Ian moves closer, so going a safe speed, limiting your time out is always important. Now, we also can report that the tolls have been suspended by Governor DeSantis for Central Florida as well as Tampa Bay, which will help push people through and not have to make them stop or slow down when it comes to those toll booths. We also can tell you that the governor has opened up some emergency shoulders on the interstate to help with any other evacuations throughout the state. Now, yesterday I witnessed back-to-back, bumper-to-bumper cars on I-4. Many folks, thousands of them, under mandatory evacuation orders. So it was a very busy day yesterday. So it's good that a lot of people made those plans and got out early. But from some of the people I spoke to from the Tampa Bay area, they tell me that they struggled to find gas and a place to stay at the last minute. So the governor is also letting everyone know that the West Coast could see some catastrophic flooding and life-threatening storm surges. Now, more than 2.5 million people are under some type of evacuation order. So if people didn't hit the road yesterday, you know, it's possible we could see more right now. But as far as the roadways look on I-4, which is one of those main arteries that people take to get from the West Coast through to here to Central Florida, things are looking good. The rain is starting to pick up a little bit at times. You know, we have a bit of a break, but it is starting to pick up some more, and we will continue to monitor those roadways for you. But for now, live on I-4, I'm Amanda McKenzie. Back to you.
All righty, we'll take it from here, guys. Well, here we are, 11:16, dealing with this major hurricane here behind us, presenting like a classic major hurricane on the satellite right now. We've got some new information in. New hurricane warnings have
here
now
locally
have just been issued. So, guys, go ahead. We'll take it live now. I want to update everybody on what's going on with this thing as we show you some tracking now, and you can see we've got ourselves quite a monster here on the southwestern side of the state, getting ready for landfall. Landfall will be confirmed once we see that eye wall bisecting with the shoreline there. So half of that eye wall comes on, the eye begins to split there with the land, and then that's when we can proclaim a landfall here there in southwest Florida. So here's the deal. We now have hurricane warnings up for Volusia and all of Brevard County. That is our latest development. We continue now with a tropical storm warned area for Flagler County on over toward Ocala, Marion, and then back out towards Sumter. Active hurricane warning as well for areas around Claremont and Leesburg. That's all of Lake County through the Orlando Metro and now down to areas south of that. Now, the latest forecast track home from NAC shows is drawing closer and closer. We'll ride up, approaching Orlando as possibly a Category 1. We are going to likely have maybe some hurricane force gusts. That is why we're under a warning now for that, to account for that type of wind spread. And then as we go a little bit longer term, talk about this exiting off the Atlantic side of the state and right on into the southeastern states. Now, the Fox model has been really keeping a great eye on this and doing a fantastic job on all that and more. And again, we talk about the potential for some tornadoes around the region as we go through the day today. It looks as though some of these outer rain bands will continue marching steadily from south to north. So we have an active tornado watch now for all the shaded counties in this yellow here for you, from Seminole on over toward Brevard, in through the metro, down to Osceola County, and into Polk and point south as we await the arrival of Ian. It should be landfalling here shortly there on the southwest Florida coastline. For some live tracking now, let's head over to Allison Gargaro at Fox 35 Storm Tracker Radar. You're going to bring us up to date on what's happening southwest Florida.
Yes, and I do want to show you the eye wall. You can see just how tense it is. It's on a loop, and like I mentioned earlier, we normally don't see a ton of lightning associated with tropical systems, but this is so strong that we're looking at more than 150 strikes right now. And we do have a ruler out saying that this is likely the start of the eye wall is likely less than 10 miles offshore. That's going to be near Sanibel, Cape Coral, as well as Fort Myers. So that's what we have in southwest Florida. But I do want to take you in a little bit closer to home. Let's actually go to our DMA view, and those outer rain bands from Hurricane Ian continue to impact our viewing area. So you can see it's stratiform rain. And what is that? Well, it's not too light, it's not too heavy, but it is steady rain. That's going to be the green that you see. And then dispersed through that is going to be some yellows and reds, and that's going to be some very heavy rain that's making its way onshore into Brevard County. Let me see if we can go down to street level here. So Banana River Drive, County Road 3, State Highway 405. If you live in any of these areas or know where they are and know your distance to that, some heavy rain is going to be pushing on shore. And if we take you in, we can actually see just how fast this rain is falling. The dark purple on your screen means rain is falling at a rate of about 4 inches per hour. So that's going to be just south of Kennedy Space Center there, and then continuing into Port St. John, across Merritt Island as well. But I do want to show you something about the rain. We've been talking about how there is going to be a lot of it in a short amount of time. And today, a high risk for excessive rainfall, meaning we could be seeing flooding. And just as of 7 o'clock this morning, we'll have to check our rain gauge. But right outside of the Fox 35 Storm Center, we already had an inch in total, and likely much more, as we've heard a lot of rain overhead, and likely you have in your home. And something else that we want to talk about is that several counties, does include Osceola, Brevard, Orange, as well as Seminole, are under a tornado watch until 5 p.m. Now, we did track one tornado warning, Jamie, in Osceola County a little bit earlier this morning. We haven't seen any since then, but that doesn't mean that we couldn't, and we don't want you to let your guard down. That's why we want to make sure that everybody is staying in place, because with those outer rain bands, we could be seeing a bit of that spinning in the atmosphere, which then could lead to those isolated tornadoes. So this is something we'll continue to monitor for you. And Jamie, we are going to watch the intensity of this storm as it is inching closer and closer to the coast of southwest Florida.
All the while, our impacts will begin increasing here. We're now recording wind gusts across South South Lake County on up into some of the northwest counties and that range of tropical storm force, so about 39 plus miles per hour. That will continue. The rain will continue and become more constant, more frequent rain bands, and the isolated tornado risk as well, Allison. Okay, okay, guys, we'll send it on back to you now, Amy. Ryan.
Hi, Jamie. Thanks. Yeah, we've been looking at the potential storm surge there. I mean, they're talking 12 to 18 feet in that area.
Yeah, it's really scary. So this is what we're hearing from NHC Storm Surge. So if you want to follow them on Twitter, they are giving minute-by-minute updates. Here it is right here. Eye wall of Ian moving onshore. Catastrophic storm surge along with destructive waves as expected along southwest Florida coast from Inglewood to Bonita Beach, including Charlotte Harbor. They're telling everybody to, follow evacuation orders.
That's the most important part of that tweet right there. I mean, if they haven't by now, do it at this point.
And as Ryan just said, if we look at the map, we've got a zoom in of the map as well. 12 to 15 feet of storm surge.
Yeah, it's amazing how quickly it goes down, but where it hits, which right now appears to be in the heart of that, would be 12 to 18 feet storm surge.
All right, so we are all over this for you all morning long. Here is another view. I believe this is down in Alligator Alley, giving you an indication of just how nasty things are out there as far as the wind and the rain. Just really scary scenes.
It's one of the few county cameras between Lee and Collier we have working. A lot of those have been knocked out. We're going to come right back, but that is the scene right now in Lee County.
Good morning, everyone. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, my name is Josh Breslow, and I'm your host for the next several hours. You were watching the Fox 35 Orlando coverage of Hurricane Ian. While they are in a commercial break, I do want to show you just some of the different camera views that we have as conditions are really starting to deteriorate all across the southern part of the state of Florida. And breaking at this hour, as you can see on your screen there, the eye wall of Hurricane Ian is starting to move onshore. This is happening over in Lee County, Florida, which is Fort Myers, Cape Coral there in southwest Florida. The National Hurricane Center saying there is catastrophic storm surge, 12, maybe 15 feet, along with very destructive waves in that area. We did see Hurricane Ian rapidly intensify over the last few hours into last night, becoming a powerful Category 4 storm with winds of 155 miles per hour. That just 2 miles per hour shy of that Category 5 storm status, which is the highest classification for a hurricane. As of the last advisory from the National Hurricane Center, which came out about 23 minutes ago, Ian is moving north-northeast at about 9 miles per hour, slowing down just a bit. But if you are watching us here right now, I do want to bring you that breaking news, as we have learned from the National Hurricane Center that the eye wall of Hurricane Ian is now starting to move onshore in Lee County, Florida, Fort Myers and Cape Coral area. We are transitioning here, I would say, between our Fox 35 Orlando team and our Fox 13 Tampa team, covering this from each and every angle. So I do want to take you out to our Fox 13 Tampa team. They have the latest on this storm.
Well, as Dave and y'all know, the past 24 hours, it's definitely a change on Hardee County. Prior to 24 hours, we were making preparations for, some tropical storm winds, and we're saturated here, so we was figuring we would have some power outages and some debris. But since that time, and as y'all well know, in Tampa, it's turned out that it's moved a little further south, and it chose our path. So the preparations is a little different, but our preparations from 48 hours ago is it put us ahead of where we needed to be.
Good.
Because we was looking, and preparing for the worst in case the track did change as it did.
And there's no way to know with a hurricane where it's going to go. But at this point, coming on shore is the Category 5. But even as it goes across the state, it will keep its hurricane strength and stay at a 1, just churning over that area. So 24 hours of rain, what is that going to look like for you guys when the sun comes up Thursday morning?
It's not going to be good as far as, again, the strength of the storm is something that, is always a possibility. But we were looking at dealing with lesser ramifications, so to speak, from the storm. Now, with the additional rain, the direct impact, it just puts a lot more facets in the possibilities of what's going to happen. Road closures due to debris and flooding is something that we're very aware of.
Are there any particular areas of the county that you're more concerned about than others?
Well, just the low-lying areas of the Peace River. Again, it runs the full course of Hardee County, and where the possibilities of historical highs is waiting to be seen. But the low-lying areas, those individuals that live within the flood stage of the Peace River, is going to see things that they've never seen before.
Yeah, this is unprecedented.
We have prepared the people for that.
Good.
A lot have left the area as well as they should and sheltered somewhere else.
All right. Listen, we've got to run. We got a lot to get to here, and I know y'all do too. I know you're busy.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 11:27 on the East Coast and 8:27 on the West Coast. We are watching, of course, as the eye wall of Hurricane Ian is starting to move on shore in Florida. Here at Live Now from Fox, we do have the benefit of being able to go to our Fox 13 Tampa team and our Fox 35 Orlando team. I do want to take you over to Orlando, as they do have reporters that were out reporting in the storm. I want to take you there raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
From the school district transporting people to shelters. They have cafeteria workers working there and school nurses on hand to help you. The other big thing that they want you to know is that they are monitoring the northern part of the county. So my friends in Astor, they're talking to you. No mandatory evacuations. But listen, if you know your area is typically dealing with floods, they want you to get to one of these shelters and then hunker down once you are in place. But I'll have some more live information coming up for you about generators and some tips on that coming up in the next 25 or 30 minutes.
All right, Randy, thanks. Boy, what a different scene that we're seeing, of course, behind us now, which is in South Florida, as that eye wall now is starting to make landfall.
Yeah, we are seeing what is going to result down in Southwest Florida from this storm having the most impact right there at a Cat 4, Cat 5 status. Very dangerous, catastrophic conditions.
Yeah, very few times have we seen that. We're going to go to break now. We're going to continue to keep you updated with the number of people out of power as well.
Experience amazing at Lexus.
Good morning, everyone. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are taking our Fox 35 Orlando team coverage as well as our Fox 13 Tampa team coverage. They have reporters that are scattered all throughout the state of Florida here, as we do see the eye wall of Hurricane Ian now beginning to move on shore in the state of Florida. It does appear, according to the National Hurricane Center, that the storm will make landfall on Sanibel Island. That is the Fort Myers, Cape Coral area there in Lee County, Florida. What you are looking at is our X-RAD system that does show the eye wall there. You can see it inching so close as it does begin to move there on shore. I do want to go over the latest information here from the 11 o'clock update provided by the National Hurricane Center. The wind speeds do remain at a maximum of 155 miles per hour. That is a very strong Category 4 storm, so close to a Category 5, unfortunately. The wind speeds for that would be 157 miles per hour. It is likely, as we do see the storm move on shore there, that it should potentially weaken, but we are still talking about a very strong storm. As we speak, the mayor of Tampa, Florida, now speaking live to provide an update on everything going on over there. So let's listen in raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Being fortunate in our area, but that's the reality of it. So we have talked, I personally have talked with the mayors south of us that are going to feel the wrath of Hurricane Ian, and also they're going to go through this storm without the preparation time that we were able to have here in Tampa Bay. So I've spoken to the mayor of Fort Myers, Sarasota, Punta Gorda, and Naples, offered them clearly our best wishes and then any resources that we have that we could send their way. the message that I want to share with our community, not only in the city of Tampa, but throughout the Tampa Bay area, is that we're not out of the woods yet. You know, it may be calm outside. We've seen the waters recede in Tampa Bay. Some people are out taking the photographs along Bayshore, but that is the calm before the storm, because we're still going to see, more than likely, unprecedented flooding in our area, with 18 to 20 inches of rainwater coming in later this evening. And we're also going to have tropical storm force winds and possibly Category 1 hurricane winds here in the Tampa Bay area. So we're going to see downed trees. We're going to see flooding. We're going to see power outages. So please, please do not let your guard down now. Let's remain vigilant. Hurricane Ian is going to visit the Tampa Bay area later this evening, and we will keep you posted as we go through the day. We are continuing with our services, providing anything that our community needs. If there is information that you need, please go to our website, tampagov.net/hurricane. All the information is there. We also have the hotlines. Our call center is up and running. So we are still here for you and your needs. But again, those who have left the Zone A, please do not go back. This is not over. And then those who haven't left, we're still looking at flooding. So please heed the warnings and everybody be safe out there. Now I'd like to call up our Fire Chief and Emergency Manager, Barbara Tripp.
Good morning. Fire Chief Barbara Tripp, Tampa Fire Rescue Emergency Management. As the Mayor has stated, we're still not out of the woods. Just a couple of safety things that I would like to talk about as we prepare for the post of the storm. Currently, we do have some weather stations that's located throughout the city of Tampa. And what happened with those weather stations, we are advised of the wind gusts. So in case of an emergency, first responders would not be able to respond once those wind gusts get up to a certain miles per hour. So we're asking you all to please remain off the streets, stay safe, because you would not be able to get emergency services to you for the safety of you as well as our public safety first responders. We also want to talk about generators. As we know, usually whenever a storm comes through, we will possibly have power outage. In a situation like that, a lot of families have generators. Generators should be operated outside of your home, not inside, and it should not be started until after the storm is over. If you have any questions or need additional information about the safety of generators, please visit tampa.gov/hurricane. That's tampa.gov/hurricane to get additional information. Now, because you don't have any power, a lot of families might light candles. Once again, that is a safety hazard. So you need to be extremely cautious if you decide to use candles. If you have a fire extinguisher, please make sure that is at hand. Make sure it's available for you. Don't go out in the weather to get a fire extinguisher. So if you have one, make sure you have one handy and make sure you use it appropriately. Once again, if you have any questions about emergency services, please visit tampa.gov/hurricane. Now I bring up the Police Chief, Mary O'Connor.
Thank you, Chief Tripp, Mayor Castor. Good afternoon, everybody. Just a couple of things. I just want to reiterate what has already been said, that we are not out of the woods. We are going to see some significant flooding in the Tampa Bay area. As far as vehicles are concerned, I really strongly recommend that our residents try not to take your vehicles out and venture out. We need our officers and our first responders being available and ready to assist our residents in time of crisis and not get stuck in water. It only takes 6 inches of water to reach the bottom of most vehicles. So if you are driving around in 6 inches of water or more, you may get stuck, and then we may have to come and help you out. Our shelters are still open. There are numerous shelters located throughout Hillsborough County. Tampa PD has been actively shuttling numerous homeless individuals to shelters this morning. Shelters are still open, but residents are encouraged at some point, once the wind speeds do reach higher gusts, as we are expecting they will at some point today, to just stay and shelter in place. Last thing I just want to mention, as I talked about yesterday with the enhanced property crime penalties, in the event you are charged with a burglary or a theft, if it's a second-degree felony, it'll be increased to a first degree. If it's a third-degree felony, it'll be increased to a second. Tampa PD did make 2 arrests last night. We responded to the IKEA off of Adamo Drive to an alarm call, and we did locate 2 individuals in the parking lot that were loitering in the parking lot. They had numerous burglary tools in their possession, walkie-talkies, flashlights. It appeared they were definitely planning on doing something at the IKEA. They were charged accordingly. So I just want to reiterate that, property crimes are serious. Do not even think of, preying on the vulnerability of our residents that may have evacuated. Tampa PD is here, ready and willing to assist if anybody needs it. Thank you, everybody.
All right, does anybody have any questions? All good? All right, thank you all. Much appreciated.
Coming up as we head towards sundown tonight, we're really going to be at it into the early morning.
So that was an update from the mayor of Tampa as we do see Hurricane Ian, the eye wall, starting to move onshore in Florida. It's happening, of course, over in the Fort Myers, Cape Coral area, Lee County. The actual landfall itself is expected to be around Sanibel Island. As of the 11 a.m. update, the storm is a Category 4 with wind speeds of 155 miles per hour, moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. I do want to tap back into our Fox 35 Orlando coverage as they break down the path of the storm and what to expect.
Jamie, thanks. Just to let you know what is going on right now, the governor is going to speak at 1 o'clock. That'll be in the state emergency office. Certainly they're monitoring right now as Ian is coming ashore. We're also waiting on Orange County. They're going to have a press conference soon talking about that plan as they prepare now for Ian to move into Central Florida.
We did hear from Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer yesterday, who said that the city of Orlando is under a state of emergency. He even offered that anybody who wants to move their car into one of the city parking garages, you can do that for free all the way through Friday just to keep your car protected and safe.
Yes, they're expecting some very strong winds as this moves for sure. Let's take things to Tampa now. Of course, we were watching that earlier today. That's where we find Dave Puglisi.
Yeah, Dave was showing us something kind of eerie about the water there in the bay, Dave. And is that the energy from Ian really just sort of sucking all of the water out and showing residents something they haven't seen before, which is the bottom of the bay.
Yeah, that's for sure, Amy. Actually, we'll give you a view of that there. As you can see, it's being sucked out, and those two very large islands that are now appeared out here in the bay. And what's impressive about this part, this is the Hillsborough Bay, which borders along Bayshore Boulevard and Davis Island. That out there in the distance is the Gulf. So this is a pretty deep part of the bay, and it's gone. Now down the other way, you can see that there are a lot of you can see how much water has gone down all the way up through into the more narrow part of the bay as it kind of starts to go through downtown Tampa. We're also seeing the rain kind of kick up here again. Rain hasn't been so much of a factor here yet. The big thing has been the winds, and the winds have really started to increase over the last probably about 10-15 minutes. We're getting some pretty strong, significant gusts that are causing some problems, which is why Hillsborough County has put out some information to have cars get off the road. Now, we're going to wrap things up here in Tampa Bay, but let's go back to the station where Orange County is about to start a press conference. Back to you guys.
All right, Dave. Yes, we are waiting for that. Thank you.
And right now, let's get back on the roads as well. I was just outside looking at I-4, and it's still a little busier than you would expect. You'd expect not much traffic. There is a little traffic. Let's check with Amanda. She's been watching I-4 all morning. Amanda, what are you seeing?
Good morning. Well, we're on I-4 driving westbound, and you can take a look at the conditions right now. The rain has certainly picked up, and visibility has lessened, especially when you have vehicles in front of you kicking up all of that water. So we're seeing a few more cars on the roadways right now. It is advised that people do stay home and not go out unless they really need to right now, because we do expect the conditions to worsen throughout the day. Now, one thing, if you are in the process of evacuating, Governor DeSantis has suspended tolls for Tampa Bay area, for Central Florida, so it hopefully can expedite people getting to their safe spaces. The governor is also opening up some emergency shoulder use on the interstate. And as I mentioned, right now, traffic is moving smoothly. There are a few more cars on the road right now, but for the most part this morning, it has been very light on traffic. So we're going to continue to monitor these roadway conditions for you. Again, it's better to stay indoors. This is going to deteriorate throughout the day, so you want to be sure to stay with us on Fox 35. But for now, reporting live on I-4, I'm Amanda McKenzie. Back to you.
Amanda, thank you. The Fox 35 storm team has been tracking this storm 24/7. So when you're not watching us live on the air, remember that you can follow us online. Just go to your laptop, fox35orlando.com, or you should download the Fox 35 storm team weather app now. That's actually really important. Make sure you have those backup chargers around the house that are charging right now. I just texted my family and said, make sure that you're charging all the backup chargers. That's important. You're going to need them.
Teens are well aware of that,
yes,
for sure.
Stay with Fox 35, our continuing coverage when we come back.
Stay with us.
All right, so as you can hear, we are able to tap into our Fox 13 Tampa team and our Fox 35 Orlando team as we cover this breaking news here. The eye wall of Hurricane Ian beginning to move onshore in the area of Sanibel Island, Florida. That's Fort Myers, Cape Coral there in southwest Florida. As of the 11 a.m. update, this is a Category 4 storm with winds of 155 miles per hour moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. That hurricane warning extending for the coast of southwest Florida. As I mentioned, our Fox 13 Tampa team also covering this with reporters that are scattered across the state. So I do want to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered to their coverage here on Live Now from Fox.
Area right in the corner of the county, but these are very quick moving. So even though it's not in necessarily a populated area at the moment, really within the next 5-10 minutes, this could easily start to work its way a bit further to the north and west and work its way into some population. And really not a big signature on the radar, but it does look like we do have something developing here. And I'll go ahead and I'll put this into motion so you kind of get an idea of just how quickly these are moving.
You know, we were talking about this earlier, and the fact that this happens quite often with landfalling storms, and I know Broward County had many tornado warnings yesterday, but sometimes they happen so quick. They spin up and they spin down so fast, and they're not your typical tornadoes, you know, not like you would see out in the Midwest.
No, they're not. But since these rain bands are moving so quickly, even though it might be just a quick spin up, they can cover a large amount of distance in a very short period of time. That's why you see this this polygon extended out so far all the way up towards Wauchula. So if you're in this area, you've already got the winds, but you do want to go inside that interior location, stay away from any windows. You want to go into that safe place because we do have this tornado warning now in Highlands County, but this also extends up into Hardee County as well. That goes until 12:15, so we're looking another 30-31 minutes now. And you see this very intense cell where we just continue to see these rain bands working their way through. So first tornado warning of this storm in our viewing area, but this is more than likely not going to be the last,
not even close, because you know as this thing moves on shore, and really Ian is close to making landfall probably in the next few hours or so. You're going to get more and more of these, and typically they're on that eastern side, that northeastern side, when you're introducing the friction of the land and that spin and the way it's wrapping around, they can pop up. And as far as, yes, they can do some damage. Now, we're not talking about your big Midwest tornadoes, the kind that we're like, oh my goodness. These are quick little spin-ups, but again, they touch the ground, they can cause a little bit of damage. But, you know, you mentioned at the beginning of this warning, Jim, that right now it's in a very rural area. However, Zolfo Springs and the Wauchula area are at the end of that polygon. So they're toward the closer to 12-15 time frame.
Yeah, if it holds together. And, you know, we talk about it, on that right-hand side of the storm as it is approaching the coastline, that's where you see the most favored location for tornadoes. But you notice what's going on that right-hand side right now. There's not a whole lot of activity. I mean, we do have some of these isolated supercells in there, but most of that activity is on that northeastern side, northwestern side, so basically in our area. So this is going to be the area that we really have to watch for the possibility of tornadoes as we continue through the afternoon into this evening along that eye wall as well. We already have that extreme wind warning as this eye wall is making its way on shore. But you look at some of these cells, these kinds of cells here, and I know they are not in our area right now, but these are racing up to the north and west, and those are the types of cells that can quickly spin up one of those tornadoes and as they move into our area. But we're already starting to see more and more of these stronger isolated cells embedded in here that have that potential, not seeing any rotation yet, but they all have that potential as we go through the coming hours of spinning up that quick tornado. But already we're starting to see we have this tornado warning. We'll flip back over and look at the velocities.
I'm glad you circled those little cells off to the south and the east, because, for instance, Lake Placid, Highlands County, right along Highway 27, you're not in this tornado warning. It is off to your west. But Jim was just circling on the radar a little bit ago some other particular cells that are coming in from your southeast. You see them over Lake Okeechobee now. So as those pinwheel back to the northwest, any one of those could spin up a quick tornado, drop it down, bring it back up. They're not long-lived. But the point is that they can cause damage as they get down to the ground. So we try to stay ahead of them, and that's what we're trying to do right now, stay ahead of it and let you know that, hey, Lake Placid, hey, Sebring, you're not in this tornado warning. However, there are some cells off to your southeast that are pinwheeling around, and any one of those could, again, cause a tornado to drop down.
Yeah, and that's, you know, these, it's not going to take long. Go ahead and put the radar in motion, and you just see how quickly these are rotating around. I mean, these could, you know, in reality, these could be up in the Highlands County in probably about the next 20-25 minutes, moving really a large distance. At this point, not seeing that rotation, but there's going to continue to be that risk that we see more of these really over the coming hours. Right as this is making landfall, you start to get that friction of all the very strong winds along the coastline and moving on shore. And this is when you start to see more and more of that rotation with these, because just the land interactions with this. But, you know, one of the good points of, you know, of anything at this point, I'll go ahead and I'll stop the radar and you look back at the velocities and over the past scan or two, really not seeing it intensify. We were watching some of the cells that were producing tornadoes down towards Miami last night, and we were seeing that very definite idea that we were seeing debris being lofted, and you're just not seeing that in this right now. You're not seeing any signs of any debris. You're looking at the rotation with this, and you have to look closely. I'll zoom in here and I'll circle the area that we're talking about.
Let me just, for those of you just tuned in, because I know what's happening with our, you know, with our coverage here. I know you're coming in, you're going out, you're coming in, you're going out. So if you're just tuning in this second, we have a tornado warning out. It's the first one of the day. It will not be the last one until 12:15. And this is really for eastern, southeastern Hardy County, the place that Jim is circling right there, and extreme northeastern DeSoto County. Granted, a very rural area. However, it's heading toward Highway 17 and Zolfo Springs and Wauchula.
Yeah, and what you look at here, there's a couple of different ways we can look at these storm winds, and just because the winds are so strong in the atmosphere already, it becomes a little more difficult to sometimes pick out the tornadoes, but this is the area, and you saw as the radar updated there, we are basically looking at these winds 72 miles an hour inside of this cell. So we flip over and try and kind of pinpoint what we're doing here is we're subtracting out the movement when we look at it this way. So we're trying to just focus in on just the area.
Oh boy, Jim's doing math now, everybody.
Yeah,
Jim's subtracting. He's doing math.
Yeah, hopefully we're subtracting and not adding at this point.
No, you're right.
But this is the area that you're looking at, and you can see how quickly it's moved. Remember, this warning started right here, and since we've been talking about this, this has already moved a fair distance.
If you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, we are nearing the noon hour on the East Coast, getting close to 9 a.m. over on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you everything about Hurricane Ian as we see the eye wall of that very powerful storm beginning to move onshore in Florida. We're talking landfall around Sanibel Island, which is close to Fort Myers there in Lee County, Florida, the southwestern portion of the state. We have been tapping into our Fox 13 Tampa team coverage as well as our Fox 35 Orlando team. Right now, I want to go over to Fox 35 Orlando as we do wait for an update coming in shortly from the National Hurricane Center.
And our transfer stations are scheduled to close to the public today at noon, and they will remain closed through Friday. And with that, let me just also share some other information with you. We know that we have a number of people who have been evacuating from surrounding counties and throughout the state. They have been coming. We do have capacity within our hotels. At this point, Visit Orlando estimates that the occupancy rate is at 85% within our community. So we still have 15% capacity within our local hotels. In terms of the homeless, I get asked questions about, are we taking care of the homeless? Yes, we are. We're working very closely with our homeless shelters. We're working closely with the Homeless Services Network to ensure that our homeless individuals are housed. I'm told that we have approximately 60 individuals now in non-congregate housing within Orange County as well. And with that, I'm going to ask Sheriff Mina to come forward and to provide some comments to you. And then after that, I will for our Spanish-speaking media, I'm going to ask some of our staff to come up and assist us in providing some additional details. With that, Sheriff Mina.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon. So I just want to reiterate the Orange County Sheriff's Office is prepared to keep everyone safe before, during, and after the storm. We have more than double the amount of personnel that we usually have out there on the streets to keep everyone safe. I do want everyone to heed the warnings that we're giving you, that after 2 o'clock we should not be on the roadways unless we're essential personnel. And for those of us who are staying in our homes, to make sure we shelter in place, the Orange County Sheriff's Office is assisting with the voluntary evacuation of some of those mobile home parks that are vulnerable to flooding and other damage. So we will be out there. Again, as I stated, we have more than double the personnel that we usually have out there as far as law enforcement is concerned. So if you see suspicious activity, if you see people doing things they're not supposed to be doing, committing crimes, call the Sheriff's Office, call 911, and those people will be caught and taken to jail, and they will face harsher penalties because of the state of emergency. And again, if anyone needs anything from the Orange County Sheriff's Office or law enforcement, please don't hesitate to reach out, call 911 or our non-emergency number. And we're also working with our other municipal police departments to ensure that we're all on the same page as far as the safety of this community. Our deputies, carry generators and chainsaws for the flooding aspect. We have many watercraft, many vehicles that can go through water for rescues or anything like that. Of course, we have our aviation, our helicopter assets as well for after the storm. And remember, after the storm, that people need to avoid down power lines and standing water. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Before I ask the staff to come up, we also do have several of our Orange County commissioners who have joined us today. They've been working in their respective districts to ensure that residents are safe. We have Commissioner Myra Uribe and Commissioner Maribel Gomez-Cordero who joined us as well. But also at this point, I'm going to ask some of our staff to come up. I call them the three amigos who are going to be coming up at this point. First, familiar face to you, Dr. Raul Pino, who is going to come up, and he's going to share with you some information about our shelters and what we're doing with those operations. Then we're going to have our utilities director who is going to come up, Mr. Ed Torres. He'll talk to you about some of the efforts that we are doing in Spanish with our utilities, and then we'll have from our Public Works Department, Ms. Diana Almodovar, who will provide some information in Spanish about what we're doing with our public works operations. And so with that, Dr. Raul Pino.
Gracias, alcalde. Buenos días. Esta es una información con respecto a los shelters, los albergues de emergencia que el condado ha activado para su seguridad y protección. Hay 5 shelters abiertos durante esta parte del huracán para la población en general y 3 de ellos, Paca High School, Oak Ridge High School.
Good morning, everyone. If you are just watching us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening to an update out of Orange County, Florida, so over in the Orlando area, as they do provide a little bit more information as preparations are underway for the arrival of Hurricane Ian, the eye wall of the storm beginning to move onshore in Florida. As of the 11 a.m. update, so less than an hour ago, the storm was a Category 4 with winds of 155 miles per hour moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. I do want to take you to a live view of our radar here where you can actually see the current view. Take a look at that eye wall there. That is about to move onshore in the state of Florida. We are waiting for an update here from the National Hurricane Center. They are expected to speak here in the coming minutes. They said it would start around 11:50 a.m. Eastern time. It's now 11:56, so it is likely they will start very soon. We do have a feed that is connected here that we are watching to see when it does happen. We are also sticking with our Fox 35 Orlando team. They are in their full forecast where they will take a closer look at the path of the storm, the strength, and where it is headed. So I do want to listen in raw and unfiltered right now on Live Now from Fox.
Storm surge there. Incredible. So we are already over that. And like we mentioned, we haven't officially made landfall yet.
Well, I'll tell you, we talk about the local impacts, right? So as that circulation gets closer and closer to us here in Central Florida, we're going to see all the local impacts unfolding here. We've already recorded wind gusts in South Lake County, points south of that, measuring into the low mid-40s. Yeah. So we're tropical storm force.
Exactly. We talked about all week long, we were showing you the wind field, and it was the yellow color, that outer circle. That's exactly what we're seeing right now. And then as the hurricane does move on shore and get closer, that's when those winds really start to ramp up. So over the next several hours, throughout the overnight hours tonight.
All right, so the most critical thing we got to tell you about, obviously, we assess the local impacts. Want to share the latest track from NHC. Current winds at 155 miles per hour. You can see here as it projects onto land, down to a 3, and then steadily moving toward Orlando. So it looks like we got a new advisory in here of some sort here, Allison. So folks at home, bear with us on approach to Orlando. Winds at 70, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we'll continue moving off eastbound off the east side of the state, right around Volusia County, where there are now active hurricane warnings for Volusia and Brevard. Speaking of Volusia, I want to tell you about Oak Hill down the Edgewater over to Smyrna Yacht Club. Generally around the South Causeway at NSB, you can see this big area moving up into your particular spot there on the map. So I want you to stay weather aware there at any time. We could see some rotation as these rain bands project in, could produce a brief tornado. That has been a legacy of these rain bands. Our Fox model showing the track in line with NHC, doing a fine, fantastic job as we track this into the Carolinas longer term on our exclusive Fox model. So we do have some active tornado warnings now across DeSoto County and Hardee County, also Highlands County, south and west of the viewing area. Latest on Ian, and of course our tornado watch information that will go in through 5 p.m. this afternoon. That could get expanded and extended as the information comes in. The atmosphere now is in a state of flux. It's turning over to one that that is featuring broad rotation across the region. So at any time, these rain bands moving through late tonight into early Thursday morning can produce a brief isolated tornado. Some of them can become quite strong. For more live tracking, let's head over to Allison briefly here in the Storm Center. Allie, bring us up to date there on radar.
Well, Jamie, like you mentioned, we have one active tornado warning at the moment, but those outer rain bands still moving into our viewing area, and we could see them rotate at any moment. So it's very important to make sure that you are staying with us for the absolute latest. And you can see that center eye wall is inching closer to southwest Florida right now. So Jamie will.
All right, it appears we did lose our feed there with Fox 35 Orlando. We will take you back there in the next little bit, but I do want to take you over to a live briefing underway by the National Hurricane Center. Let's listen in raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Johns River. If you live on the St. Johns River, you need to be thinking about taking action as well. Taking a bigger picture out. Warnings now all up and down so again, Northeast Florida, St. Johns River, all of coastal Georgia, and much of coastal South Carolina. And we'll explain why here in a second with the cone graphic. It's a little hard to see. But if you see here, the orange denotes the size. We talked about how the storm would grow as it moved into the eastern Gulf of Mexico, and it has. So it's not only strong, it's big, and that's the worst of the two. And you can see as those strong winds sweep across the Florida Peninsula, the blue area is tropical storm warnings, virtually almost the entire state of Florida under some type of warning, save the extreme western panhandle. And then the storm moves slowly, I think the word crawls might be better, across the central Florida peninsula, slowly weakens as it gets inland, but then emerges back over the Atlantic, and then turns back up into either Georgia or South Carolina. And then again, you've got all that strong onshore wind to the east. We talked about the onshore wind, so think about the surge risk here. There's a reason it's called the low country. It's flat and there's not much elevation there. So even a little bit of storm surge in these areas could be life-threatening. You can also see various hurricane watch also issued for that same portion. Watch is conditions are possible within the next couple of days. I personally like this graphic to kind of help unpack everything, because at some point there's so many warnings it's probably disorienting. The red is hurricane warnings or damaging wind potential. And you can see as Ian cuts across the state, just basically slices across the state, a large swath of damaging winds, down trees, down power lines, power outages, and roads that won't be passable for a long time. So again, get where you're going to be, unless you're way down here. If you're inland around Tampa, I-4, get Orlando, get where you're going to be, and plan to be there for several days. And then you can see the various tropical storm warnings up along the southeast coast of coastal Georgia and South Carolina. I don't want to diminish the rain either. A lot of everyone focuses on the wind and the surge, rightfully so, as we talked earlier in this segment. But a line or band of very heavy rain is going to develop along and to the north of the track where Ian cuts across the state. These are precipitation estimates or precipitation forecasts. The red is greater than 10 inches. The purple is 15. So basically a wide swath of 10 to 15 inches of rain. If you're not familiar with those numbers, that is a lot of rain. And we are at the tail end of the wet season or the rainy season here in Florida. So the flood risk potential is high. And that's basically what I would take away from this graphic. Anything that is in this pink area or high, which is absolutely the I-4 corridor, is a high risk of very heavy rain that will produce flooding, flash flooding, impassable roads. I'm telling you, you just need to get where you're going to stay and plan to be there. We lose so many people after a storm because they get out and wander about. They drive into flooded roads. Power lines might be down. They just encounter. I know you want to see what happened. I know you want to see if your house, your neighborhood is okay, but please stay inside until conditions allow you to safely move about. And then also I want to note here, and notice the flood risk in coastal Georgia, South Carolina, Savannah, and Charleston. You're now at a moderate risk. And I want to explain this because since you're several days out from the onset, a moderate risk that far out in time is actually really significant. And if things continue to unfold, you could be placed in a high risk at a later time. So don't be too fixated that this purple here is only in Florida. I'm really concerned about the flood risk because also this will be co-located with the storm surge that we talked about earlier. Remember the onshore storm surge, and then you have the rain. The rain tries to flow into the river tries to flow into the sea, and it all just converges and creates a big flood mess and potential here in South Carolina. We'll be with you all day to provide updates as needed. For those of you outside of the impacted area, please be thinking about the people in this impacted area and be ready to lend them support, lend them help in the next couple of days. That is it from the National Hurricane Center.
That was the latest update provided by the National Hurricane Center. They started that around noon, so we did take that live for you. This is as the eye wall of Hurricane Ian is beginning to move onshore in the state of Florida, around the area of Sanibel Island, Florida, so Fort Myers, Lee County area, that is in southwest Florida. It is 12:06 on the East Coast and 9:06 on the West Coast. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, I do want to go over the latest about Hurricane Ian as we do track it very, very closely. So breaking right now, the eye wall of Hurricane Ian starting to move onshore in that Lee County area. The National Hurricane Center saying there is catastrophic storm surge up to possibly 15 feet, along with destructive waves. We know that Hurricane Ian did rapidly intensify over the last several hours, becoming a powerful Category 4 storm with winds of 155 miles per hour. That is just 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 storm, which is the highest classification for a hurricane. As of that latest advisory at 11 a.m. Eastern, Ian continues to move north-northeast at 9 miles per hour and was located about 60 miles or so west of Naples, Florida. We know the hurricane force winds do extend for a diameter of 40 miles, and tropical storm force winds extend for a diameter of about 175 miles. We are talking about a massive storm that you are looking at live here on our XRAD system. We have been going out to our Fox 13 Tampa team and our Fox 35 Orlando team. We are watching the feeds very closely here. It looks like our Fox 13 Tampa team does have a crew out in the field right now, so I do want to take that for you, raw and unfiltered, on Live Now from Fox.
Going to go ahead and just show you some of the gusts that we're seeing right now. It is kind of difficult to see the rain, but the rain is blowing sideways. Across the street at a Longhorn there, you can see the American flag whipping. Just an enormous amount of wind coming through the area right now. Like I said earlier, just a couple of hours ago, the wind gusts were not this strong. You can see right here, there's a tree where the branches have been snapped. There are limbs down on the ground. And I want to show you, as you see that, just some of the video that we did go out and capture this morning. We did go drive down to Osprey, and this is a transformer that we saw outside of a mobile home park. Right as we arrived, we heard the pop, and as soon as we turned around, we saw that it was on fire. It looked like a tree branch had hit it, and it went up in smoke. As we went through the area, the rain just continues to fill the potholes that are out here, and the wind continues just to knock out down some of the branches, scattering debris through the area. We drove through a mobile home park and we saw some damage there as well. One of the roofs already being ripped off. And this is really why officials have said if you are in one of those evacuation zones, there's not much time to get out and get to a safe place at this point in time. And here at the hotel, we've talked to several people that were not going to take any chances, including one woman and her mother who are just a few doors down from us. Go ahead and listen into what they had to say.
I pray that we have a mobile home left and that everybody's safe.
Same thing, yep, that everybody's safe. And, you know, it's one thing to wish that it goes somewhere else, but then somebody else is impacted as well. So I wish it would just blow it into the ocean and go away so everybody is okay in the next few days.
That is what most of us are wishing at this point, but we know that the reality is that Hurricane Ian is here and is continuing to pack a punch. Now, again, with those mobile home parks, this is some of the damage I believe that you should be seeing right here. And that is why mobile home parks are one of the ones that are always evacuated immediately because of that debris that can fly off of the manufactured homes. And again, just a live picture back out here again, you can see the wind gusts still coming through. The rain is falling steadily, and now people are just kind of holding out, kind of hunkered down, as we would all say here at this Best Western, waiting to see what will happen next as each hour continues to go by. Again, another one of those gusts, and like I said, ever since this morning, the gusts have continued to increase in their strength, and we imagine that they're only going to get stronger. We'll be out here continuing to monitor what we're seeing. We'll be safe and sound right here. We're not going back out on the road. And that's another thing. We did see some cars going out there. Not a smart thing to do, especially at this point in time. Linda Cervani, back to you.
No, and that kind of leads into my question, Kim. In all the video that you just showed us, I saw a lot of some damage, but I didn't see people. So you think most of the people in that area are heeding the warning, right? And they've found where they want to be and they're staying now?
It appears that that's so. In one of the mobile home parks, there were still cars. We saw people getting into their cars, hopefully leaving or going to somebody else's home. But I think really right now at this point in time, people are in their homes just kind of waiting out to see what will happen.
Well, that's good to hear because you can see the rain gusting behind you. You stay safe, Kim. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks.
You know, just to the north, the water in Johns Pass, it's getting rough at this point. Our photographers spotted a lot of dolphins. Can you see that? They're making their way through the pass. Really a compelling reminder. Obviously, it's not just humans weathering the storm. Wildlife is too. But with that in mind, FWC says that people should not try to rescue any animals during or after the storm. Just give the wildlife their space. We spoke with Captain Dylan Hubbard about what else he's seeing at Johns Pass.
Right now we're experiencing a super negative tide. Water is pouring out of Johns Pass at a really increased rate. It's really incredible to see how fast the water is moving out. And right now we've passed the time where we should see a slowdown of the tide or slack tide. So low tide was around 8:15. So we should see the water stop moving now and then start coming in. But it is still pouring out of Johns Pass. So it's a very unique look at extremely low water.
Now you look around here and you see the islands are just growing. Is it kind of eerie seeing all this stuff?
Yes, it's extremely eerie seeing this low water and so much sand being exposed above the water. And we saw this with Irma. This is very similar to what our area experienced during Irma as that storm kind of approached Everglades City, made landfall and passed to our east side. We had negative tides and we could almost walk across Johns Pass. So we're not there yet. The water still has a long way to go to catch up to what we saw with Irma, but these east winds are only going to continue to get stronger, and then as it passes we get a north wind, and all of that is going to be dumping water out of the bay. So I still think we're going to be experiencing similar to what we saw with Irma, which is better than high water, let me tell you.
What have you guys done to prepare your stuff?
We've done a lot to prepare for this storm. Really, as the storm approached, we had all those emergency evacuations, and we were expecting, like I said, 10, 15 foot of surge. So we were expecting some severe high water. So we over-prepared, prepared for the worst and hoped for the best. And obviously, this isn't the best situation. People down south of us are going to be severely affected by a really major hurricane. But for Pinellas County, for our Tampa Bay area, this is kind of a best case scenario where we don't have that surge. We still got flooding rain and lots of wind and plenty of storms and tornado threats, but surge is the thing that destroys homes, businesses, and really takes a long time to recover from. And it looks like we've dodged a bullet as far as that's concerned.
With the water all going out, people are like, the beach pitching of the boat. Is that an issue with the boats? Does that hurt the boats?
Yeah, so this is going to be a big issue, the negative low tides, because if boats aren't tied up properly and they're not being adjusted for that low tide, if a big boat's in the water and all the water's gone, if the lines aren't long enough, lines can start breaking, and you could have some issues with some boats tipping over, falling on their side, breaking up. So we are on the boat adjusting the lines as the water changes, and it will be really interesting later on this afternoon around 3-4 o'clock. We're supposed to be a high tide. We're supposed to get a high tide. So that will be really telling this afternoon. If the water never comes back in, that high tide never recovers, we're going to see probably extremely low tide through this entire event.
Certainly some dramatic images that we're going to expect to see. Fox 13's Josh Cassio joins us live from Treasure Island this afternoon. Josh, it is looking windy.
Yeah, you know, earlier I heard Jim Weber say 60 miles an hour, I think, in Pinellas County, and I'll tell you what, we are feeling every mile per hour that Hurricane Ian can throw at us. The wind, I don't know if you can hear it, but the wind is just screaming, telling us to get out of here, but we are here to tell you exactly what is going on. If you can take a look behind me, you can see the trees blowing in the wind there. Also, the white caps on the water, it gives you an idea of just how strong the winds and the rain is blowing right now. It is pelting rain. It is sideways rain. One thing you may not be able to see, but right over this seawall, you can actually see sand and seagrass, and normally you wouldn't be able to. That shows you that Hurricane Ian is just sucking the water out of here, just like Captain Hubbard was talking about. And then to my right, excuse me, to my right, you can see these boats tied up, a giant sailboat there and some other boats over here. They are essentially sitting in the sand right now. At one point it was even worse, but they are locked into the sand right now because there is just not as much water as there normally would be here on Treasure Island. Again, the wind, though, it is ripping through here. The rain, it is pelting. The good news is, as we drove through this area, we did not see many people, very few, so that is good news. People do seem to be heeding the warnings. Hopefully you're watching us from a safe location. As folks should know by now, here in Pinellas County, there are mandatory evacuations in zones A, B, and C. And then on the barrier islands where we are right now, you can get out here, but if you do, you have to show your credentials. You have to say that you are either a homeowner here, a contractor, or you have a good reason to be here. Otherwise, they will not let you on the barrier islands, and quite frankly, for good reason. What we're seeing again, huge wind gusts, sustained, whipping rain. It's getting hard to stand out here. Luckily, we are in a safe location. We've got cover. Again, most people have left, but certainly what we're seeing out here is very bad, and it's clearly going to get worse. We know conditions will deteriorate soon. So yeah, folks out here are in for quite a storm. This is the beginning of it, and if it's going to get worse, boy, it's going to be a rough one. Back to you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can hear all the debris just kind of blowing around, pelting you. Be safe, and definitely windier than rainier at that point. Josh, we'll see you soon.
I'm not sure he heard you, but he certainly,
he heard the wind and the sand.
Right. Gave us a feel for what it's like outside there right now and why you shouldn't be outside, right?
For
He
sure.
said I could barely stand.
Yeah, you know, it looks right now like the storm is going to work its way through Polk County, hitting between Lake Wells and Frostproof.
Right. So emergency management officials are telling people in low-lying areas, if you haven't already evacuated, do it now. But Fox 13's Ken Suarez is standing by at the Peace River Village with more. But Ken, I'm not even sure it's safe to get out now, is it?
Well, they say if it's a place that's close to you, it's a pretty good idea because a lot of people, for whatever reason, have decided to stay. We were here the other day, as a matter of fact, and we saw a lot more people. So some people have left, but a lot have decided to stay. There's a particular problem at this place and other places that are low-lying. Take a look behind me, and you see the rain is coming down, the wind is blustery. Even though we're a pretty good distance from Sarasota, where Kim is, or where Josh is on the beaches, it is really wet. Look here, it has been wet here forever forever and ever, because even a little bit of rain will certainly, make the ground here way too wet. So it's not absorbing. You look at over here and you see that there is a sewer line. It's taking some water out, doing a fair job. But can you imagine when Ian actually gets there? If you take a look over that way, Jeremy, point over there into the woods, you may be able to see a swamp. That is the Peace River, which is probably a quarter mile or so from here. It's actually been overflowing for quite a while, and that is the problem. This is not the only place in Polk County where we have low-lying areas. There are a lot of other places as well that flood just like this place. Now, as you've been hearing here at Fox 13, the problem is that it's been raining for a while, and the ground just can't absorb any more water. So what are we getting now? Well, obviously more rain, and this is just the beginning. It's going to get a lot worse as Ian gets closer to Polk and moves through the Bay Area. That's why Polk emergency managers are making a last-ditch effort to try and convince people who live in low-lying areas, just like this one, to get out now.
Our ground is already saturated from rain that we've had in the last several weeks already. So now if we get 2 feet on top of that, there's just capacity issues with drainage, and water is going to fill up low-lying areas and come out of the Peace River out of its bank.
There are about 12.5 shelters open in Polk County right now. There are general ones for people who have special needs and people who have pets. So they're pretty much covering all the bases. Emergency managers say they're not getting as many people as expected for whatever reason, but the time to do it is now, because as time goes on, obviously it's going to become more and more difficult to get out and more dangerous to get out. As I said before, we were here the other day and we saw a lot more people here, so some people have left, but there are lots of cars here, and that means a lot of people are here. Emergency managers are saying, bad idea, don't think about it, just do it now. Back to you.
You're going to get out on the road, maybe check something like Waze, too, to see what the traffic situation is like.
Yeah.
All right. And thanks so much. All right, Jim, I know you're watching a lot. We saw Josh at Treasure Island. He was blowing around, and I know there was a tornado warning you were keeping an eye on.
Yeah, the tornado warning has since expired. I'm sure we're going to see more of these, but that eye wall, that is now starting to work its way on shore, and that is where you're going to find the strongest winds of this. This is down to our south. Look at Sky Tower radar right now, and you can see where this is working its way on shore fairly slowly right now. And remember, we're talking about a storm that will be slowing down as it works its way on shore and pushes through. But there you see it on Sky Tower radar, down towards Sanibel, working its way up towards Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte. This is also the area that we have that extreme wind warning. That goes until 2 o'clock this afternoon as that eye wall cycles on shore. Now remember, this is not landfall yet. Landfall is considered when the center passes over land, but you can see that is not far away at this point. The other thing you notice is we just continue to see a lot of lightning in and around that eye wall, which tells us this system is continuing to do everything it can to intensify, which is really always that worst case scenario, to talk about a system that just continues to intensify as it is making landfall. Basically, we are maximizing the amount of wind and power in this system when you have that intensifying storm. So Sarasota, really all the way through Sarasota up into Manatee County, you see these rain bands. They just continue to spiral around, and we see those oranges and reds and the yellows. That's where you're seeing the heaviest portions of this. That rain is basically going sideways at this point. We're seeing these winds in these bands, 50, 60 miles an hour. We've seen that even as far away as Pinellas County, southern Pinellas County, St. Petersburg, seeing these winds gusting close to 60 miles an hour as these bands continue to work their way through, and it's just going to continue. And then the rainfall on top of it, lighter amounts to our north up into Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus County, but still, you've got some pretty gusty winds up in that direction. In fact, you look at some of the wind gusts there, you see Punta Gorda right now, winds gusting to 67 miles an hour, Sarasota 60. Here in Tampa, we're seeing the winds gusting to 41. In St. Petersburg, along the coastline, you're seeing that wind gusting to 62 miles an hour, which is, at this point, notice the wind direction. It is pushing the water out of the bay. So we've been talking about that storm surge and pushing the water up the bay or out of the bay. With the storm passing to our south, we're actually pulling the water out of the bay. So to talk more about the storm surge, the position, and the track, I'm going to pass this over to Paul Delgado, where we've been watching these cameras, and it's just amazing to see what's happening in the bay right now.
I mean, visually, it's incredible. When you look at the, well, let me go back on this. That's the Brookdale Bayshore cam. And we got 73 degrees. And I was on the Bayshore earlier. And again, it's the northeast wind that is blowing, obviously, the water out of the bay. We said last night, we're going to show you a video of the bay. I mean, it's spectacular to look at, and it gets a lot of social media interaction. But in the bottom line, what really is important is the power outages and the storm surge from the point of landfall south. We've seen water levels go up now down by Fort Myers.
85 miles per hour, 10 to 20 inches of rainfall, so flooding there, down trees, not out of the equation. And as we take a look now at Brevard County as well, again, we've ramped up from a tropical storm warning to a hurricane warning now. Winds there 40 to 50. Wind speeds on the gust will be at 75 miles per hour. Rainfall there in that range of 4 to 8 inches, but there could possibly be locally higher amounts. That's how it typically works, depending on where these rain bands set up, how much rain they do drop. Orange County hurricane warning in effect now until further notice. We've got winds there at 55 to 70, gusts to 100 miles per hour, 10 to 20 inch rainfall maximum on the plus side of that for some. And lastly, I do want to take a look at Seminole County for those of you, and also Flagler County, as we show you those wind gusts at nearly 70 miles per hour. Again, we've got a tropical storm warning there as well. So again, I'm going to head over to Allison now with some live storm tracking. Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. Allison, bring us up to date. Looks like some pretty heavy rain marching into Volusia, North Brevard at this time.
That's exactly right. So our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar showing some of those outer rain bands making their way into our viewing area. You can see this is a loop over the last 30 minutes. Some lightning just offshore of Brevard County, likely going to be paralleling with coastal Volusia County, so something to keep in mind if you do live along the coast. But I do want to take you into some rainfall rates. We actually can see just how much rain is falling in a short amount of time, and you can see some rain right there. That is a video from Sanibel Island. Now that is a lot of rain. Again, a Category 4 major hurricane that is starting to make landfall in southwest Florida. For us here, our rainfall rates are anywhere from 2 to nearly 5 inches per hour. So with that being said, a lot of rain, and these are the outer rain bands of Ian. More will be on the way as we head into the next several hours. Let's call it 36 to 48 there. But I do want to take you into our power outages map, and we are seeing a lot of people without power. Actually, just about a few minutes ago, we were seeing the Fort Myers area, Lee County, actually in the red with more than 100,000 folks without power. So that's something we're going to work out the details for you. But you know, as this system makes its way onshore, both Jamie and I have been scrolling through social media, looking at all of the videos and seeing those down power lines already. And like I mentioned, still haven't made landfall. So as soon as that comes on shore, even more rain and even strong winds.
Okay, so now we're dealing with a strong hurricane getting ready to make landfall here. Major, almost Category 5, right? Yep. Southwest Florida. So we talk about the impacts again locally. I want to hammer those home. So next time you see Allison and I, we are going to take you kind of a round robin around town. Also giving you the lookout here on some of our area cameras as conditions deteriorate, giving you those eyes on a lot of you in your safe places now. But I want to let you know we are here live tracking, keeping you safe. Stay with us. Download the Fox 35 Storm Team Weather app, because as Allison showed, power outages are going to increase. And on our Fox 35 Storm Team Weather app, you can actually stream our coverage live on your mobile device. What you see right here can come across right on the app. So it's a great
charge your phones now.
Yeah, great detail there on the app for you guys. We'll send it back to you, Amy Ryan.
All right, thank you so much. And of course, keep it right here on Fox 35. We are going to have continuing coverage of Hurricane Even. We're not leaving you.
You know, we've been looking while they were talking, Fort Myers seeing some major flooding. We're starting to see some of these images now. We'll let you know exactly what is in store as we move forward as well. When we take a look, speaking at some of the flooding as well, this is Sanibel Island, I believe, where we're looking at some of this flooding. Numerous spots around where that eye wall is starting to come on shore, seeing these kind of images for sure with very, very strong storm surge flooding the southwest Florida coast. Remember, the governor is going to speak at 1 o'clock. We're going to bring that to you live as we head toward that time.
Good afternoon and good morning, depending on where you are joining us here. 1228 over on the East Coast and 928 on the West Coast. You are watching Live Now from Fox as we continue our extensive coverage of Hurricane Ian. We've been telling you now for the last little bit that the eye wall of Hurricane Ian has been moving onshore in southwest Florida. This is live video coming in on one of our feeds that does show Sanibel Island, Florida. That is where the storm is making landfall. As of the update just provided by the National Hurricane Center within the last 30 minutes, this is a Category 4 storm with winds of 155 miles per hour moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. Again, this live video here coming from Sanibel Island. We know the storm is about 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 storm, the highest classification for a hurricane. The Hurricane Center saying there is catastrophic storm surge along with very destructive waves. Ian once again moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour, located about 50 miles west-northwest of Naples, Florida. The hurricane force winds do extend for a diameter of 40 miles, and tropical storm force winds extend for a diameter of 175 miles. We are switching back and forth between our Fox 35 Orlando coverage and our Fox 13 Tampa coverage, as both teams on opposite sides of the state do have extensive coverage with reporters all over the Sunshine State. We are going to head right now over to Fox 13 Tampa as they are taking a look at the full forecast and what we can expect as Ian does make landfall.
When we get up in the sky, maybe probably not tomorrow, but probably Friday morning, we start looking at some of the visuals, the aerials, looking down at some of these subdivisions and these neighborhoods, Punta Gorda, Northport, all those towns south towards Charlotte Harbor, and our friends down in Fort Myers. There's going to be some subdivisions that will be inundated by water. We'll have significant storm surge flooding, and probably what we're going to see for the next couple of months going into Christmas holidays is a lot of blue tarps on the roofs in areas where the strongest winds occur. 108-mile-an-hour potential, Sarasota, and in St. Pete's going to be especially windy downtown. Jim showed you that 62-mile-an-hour wind gust in downtown St. Pete. It's windy all the time because the bay is open to the northeast. So many times, you know, we'll show wind speeds on a typical afternoon with an east wind, and we'll have 7, 10, 12. Then we'll show downtown St. Pete, and it's 32 or 22. The wind really howls downtown because of that open bay to the east. So that's why the 92 shows up in St. Pete, and it's probably not impossible for that to happen. So we'll be looking for that later on today and tonight. And then the storm continues to move inland and then starts heading for the east coast. Here's when the winds begin to turn by tomorrow morning, with some of the water will probably start piling up on our west coast. But generally speaking, the physics of it, when storms are moving away from us, even when the winds go by, the water levels do not get as high as they would from an approaching storm from the Gulf of Mexico. So there could be some additional high water, even Tampa Bay north on the backside. And then finally by Friday, we're pretty much done. Some impacts, obviously gust 120, probably not in Hillsborough and Pinellas, but certainly down in southern Sarasota County and also in Charlotte and Lee counties. There'll be wind gust 110, 120, at least 12 to 18 on the rain. Storm surge will be south of Tampa Bay and primarily along and to the right or to the south of where the storm makes landfall. We're not forgetting about you in Citrus, Pasco, Hernando. It's going to be a rainy, windy day. There may be an isolated tornado, but you may be too far north for that. It's going to be rain and wind, and I think your hope up here is to avoid losing power and avoid any type of tree damage. You always get your car. It has to be out of the way. You don't want to look around and go, that tree could fall on my car. That branch could just get your car in a safe spot. Hope you cleared up the branches near the house, but mainly it's going to be gusty winds, heavy rain, certainly wind gusts up to 40 to 60 mile an hour, not impossible. Then later today, stay with us because we're going to end up watching the eye just roll across the state, kind of in the same track as Charlie, but probably with more widespread impacts. So stick with us in Polk County, in Hardy, DeSoto, and Highlands, because we'll do a lot of nowcasting, and we will show you some specific impacts and wind speeds. But it's going to be a rough couple of, maybe not a couple of hours. This is a long event, through this afternoon into tonight and then improving tomorrow. So we got a ways to go on this one with the storm still basically on our coastline. Rainfall the next 3 days, about as high as it gets. I mean, the scale is 20 inches, so between 10 and 20, maybe some higher amounts. So we are done with that. And I'm going to be with you all afternoon. Jim and Dave did a great job this morning. Tyler will be in this afternoon.
Good afternoon and good morning, depending on where you are streaming us from. Welcome to Live Now from Fox as our continuous coverage of Hurricane Ian does continue. I do want to take you over to our Fox 35 Orlando team. They are giving a breakdown of the storm itself and what we can expect over the next several hours.
Rainfall there at 10 to 20 inches could be on the plus side in some of the locations, especially toward the I-4 corridor with Brevard County hurricane warning as well tonight to Friday morning. Your winds there steady at 40 to 50 miles per hour, especially in the coastal areas. A lot of people don't realize there's less friction over the Atlantic, so that allows winds to come up even higher right along the barrier islands. Gusts there to 75 and rainfall tallies in that range of 4 to 8 inches. We may see a little bit higher over North Brevard, closer to the northern Indian River, maybe out toward Merritt Island through Titusville and Mims, and then back out as you move into eastern Orange and portions of Osceola County down across the south side of Brevard. And lastly, you want to take a look at what's happening up in Orange County as we've been keeping close tabs on that. This track goes right over Orange County, according to NHC currently. Winds there at 55 to 70 and gusts possibly upwards of almost 100 miles per hour, 10 to 20 inches of accumulated rainfall. Allison's tracking that rainfall now. Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. She joins me live here in the storm.
Beach here. Earlier we saw people walking. Well, let's show you some video from just a little while ago. We had people just kind of strolling around, walking on the bay shore. There were people out over the balustrade here, walking on Hillsborough Bay as that wind from the northeast was blowing to the southwest and pushing that water out of the bay. People were coming out and seeing it here at the bay shore before this band came in. We talked to some of it. Here's what they had to say.
I am FaceTiming my nephew. He's in Lakeland, Florida, and whenever he comes to stay with me, we bring him out to Bayshore, so I wanted to show him that all the water got sucked out. So this has happened one other time, but I can kind of tell you how much this storm surge is going to happen, so it's just really cool to see. Last time there was, what was it, Irma? Last hurricane, and there wasn't even any water here, so it's not as bad, but yeah. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, and video here from about an hour ago. Again, you know, people were out here walking their dogs. They were running on the bay shore, taking a stroll, but then come back out live here to the live picture that we see now, and you can see how things have changed here. This is characteristic of a hurricane like this, and I think this is what we're going to feel for a while as that counterclockwise rotation with those bands. We're going to get in a heavy band, and then it's going to clear for a while, and then the same thing's going to happen again. As you take a 360 around here, you see some of the buildings here along the bay shore. This is in a mandatory evacuation zone, so people should be evacuated. We don't see that much traffic, although we did see people here a little while ago. This is what you have to be concerned about. If you think you're going to come out here and have a stroll, well, when these bands come in like we have now, you're seeing this hard wind from the northeast blowing to the southwest, blowing this water out of the bay, but also making it hard to be out here to drive or to walk. So if you're thinking about coming out here, think again, because it's not going to stay that way for long. We're going to have bands rotating around, and we're going to have bad weather, intervals of bad weather here. But that's the view here from the bay shore in Tampa. Go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, Lloyd. I think that the good point you're making, a lot can change in a short amount of time, so best to just be safe. Thank you. Hillsborough County Public Schools just announced its schools will remain closed Friday. More than 60 of the district's sites have been utilized as storm shelters for evacuees and first responders. The district's rapid response teams will assess each school site for potential damage.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are watching Fox 13 Tampa's coverage of Hurricane Ian as the storm does make landfall there in southwest Florida. As of the last advisory about 38 minutes ago, it is a Category 4 with winds of 155 miles per hour moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. I do want to bring you to our Fox 35 Tampa team coverage right now so you can see their reporters who are out in the field braving this weather and bringing the latest information.
Central Florida, as we know, is probably going to get a lot worse.
Yes, unfortunately. Fox 35's Matt Trezza is in the Orlo Vista neighborhood, which is in Orange County. And as we know, that neighborhood severely flooded during Irma just 5 years ago, Matt.
Yeah, 2017 was not a great time for the Orlo Vista neighborhood. Apologies. And here's a reason why. You can see how low lying it is. This is a retention pond behind me. And just to give you a sense of where we're at, that road back there with all the traffic on it is 408. And so the people living around here, they've got this low lying water that is right near them. And you can see they're all bracing for possible floodwaters. There's sandbags up against the garage door over there. There's houses that have been boarding up and putting out the sandbags as well. People here say they've learned the lesson of that time. Remember, back in 2017, the National Guard had to be called out to rescue people from this community when the floodwaters rose. So the people here are not taking really any chances when it comes to their safety. And we talked with some of the folks who are getting ready out here. They say that even during a light rain, it can be flooding in this area. So they are really preparing for the worst when it comes to Hurricane Ian.
The flooding problem, just a couple days ago, it was just raining. It was raining, and we was going out, and it was a flood down the street and stuff like that. And it wasn't even raining that hard, but it was flooding. So this is a flood zone. There's a lake back there or whatever. It is a flood zone. So.
Orange County said they had a plan in order to correct this and alleviate some of the flooding here. It was a multi-million-dollar plan. They said it would take about 5 years to put it in place, and it involved digging the retention ponds down deeper and putting the pumps lower in the area, so they started working sooner. But it remains to be seen with Hurricane Ian whether or not any of that will make a difference when it comes to the Orlo Vista neighborhood. We're live in Orange County. Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
Matt, thank you.
It's so hard to forget all those images
in
those
really
trucks.
Is.
You know?
Yeah, all those people having to get pulled out of those neighborhoods. Fox 35's Vicki Carr has live team coverage continuing now. She is in downtown Daytona Beach.
Yeah, Vicki posted a picture of the surf before. Let's check in right now. I know, Vicki, it's starting to pick up there in Volusia County.
Yeah, Ryan and Amy, and just like Matt was talking in the area that he is, people in Volusia County, this is one of the areas that is very prone to flooding. So a lot of the business owners here are very nervous for Hurricane Ian. So I want to show you some of the places here already boarded up. We've seen business owners coming and going, doing their last minute preparations. I talked to one of the businesses here, and they were saying that they wish they would have done this a lot sooner, but they better be safe than sorry. They told me that one of the problems that they had was during Hurricane Matthew, when this entire area looked like a river. And a big concern of that is because the Halifax River is right here. You can see it from where we are. So they have been very nervous about this, making their last preparations. Take a listen to what one business owner said about what her biggest fear is.
That's the biggest fear, that uncertainty, that you don't know what's going to happen. So you just have to prepare for as much as you can.
So we're very close to the ocean from here. We're right next to the Halifax River. Then we got the ocean. So we went over there before this live shot to check out what the water looks like. It's very windy. It's starting to pick up. It's been sprinkling on and off, but right now it is starting to pick up. And I did check in with beach safety. They tell me that, of course, the beach is closed, but also they brought in all of the equipment. So things like the towers, as they're anticipating all of the wind. For now, I'm live in downtown Daytona. Vicki Carr, Fox 35 News.
Vicki, thanks. Let's go to Brevard County. They've been on the other side of this so many times where it comes to landfall, but look at these images.
Yeah, Alina Shirazi is actually out right near the pier in Cocoa Beach, and Alina, it looks awful out there.
It just got pretty bad. I mean, it feels like every 5 minutes conditions are changing out here in Brevard County. We're at the Cocoa Beach Pier. You can actually take a look behind me and see the sky is almost like a uniform gray color, and you can see Ian swells really picking up a lot of this tide. Officials are warning of high tide in this area. Lifeguards have left at about noon. There are no lifeguards here. Beach services have ended, but if you walk a little bit more this way, you can take take a look, there are still some stragglers out here on the beach. About 2 minutes before you came out to us, people were out here, even one person with a picnic basket. Someone was surfing, but ever since the rain started coming down this hard, people have started to leave the beach, and that's what officials want people to do. They want them to be safe. Through Friday, we know that we're going to get anywhere between 5 to 10 inches of that rainwater, and this county has had a lot of flooding problems in the past. But again, a lot of people saying 2017 they were there for Hurricane Irma. They know how bad things can get. They can take it seriously this time around. So we're going to send it back to you guys. But again, things changing minute by minute. We're really getting slapped by some of these wind gusts and some of these rainy conditions coming down right now here in Brevard County at Cocoa Beach.
Alina, thank you. We were a little shocked to see a surfer walking around behind you.
Right.
So, yeah, the surfers aren't too scared to get out there still. Orlando International Airport has temporarily shut down because of Ian. Commercial flights stopped going in or out at 10:30 this morning. This is video from before that happened. Officials with the airport say it's important to save that space for emergency use.
It's also here in conjunction with our state and federal partners, as Tom mentioned, for emergency relief, military mobilization, and so on. Because we have that size, they can bring in those large aircraft.
And our own Marlisa Goldsmith was actually in the airport just a short time ago, and she posted video. It is completely empty now. The airport says it could take days to restore service. Officials say if you have a flight that was disrupted, you should contact your airline.
Such a rare scene. Even at 2 in the morning, you see people milling around.
It's shocking to see Marlisa's video. The Orlando Sanford International Airport is also closed. The final flight left at 4 o'clock yesterday. No word on when the airport will reopen. So if you do have a flight scheduled in or out of Sanford, again, call your airline.
Let's go to Daytona, where the Daytona Beach International Airport, they're closed at 12:35 this afternoon. All commercial flights, they are canceled until conditions are safe. Their officials reminding people the airport is not designated to be a shelter. Same thing OIA will saying they will direct you somewhere else. And staying at Volusia County, officials there are saying all public transportation, that's going to stop running and is expected to resume on Friday, really depending on the weather conditions.
Yeah, we will, of course, keep you posted about all of this. We are going to be working through every hour of Hurricane Ian to make sure that you get all of this vital information as quickly as possible. We are covering all the angles. The Fox 35 Storm Team app is where you can track the storm on live radar. Should your power go out, you're going to want to make sure that your phone is fully charged. That's where you'll get all of the weather warnings. And if you ever do lose power, again, you can also watch us on that news app. So make sure that you have all of that with you. We will be here no matter what. So
absolutely.
24/7, we're not going to leave you. And stay with Fox 35. We continue our coverage on Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, we're going to get another update from the storm team as well. As you can see, the storm covering the entire state, which is why Cocoa Beach is getting what they're getting as well. This is a live look from Charlotte County. They declared an emergency where officials can't even go out quite a while ago, over an hour ago. They are getting a ton of rain there on the Gulf Coast. Stay with us.
If you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, it is 12:46 on the East Coast and 9:46 over on the West Coast. What you're looking at now is our live radar image of Hurricane Ian. We have been tracking this storm for several days, and we are on all throughout the day today and overnight to bring you the latest information as we do learn more here from the National Hurricane Center. I do want to go over some of the basics before we send it out back to either our Fox 13 Tampa team or our Fox 35 Orlando team. So we do know that the eye wall of Hurricane Ian moved onshore in Sanibel Island, Florida. That is the Fort Myers area in the southwestern part of the state. In the image, you can see the eye wall as it does move onto land. The National Hurricane Center providing an update at noon, so almost an hour ago, saying the storm is a Category 4 with maximum wind speeds of 155 miles per hour, and that is just 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 storm, which is the highest classification for a hurricane. The Hurricane Center is saying there is catastrophic storm surge along with very destructive waves. Ian moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour and is located about 50 miles west-northwest of Naples, Florida. We do have a shot that is coming in from very close to the Sarasota area. I want to pull up that full if we can here. Just so you can get a look at this image. As you can see, the rain is heavy rain. It is falling fast there, and the winds are really picking up. Again, Hurricane Ian now moving onshore over in southwest Florida with wind speeds of 155 miles per hour. We are switching between our Fox 13 Tampa team and our Fox 35 team in Orlando, as well as our other team in Tampa. I do want to send it over to our Tampa team as they are in their full forecast right now, providing the latest information on the path of this very large storm.
At this point, and it will be absolutely significant. And then it carries it on shore well inland. You're over in the Hardee County, and you're still talking about a major hurricane by tonight with 120-mile-an-hour winds, and then makes its way all the way over towards Orlando. You're still talking about a strong tropical storm or hurricane, and then working its way all the way out over, pushing off the East Coast, and it's going to cause issues over there as well as far as the winds and the wraparound from this causing some issues along the coastline there. So this is, we've been talking about this. It may not be slowing down as much as what we initially were thinking maybe a couple of days ago, but it's a long duration with this.
What time is it now? It's 12:48, and then you look at the point on Thursday at 8 a.m. And, that's not very far. So you think about all of, not a little less than 24 hours. So it's 20 hours. It's made it from where it is now to near Orlando. And that's going to be 20 hours of having a tough time.
Yeah, if we were in a car driving, we could do this in a few hours, and this is taking over a day to get there. So we'll talk more about this, much more in just a little bit, guys.
We're going to head now to the Sarasota EOC for an update.
Sustained 45-mile-an-hour winds. When sustained 45-mile-an-hour winds, it's no longer safe for our emergency vehicles to be on the road, so it's no longer safe for our citizens to be on the road. Now is the time for you to shelter in place. I'll go ahead and take some questions.
We know that there are so many personnel in the building right now still actively trying to help residents, even though the roads aren't safe to drive across. Can you just talk to us about what's happening in this building? What resources are there if people are stuck or in a jam because of the storm?
So I'm sure you probably have seen our sheriff. They are responsible for our public emergency communications center that's located at the top of our emergency operations center. They put out some great information. I would advise our community to follow them on social media. They talked about the resources they have available if individuals are calling into 911. We also can take in calls to our 311 center that's also located at the top of our emergency operations center. We can provide additional information about what does shelter in place mean, right? So sheltering in place means that you want to find the most center location in your home. You want to put as many walls between you and the exterior of your home. We're working the best we're getting calls, we're getting things through social media from people outside of the county asking for us if we could check on their residents. At this time, we're doing the best that we can as we are getting some reports that cell phone service is being interrupted as well as power.
From the last update you gave us just a couple of hours ago, I mean, your numbers doubled in the shelter. So what does that continue to tell you about people who are heating and warming?
We have a very smart community. A very smart community. They understand the importance of heeding the evacuation notices. I'd like to thank our media partners for sharing this information with our community. We're taking this seriously. Not only are our county staff members who are working here at our Emergency Operations Center, our local government partners, our state partners, the National Weather Service taking it seriously, but our community is taking it seriously. And I think those numbers going on the rise for our evacuation summer demonstrates that.
What were to happen if someone shows up to a shelter front doors after their lockdown?
We're going to do our best to accommodate everyone we can, but we also have to think about the safety of the individuals. For our partners who are our media partners, you guys are out here with us at the Emergency Operations Center. You know what it's like to open the door on the outside. There's definitely an impact to individuals who are on the inside. So take that into consideration at the evacuation centers. We'll do our best to accommodate our community members. We want everybody to be safe.
It's James Hill with ABC7. Can you talk a little bit about wind damage and also the storm surge and the problems that can present?
So obviously we're looking at, incoming damage reports. I don't have any exact details to give you. I'll continue to work with you to have those reports go out. Wind damage, you're looking at, debris, obviously that's being an issue. Power lines is a big issue right now. We're asking individuals to stay inside. If you see power lines go down, do not approach them, what have you. Obviously, we're also looking at storm surge. We're a coastal community, right? And that's really important for the coast, but also you have to think about our communities that are near our rivers, all right? So as the rain continues, you're going to see a rise in all of the water areas. Question?
If people are sheltering in place, at this point there's nowhere to safely go. What does the timeline look like today? And of course that's a moving goalpost, but what can you tell residents if they are sheltering in place about what the rest of today and tonight might look like for them?
So for our residents, our community members that are sheltering in place, again, I'd like to remind you to please go to the most center of the building that you're in. Put as many walls between you and the exterior. And this is going to be a long time. We're going to have a long day and we're going to have a long night. So rest when you can. Pace yourself, try to stay calm. If you still have electricity, now is the time. Please charge your phone, charge your laptops, charge your iPads, anything you have that can help to give you communication externally if you were to lose power. We ask for you to hunker down, stay safe. It's going to be one for us. All of us are in this together.
Jamie, can you bring us into the command center again? What kind of decisions are being made in there right now? What factors are being weighed?
So we have, as I mentioned before, this is something that we do. All right, we want to just let the community know that the Sarasota County government prepares for situations like this throughout the year. So our command center is focused on balancing two things, right? So we're focused on balancing the now, what we're in the moment, the conditions that we're experiencing, as well as already starting to make those preparations for after the storm. We're already thinking about operations. How can we set up rally points for us to set up points of distribution? All right, obviously we're having to monitor the entire areas because points of distribution could vary depending on the impact to the community. Another thing we're looking at is we know it's really important for government operations and for our community for things to reopen. It's still too early to tell, but we're always looking at the numbers, looking at the facts, and taking those things into consideration.
What would you have to say for folks who are maybe looking at this and their anxiety levels are high, their stress levels are high, especially if they have not been able to evacuate for whatever reason?
All right, so for my media partners, this mic, just bear with me. I would highly advise that you stay tuned to media outlets, but also take a moment to step away mentally. All right, we're going to be in this for a while. We're going to be in this situation for a while. Taking care of yourself so you can best take care of those around you. Comfort items are extremely important. This is going to be an experience for everyone. I would say while you still have cell service, while you still have phone service, call your friends, call your families, and again, always check on your neighbors. We're in this together. We're in this together.
And then conversely, what do you say to people who are not heeding these warnings, might still be out there in the storm right now?
We have a very smart community. So I would say for those individuals that have not yet heeded those warnings, that you need to make provisions. You need to shelter in place. You need to stay safe. You need to take the appropriate action. When we send out these alerts, take them seriously. This is a matter of life or death. Hurricane Ian is nothing to laugh at. All right, so it's important for everyone to follow the notifications, take it very seriously, and to start those processes to shelter in place. I'll take 2 more questions.
What is the current estimation on how long these 45+ mile an hour winds are going to last?
It depends. As you guys are watching the weather reports, just like we are, we're getting reports in from the National Weather Service. Ian is a slow-moving storm. So it's a storm. So we're monitoring the weather and the time frame for how long it's going to pass. It's going to be a while.
And you mentioned sending out an alert about State Road 681. Can you elaborate on what you meant by that?
So we're seeing the sustained winds right now, and that we just put out for the iPods that you guys got, that emergency notification. 681. That notification is getting ready to go out. What we're looking at is a wave of the sustained 45-mile-an-hour winds. Our Sarasota County emergency operations are dedicated to helping our community members as long as they can, while still remaining safe themselves. So why we're putting out multiple alerts is because that wave of the winds, that sustainment, is moving northward through the county. We want to make sure that our community members know that as long as we can, we're there to support them. So you're going to get multiple reports that says we can no longer go from this point, we can no longer go from this point, because our team members, as long as they can go out there and help our community, they will. Annie, yes.
How does it work if there's an alert issued in the middle of a call? If someone's out there almost out of place, would they continue or would they go back?
They'll do the best they can to complete the calls that they're on and then go back. All right, last question.
As far as pets are concerned, they are welcome at shelters?
All of our evacuation centers are pet friendly, and let me look at, I think I just got a recent report. We have about 560 pets across our evacuation centers. All right.
Florida Highway Patrol would like to remind people just stay off the interstate, please. They can't respond to traffic accidents.
All right. So from our partners, we're being asked to share with you and for you to share with your viewers to stay off the interstate. Now is not the time to go driving around anywhere. You've heard it from here. You've heard it from our media partners. Shelter in place. All right. Any other questions?
All right. You've been listening to the Sarasota EOC deliver.
And thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. So we continue to keep track of this storm, especially as it is now making landfall. Soon we will have Governor Ron DeSantis. Just want to pop up that shot here for all of our viewers. Ron DeSantis is going to be speaking, giving us an update, especially as it is now landing upon the area just south of Tampa. So Ian still tracking and moving slowly into the Tampa Bay area. It is at a Category 4, and Governor Ron DeSantis is going to be giving us an update here. Live Now from Fox will be here in just a few moments. Good morning again. Thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all of our viewers watching here, especially as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. Hurricane Ian, extremely dangerous eye wall. It is moving onshore. It is going to be causing catastrophic storm surge, winds, and flooding in the Florida Peninsula soon. And the eye of the hurricane, well, it is moving towards this area here just a little bit south of Tampa Bay. It's moving about 9 miles per hour, and this general motion is going to continue to make its way into Florida here today. Now, on the forecast track, the center of Ian expected to move onshore here over these next few minutes and more over central Florida later tonight into Thursday morning, and emerge over the western Atlantic by late Thursday. Ian is forecast to turn northward then on Friday and approach the northwestern Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina coasts a little bit late on Friday. Now, these maximum winds are sustaining near 155 miles per hour with higher gusts. Ian is right now a Category 4 hurricane. And Ian expected here to continue to bring not only those high winds, but a lot of rain that's coming along with it. Let's go ahead and take a couple different live looks here at this storm as we continue to track it. Some live pictures here showing us just some of the effects from the hurricane as it continues to land here. This is in Fort Myers, Florida right now. We do have our crews keeping a close eye on all the latest radars and the track of this storm. You can see, though, already here, not only do we have those white caps on the ocean, but you have that wind that is coming in and flooding already happening in multiple areas all across the state of Florida. Rain starting to fall all around the Florida Peninsula as well as we continue to keep our eyes on the very latest. Now, as Hurricane Ian is making landfall here, it is getting near that Category 5 strength. We do want to make sure we continue to give you our live coverage here with our Fox teams who have been keeping us up to date on the very latest with its tracks. So thank you again to everyone who's been watching here with us. Christy Larson here at the desk with you, but we're going to jump into a lot of coverage with our two Fox teams, Fox 35 in Orlando, also Fox 13 in Tampa Bay, as they have their reporters out there keeping us in coverage of what they are seeing happen over the state. I do want to let everyone know they're, of course, also keeping their safety in mind. So if there's ever anything that seems dangerous, they're going to pull those reporters off the roads. They're going to pull them out of those locations that are getting
to be a little too extreme. And then I also want to remind our viewers, we are waiting for Ron DeSantis. So while we wait for the governor, let's go ahead and get some of the latest forecasts with our Fox weather teams as we head into our Fox 13 coverage right here for you. Well, actually, it looks like we do have some of our other officials walking in here with Governor DeSantis. Let's listen in live.
Well, this afternoon, Hurricane Ian is now making landfall in southwest Florida with winds of 155 miles per hour, and that is just shy of a Category 5 hurricane. 155-mile-an-hour winds are incredibly dangerous. There will be debris in the air and flooding powerful enough to move cars around, so please do not be outside during this storm. If you're in those southwest Florida counties, you need to be sheltering in place. Don't forget that Ian will produce hurricane-strength winds and massive floodings, not just where it makes the initial landfall, but throughout the state of Florida. So central and northeast Florida will also feel impacts. Now, while most people in the evacuations did leave, there were some that chose to stay. I was speaking with the sheriff down in Charlotte County, and while most people did leave, they had a small number of people that just wanted to hunker down. And at the end of the day, that's a decision they made, knowing that they had the ability to evacuate and knowing what the stakes were. Nevertheless, life safety operations will commence as soon as it's safe, to be able to identify people who may be in harm's way and who are in need of assistance. And Kevin will say, I'll say a little bit about that, but Kevin will say more. We'll also hear from FWC about their efforts that they have staged and ready to go. If you are still in southwest Florida, just please stay inside until the storm passes. It may appear to be calm at some point. You may just be in the eye of the storm, and the backside of that will get very, very nasty. The storm is expected to move across central Florida and exit Daytona Beach sometime on Thursday. We've already seen around the state tornado warnings issued far from where the hurricane is entering in southwest Florida, and those warnings will likely to continue until this finally leaves our state. So even if you're not in the direct path of the storm, you need to take all tornado warnings seriously, and you need to take appropriate precautions if that is happening in your area. The Florida Department of Transportation has just announced that Fort Drum, Canoe Creek, and Turkey Lake service plazas on Florida Turnpike are now closed. Obviously, they will try to get those open as soon as they can. We have 200,000 power outages reported throughout the state of Florida, but outside of southwest Florida, crews are working to quickly restore power. Of course, 200,000 is a drop in the bucket for what's going to happen over the next 24 to 48 hours. There's going to be widespread power outages, particularly in southwest Florida. We have over 100 portable cell towers ready to be deployed into the area once it is safe to enter. Once the storm is past and it is safe to go outside, you still need to be cautious. Avoid down power lines, standing water. Stay clear of downed trees, and don't drive in standing water. And please, if you're going to use a generator for your home, do not allow that to be inside. The exhaust needs to be outdoors. Stay out of the way of emergency crews, out of flood waters, and away from all downed power lines. Stay off the roads. There's no need to rush back. You're going to have a massive surge of people that are going to be going in to provide, of course, life safety assistance for those who may have stayed in some of the more hazardous areas. You're also going to have power workers going in. We were just in Lake City. I was thinking we had all these power workers, these line workers from all these different states. I saw them from Texas, Louisiana, all these different places staged. We have a massive, massive mobilization. Their job is to get in there and help to restore services. You're also going to have folks bringing in things like food and water. So there's no need to rush back in. There's going to be a lot going on in the immediate aftermath, and a lot of people's safety depends on that. If you're on the roads, you're putting yourself in danger and limiting the ability of emergency crews to restore power and clean debris. Now, we don't know how much debris is going to be,
but there's going to be debris, and that's going to make it very difficult to navigate some of these roads. That's why FDOT's immediate mission is to clear the roadways so that people are able to go in and access that to be able to help deliver services for people. In 2019, we were projected to be hit by Hurricane Dorian, which was a Category 5 storm. Fortunately, at the last minute, it took a northward turn and missed the coast, but we did have a really massive mobilization. This mobilization's exceeded that. This is a really, really significant effort, county level, state level, federal support. It's really been impressive to see. Director Guthrie has asked for additional airlift, hoists, and high water vehicles from DOD in coordination with FEMA. The Secretary of Defense has approved Florida's request for dual status of our National Guard forces under Title 10 to provide additional forces, which we very much appreciate. We will also be submitting momentarily a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, and we'll request that the federal government reimburse 100% of the upfront costs for the first 60 days to ensure that we can quickly recover and move forward into the response and recovery part. And if you think about this storm, we had storms that have been as strong as this hit Florida? Michael, Hurricane Andrew, Labor Day hurricane many decades ago? Yes. Have we had big storms that left a lot of water and flooding? We had Irma recently. This is really bringing both to the table. I mean, you're going to have massive amount of power hitting that coastline with really strong winds. That is going to do a lot of wind damage, but you also have the storm is so massive, and people are kind of comparing this to the track that Charlie took in 2004, because Charlie was like this, was expected to hit Tampa Bay. It turned and ended up hitting Southwest Florida. Charlie was strong, but it was a fraction of the size of what we're dealing with here with Hurricane Ian. So the effects of this are going to be broad, and we appreciate the Biden administration's consideration for the people of Florida during this time of need. When I was in Lake City, you had massive numbers of linemen, but you have those staged all over the state. There's now over 42,000 linemen and other personnel ready to restore power in 30 different areas across the state. And those linemen and other associated personnel hail from, of course, many from Florida, but from 27 different states. Of course, our Department of Transportation does have 1,200 personnel on standby to perform cut and toss operations, understanding how important it is to get those roadways clear as soon as possible. Supplies will be brought in by plane, boat, and by high water vehicle. Airports in Southwest Florida do have teams behind, and they are going to work to clear those runways as soon as the storm has passed. We appreciate the Florida National Guard's really impressive mobilization of over 5,000 folks, as well as 2,000 additional guardsmen from other states. They have 9 Chinook helicopters ready to go, and additional 22 helicopters will be coming in after landfall that will be here within the next 24 hours. Kevin will talk a little bit more about this, but we have the 5 urban search and rescue teams. You'll hear from FWC about what they're doing, high water vehicles from Florida Highway Patrol, and of course our Coast Guard partners. There is going to be a massive effort as soon as it passes Southwest Florida to be able to get out, recon the area, and identify areas where there may be a need of rescue services. And some of these counties obviously know where residents decided to hunker down in, so they're going to be looking there first. But this is going to be really important to be able to get, I think in Hurricane Michael, I mean, it took a few days to be able to get into Mexico Beach. We have the air assets to be able to recon and know where the response efforts need to go. And so in total, we have nearly 250 aircraft, more than 1,600 high water vehicles, and more than 300 boats of all drafts and sizes, including 250 already in the major impacted areas and nearly 50 that are staged and ready to come in as needed. These include smaller rescue-oriented boats, airboats, and larger boats that will be delivering supplies by water if need be. I want to thank the 26 states that have sent us support, including Tennessee, Virginia, Montana, New York, Colorado, Indiana, New Jersey, and Georgia. I just spoke with Kay Ivey from Alabama, and she's supporting sending some Blackhawk helicopters down to help. Governor Bill Lee in Tennessee fast-tracked a request that we had from Tennessee. We appreciate that. I was also just able to speak with John Bell Edwards from Louisiana. They've helped us, but he said, hey, we've got a lot of experience in hurricanes recently, so these guys are good. Ask us. We want to send more. And so we really appreciate that consideration, and if we need that, we certainly will do that. We also understand that people that are displaced are going to need assistance, so the Department of Economic Opportunity has already deployed funding and guidance through community action agencies to help Floridians in need of short-term support like utilities, hotel bills, and transportation if they have been displaced by this storm. Please continue to monitor local reports, weather reports. Be very cautious about going out into hazardous conditions, and then once the storm passes your area, just make sure that you're very careful, because there's going to be a lot of things, a lot of hazards that are going to be down on the ground. I know there's a lot of people that have reached out. First of all, I want to say thanks. A lot of people have offered thoughts and prayers for the folks that are in the eye of this storm, and that means a lot to us. There's also people that want to be able to do their part, and so I've directed Volunteer Florida to activate the Florida Disaster Fund, where people can donate. It's much better to donate financially rather than sending items. We have everything we need in terms of the immediate response needs, but there will be thousands of Floridians who will need help rebuilding. And to contribute to the disaster fund, you can visit www.floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. Again, that's text disaster to 20222. For those who want to come volunteer, we have an official volunteer portal at Volunteer Florida, and that's at www.volunteerflorida.org, www.volunteerflorida.org, and you can look to see of the volunteer opportunities. This is going to be a rough patch here for the rest of today and into tomorrow. But we understand how significant this storm is. Yes, there'll be an immediate response. Yes, there will be things that happen with recovery. Eventually, there won't be much media attention on this as the weeks and months go on. But we understand a storm of this magnitude is going to require an effort over an extended period of time. Those are good folks down in Southwest Florida. They've got really great, thriving communities. This is not anything anyone wants to deal with. It's not something we certainly ask for, but we're going to step up. We're going to be there for folks, and we're going to make sure that folks get back on their feet, and Southwest Florida comes back better than ever. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. As the Governor has said, Hurricane Ian is approaching landfall as a Category 4 storm with winds of 155 miles per hour in Lee and Charlotte counties. At this time, the division has received nearly 1,000 resource requests from our impacted local partners, and 864 of those are either in process or completed. We are working as quickly as we can to address the needs of those impacted areas. This morning I talked with each and every local emergency manager in the direct path of the storm. If you are sheltering in place in the path of the storm, we're asking you to now please visit floridadisaster.org/info and fill out our Shelter in Place survey. Again, that is floridadisaster.org/info to fill out our Shelter in Place survey. The Shelter in Place survey is designed to provide critical information to first responders about the demographics of your household so that they can aid your families as soon as possible. This is primarily for those who did not evacuate, so that we know where you're at. This is not a substitute for 911. If you have an immediate need and you need first responder assistance, you need to dial 911. Please understand that those 911 services may not be able to come to you right now, but again, if you need emergency services, dial 911. Even if it is calm outside, you may be in the eye of the storm. I encourage our individuals near Sanibel, near that Fort Myers area, as the eye wall starts to come on shore, if everything stops, the storm is not over. If you can hear us, if you can see us on your TV, you're most likely to have bright, sunshiny area here very soon. you're in the eye of the storm. Stay inside. Stay indoors. Do not go outside. You do not know when that eye wall will collapse. So please stay safe. Avoid down power lines and down trees and standing water when it is over. Use extreme caution. If you see any type of line, do not cut them. Do not cut fiber optic lines. Fiber optics are the backbone of our communication system that allows us to have connectivity for your cellular devices on wireless networks. It provides access to the internet. It provides access to social media. Please do not cut fiber optic lines. To the communities beginning to experience these devastating impacts of Hurricane Ian, know that the state of Florida is standing with you. We have plenty of resources to respond to your need. We have thousands of boats on the ground. We have thousands of boots on the ground. We're ready to assist you. We will make sure that all available resources are used to help you through this difficult time. Please do everything you can right now to stay safe. Thank you, Governor, very much for your for the opportunity to be here and be your director.
Thank you. All right, Colonel Roger Young, Director of the Division of Law Enforcement, Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission.
Thank you, Governor. Appreciate it. Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Director, for your leadership and support as always, but especially during these trying times. So on behalf of the FWC, I'm Colonel Roger Young, and know that the men and women of the FWC send our prayers and support to all those in the path of the storm at this time. But also know that the FWC officers across the state are prepared, trained, and ready for a full response to this storm. We have 100 officers outside of the affected area ready to respond with high water vehicles and specialized equipment and vessels. We also have 250 vessels staged already inside the affected area that will be ready and utilized for response to this storm. So just know that we appreciate all the support that we're getting, but officers will be ready to respond in this time. Just want to say thanks to everyone, and the FWC officers will be ready for response. Thank you.
Okay, Agency for Healthcare Administration, we have our Secretary, Simone Marstiller.
Governor, thank you very much for your leadership. Director Guthrie, you as well. Good afternoon. As the eye of Hurricane Ian makes landfall, all healthcare facilities have made the necessary preparations and stand ready for Ian's impact. Since the beginning of the emergency, our agency has been focused on the safety and well-being of residents and patients and hospitals and long-term care facilities. We've activated the health facility reporting system, and we've requested and still do request that all healthcare facilities continue to report their census, their available beds, their evacuation status, and their generator status information. And that includes even facilities that might be outside of the impacted areas, because we need to be sure that we can provide the necessary resources to assist everyone when the time comes for response and recovery. As of today, ACA's teams have coordinated with our licensed healthcare facilities in evacuating more than 7,000 patients and residents from 150 facilities. Additionally, our team has activated the Emergency Patient Lookup System, or E+. This system allows special needs shelters in impacted areas to retrieve patient medical records and help medical providers and emergency response personnel to locate missing or displaced persons after the storm. We also have nearly 400 ambulances, paratransit buses, and support vehicles standing by to respond to the areas of impact. In addition to ACA's team's regular visits to all of our licensed healthcare facilities, we have completed more than 343 additional on-site visits to our nursing homes and assisted living facilities within the cone of expectance to verify generator compliance in response to Hurricane Ian. Today, and I know you've heard the governor say this over the last few days, but 100% of our operating long-term care facilities have generators on site. We've also worked very closely with our partners at the Florida Hospital Association, the Florida Healthcare Association and Leading Age, Florida Senior Living, and the Florida Assisted Living Associations. And we've activated, working with them, the Patient Movement Mission. We know that facilities are currently bracing for impact as Hurricane Ian is anticipated to make landfall here shortly. Following the storm, the Agency for Healthcare Administration stands ready to immediately deploy our surveyors for on-site visits to the impacted facilities. During these visits, we will ensure that each facility is maintaining an appropriate temperature for residents and that all other conditions in those facilities are safe for residents. If you are a patient or resident or family member of someone in one of our long-term care facilities or any other healthcare facility, and you experience any issues during the storm that are related to that facility or your stay there or the service, please know that you can lodge a complaint with the Agency for Healthcare Administration on our website, and that's ahca.myflorida.com, using our online complaint portal. If you are a licensed healthcare provider and experience any issues during the storm, please, of course, notify your local emergency manager, but also please report through our health facility reporting system immediately so that we know exactly what your status is and what we need to do to provide you the resources and help that you need. Moving forward, the agency will continue to require these kinds of status reports for power outages, bed availability, and other needs. This has truly been a collaborative effort, and I and my team appreciate all of the work that our agency partners have been putting in. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. So as we see power outages accumulate over the next day, 2 days, the crews that are assembled, massive numbers of people, one of the first orders of business, restore power, fuel, all the essentials. Not every power outage is going to be created equal across the state over the next 2 days. When you have a storm coming in at 155 miles an hour, that's not just going to knock down a few power lines. Yeah, it's going to do that, but it also has the potential to really uproot a lot of the infrastructure that makes people connected and that is used to deliver power to people. And so that will just require a reconstruction of that. And that's something that can be done, but it's not as easy as just simply hooking up a down power line back into place. And so as you get more severe wind impacts, more powerful storm, the storm surge, that's where you're in jeopardy of seeing a lot of that infrastructure disrupted in a way that will require more than just simply rehooking it. It's also the case that you may have homes and or businesses that are not going to be able to take the power because of changes to what's happened to their structures. So just keep that in mind. The folks that are staged are mindful of those different things. They want to get in as soon as possible, assess the damage, and help do the restoration efforts. Some of that may just be typical repair, but some of it may be more in the line of reconstruction. So just be prepared for that. I mean, we've been saying that there was going to be, significant power outages with a storm of this magnitude. That's just the reality. So it's going to pass today from Southwest Florida. As soon as it's safe to go in, there's going to be people. I've already talked to a lot of the locals. They know where they need to look to see the damage assessments, to look to see where people may be in harm's way. Obviously, folks at the state level are going to be doing the same thing, and it's important. And we want to make sure, obviously, save people that may need to be rescued, but then get these services started again, because we need to get people back on their feet as soon as possible. Okay, with that, I'll take some questions.
Governor, you mentioned that there were some people that have chosen not to stay, that lived in that were staying in evacuation areas. Do you have any sense
That chose to stay, you mean?
That chose to stay even though they're in evacuation areas? Do you have any sense as to how many people that is? I know you're doing a survey.
Well, that's voluntary in terms of who wants to participate in that. I just spoke with the Charlotte County Sheriff, which is, of course, going to be probably ground zero for this landfall. And it's their view that the vast majority of people in that Zone A did in fact evacuate. Now they have an island community where they had 31 people that were told, were offered, the transit, and they just said that they wanted to stay and shelter in place. And so I know a lot of those barrier island communities, the counties discontinued services, so they were incentivized to get in maybe a more comfortable environment. But some of those people just made that decision to stay, and they, the local officials were not going to grab them by the shirt collar and drag them out of their own house. And so they did that. And look, we've been saying that if you're in an evacuation zone, once that order is made, you're risking potentially your life by staying. And people did that. Nevertheless, as much as you may disagree with that decision, if there's people in harm's way when this storm passes that need help, we're going to be out there helping folks. I mean, that's just the way we're going to do it. And I know that the folks down there in Charlotte and the surrounding counties feel the same way. And there's a lot of resources that have been brought to bear to do just that. Yep, go ahead.
At this point, Governor, have you heard anything about, and I know it's early, so probably too soon to tell, but no fatalities, any serious injuries, anything like that associated with this storm?
Kevin, I have not gotten a report on that yet.
We did have 2 people transported on the tourism last.
Question for Secretary Marsteller. Of those 150 facilities, how many were hospitals, and do you have a sense of how many patients within those hospitals that would encompass?
The most recent information that I have, 15 hospitals evacuated, and that amounts to roughly 350 patients. Yeah.
It's interesting. Of course, you guys have been following the track, I mean, it was going to be maybe North Florida, then the Tampa. People were talking about one of the worst case scenarios. Of course, it's gone down. My view on that is wherever it hits, if you're in that community, it's probably worst case scenario for you. So I don't necessarily use those. But when it was the Tampa, I spoke with the CEO of Tampa General, and they have a fortification system of their hospital that can withstand like 10, 15 feet of storm surge. And so they do that so that they can keep the patients there, because if you don't have that and you're in a low-lying area, you got to do the evacuations. A number of the hospital systems have done that, who were in those low-lying areas. I think particularly in the Tampa area, I know we had a lot of special needs evacuations, as we should have. I mean, you got to take the information that you have, and they're going to feel effects from this. But my hope is that those patients are going to be able to be brought back as soon as that storm is passed. And I don't anticipate major structural damage. Would be my hope in some of those areas.
How many individual?
I would do that.
Sorry, Marilyn. You don't have a take on evacuations for Cape Coral. Just looked at. If you look at the storm surge diagrams that NWS has, it looks like there's a lot of the storm surges in that area. Sanibel and Captiva are getting hammered right now. I'm just wondering how evacuation efforts went there as they embraced the eye.
Again, all of those individuals were under evacuation orders. We don't actually have the numbers of what the percent was that evacuated versus those that didn't. I would imagine, since most of that same area went through Charlie, they probably evacuated. Again, Charlie was a fraction of the size of this particular storm, but I would imagine that most people that have lived through that, they went ahead and evacuated.
I think another issue is just, there were people that evacuated Tampa Bay to Fort Myers because you see the different weather tracks, and it was thought that it would hit Tampa, maybe go up the coast, and that was not that long ago. I mean, that was, 36, 48 hours ago. You go back another 12, 24 hours from that, it was going to hit Taylor County. And so I think that some of the folks in Southwest Florida, because so much focus was on Tampa, then when it says, actually it may be coming here, I do think some heeded the warnings, but I think it's because the forecast can kind of be all over the map, that sometimes people say, well, you said it was there, then you said it was there. I think in the future, we tried to stress the uncertainty, but when you have a model taking it to Louisiana and another model taking it to Sarasota, and then you just kind of meet, it's not probably the ideal situation. Now that we're close, once you're within 72, certainly 48, those are very accurate forecasts. But before that, there's just so much uncertainty. But I think sometimes people think, well, you said it was going to be here, and then now you're saying it's going to be here. So we'll see how it goes. I know the folks in Lee County, once that forecast changed, I know they acted very quickly, as they should have. and I know that they provided people with an ample opportunity to be able to evacuate. I do think some heeded it, some did not and chose to hunker down, and hopefully the people that made that choice, that it works out favorably for them.
Issues are going to be specifically for the Tampa Bay area when it comes to rescue efforts from the state? What do you think the biggest issues
In the Tampa Bay area for rescue? Well, I mean, obviously we have enough assets and we understand that this is a big impact, that the rescue efforts are not going to be limited to one municipality or one county. I mean, you're going to potentially have more. My hope is that you're not going to need massive rescue efforts the further away you are from the storm. I also have a huge amount of confidence in the folks in the Tampa Bay area. You look at the sheriff's departments, these are very first-rate operations. They have excellent ability to respond to that. Kevin will be here, our folks will be here if needed, but our sense is that the further away from the storm, probably the local responders are going to be able to handle that. Here in Southwest Florida, you're going to have all those local responders out, but then you're also going to have all this support, Coast Guard, FWC, you're going to have National Guard. I mean, this is a really concerted effort, and that's just the reality when you have such a significant impacted spot. So hopefully they don't need us to fleet resources up. We will do it if there is some really significant. But you look at the guys they got up there, Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco, Manatee. I mean, those are really professional operations. Did you want Shimon, you said?
I did.
Okay.
Just one follow-up question. You mentioned that there were 150 facilities with evacuated patients, and 15 of them are hospitals. How many nursing homes patients were involved in? And there's always the issue of transfer trauma in transfer of an evacuation. How many, what are you doing to kind of anticipate that trauma on those individuals?
Well, to answer your how many question first, nursing homes that have been evacuated, at least, again, most recent information I have, 40, ALFs 91, the number of nursing home residents 3,508, number of ALF residents 3,012, and that's the most recent information I have as of probably 10 o'clock or so this morning, remembering that the facilities are self-reporting into our health facility reporting system. Now, to answer your other question, the Agency for Healthcare Administration has many partners involved in the effort to move patients when they need to be moved. Not only do the facility staff have a role to play, but all of the associations that I mentioned earlier, right? So the Hospital Association, Healthcare Association, Leading Age, all of those individuals are directly, they directly work with their member facilities, so nursing homes and ALFs. So it's a coordinated effort to make sure that the individuals can be placed in the right location for them, keeping in mind their health needs. Our health facility reporting system is also used to find where there are vacancies in other facilities. Many of these nursing homes in particular, have sister facilities elsewhere in the state. So it makes that kind of transfer a lot easier and less stressful on the individuals who have to change their environment.
So we'll have another update in another few hours. I'll just say it seems like over the last 12 to 24 hours, every time you look at this storm, it's just been bad news. It gets stronger, it gets larger, and we really appreciate people's concern for Florida. We do appreciate the prayers. I'm going to be saying prayers that the folks there are able to get through this as best as humanly possible. This is a really significant storm. It will be one of the storms people always remember when they think about Southwest Florida, probably be the big one that they always remember. And if you know anything about our state, you go to Panama City, that Michael is just part of the DNA of the community. Homestead, Hurricane Andrew is just part of the DNA of the community. This Ian is going to rank up there with that. So we need the thoughts and prayers over the near term, and then there's going to be a huge effort on the back end to help people and to get the communities back on their feet. Thank you.
Governor Ron DeSantis here giving us an update with officials, really reminding people if you did not evacuate, now's the time to not be outside. Don't go out on those roads. It's too late now. It's time for you to take shelter and stay inside during this storm as well. A lot of live pictures coming in here from different areas surrounding Florida as the hurricane again is making land just now. The eye wall coming ashore in Sanibel, and LiveNOW from Fox going to continue our coverage here, always keeping you on top of these very latest updates and also keeping a close eye on our radar. We'll be headed into more coverage with our Fox 35 Orlando team and our Fox 13 Tampa Bay team right after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to LiveNOW from Fox, where we are keeping a close eye here on Hurricane Ian. It's eye wall just getting ready to make landfall. Let's go ahead and jump into some of our coverage with our friends at Fox 13 as they are talking about this right now. So we want to, of course, jump into their coverage here for you.
It wraps around. This is where you're seeing the strongest wind. So over land areas, it's right through this area here. That's where you're seeing the strongest winds right now, battering the coastline, battering anything that is in this area. That is into Area C, Boca Grande, up towards Minnesota Key, Englewood, Minnesota Beach, South Venice, over working its way into Port Charlotte. They are seeing the strongest winds. And then on top of it, remember, we've got that wind wrapping around, coming from that southerly direction. So it is also piling that water. It's that storm surge, 12 to 18 feet in this area, pushing up against the coastline. So not only do you have the strong winds, you have that storm surge, the inundation from that, and then you have all the rain on top of that as well. So there you see that eye working its way onshore as we speak. Lots of lightning in that, and in this area you get those calm winds for a time, and then you get the backside of the storm. A little bit of a wider view. You look up the coastline. There you see into Sarasota, Manatee County, getting more and more reports of power outages in this area, and that is to be expected. And we're going to see even more of those as these rain bands just continue to work their way through. Anywhere you see these yellows and the oranges and the reds, you're seeing these winds up into Sarasota County, 50, 60 miles an hour, up into Manatee County as well. And then we're seeing more of these bands, even into Pinellas County. All through the morning hours, we've been watching these winds in St. Petersburg, southern tip of Pinellas County, a little bit exposed there because you've got the bay, you've got all the open space to your north and east. We're seeing these winds gusting 50 to 60 miles an hour, and more of these bands just wrapping through, and we will continue to have that threat of these tornadoes spinning up. We've had that one tornado warning, no confirmation of an actual tornado touching down, but that was into Highlands County, working its way up into DeSoto County earlier. But again, you have to watch for that threat as we continue through the next several hours and into tonight as well. Look at some of the wind speeds and the gusts that are being reported. With St. Petersburg currently looking at those winds gusting, you saw for a time 62, but currently gusting to 56 miles an hour. And there you see Punta Gorda, hurricane force wind gust right now, 75 miles an hour. And as that eye works its way on shore and you get into those eye wall winds, that's where you're going to see the strongest winds. And it's just a matter of time, really, before many of these sensors just go away. You see that in Fort Myers. You see that in Naples as well. Fort Myers, that is at the airport there, which is actually over towards the interstate. It's not right on the coastline. It's removed from the coastline. And you can see they have already either lost power or the sensor has somehow malfunctioned or is not even there anymore. But something has stopped that data from flowing. And the storm will slow down as it works its way on shore. And then you have to deal with all the rain and the wind. Look at, as we check back on this, time and time again, it's just more and more amazing. This is along Bayshore. So on the left-hand side, you have Bayshore. You can't really see it just because of the heavy rain, but underneath the temperature and the wind, there's downtown over there. So what you're looking at, that is all dry land. That's supposed to be water in the bay. But again, we're pulling all that water out of the bay. We get that negative tide pushing all the water right out of the bay. And that will continue for several more hours. It's not until this gets north of us and then we see the winds turning back around, which will return that water back into the bay. We'll have some surge with it, but it won't be that significant kind of storm surge that we were worried about a couple of days ago. This is from downtown Tampa looking down over the bay as well. Again, you can see much of that water being pushed out of the bay. So here's the latest. Winds still at 155 miles an hour. Once the eye moves on shore, you do cut off that supply of energy and it will start to weaken, but it's going to take time because as you look by tonight, it's inland. It's still, we're looking at winds of 120 miles an hour. So still a major hurricane by tonight, and then working its way through Polk County. So you see from 8 o'clock tonight till 8 o'clock tomorrow, it does weaken, but still throughout Polk County, in between that Category 3 and tropical storm, it obviously has to go down to a Category 2, down to a Category 1. So throughout Polk County, you're talking about a hurricane rolling right through southern and central Polk County, because it's not until it's over to, say, Orange County, over to our east, over towards Orlando, that we're talking about a tropical storm at that point. So essentially, so many of our inland counties dealing with major hurricane or hurricane force winds moving through, and then conditions will start to improve really as we go through the day on Thursday and into Thursday evening. Tornado watch, that's out for basically Polk County, Manatee, Sarasota, down to our south. It's on that right-hand side, the northeastern quadrant. That's where you expect to see. That's where you typically see most of the tornado threat with this. So it's on that right-hand side of this storm, but you can still see that on the other sides of the storm. But everybody is going to be dealing with the rain with this. We've been talking about this for days. Not only it's slowing down, but so much of this rain being on that north and northwestern side. So basically about as high as you can get on this flood risk. Right along that track and on that northwestern side, you are right at that high risk. And what have we been talking about? 12 to 18 inches of rain. And we could see some areas up to 24 inches of rain. That's 2 feet of rain. And you talk about 2 feet, even if you talk about 5, 10 inches of rain, we're talking about 5 or 10 inches of rain in a day's span. And that is going to cause significant issues. But you look at some of these numbers, and these are just ranges, really, to think about it. You're not going to see any of these numbers exactly verified, but that potential over towards Lakeland, 15, 18 inches of rain. Imagine in a day's period of time, 24 hours, 28 hours, something like that, that you pick up 15, 18 inches of rain, the kind of flooding that this is going to cause. And this is something that we have not seen in a very, very, very long time. So really, we're talking historic flooding. Down to our south, remember, you've got a 155-mile-an-hour storm to your south. So Sarasota, as we go through this evening, to expect wind gust over 100 miles an hour is certainly not out of the question. Even over towards Wauchula, Sebring, you're looking at these winds close to 100 miles an hour and extending up towards Lakeland as well. Here in Tampa, we're going to see these winds gusting to hurricane force. And even as we go through the overnight hours, this is at 3 o'clock in the morning. And what do you see? You're still seeing much of the area dealing with at least winds gusting to hurricane force, if not sustained at hurricane force. So it is affecting essentially the entire viewing area, little bit less as you work your way over into Hernando and Citrus County, but still you're going to have heavy rain and winds gusting into strong, at least strong tropical force, if not getting up to hurricane force, and then conditions improving as we go through the day on Friday.
All right, thanks you so much again to our Fox 13 team as they're talking about these wind gusts. Again, many areas around Sarasota, St. Petersburg, they're going to be getting gusts of 120 miles per hour. That surge, also something to be concerned about, as they're going to be getting 12 to 18 inches of rain. The eye wall onshore right now in Sandoval and Captiva Islands, and I know that's an area that I'm familiar with too. It's just so sad to think about how strong this storm is and impacting these areas that haven't seen something like this in years upon years. Florida, no stranger to hurricanes, but of course, this one really creating some problems, especially when you think about that storm surge that it is bringing along with it. Live now from Fox, sending some viewers off to another 2-minute break. We'll be right back here in full coverage of Hurricane Ian for you when we return. Welcome back right here to Live Now from Fox. We are keeping you in some full coverage of Hurricane Ian as it continues to make its way to the Gulf Coast. It is landing onshore, Southwest Florida, bracing for this impact from Hurricane Ian. And we know from our National Hurricane Center, some areas are going to be seeing such a great storm surge that it could be unsurvivable. So really important that residents in the area are keeping track of all the warnings officials are giving them throughout these next next 10, 24, even 48 hours. We just heard from Governor Ron DeSantis. He was speaking along with other Florida officials saying they do have what they need to help residents afterwards, but their response and their rescue crews not able to go through some of those floodwaters. They're not going to be able to make it out in some of these storms. So unfortunately, if some people stayed behind, they get into trouble. They're going to have to call 911 and talk it through with the officials there on how to get themselves safe if emergency crews are not able to get to their areas. So hopefully people heeded all the warnings that have been given to them over the past entire week, and especially over these last 24 hours as people have been preparing. You can see just some of these live pictures of images all around that Florida coast of what they're seeing in real time. I love these shots here for our viewers so that you can see what is actually happening. No one out there on the beach, no one out there surfing, which is good to see. I did see that earlier in a different live shot. And right here's a great example. Hillsborough Bay, usually right there where all that sand you're seeing, that's usually full of water. So that just shows you how much had receded, how much water that storm had sucked up. And then you think about it's just going to dump back down over Florida. Let's go ahead and take a live look here at our radar as we continue to see it tracking. You can see that eye of the storm now right there making landfall. It is imminent. It is happening. It is coming with winds up to 155 miles per hour. We know this is slow moving right now. It's moving at about 9 miles per hour. And again, this is a Category 4 here at this time. But we definitely want to make sure everyone's keeping a close eye on this. All right, so as we continue to keep track of this, I do want to let our viewers know we're going to hop into some coverage here with our Fox 35 team. They do have some of our very own reporters out in the field. As I mentioned before, they're going to try to keep everyone as safe as possible. But let's go ahead, jump into our Fox 35 team as they're just talking with someone who's out there facing the brunt of this storm.
If you call 911, if you don't take it seriously and you're out and about somewhere and you have to call 911, emergency crews likely aren't going to go out until at least tomorrow, maybe on Friday, because they can't drive in these conditions either, down power lines, down trees, so they can't get to you. That's why it's so important to be in your spot now, or at least in the next hour or so.
Right, yeah, follow along with us and on Twitter so that you're able to see when Orange County, Seminole County, these counties do that. We already know that over on the coast, Manatee County has already said they're not going to come get you. Charlotte County has said that. But in our interior counties, you're still good. So just follow along. Keep it very close eye on what we're telling you. And of course, what if you have Twitter, pull that up because it is helpful because you get that instantaneous communication.
And I know you see these images so many times on TV, but let's flash back for the people who've lived here for a while. Amy, you were here in 2004. I was here in 2004. Charlie went through here almost the exact same path, but it got through so quick. But yet we had the power outages. We were out for, what, couple weeks in this area here, and so this one's going to be over a lot longer with a whole lot more rain. So again, I know you see this stuff a lot of times and think, okay, that may not happen here, but it could because we've experienced it not that long ago here.
And in comparison, Charlie was a tiny storm in size comparison to what we're seeing with Ian. You could actually fit Hurricane Charlie in the eye of Ian. That's how much smaller that storm was. It was very powerful, but the wind speeds and the rain with Ian are going to be much, much worse.
By the way, the reporter you're seeing right there, that's a guy by the name of Robert Ray, and we use him on our newscast quite a bit. He's with Fox Weather, and I was listening to him on Fox Weather just a little bit ago. They're now inland in Fort Myers just a bit because they were right along the coast earlier, and they realized it wasn't safe. So let's see how the audio is with him. It's been cutting in and out, but let's listen into Robert very quickly.
Here, it's essentially head on a swivel as far as out here for me at this point, as Ian's dirty side seems to be making its way in here, that strong side of the eye wall. We are just, to the north of where it's come in. And so, about 12, 13 miles from Fort Myers Beach, which is where we started our day in the storm surge. And by the way, the harbor and the water, that's gone up nearly 2 feet. And I have to think as this comes in, the water is going to even increase even more. The question is, will we see it come into the streets? Wow! That's a big one, guys. That's a big one. And you got to turn. I had to turn like that because it's not the rain that's hurting. It's just the sand or the dirt and what's coming off the trees when it hits you in the face, and it's something else. I'm glad I have this helmet. I should probably grab my goggles and get those on. But this is the intensity, guys, of these heavy bands and these hurricane force winds. And to think it's going to trek all the way up the peninsula of Florida, and folks in Orlando, Jacksonville, you name it, Tampa, all these people are going to have the effects that we're getting right down here in Southwest Florida right now, Amy and Craig.
As you've gone through, do you feel like the intensity has increased here within the last 30 to 40 minutes? Have you noticed that the winds have gotten progressively stronger?
100%. These are the strongest wind gusts I have felt all day, by far. And the rain too, the sideways rain. I mean, we had some big rain this morning on the beach, but this really seems to be amped up. This is electric right now, and everywhere I look, I look down over there, and Rick cannot turn, otherwise his entire camera is going to get blasted by this rain. But there are branches and limbs falling over there, and you can see down here just the rain just whipping down the street, and that's the harbor, 3-4 blocks down there. It's all moving there and twisting all around counterclockwise here, guys. I got to think some of those boats that I was showing earlier are not going to stay safe there at all as this continues.
And some of the things that might be difficult for people to understand is a normal person just walking would not be able to stand up. You're really leaning into this, Robert. Talk about the balance that you're putting, the effort physically to kind of stand in these gusts of wind.
Yes. When the gusts come, and the reason I'm in this position always is because I never want to be straight up and try to put myself into that position when a gust comes, because literally I will get tipped over. And so you make yourself like a human tripod the whole time. Knees are bent like an athlete, like you're going into sport, whatever you want to, football, soccer, you name it, and you just take it. And you realize that you got to pivot sometimes based upon where the wind or the debris is coming from. And the parking garage is, 25 feet there, little brick wall. If it gets too hairy, head over there and get inside and get out of this, like where Rick is, my photographer, and by the way, doing an incredible job. I can't tell you how difficult it is to transmit live pictures and make them look good and sound good in conditions like this. So kudos to him and all the other Fox technical teams out there today and moving forward. It is really a priceless position, and they do an incredible job. So I have to say that. I'm a former technical person and still am technical, so I have to give them the kudos.
Well, it makes sense. This is a rough job, and it's teamwork all the way around. You guys got to look out for each other for sure, Robert. As you're looking around, the force of these winds, definitely moving the debris around. What's it doing with the trees? Are you able to see some of the treetops from here? Are there some palm trees around you?
Yeah, palm trees are going wild, and look at this. I think Rick can see this. I'll walk past this pole, but this is clearly, these are new trees, but nonetheless they are knocked over, taken out of their root holes. And by the way, look at this, the pooling of the water on the sides of the street, and that's new. That's just in the past probably 10 minutes. But you come over here and you look at just the side of all the tree debris. You've got palms that have been sitting here and they're getting pushed around, and you look here, boom, 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 it's going, and here comes another big gust that's going to run down this street and head all the way to the harbor, and hopefully some of these power poles do not start falling. Like I said, we have heard transformers blow in the distance, actually saw one as well. We did not get it on camera, it's tough to get those, but yeah, this is a deteriorating situation right now, and we're definitely seeing the worst of it for sure right now.
Okay, Robert.
Yeah, it is on land.
Robert, as we go through the next 10 to 15 minutes, you've got some really intense bands still to come. And as you well know, it'll be the center of the storm. The pass is somewhere nearby, likely, and then you'll have the backside of the storm. So there's still plenty to go here, and big winds and big gusts above even what you've seen are still possible. So be safe out there. We are getting some information in from Naples right now that they are going to put a curfew into effect right now. And the latest gauge reading has gone to 6.7 for their tidal surge, and now the gauges stopped reporting. So that has been a record surge already, and we're 2 feet above the record surge. It's stopped reporting at this point. So Fort Myers, we're looking at you with those wild winds and the wind-driven rain, but we also have the surge coming in at dangerous levels.
And already setting a record with some of the levels, the old record, 4 feet. This is well above that already. You mentioned the curfew. Police saying it's time to stay in. Do not go out. That again in Naples, just south of Fort Myers. Look at Robert Ray trying to walk back to shelter there, to a safer space. But even then, leaning into the winds that are picking up. Another shot for you shows the winds and the rain coming down. And we've been watching this earlier as well, where, you know, just visibility has dropped significantly and trees have been uprooted in and around where Will Nunley was earlier. Let's take it over to get the latest on the National Hurricane Center update that's coming in right now. We've got Ian Oliver. Ian, have you been able to take a look yet at the first run there coming in from the National Hurricane Center?
Yeah, Amy, we're going to get to that in just a moment. No change to the intensity of Hurricane Ian. Great job to you and Craig. Thank you both. And thank you for staying with us on Fox Weather. That is a live picture.
All right, here we are. We've got a tornado warning right now just issued for Brevard County until 2:30. We've got the bands of tropical moisture and the heavy rain rolling up. I'm going to stop the animation and show you this. This is going to be located east of Yeehaw Junction in extreme southwest Brevard County. The cell in question is moving toward the northwest at a pretty good clip. These are associated with, of course, tropical bands, so they're really moving. This is going north-northwest at 33 miles per hour. Now, this is going to be in a pretty rural area, again, just the southwest extreme corner of Brevard County, northeast of Yeehaw Junction. But radar is indicating right now that we've got a pretty defined rotation. It's going to be right here. Whenever you see the reds and the greens touching, that lets you know that indeed we've got a radar-indicated tornado. And this is just the beginning. We're going to see a lot more of this over the next several hours. We've got the dynamics of this approaching hurricane now working into central Florida. So what's been kind of a rainy, misty morning with a couple of wind gusts is now starting to become severe, and we're going to start to see the more severe impacts arriving. So this is right now right along Rollins Blue Cypress Road and Blue Cypress Ranch Road. This is going to be east of Lacosi, and this is going to be about, let's see how many miles east this is of the Turnpike. This is going to be exactly 6.2 miles to the east of the Turnpike. So if you're going up and down the Turnpike, you're okay. But if you are in some of these more rural sections here in southwestern Brevard County, this is Fellsmere Road right here. Just to give you some reference, there's Fellsmere Road before it makes the bend, and this is going to be north of Lacosi. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. Let's zoom out and see exactly where this is relative to the Orlando area. So this is going to be well southeast of Orlando. This radar indicated tornado, again, is moving northwest at 33 miles an hour. So this is also an indication of what we're going to be looking at for really the rest of the day today. These are going to be fast-moving tornadoes. So if you live in a place where a tornado warning is issued associated with Ian's bands, you've got to immediately seek shelter, because it's not the kind of thing you can go outside and try and see it and take videos of it. It's going to be moving so fast that it'll be in and out before you know it. Hopefully you avoid that. But the radar indicated tornado warning here. Let's take a look at some of the the products associated with this and see if we can get a little more drilled down into this and get an idea of what we may be facing. So our triple threat indicates that indeed there is rotation within this cell and also very, very heavy rain. That's needless to say. We're looking at about 2 inches per hour, but we've got a very strong rotation detected. You see this bright red here? That would be probably just about where this funnel cloud or tornado is located. And I'm going to hone in on this really closely, because there is a road here. It looks like the Rollins, I'll zoom out a little bit, the Rollins Blue Cypress Road. And these are some ranch roads here in southwest Brevard County. This is going to be moving toward the northwest at 33 miles an hour. So as I zoom out, you can see Blue Cypress Road right here and the rotation working up that way. So it's going to pass over Fellsmere Road here inside of the next 15 minutes. Let's get some towns plotted on this to get a better idea of what's going on. And I'll warn you that there aren't actually many towns here, but I'll give you an idea of at least where the cone is going to bring this based on the speed and based on its direction. So yeah, no towns in the path of this at this point, but obviously some ranch property and an indication of the greater picture, what's going to happen a little bit later on this afternoon. So for the area, we also have tornado watches in effect. This is until 5 p.m. for Orange County, and that'll likely be extended. I mean, it's just begun at this point. That is the rotation from these bands of rain. And any one of these bands, this is the one right now we're watching east of Yeehaw Junction, but there's another thunderstorm here that's capable of producing a tornado in Polk County. That's going to be south of Kissimmee semi, but it's not warned yet. And some of these bands working up toward the Rockledge area where we're starting to see flood warnings now from the very heavy rains right along the beach line and up in the Titusville area. We'll have to watch out for water spouts with these. But the reason we're breaking in right now is that we've got an active tornado warning. This in effect until 2:30, so about 25 minutes from now. And it'll likely be canceled before then, but we're seeing some signs here of a defined rotation. You can see that hook right there. And so our tornado would probably be located in about that direction. Another thing we can do is check out and see if there's any debris. We're going to use a feature of the radar that looks for irregularities in what's happening in the sky. It looks for raindrops, and it can also see debris if that happens to be a thing. And in this case, I'll show you once again what it looks like and where the tornado may be based on the radar detecting rain. It's called reflectivity, but looking at the debris in that same area. You see this dark area right here? There's a kind of a little blue pixel. This could be some lofted debris from that radar indicated tornado. That is, maybe it's picking up some sticks and leaves or what have you. And that represents an irregularity in the radar. So it's not just rain where it kind of plots as all red. It starts to get into some other colors. So that's an indication that, yeah, this is more of a serious type of a situation. Our rotation is right over that spot as well. So do you see the red right there? That indicates the rotation, and then the debris is co-located in that same location. So that gives us a higher confidence that we may be looking at a defined tornado with this cell. I'll zoom out here once again and give you an idea of where this is. And a reminder as well, as we start to face what will eventually be a more common scenario with these tornadoes popping up this afternoon, rotating in around these bands from Ian, which is still 100 miles to the southwest. We've got to remember tornado safety. When you hear the sirens in your area, you've got to seek shelter. Let's go to Ian Cassette for some of those tornado safety tips, and we'll get back here and plot this tornado a little bit more. Ian?
All right, and thank you to our Fox 35 team, especially as they continue to keep us covered, not only on the hurricane, but what other weather events it is bringing. We heard earlier today from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis that this is a possibility, that there could be some tornadoes that come along associated here with this hurricane, especially as you know, all of the atmosphere, that air is rotating, it's moving around. You think about the warm air that they already were having over the last few days. Now it's bringing in this fresh new storm. It is definitely going to create some problems across Florida. And if you are in an area where you didn't evacuate, maybe it's because you're inland far enough, or maybe it's because you didn't have the right time and preparations to leave. Now's the time to stay and brace for this impact, especially as it continues to make landfall here. This is, again, a powerful storm, so just treat it as you would any other dangerous storm, especially with all of the other weather events that it could bring along here with it. So our teams, both at Fox 35 Orlando and Fox 13 Tampa, been doing a great job keeping everyone as up to date as possible, especially as we do have some of those other warnings that we need to give people. We'll be jumping in and out of their coverage and taking you back to our coverage. I'd mentioned this the other day, but my family also in that same area, they had to evacuate yesterday. It took them what should have been about a 2-hour drive, about 5 hours to get off the island that they were on to go inland. They did go over to Orlando. They're staying in a hotel there, keeping a close eye on all of the action that is happening in their neighborhood. Now, they're in Manatee County, so they're right outside of Sarasota, and that's where their home's located. They did have a couple of pictures and doorbell camera videos that they'd sent me of the impact that they are seeing, and it looks similar to what we're seeing in Fort Myers here with our live picture showing us a lot of wind gusts, a lot of rain coming, and you know too that wind, it just brings the rain in every direction. It brings heavier bands all of a sudden, and then all of a sudden it looks like it's not raining. Another important thing to mention as we continue our coverage is something that our Florida governor had said. All of the officials also, as we've been listening into press conferences, have been saying, they have said time and time again that no matter if you think maybe the storm has passed or it might be taking a brief break, you should not be going outside, especially for those areas that are getting the very beginning and brunt of this storm. So live now from Fox, going to continue giving you coverage here as, again, multiple areas going to see a huge storm surge. Charlotte Harbor could be seeing about 18 feet of a storm surge. They're warning that this is going to be a catastrophic storm, and some areas even going to have unsurvivable storm surge. So we are going to stay in full coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox, just as we have been here over these last few days, continuing to give you all of these different live looks. After we come back from this 2-minute break, we'll get back into more coverage right here for you. Again, we'll see you on the other side of this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Over 2.5 million people in Florida were given mandatory or voluntary evacuation orders this week as Ian had continued to gain strength before a landfall in Cuba. It had knocked out the island's power grid. Hurricane Ian now going to be making catastrophic landfall in moments here on Wednesday afternoon in southwest Florida between Sarasota, Port Charlotte, and Fort Myers area. We have been giving you all of these live looks, giving you the latest press conferences coming to us from all across the state of Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis himself saying a storm of this magnitude will produce catastrophic flooding and life-threatening storm surge on the Gulf Coast of Florida. And again, he is saying over the next several hours that they are going to continue to keep a very close eye on all the action happening surrounding this hurricane. Thank you so much to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Larson, just one of the many hosts who you're going to be seeing here, keeping you on full Hurricane Ian mode as we continue to track it, making its way to the Gulf Coast. As I shared before, I have family members down there, and yes, not everyone lives in Florida who's watching here with us, but we know that there's so many people who, even after events like this, go to the state of Florida to help as well. So we do want to say thank you to everyone who's always looking out how they can lend a hand after events like these do take place. We have our radar here that I want to give you just a live look at, just to show you that eye right there, you can see it is really close. It's imminent. It's happening right now. I'm going to zoom in as it continues to make its way onto the coast. So some of those islands, I'm just using my mouse to point for a second, but some of those islands right along the coast are already seeing the brunt force of this hurricane, and it's only going to continue to be seen here over these next few hours. So let's go ahead. We're going to continue to head into coverage more with our Fox teams that are down in the state of Florida. We not only have our Fox 35 Orlando team, who's been staying on top of this latest track, giving us some warnings about other weather events that are coming along with it, like tornado warnings. There are a couple out there, but they're also continuing to keep an eye on just how much extra rainfall, how much of those wind gusts, all the changing motions with this hurricane. So we're going to go into our Fox 13 coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox, where we're always bringing you the latest live, raw, and of course, unfiltered information. Let's go ahead and give you their latest update right here with our Fox 13 team.
The number of homes that are built, these are not sleepy areas anymore. I mean, there is just so much growth, especially post-recession 2008, that the population boom. There's very few breaks along the way, where there's not much. I mean, there's some kind of going over the bridges of Charlotte Harbor. You kind of look around at a lot of mangroves, but I mean, it's pretty much nonstop, folks, all the way up and down 75, and this whole area now being impacted. I tell you, Fort Myers Beach, Cape Coral, this is all the areas that are getting hit really, really hard by this storm. And as far as flooding going, so this is where the winds are coming up from the southeast, and all this water is being pushed, towards Fort Myers, Bonita Springs, Naples, Golden Gate. We're kind of getting out of the view of radar, but even down here, folks, the rain is heavy. We're just getting kind of far away from the radar site, the beam. And anyone, by the way, who try to ride it out in Sanibel and Captiva may be able to look up in the sky right now and see blue sky. So anyone that, and I'm sure there's somebody, I'm sure there's someone there that stayed and has the phone camera, and we'll show you pictures soon. But anyone that is on Sanibel and Captiva right now can look up, see a blue sky, and wait. And the problem is, then you wait for the backside to come through. And when the backside goes through, the winds go the other way. So when the hurricane approaches, it's going from the south and the southeast, and then you go in the eye, and you're excited about the fact that you're in the eye, blue sky, light winds, birds are chirping, you're looking around at the damage, you're okay, but you have to get out of the eye, and then you get back into this, and the winds are going the other way.
That would probably be the onset as well, I would imagine, Paul, for some storm surge issues in Captiva and Pine Island, because up until this point, wind for the most part has been kind of on offshore with that easterly flow, and then all of a sudden it's clear and quiet, as you said, and then backside of the storm, 100, 120, 130 mile an hour winds are straight onshore, and all of a sudden the water's coming up. It is drastic changes when you go through the middle of that eye wall and things kind of flip around and do a 180.
And we go back a couple of days ago when the storm was still in the northwestern Caribbean Sea heading for Cuba, and I'll be honest, the forecast was hard. Remember we had some models that were still going up to Pensacola, and we had other models that were going east, and they were kind of flip-flopping back and forth. And up to a couple of days ago, it was expected, or it looked like this was going to be right off Pinellas County and sliding northeast into Pasco County. We know it's how bad it is here, but imagine translating this eye just north of Tampa Bay or on Pinellas County. You're talking about a big problem here locally. Someone else is getting it. So it's not good. It's not a good situation at all. And the Media Bay area was lucky we escaped this, but unfortunately we're thinking about our friends that are getting impacted right now, because it is not a pretty situation, especially in some of this eye wall right here. Again, the worst weather in a hurricane is usually contained right in that eye wall, going out 20, 30 miles. Once you kind of escape the eye wall, the winds decrease pretty quickly. You just kind of, we always said, you want to avoid the core of the hurricane. If we could find a way with this storm to keep this core just offshore, it would have been okay, but we just couldn't. That trough was strong enough, and it kind of deflected and turned the storm northeast, and that slight northeast track, when storms parallel our coast, slight little jog is enough to make landfall.
Yeah, I think folks need to prepare themselves for some of the video that we're going to see come out down in southwest Florida, where this storm surge is coming in. You think back to Hurricane Michael. Remember the area of Mexico Beach that was mentioned a lot in Gulf County up in the Panhandle? Up until we saw the video, I don't think it was really hitting home of what that storm was capable of with the storm surge. You put 12 to 16 feet of water on land in some of these spots, if not even higher than that. There's always the peak being missed by the observations. It's always higher than what the observations kind of record. That is a landscape-changing, life-altering storm surge. It truly is. So it's going to be heartbreaking, I think, to see some of the video come out of places like Cape Coral and Fort Myers the next.
And it's, and the thing that's important to remember about our West Coast is really about the slope of the continental shelf. As you move west of us, the water stays fairly shallow for a long time. And what does that allow? That allows the water to build up. When we talk about approaching hurricanes on the East Coast, yeah, they get storm surge flooding, but you go offshore on the East Coast, and the depth of the water really gets deep fast. It's just two completely different topography, geography off our coast, and there's off the East Coast. That's why storm surge really along the entire Gulf Coast is a huge problem, because of the shape of the ocean floor and the depth of it. As the hurricane comes, it kind of brings with it a wall of water, and then you have the wind pushing it up, so it kind of builds and it slopes up slowly. And that is why the water really begins to increase, and it just gets pushed to the point it has nowhere to go, and it tries to move inland, and it's blocked by, by land. It all piles up, and that's our storm surge problem here along the Gulf Coast. It's really a function of how shallow the water is as you move even hundreds of miles just off our West Coast. Waiting for confirmation of landfall. Also, it is going to be interesting. Just watch on social media. We'll show it to you what we can, but we will see pictures, I'm sure, of people that are in the eye right now. And do we have a satellite? Todd, can we show a satellite? Do we have?
Yeah, give me 1 second if you want to keep chatting.
See if you can pop up the. Can we grab a true color satellite of the Zoom Florida one?
Yep.
Just want to see how we know how clear it is. As far as radar goes, there's not raining here. Just want to see if it really coincides. I want to see if the eye is cloud-filled, or I just want to see if the eye is clear. We'll be able to tell if we can kind of see the ground from space. That means that anyone here can look up and see blue sky and probably see the sun shining. I'll just wait till Tyler does that.
Yep, coming up right now.
So try the zoomed-in one, if we have that. So it looks like it's. I'm just going to look at it on a monitor. That's it approaching the coast, and yeah, I mean it looks like it's probably partly cloudy in the eye. I see some hints. You can kind of see the Gulf underneath there. You know what is also interesting about this? If you have any friends that are up in Tallahassee or back here up towards Mobile and New Orleans, even up by Atlanta, the chatter up there is like the weather is so nice, very low humidity. Lots of sunshine. You talk about a study in contrast. You have beautiful, probably the nicest. Think about this for a second, folks. The nicest fall day so far is here, and the worst weather on the planet is here. Think about that for a second. The worst on the planet happening right here, and some of the nicest weather on the planet is happening 300 miles away, and that's a fact. And as you zoom in, well, I think we can see some clear skies. So again, anyone that's underneath this eye can look up and see at least breaks of sunshine. I mean, it's not a big deal. It's more interesting than anything else, because what really matters is the weather around the eye. But as that eye moves inland, and if you're in that eye, and that could even be Arcadia, and that could be anywhere south of us, you will probably see some blue sky for a time this afternoon, and tonight you'll see stars in that eye. Tell you, as far as the satellite appearance goes, I mean, what you look for as far as a strong hurricane goes, and we've shown you hurricanes that are undergoing shear and they're not a perfect circle. This hurricane's almost a perfect circle. Another example or reason why it is so strong. Take a look at the lightning back here. This is all lightning data, and here's the clear skies. There it is right here, moving onshore. You can also see, again, the atmosphere is a fluid. And you can see waves in the atmosphere kind of propagating out of this. All this energy that kind of moves out. You kind of see it. We've got these gravity waves that are extending out. So it's just, from a scientific point, this is incredible, but there's nothing incredible for anyone that is dealing with this storm right now. Last night, we had tornadoes outside of Fort Lauderdale. Airport Hollywood had planes flipped over. We've had a couple tornado warnings today. There's a tornado watch up, but looks like maybe there's not a warning. Yeah, it's a warning there on the East Coast.
Yep.
And there could be a couple tornado warnings. What's interesting now, there is some breaks in the rain. So the rain area, there's an area moving through Highlands County and into Polk County. Some dry air may be coming in on the south and southeast side where it's not raining at all. It is raining very heavily along. I tell you, you want to take about the drive. The drive that would be one to remember, and I got to tell anyone to do it, but driving from I-75, we'll say from the Golden Gate exit, you've been down there before, maybe the Marco Island exit off 75, you drive all the way to the Skyway, and you'll have a book to write about the wind, and I'm sure there's someone on the highway. It's not closed. I mean, it'll be tough going for really anyone that's trying to go up and down 75 from the Skyway all the way south. There's Port Charlotte. There is Venice. On my Facebook page on Twitter, I have a post going that says, just write down your experiences. If we don't want anyone to venture outside and put yourself in danger. But if you can take a picture outside your window, if there's pictures or video that you can share with us safely, you can send it to me or Tyler or anyone on my inbox on Facebook or Twitter or through the station. And because this stuff is really, really bad right now. This is the seventh Category 4 or 5 hurricane that has made landfall since 1950.
I believe so. Yeah. Seventh one. Landfall should be coming up momentarily. And producers, I'm just going to walk over to the green wall here for a second and jump in. I think a big thing to note here, Paul, is that this is really the beginning of a long stretch of very strong winds and a whole lot of rain that it's going to last through the night tonight. If you're in Tampa, if you're in Polk County, if you're in Lakeland, whatever it is, Apollo Beach, I mean, the wind has been gusting already tropical storm force for the last couple hours in a lot of spots around Tampa Bay over into Pinellas County. And the storm is way down here. And as it cuts into the inland spots over the next several hours, this is slow moving, still moving at 9 miles per hour. It's going to be a rough night tonight. It's going to be a loud night. You think back to what we experienced during Irma. Paul, I know you remember just dozens and dozens and dozens of Facebook messages as we were on the air and the storm was kind of cutting up through Hardee County and Polk County of just when is this going to stop? It's so loud. And this is a stronger storm as it's making landfall now than what Irma was at this point. So this is going to hold together. At least the core of the wind is going to take a while to wind down over land. That's why they have hurricane warnings over on the East Coast, but they could certainly experience hurricane force winds by the time this gets over to them. So I think the takeaway is that this is just the beginning. With respect to our viewing area, we're thinking about the folks down south in Cape Coral and Fort Myers and Port Charlotte and all those spots through Southwest Florida that are going through the worst of the weather right now. But with respect to our impacts, it's going to be this evening and overnight as this core kind of moves right up through here and over towards Orlando. Widespread power outages. We're on the radio nonstop. They're carrying our coverage. So if your power goes out, that's a good way to kind of listen to what's going on. We'll do our best to describe the location of things to you when that happens.
We had some I had messages. I made a list back in the weather office of things I need to talk about. We talked about just visually, obviously, this has been pretty cool. Is just the water being moved out of the bay. It's because of that north-northeast wind direction. And we made a big deal about this last night, saying, I guarantee tomorrow we'll show you some video of the bay being emptied. The question a lot of you are asking, okay, the water has to come back.
Yeah.
And the water will come back. But I don't think it'll come back to the levels that will not be that will not be manageable. When I look at some of the data, the general rule is when departing hurricanes are moving away from you, so this is going to be moving away. It'll be moving towards the East Coast. Yeah, the wind's going to turn northwest and west, so the water has to come back, and it's going to want to be pushed into the bay. But there's no longer a hurricane in the Gulf. The hurricane's now on the East Coast. So could we get some minor flooding? I absolutely think we could, but in the big scheme of things, it's probably, we've had so many events of 2 to 3 feet of water that if we end up this event with getting 2 to 3 feet of water along our west coast, I would consider that a big win for us. So we're not going to get we're not going to get a 5 to 10 foot storm surge.
Right.
We're just not. And I don't know what the Hurricane Center has out right now for data for us, but when storms are moving away from us, this will be over by Orlando, and we'll start getting a northwest wind and a west wind, so the water's going to come back. But it's not going to come back 5 to 10 feet.
Right. I remember during Irma as well, we were saying, folks, don't stop walking in the bay because the water is going to come back.
Right.
There was the fear of how quickly it would come back, and then it didn't really materialize that way. It's really interesting how the physics of the storm just work as it's moving away from you. It's totally different than when it's approaching. Just the pull of the water back coming into a dry bay is just not the same.
Yeah,
so
and
I think you're spot on
we
there.
may get some minor flooding,
Sure.
and there may be maybe 3 feet, maybe 2.5 to 3 feet of water on the backside. But we'll get 2.5, 3 feet of water here after a cold front in the winter with a 30, 40 mile an hour wind.
Right.
So I'm not just dismissing anyone that's watching me right now that lives on the coast. Go, well, you come clean up my water. I get it. But what we're trying to avoid here is a big deal, a major event, and I think that we will avoid a major event. That's the Brookdale Bayshore cam, which, by the way, it looked like there was some islands out there earlier. Now there's not, and we'll take a couple of more views. Let me see if I can get this to load.
Yeah, there you go.
It's kind of interesting. I mean, it kind of looks.
All right. Once again, we've been listening in here with our Fox 13 team as they continue to keep us covered on Hurricane Ian. Right now, some different live looks showing us exactly what people are seeing. And here is our live radar. Again, that eye just headed to the very coast. More than 624,000 people already here without power in Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis speaking about that earlier here today, saying they do have more than 40,000 personnel ready to restore power. Of course, though, crews like that, like our emergency crews and those first responders in certain areas, they're not going to be able to get out to some of those locations where the residents are feeling the worst of the impact of this hurricane. So that was a warning to all of the residents who did not leave. Maybe they were in a voluntary evacuation zone. So they were told, you know what, you can evacuate if you want, or you can stay behind. But if you stay behind, you're doing so at your own risk. We'll continue our coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Some of our viewers going to be going out to a 2-minute break as we continue to take a live look here at our radar of Hurricane Ian now making landfall in Florida. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a live look here at the radar. We have multiple different people down on the ground with our Fox 35 Orlando team as well as our Fox 13 team as they continue to keep an eye here on Ian. It's closing in on Sarasota County. That's where we have Kim Quizon joining us from. And let's go to her coverage with our Fox 13 team.
Right now, it's a certain different type of howl. I've lived in Florida my whole entire life. I have never heard this howl before. It is strong. It sounds so different, and it just gives you that feeling that you need to be inside, you need to be out of the elements and somewhere safe. You can see right over here. So we are at the closest hotel to Siesta Key that's open right now. We're at a Best Western just off of US 41 across from Gulf Gate Drive. Right across the way, which I believe Travis is showing you, is a home of it's a village of tiny homes. These are homes that are often rented out for vacation rentals. They look like they're empty right now. They appear to be doing great, but it's the trees around it. You can see that they are bending with every gust that continues to blow. Again, for a Florida native, have never been through anything like this. I know during Hurricane Irma, wind gusts were strong, but talking to somebody who is familiar with this area as well, Dennis, you're the maintenance manager here. I want to welcome Dennis. So Dennis is the maintenance manager with Best Western Plus. You said that you went through Hurricane Irma. You've lived in the area several years, but this feels different to you.
Yes, this is definitely very interesting. The wind is so much stronger than Irma. Just watching it here, it's just tearing everything up.
Dennis, I know we see from your hat, you have the hat that says Siesta Key, Florida. You've lived on Siesta Key for several years. We've heard from Paul that we hopefully will not see those storm surges that we were expecting, but still, what are your concerns?
I'm pretty much concerned about the storm surge because I do live on Siesta Key, and it's a ground floor apartment, and they're talking 10-foot storm surge. So at 10 foot, it's coming in my front door. So I'm hoping it goes inland and goes to the other side or something.
And Dennis, I know that you're kind of riding out the storm here too. You work here.
Yeah.
You guys could have closed down, but I know that you opened your doors. You even brought Fox 13 in here when we didn't have any rooms to go to. Welcomed our crews in. I guess just why is that so important? We're hearing from so many people from different areas of Sarasota County that have hunkered down here.
Well, like I said, I'm from Siesta Key, and they had a mandatory evacuation. And we have trailer parks surrounding us everywhere, and the intercoastal waterway, and the owners were nice enough. They didn't have to open it up. It's not a shelter. This is privately owned, and they were good enough people to say, let's open it up for the people and, protect our community.
Well, Dennis, I just wanted to thank you for your time. I know that you have other work to get out here with the guests, but I wanted to thank you for taking a few minutes to talk to us. And that is some of the... Thanks, Dennis. And that is some of the things that we are hearing, through all of the bad of this storm. And we know that there are areas that are going to be hit bad, especially here in Sarasota County, further down south. There is good stories coming out of this. Dennis has been going around checking on families, making sure that they are safe. And really, when these storms hit and you are in an area with people you don't know, you really become familiar with them. It kind of eases your mind for a little bit. But these wind gusts continue to come in here through Sarasota County. I've been getting some text messages from people that I know throughout the area. I have heard that power is now out in Gulf Gate near the SCT area, which would be the Suncoast Technical College and other parts of Sarasota. So it is going to be a long few hours, a long next couple of days, but we're all in this together, and we all live where you live, and we're going to be okay once the storm passes. Back to you.
Floridians are going to continue to come together through all of this, and of course we're thankful for Dennis there for bringing you and Travis in and keeping you guys safe there in shelter. Kim, continue to do that. Thanks for being out there for us. You can really judge the wind by the bend in the palm tree. Absolutely. And it is really bending out there right now.
When someone has lived here their whole life and they say this is different, they can hear the howl is different. They can
when she said that word howl,
right? They know.
It's going to be a rough ride for a lot of folks down there, and of course our hearts are with all of those people in our southern counties. The governor spoke just a short time ago.
So here's what he had to say about the storm as it came ashore, and also how Floridians, just like Dennis, can help those that are being affected.
We also understand that people that are displaced are going to need assistance, so the Department of Economic Opportunity has already deployed funding and guidance through community action agencies to help Floridians in need of short-term support like utilities, hotel bills, and transportation if they have been displaced by the storm. Please continue to monitor local reports, weather reports. Be very cautious about going out into hazardous conditions, and then once the storm passes your area, just make sure that you're very careful, because there's going to be a lot of things, a lot of hazards that are going to be down on the ground. I know there's a lot of people that have reached out. First of all, I want to say thanks. A lot of people have offered thoughts and prayers for the folks that are in the eye of this storm, and that means a lot to us. There's also people that want to be able to do their part, and so I've directed Volunteer Florida to activate the Florida Disaster Fund, where people can donate. It's much better to donate financially rather than sending items. We have everything we need in terms of the immediate response needs, but there will be thousands of Floridians who will need help rebuilding. And to contribute to the disaster fund, you can visit www.floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. Again, that's text disaster to 20222.
Tens of thousands of people are already without power. The most have been reported in Sarasota County, where we just were. More than 78,000 power outages there. If you lose power, you can still access emergency information on the radio. And we are broadcasting on 3 different channels: Hot 101.5, 97X, and the occasional coverage on 102.5 The Bone.
Thank you so much to our Fox 13 teams as they continue to keep us in full coverage on Hurricane Ian. A live look here in Fort Myers as this storm is now here upon Florida. Floridians had been preparing over the last few weeks, knowing this storm was coming, and especially over these last few days. Multiple schools, as well as you think about the amusement parks, entertainment areas, they're all closed down. Workplaces closed, and a lot of people just sitting and waiting for this hurricane to pass. We're going to continue our full coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Some viewers going to step out to a 2-minute break. We'll continue giving you more with our Fox 13 Tampa team and our Fox 35 Orlando team right here for you on Live Now from Fox after a 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we are keeping track of Hurricane Ian. A few different live looks surrounding these areas that are going to be hit with the most force from this hurricane. You think about not only those 155-mile-per-hour winds, but you also have to take into consideration the rainfall, because that is definitely where we've heard from official after official talk about is that they are going to be seeing such a storm surge coming with this that they're concerned about the flooding. They know that there's going to be areas that may not look like deep water. Unfortunately, though, it could be, so it's always the safest bet to not go through areas where there is flooding. If you're in your home, make sure to stay in your home. There's more than 5,000 National Guardsmen, including 2,000 from other states that are in Florida, ready to respond after Ian passes, according to Governor Ron DeSantis. So, again, for now, people who are in the state of Florida supposed to be hunkering down, staying indoors, and then keeping an eye on all the other weather events that are coming with this hurricane as well, because it's not just the hurricane that's coming, it's also producing some tornado warnings stretching across certain parts of Florida. That's exactly what our Fox teams have been warning us about as they've been talking not only with their meteorologists, but also their reporters in the field. Let's go back to our Fox 13 coverage as they have more reporters giving us updates here and now.
Though that Mayor Jane Castor had a press conference probably about a couple of hours ago reminding people that we are not out of the woods yet. She doesn't want people venturing outside, walking outside, driving anywhere. She wants everyone to stay put. Don't go on Bayshore and look at the Bayshore area and the bay and how it's receded. We don't need people doing that, is what she said. Keep in mind, though, the mayor also has been traveling around checking on her crews. We want to show you video that we shot just about an hour ago. You'll see the mayor thanking emergency response crews who are ready to go the moment they get notice that this storm has passed us. They're going to be the crews out there that are going to clean up our streets, make sure that emergency response crews, ambulances can get to people who they need to get to right away. I asked her why that was so important for her to visit all three sites this morning, and this is what she had to say. Take a look.
People are taking shelter in places that are high and dry and safe, but our City of Tampa team is out here ready to respond to any of our community's needs. So I just want to come out and say thanks to the people that really get it done behind the scenes, and thank them for their dedication to our community.
And so the mayor went out and visited 3 different sites, thanking those crews, telling them that to be ready at any moment to start cleaning up our city and our county. Obviously, this is a big task, but she also mentioned that, yes, we may have dodged a bullet, but she wants the public to stay put, not to venture out at this point, to be safe. Don't drive around. Don't be looky-loos. Just stay home until emergency officials tell us it's okay to venture out. And obviously, Tampa police also stressing that same thing and reminding us that, in fact, if criminals come out there and try to start looting or taking advantage of the situation, that the burglary charges would be upgraded, because this is a state of emergency right now. So keep that in mind as well. They just want the public to be aware that they're out there in full force protecting us, but we should also do our part and stay indoors until we're told it's safe to come out. Back to you.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are at home watching right now wondering, what can I do? Well, that's what you can do, is you can stay home, because that'll help all the folks who are away from their families, trying to help and keep everyone safe. Gloria, thanks.
Stay at home.
Right, and just we'll give you the latest.
Thank you, Gloria.
Absolutely, Gloria, thanks. Well, here is the latest. All Hillsborough County Public Schools will be closed on Friday. The school district tweeting out the update. Students will return to class on Monday, October 3rd.
Well, the Pasco Sheriff's Office wants residents there to prepare for possible flooding and damage following Hurricane Ian. Sheriff Chris Noko actually released this video a little bit earlier.
Since your sheriff's office will be ready for whatever happens. The one thing, as we said, it's a little bit more east. So as it's further east, we want to make sure our residents on that side of the county, are aware. But know that our chainsaw teams are ready to respond immediately to clear the roads. We're going to be working with the power companies to make sure that they can restore power as quickly as possible out there. Our swiftwater response team will be out there in case there is flooding anywhere. But we want to make sure all our residents are aware of the fact that, even 2 to 3 days after the storm, we're going to see possible flooding issues. because all the rains that go to surrounding counties can come our way. So with that being said, I want to make sure you're aware we are there for you. We're all in this together.
Yes, we are. And you were just listening to Pasco County Sheriff Naco reminding residents to know that this is going to be going on for days, the aftermath. We have been watching at how Ian's winds have really affected our local waterways. This is a look at Bayshore Boulevard, a time lapse where you can see the water just sort of get sucked back as it recedes. It is pretty incredible. Look at that progression. Now, if you were here through Irma back in 2017, you might remember something similar happened. It's definitely caught attention of the residents down there. I saw a lot of folks along Bayshore Boulevard earlier. I was out there driving, and people were pulled over. They were out taking pictures. They were out walking along where there's normally water.
Hopefully not anymore, though. Hopefully
not anymore.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you know, FEMA in Washington, D.C. is also watching our state very closely.
Here's what officials there had to say about after the storm passes by.
Once the storm passes and individuals go out into this water, the water is still dangerous, right? It's still going to be moving rapidly. It's still going to have debris in it. It's still going to have down power lines in it. So there's so many different dangers after the storm passes that also contribute to some of the indirect fatalities that we see after a storm. So people just need to stay focused. They need to listen to their officials. They need to understand what the threats and the dangers are. Those first few hours, days after the storm passes are just as dangerous as when the storm is going over.
Meanwhile, Baycare hospitals are closing all facilities to visitors at 5 o'clock this evening. OBGYN, NICU, pediatric patients, they may have one visitor throughout the storm. Morton Plant North Bay in Newport Richey and Bardmore's emergency department in Largo are closed. So Hurricane Ian has already spawned several possible tornadoes in South Florida. One was confirmed in Broward County last night. You can see a lot of trees down there and people out picking up debris. The good news here, though, Paul, is no one was hurt, but I have to imagine that our middle counties need to be bracing, Tyler, for that possibility throughout the afternoon, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of rain that we've had through September, and now we're talking like 10, 15, maybe 20 inches of rain in spots between now and like tomorrow morning. So that's a lot of rain, and you got really gusty winds. Kind of one of those scenarios where a lot of the root systems just get kind of pulled up out of the ground, and the tree just kind of slowly falls over. That could be widespread, hopefully.
All right, do want to say thanks again to our Fox 13 team as they've been giving us a lot of great information surrounding Hurricane Ian. There are some viewers who still need to go out to their final 2-minute break. We'll continue giving you more full coverage right here on Live Now from Fox, so when everyone returns. And we are back, giving you this live look here from NASA TV at Hurricane Ian from up above, just as we also have our radar up, giving you a close look at the path of this hurricane. We know that it is a Category 4. Now, the last time a Category 4 hurricane had made landfall in Florida was Hurricane Irma in 2017. It was then also in the Florida Keys, according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Irma was downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane before continuing onto the Florida Peninsula just south of Naples. We had Hurricane Michael in 2018. It was the last Category 5 landfall in Florida. Now, Michael had left widespread devastation in the Florida Panhandle. Category 5 landfalls in the U.S., they're rare. Before Michael, we had Hurricane Andrew in 1992, which also had struck Florida. There was a Category 5 landfall that had happened. There's two other known Category 5 landfalls on the continental U.S. Hurricane Camille back in 1969. And the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. So right now, a lot of people still focused on what is happening in front of them here today. Hurricane Ian here, and it is hitting the coast. You can see with all of these different live pictures we've been bringing you, there's certain areas that are starting to see different effects from this storm. Right here, you can see a little bit to that left-hand part of this bay up on the sidewalk. Water already has spilled over onto the sidewalk, causing some flooding. You're seeing just the movement of the water. This again is tucked in into a bay here just a little bit, so it is a little bit out of the way of where we have some of the most and brunt force of the storm coming in. Let's go ahead and take you into a quadruple box just to give you some of those different looks. As I mentioned before, there's been numerous people who've been keeping us up to date in areas like Naples, in areas like Holmes Beach, Florida, right there along the Gulf outside of Sarasota, where they're seeing the biggest impact from this storm. The eye moving just a little bit south of some of those areas, and they're saying they already have no power. There's also multiple pictures and videos that have been coming in with just some of those different photos of the bent palm trees and the videos of the wind blowing, the rain wrapping around with it. Rain is going to be something that is going to affect a number of people, especially as we think about not only during this hurricane, but afterwards as well. We want to keep everyone prepared ahead of time. Know during a hurricane, especially when there's flooding that comes along with it, you're probably going to lose power. You don't know where those power lines are going to be going down. So you're going to have to pay extra attention, be extra careful if you are going to be out and about in some of those areas, especially as we heard from our officials. They don't want you walking into an area of water that does have some of those power lines down and possibly causing devastation for you and your family. So right now, no longer safe to evacuate. Hurricane Ian now surging into the Gulf Coast, and they are asking anyone who had stayed behind to now please seek shelter. We do have some tornado warnings that are also being issued along with this storm. We're going to take you into some coverage as we do have our Fox 35 meteorologist speaking about some of these other weather events we need to know about coming with the hurricane. So he right now is speaking about the tornado warnings. Let's go ahead and bring you into their coverage with our Fox 35 team right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Along the band, the whole thing starts rotating. It adopts that spin in a tornado form. So we're going to see a lot more tornadoes. The Storms Prediction Center released a special statement saying that while conditions have been somewhat stable, as they currently are from Palm Coast to Daytona to Deltona, by stable I mean not rotating, as Ian moves in, we're going to see that stable air mass move out, and it will be replaced with the air mass associated with this very powerful Gulf hurricane making its way ashore right now, landfalling currently in the Port Charlotte area with winds now, as indicated by radar, exceeding 125 miles per hour, 130 miles per hour. Let's get a bead here on some of the latest wind indications. Yeah, about 100 miles an hour there. That's the Sarasota area in Bradenton. But going farther south toward the center of circulation, we're catching winds of 140 miles an hour. Out in the Gulf, 120 miles an hour. south of Port Charlotte. So this is a really extreme situation for Southwest Florida, and you can see those pictures in the right-hand side of your screen. We'll be rotating through a couple of those pictures, and when we have cameras, bring them to you. But it is a really dangerous situation down there in Southwest Florida. And the good news with this, as far as we're talking, is that as this center of circulation moves our way, we're going to see the wind speeds fall, but the rain is only going to get stronger. Real quick, let's zoom back in here and see what's going on. This tornado warning in effect until 3:30, this new polygon just issued by the National Weather Service for Osceola County. The storm is moving at a rate of about 25 miles per hour to the north-northwest, and now we've got some towns that are plotting that are in the path of this. So the Cat Lake, Buck Lake, Lake Conlin, and Pearl Lake in about 20 to 30 minutes. So if you live in these areas, as we start approaching areas east of St. Cloud, we are right now catching the potential here in 20 minutes of the tornado impacting those areas. All right, here is the video of Naples on the right. That is a power line that has fallen, and it is arcing right now on the ground. And do we have sound from that as well? Okay, well this shows you anyway what's going on down there. I mean, it's a severe situation, and it's a reminder that when the wind does start blowing, whether it's from a tornado or power lines down or the hurricane itself, don't assume that the power lines aren't hot, because sometimes the power company isn't aware that there's a line down yet. Maybe it's the first line of the storm. Or in some cases, homeowners will plug in improperly the generators, hot plugging it into the house, and then that can send voltage back to the power line. So even if power is out for the neighborhood, there could be just some voltage still. So when you see pictures like that, it's a reminder of some of the other dangers that we face with these hurricane situations. So our tornado warning continues. I'm joined here with meteorologist Ian Cassette. Ian, this right now is in rural southeastern Osceola County. It's about to move into the Orlando area as far as the air mass, the instability, the rotation. What are we thinking as we head toward 5 o'clock? What's your bead on the situation as far as the future radar goes?
I'm definitely concerned. I'm concerned with the fact that we have this continuous tornado threat, but we have our tools here that are showing you that, A, we've continued with this rotation now for an hour, and there's nothing to say it wouldn't continue to rotate. And this is what our future radar is showing. As you look at the next hour, and we've watched this storm for about an hour now, and we have seen it continue to have that rotation. So we have to use what we've seen so far to help us figure out what could happen from here. And what this is showing is that, ignore the fact that a tornado warning disappears. This is a future radar, of course. It's showing that this same cell, the same movement will continue along that northwest path and possibly near the Orlando metro. So this is a possibility that we could have a rotating storm right over the greater Orlando area, moving to the northwest, over the lakes, over 417, 528 into Orlando. It has been in a generally rural environment right now, but we're going to see it probably move into more densely populated. So many of you will be finding yourselves in a tornado warning if this rotation is to continue. But we knew that this would continue. We knew that we would have a rise in the threat for tornado, for rotation as we go on into this afternoon, this evening, as the storm moves closer to us. So it's not a surprise that we're seeing this, but we're going to continue to monitor that threat for a tornado or for tornado warnings because we have that rotation. So that is showing that the greater Orlando area, if you live in Orlando, and if you live in a high rise, if you live in a townhome, it doesn't matter where you live, you need to put yourself in the best, or at least put yourself in the safest position. In Brooks, we have a tornado threat that's going to continue this afternoon. Obviously, it would be pretty concerning to have it heading towards a larger population, affecting a lot of people.
And the National Weather Service is saying that indeed, the Storms Prediction Center, that Orlando and Osceola County, Brevard County, that we're going to be in the heart of the highest risk zone for tornadoes over the next couple of hours. That's exactly what we expect, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Just so you know as well, just got in from the Hurricane Center that Hurricane Ian is making landfall right now over Southwest Florida officially. So we'll have their official indication of the exact location of the center of circulation where that landfall occurred, whether it's on one of the barrier islands or maybe on the tip here at the entrance to the bay of Port Charlotte going into Gasparilla Bay. Just for reference, there's Punta Gorda. So let's go back to our tornado warning. This is in effect until 3:30 for Osceola County. And the reason this is of concern is obviously because this is now starting to work toward more populated areas. It was of concern before because there are theoretically some ranches out there and maybe some folks there seeking shelter from this. But it's got a history of producing, at least indicated by radar, tornadoes. And this is a sign of many more tornadoes possible like this throughout Osceola County and Orange County coming up here inside of the next 2 hours. So the latest radar scan on this features the center of rotation right here. You see where the green is and the red. This latest scan shows a very tight rotation, and oftentimes you can start detecting debris in that same area. And do you see that irregularity, how it goes from like pink to kind of a little bit of a yellow indicator? That would tell you that the rain that's falling is kind of being interrupted by leaves and debris and stuff like that. So as this continues to move and rotate, and here's another way to visualize that rotation, we got to watch out because this thing is starting to head up toward places east of St. Cloud. I'm going to give you a wider shot. This is State Highway 192 or 500, and in the loop you can see it's moving over wooded areas at this point. Oh, where did my loop go? There we go. Take this off here. There we go. There's our loop. So it's now moving over these more rural areas, but there are a couple of indications, maybe of a couple ranch homes in here, or a couple little tiny developments, maybe some outhouses or something having to do with ranch operations. But in the context of Florida, here's Orlando, and here is that tornado warning. And the thought is that all of this is going to start working up toward Orlando. Now, Seminole and Orange counties are under tornado watches, and also the Osceola County area. So there's Orlando, there's Seminole County, there is Southern Volusia and Brevard until 5 o'clock, meaning through about the next 2 hours, conditions are favorable. It's possible that this will be expanded toward the north depending on how that all pans out. But as it stands right now, the latest on this tornado is that it is moving at a very good clip. It's moving very fast. I shouldn't say a good clip. I should say a fast clip, because there's nothing good about a clip like this because there's very little time to prepare for it. But at this speed, the cell right now is moving toward the northwest at 22 miles per hour. It will be in Bay Lake in about 22 minutes from now. It'll be at Lake Conlin in 22 minutes from now. It'll be at Bay Lake. I said Buck Lake. This will be now Bay Lake in 26 minutes. And that's getting very close to St. Cloud, right? That's about 8 miles east of St. Cloud. And so beyond that, you get into the airport. This is OIA. This isn't too far away from some pretty dense population. This is now about 23 miles away, and it's moving northwest at 30 miles an hour. All right, we've got the sheriff of Osceola County on the line right now. Sheriff, thanks for taking the time with us. I understand things in your neck of the woods are getting a little bit more rough, and I wanted to ask you, are you hearing any reports of damage or any concerns associated with some of these tornadoes?
No, we haven't had any reports of any damage so far. We just have a lot of a little bit of wind that's picking up, and the rain, the sporadic rain that's getting a little heavier in some parts. But other than that, so far, it's been pretty calm right now.
In your experience in this area, there's a tornado warning it's northeast of Kenansville, about 12, 13 miles. It's southeast of the Buck Lake area and high.
All right, so thanks again to everyone who's here with us on Live Now from Fox. We were listening in with our Fox 35 team as they continue to keep us covered on all of the surrounding areas and what they are going to be seeing here in the next few minutes as they continue their to track Ian. It is making its way onshore now as we speak, and Live Now continuing to give you not only live looks of Florida, but also some more coverage. This time I'm going to take you out to our Fox 13 Tampa team. They're talking more about what they're seeing on the radar, who's going to be feeling the most impact. Let's go ahead and head out to them right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Venice, Englewood, and Northport. And when I was back in the office taking a bit of a break at 3 o'clock, I read some messages on my inbox, and it was simply people in Venice and Northport going, Paul, it's really tough down here. Paul, it is so loud. Someone messaged me and say, is there a tornado warning because it's so loud outside right now? No, there's no tornado warnings in the eye wall. It's simply the amount of wind, and it's noisy in situations like this. So let me see if we can also take a look. Can we maybe pop up the
I'm working on getting a visual of that extreme wind warning just so we can see kind of where it's outlined.
We know it's all of Sarasota County.
Correct.
Which is critical, and it's part of DeSoto County.
Correct. And parts of Manatee County as well.
Part of Manatee County as well. It's really anyone that's going to be in this eye wall is going to have extreme winds. And the process is slow. I mean, I've been here now several hours since late this morning, And this storm has not moved all that much. This is going to be a rough night. It gets dark in only about 4.5 hours from now. So by the time it gets dark, the storm is going to be over here. And then we're going to kind of have to walk you through this tonight and look for any signs of tornadoes or any stronger winds and kind of see how things play out throughout the overnight hours. Here's some of the wind speeds. This is Doppler estimated, 122, 100, 104. 97. I think all of those numbers look accurate to me. Out in these beaches, out in Lido, in Holmes Beach, and even in Anna Maria, where it's the intercoastal, there's some openness to the east of you, and the winds are blowing northeast. It is really whipping along the coast of Manatee and Sarasota counties.
Yeah, it is, Paul. I'm going to still try and pull up that extreme wind warning a little more. You can drive around on the radar for a second.
I'm gonna show the stats right now because we get updated numbers every hour. We get a new position update. So here's the 3 o'clock numbers. Just about making landfall, waiting for the official confirmation. The center itself is now 20 miles to the west of Fort Myers. Top winds are still 155, and if anything, it's slowed down a little bit. You don't want it to slow down. I mean, I'd give us a north-northeast at 20. North-northeast at 9 is slow. And that means that, you think about if you go 9 miles an hour and in about a day, you don't really go that far. You get 9 miles an hour times 24 is 180, it's about 200 miles. So in a day, we go to the other side of the state. So we got a ways to go. We'll put this into motion. The track forecast now, we're done with modeling. The model page has been deleted for this storm because now it's just kind of watching the eye on radar. And the track is pretty similar to what we were talking about last night. It'll weaken to a Cat 3. By the time it gets to Orlando or near Orlando, that'll be tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. It'll be a tropical storm. That's when the winds will start going west-northwest for us, and that's when the water will start coming back. But as we've talked about a couple times so far today, the water is out of the bay and the inlets. It has to come back in. That process takes time, and then to get flooding on top of that, it's hard. I'm not saying there can't be some high water with the west-northwest wind on the backside, but we're not going to get no 5 or 9 foot storm surge in Tampa Bay when a storm is moving away from us. The physics don't support it. Storm's moving away. West-northwest winds, not going to happen. But there could be some areas of high water. And if we go through this hurricane and say, did you have high water at your house? Yeah, we had about a foot above average, 2 feet above average. That's a win when you get a Category 4 or 5 hurricane right off your coastline. Winds 150 in the motion, north-northeast at 9. Then eventually going out over water and maybe making a second landfall up there in South Carolina. The flash flood risk is going to stay pretty much off the charts, and we've noticed that heaviest band of rain just north of Tampa Bay. Let's see if the European model numbers are in. This is additional rainfall. Still showing, and the model's actually doing a pretty good job. There hasn't been much rain in Highlands County, so the European model is going 1.5 inches, and that kind of lines up with the rainfall distribution so far. It doesn't mean it's not going to rain again in Highlands County, but the way the storm has been configured, a lot of the heaviest rain has kind of been in the north and northwest quadrant of the hurricane. So if you follow that along, it kind of matches up these numbers. 17 in Sarasota, 14 Bradenton, 6 in Tampa. That seems low. 17 Lakeland, and then 12 in Bartow. Here's some wind gust forecast, and this is looking at Wednesday at 8 o'clock. Some of these numbers may be a little high, but these are wind gusts. These are not sustained winds, and this is the storm moving into Hardee, DeSoto County, and then eventually moving away with the winds turning west-northwest during the day tomorrow. Tampa Bay impacts, gusts 120 this afternoon. The storm surge is happening. 12 to 18 inches of rain, and then we look at our northern counties. Citrus, Hernando, Pasco are probably going to be, in the big scheme of all of our 10-county area, we'll probably do okay. I think your biggest concern, if you're watching me up in Wesley Chapel or Newport Richey, is trying to avoid losing power. I think that's your biggest concern. There's no flooding along the coast, so maybe some tree damage, some cleanup for sure, but the biggest issue for you is going to be, can you avoid losing power? And if you do, you consider that a big win. And then this is the area that we're going to have to really babysit and watch, between now and tomorrow morning is Ian slowly moving into Hardy, DeSoto, Highlands, and Polk counties. 12 to 18 inches of rain, isolated tornadoes, and wind gusts easily 75, 80, 85. The good news is, as the storm heads for you, it will be weakening, but its starting point is high. I mean, this is not a Category 1 making landfall and then weakening. It's Category 4 making landfall and then weakening. So the whole winding down process is going to take a time. And the reason why storms weaken over land, two reasons. They lose the energy source, which is the water. Once it moves away from the water, hurricanes, by the way, are essentially heat engines. And once they get away from the water source, the heat engine is kind of cut off. And then the friction of the land, just the fact that some of the hurricanes spinning over open water is spinning over trees, and that whole friction also helps to kind of spin down a hurricane. But that process takes a while, and it will take a while for this storm as well.
All right, thanks again to our Fox 13 team. They have been doing a great job keeping us in full coverage as Hurricane Ian now is making landfall over Southwest Florida at a Category 4. So that's according to the National Hurricane Center. Some live looks that we've been taking. This one here in St. Petersburg Beach. They're a bit north of where this is making landfall. Let's go ahead and take some other live looks. Clearwater Beach, Hillsborough Bay. That's the area that we have seen that water had been so receded. It will be filled back up here later once that rain continues to fall down. We know some areas going to see up to 12, some areas 18 inches of water. There's even storm surges that are being calculated up to 18 feet for areas like that Charlotte area where they're going to be seeing that eye wall moving on shore. So we do appreciate all of our viewers who've been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Again, Governor DeSantis, officials in Florida saying it's too late to evacuate. Everyone needs to be hunkering down, keeping themselves indoors. Do not go outdoors if you do not have to, as we have these hurricane force winds now on the coast. A couple different pieces of information I wanted to make sure to get across, as more than 2.5 million were given mandatory or voluntary evacuation orders. The governor of Florida saying that with this hurricane, and we've been talking about this, we've been seeing it as well, it's going to be bringing a lot of other things to be dealing with it. So the high winds, there's going to be power outages. There's already many Floridians who don't have power. And then it's also going to be bringing all of that rain and flooding. So big concern is going to be flooding, especially as emergency personnel are going to be getting back out on the road after this storm. They're advising all residents to make sure to heed their warnings. Do not go out if you do not have to. So Live Now from Fox, reporting it here for you from the National Hurricane Center. Hurricane Ian making landfall. It is going to have some conditions worsening across Florida as it has now been meeting landfall. Again, right now we're at a Category 4 hurricane. Live Now from Fox will be right here for you when we return from this 2-minute break. And for our viewers not in that 2-minute break, let's go ahead and send you out to our Fox 35 team. We do have one of our reporters speaking about what they're seeing in Brevard County as they're feeling the impacts from Hurricane Ian. Let's go ahead, jump into their coverage here on Live Now from Fox.
My right shoulder, that ended at noon. There are no beach services right now. There are still a few stragglers on the beach. You can take a look. Some people are taking pictures. There's a man over there with his surfboard. These sort of weather conditions are creating these swells from the hurricane. Surfers like to take their chances out here on the waves because they create sort of those serious, robust waves. But officials are saying do not take those chances. The beach is starting to clear out. You can see, I mean, we were with you again 2 hours ago, and it is not the same scene or story. But again, we are 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 storm. I mean, you can see these winds really starting to pick up. I have to sort of widen my stance here right now. The rain has sort of stopped. It's just drizzling, but you can see the wind, and it's sort of moving. Earlier, the camera on the tripod they're not safe conditions out here. They're changing minute by minute. Don't be fooled if it looks like there's a little bit of a break. Stay inside, stay safe. Again, 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 storm. We have not seen a Category 5 storm. We've seen 2 in the United States make landfall within the past 30 years, guys.
Hey, Alina, I wanted to ask you, you've been out there for a few hours now. Have you seen any emergency vehicles? You said you saw some stragglers still hanging around. Have you seen any emergency vehicles around where you are?
I have heard some sirens. I have seen maybe 2 emergency vehicles. Right now, where we're at seems like it's just stragglers. Again, some of these surfers. We actually met a family from Mobile, Alabama. They were here. They just actually, by good chances, found a hotel in the area they're going to be staying at. So not a lot of people here, but we're taking this very seriously, again, as the beach starts to clear out here at Cocoa Beach.
Yeah, Alina, that is a very popular spot for surfers. Have you talked to any of the surfers? I'm sure they're loving this, even though it's not safe for us normal people to go into the water. They live for this.
I think I can hear the people in her background.
It sounds like there's kids or someone behind you. Have you talked to any of the people there on the beach and why they're still out there?
We've run into surfers what seems like all day. I think I've seen a handful of surfers. And what they're telling me is, like you guys mentioned, I don't want to promote being out here at all. But again, these waves, these swells from the hurricane are creating this sort of massive waves. And that obviously creates a great environment for some of these surfers. They're taking their chances out here. A lot of these people have lived in Cocoa Beach, lived in the state for a very long time. So, I mean, they're taking their chances. It is not a wise idea, but hey, it's up to everyone to decide what they're going to do. A lot of these people have experienced Ian in 2017, and they tell me right now they're just soaking up the final few hours before this thing really starts to get bad.
Yeah, those guys are professionals, but if you are not a surfer, you're not a strong swimmer, of course, this is not a time to be out on the beach. Alina Shirazi live for us. Thank you. We appreciate it. We'll check back with you in a little bit. You know,
and thank you to our Fox 35 team. I do want to just pull up here a tweet from National Hurricane Center as they are just announcing that, yes, Hurricane Ian has made landfall as an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane. This, again, is bringing a lot of wind. It's bringing a lot of rain, and they do have so many different officials out giving warnings, especially as now it has officially made landfall. We'll continue to bring you those press conferences as well as continue to keep track of our radar as this path is moving now onto land. Let's go ahead and take a live look here at the radar here. As you can see near Cape Coral, that eye of the storm starting to hover over the mainland in Florida. So a lot of residents who were on that west coast who have evacuated, as my parents did. I have mentioned that before. They were in that area near Sarasota, out there in the Gulf on an island. They went over to Orlando. They just told me that they have no power at the house. They also know that there are very strong winds and a lot of rain starting to fall down. They did say the rain was starting to let up just a little bit, ever so slightly, but you can see here with those rain bands as it continues to wrap around with the hurricane, it will come and go. So wind gusts again topping 100 miles per hour. Let's go back to our Fox 35 team as they're now talking with Fox Weather's Robert Ray. Here we are going to listen in right here on LiveNOW from Fox.
Heavy band is making its way through here. The bay is just down there, which is where we've been reporting for the past couple hours, and the boats starting to rock back and forth. The tarps getting whipped out. There are garbage cans flying all around this area of downtown Fort Myers, and you know, you just feel it unraveling as Ian is making its way in just to the north of us, and I've got the helmet because this is debris central here. On top of that, not even large objects, but even little branches and leaves, when they get whipped this hard, they hurt. They hit your face, they hit your head, and you want to be careful. But this is a very serious situation. Power outages all over. Down to the south of me in Naples, Florida, they just had a wind gust of 112 miles per hour in the past 40 minutes as another massive gust comes through here. Hurricane Ian throwing haymakers right now. Whew! Let's just hope that everybody is safe and in the place that they need to be, because this is going to continue and it's going to head right up the peninsula, guys.
And that was Robert Ray reporting, and you see he had his helmet on because of those high winds, that rain packing a punch. And you can see right now, we've just got this new video into our newsroom from Daytona Beach, where one of our photojournalists is right now. This is the calm before the storm, well, so to speak. You're seeing a phenomenon known as reverse storm surge, where the water levels at the beach are actually receding far beyond normal. Lifeguard towers have already been scooted back ahead of the surge. And you can see the business owners in Daytona are not taking any chances and are still taking some last-minute precautions, drilling boards, the windowsills. Latest models from the National Weather Service say storm surges here is expected to swell to as much as 3 feet high around Daytona. And Luann, you know, even in my neighborhood, I've been seeing people putting up that plywood, putting up plywood over windows.
And
because
it's very smart to do that, because if you take a look at Hurricane Ian, it's going to consume the whole state of Florida from the Gulf to the Atlantic. This is a huge hurricane, so I think they have the right frame of mind. Better to be safe than sorry. So board up, take all the precautions you can, because this is a strong storm.
It's a strong storm. Fox 35's Vicki Carr continues our live team coverage from Daytona Beach.
Vicki, several shelters have opened up there in Volusia County.
Yeah, Ray and Luann, and I'm at one of those shelters. This is Mainland High School in Daytona Beach. They've packed people here inside of the gym. Now, because of privacy reasons, we can't show you inside of the shelter, but I did get a chance to talk to the principal. He tells me that they're close to 100 people, so 96 people that are so far in here. He tells me their capacity is 320. And like I said, this is only one of the shelters here in the county. There are 4 others. This one here is also pet friendly. I've seen people coming in with their luggage, their pets, dogs, cats, food. A lot of people, I'm told, are coming from mobile homes. Some people coming from apartment complexes. And I did talk to a woman who's coming from a mobile home in Port Orange. She tells me that she made that last minute decision to just come here and ride out the storm.
We decided that we needed to just get out of there and come over here and be safe. And we worried about our cat and our dog. So they're safe, and we're going to be safe.
And speaking of those animals, like I said, we've seen a lot of people coming in with their dogs and their cats. They tell me that animal control is here helping with the pets. They do ask that you try to bring them in a crate, but if not, they do have crates here, and the animals are being kept in a separate room. But like I said, right now the capacity close to 100. Right now, 100 people here, but the capacity is 320. So if you do want to come to one of these shelters, it is still open. For now, I'll send things back to you in the studio.
Wow, Vicki, talk to us a little bit about the emotion I'm sure you're running into as people are leaving their homes with their pets, getting to that shelter. What are you hearing as far as their emotions leaving behind their homes because of this storm?
Well, yeah, it really is emotional because a lot of people tell me that it's the uncertainty. They don't know what they're going to go back to. So as they're coming here, they're scared. They feel safer here, but they don't know once they leave the shelter what they're going to get back to, what the roads are going to look like, what the flooding is going to look like. So I would say a lot of people are scared, but they're coming here and they're, just trying to stay calm and trying to ride this out until it's over.
Vicki, most of the people who came to the shelter that you talked to, are they from Volusia County, or are there some people from the Gulf Coast that drove over here and are now taking refuge in the shelter?
Well, the people that I've talked to are from Volusia County, and I did ask the principal, where are people mostly coming from? Are they coming from regular homes, mobile homes? He told me it really is a mix. People from mobile home communities that are coming here from throughout the county, but also he said some apartment complexes that people just don't feel safe in, and people just coming here feeling, rather be safe than sorry and staying at one of these shelters.
All right, Vicki Carr live in Volusia County at a shelter that is pet friendly. If you need to get out of your home, you still have time. The weather doesn't appear to be too bad over in Volusia County right now.
And I did want to mention that I just got an email from Uber. They are doing free round trips in Central Florida counties. So we're talking about Orange, Brevard, Seminole, Volusia, and Osceola counties. So they're doing free round trips for
Two shelters?
Two shelters, yep.
And then back to your home.
Yep.
Good to know.
The code is Ian Relief, folks. So you want to keep that in mind, of course.
Well, we have some wild video we want to show you right now. Take a look at this picture. It is from from Naples. That city is underwater right now, and the city has issued an emergency citywide curfew that is in effect immediately until further notice. And when you look at that picture, you can tell why. I've seen some video coming out of Naples before I came and sat down at the desk with you, Ray. Cars are flooded up to their rooftop. So people who left their cars on city streets, they're not going to have cars. Yeah, it is. The Gulf has consumed much of the streets that are over by the Gulf Coast. So it is going to be bad there. At Naples, in Fort Myers, all of the cities along the coast where Ian has made landfall, it is going to take a lot of time to clean up the mess over there.
And I think what's impressive, too, is you can't see where the sidewalk or the road was because of the fact that the water covered it completely.
Yeah, it's the total, the Gulf, the roads, you can't tell where one starts and the other one stops. We'll take a look. This is some live video from the Sunshine Skyway Bridge over in Tampa. That bridge is closed. It closed right when the winds reached about 35, 40 miles per hour. And you can see the water rushing under that bridge, very choppy. And this is north. This is actually on the clean side of Hurricane Ian. And you can see right there, they are still getting a lot of waves and a lot of wind, and that is why that bridge is closed down at this hour.
And the water looks like it's getting close to actually enveloping that bridge right there, which is very scary and very telling about what this hurricane is packing with it. And more new video out of Florida's Sandbag Island. That's outside of Fort Myers, where things are getting a bit dicey. Look at that. The water is fast moving. This is from one of the city's cameras. It shows so much water is already pooled up that you can't even tell where the street is. It's what we were talking about in Naples as well. You could see some branches there flowing. We can expect to see more videos like this further inland as Ian makes landfall. And speaking of Fort Myers, we're getting a better idea of just how strong those gusts were. Over 100 miles an hour. That's what they feel and look like. The camera is shaking. This view is from a tower cam in the city that looks like it's barely hanging on, rattling around in the wind, Lou.
Yeah, we've seen some cameras actually knocked over because the wind gusts are so strong along the Gulf. But we want to bring it back here locally to Orange County right now.
It's bracing for Ian. It's been raining all day, as we know, in Central Florida, and it's about to get worse.
Let's get out to Fox 35's Matt Trezza. He is live in Orange County right now. So, Matt, we are hearing reports of some flooding in Apopka.
Yeah, well, this neighborhood is expected to be flooded, but it hasn't happened just yet. But you can see how close the water is to the homes. At the house right here and just down the hill from it, we've got this marshland here that is absolutely just swamped, and they're expecting that this water will rise as Ian heads this way. Now, the residents that we talked to, they blame development in the area for runoff that has filled in a lot of the retention ponds in the area. A lot of the low-lying areas caused the water to rise here. That's kind of the upshot of what they're dealing with, but that problem is just made worse because of the huge system that we've got moving into this area. So the folks that we talked to in this house over here, they say they're doing everything that they can in order to prepare. They've got their sandbags out, they've got their windows shuttered, but at the same time they say they're calling on a higher power to help them through this.
We got prayer that, you know, God will really protect us from trees breaking or floodings. You know, that's good and comforting to me.
And so you're going to ride out the storm clearly? You're not going to go anywhere?
No, we're going to ride out the storm.
Now, they do say they have a relative that lives in the area in case there's a total flooding in the area and they simply can't be in the house anymore. They do have a place to go. But you can see that some of the other people have put the shutters over their windows, the storm shutters. So people in this subdivision, the Clear Lake subdivision of Apopka, they are clearly getting ready for the storm. Not here yet. No significant flooding at this point. But again, they are waiting for it. We're live in Apopka. Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
It's white capping on our lawn.
Another new view tonight from Sandbag Island. Take a look at this. Those are white-capped waves of flooding rushing over someone's lawn. This is the front yard. It looks like the Gulf. You can see palm trees from the home's balcony blowing sideways in the strong wind. Flooding there and throughout Lee County is expected to get even worse. So they are telling people there to stay inside and stay safe.
And it looks like that water is just right about to hit that balcony, right about to cover it.
Yeah, that is pretty scary. And you know, it's that bad because Ian just made landfall over in that area in Southwest Florida.
3:05, so less than half an hour ago. All right, we want to get over to Brooks and Ian, who of course have been monitoring this whole situation. What can you guys tell us right now?
Well, this has made landfall, as you mentioned. You know, Ian, we were watching this. Cayo Costa, it's a barrier island off of Port Charlotte, 305, had 940 millibar pressure, 150 mile-per-hour winds, which places it outside of what we thought it might join the club of landfalling hurricanes, right? Because it had winds at 155.
Of course, just for record keeping, you know, when you compare it to other storms, it's easy to compare it to other storms, but it was just short of being 155 miles per hour, which would have put it in a class of only 4 other storms in history that have had that strong of winds on landfall. But regardless, 150, 155 mile per hour winds. We're seeing extremely dangerous storm surge, which up to rooftops, in fact, in Fort Myers. So, and that unfortunately is going to continue as we go on into this afternoon, this evening. But for us locally, our biggest concern is going to come from what we call freshwater landfall or freshwater flooding, where we have all of that rain coming down into the creeks and the streams. We're already in the wet season, and then we have a tropical system that might drop 10, 20, maybe 20 plus inches of rain. Not good. So let's look at where we've been at the rainfall so far. In the past 12 hours, the most rainfall has been along our Space Coast, running because of that onshore flow. So looking at some of those totals that we have, here is where we have a flood advisory currently, and that covering areas that have picked up 3 to 4 inches of rain. So Rockledge, Titusville, you've all seen up to 2, 3, 4 inches of rain already. Lesser totals inland, but that will change. And in fact, we may see after everything's said and done, the highest rain totals over parts of central Florida, stretching up to maybe as far northeast as Jacksonville and Brooks. That rain is going to end up being what I think is the most common threat for our area, on top of the fact that we have those winds, power outages, and the threat for tornadoes.
Yeah, let's get to it. In fact, so we are looking at this landfalling hurricane coming to Orlando tonight, and conditions are going to deteriorate. So we've been talking about where the landfall happened. We've been gawking at the terrible pictures out of there, and we feel for the people there. But here in Orlando, from where we're watching and broadcasting from, there's a lot of folks wondering when the impacts are going to arrive, when it's starting to get bad, and what you can expect where you live. Well, it's going to deteriorate as we head into the evening and tonight. Right now, winds gusting to about 46 miles per hour at Venice Beach. And Ian right now, packing winds of 150 miles an hour, will be heading northeast overnight tonight, making a slow trek toward Orlando. Those are live pictures, by the way, of the Skyway Bridge between Manatee County and Pinellas County. That's between the St. Petersburg area and the Bradenton area, and it is blowing. They shut down the bridge when it gets like this, but those waves are really rolling. This isn't on the span of the bridge. This is just on the flat approach of it, but goodness, when you see white caps like that over the open bay, that lets you know that this is a serious storm. And when the palm trees start arcing over like that, where you see the crowns going in one direction, that classic hurricane look. But here's the scoop on this hurricane now that it's made landfall. By 8 p.m., it's likely still to be a major Category 3 hurricane. Its center located right over Manatee County and also northern Sarasota County, maybe in areas just east of Bradenton. If you know that area, like Lakewood Ranch, that's where it could be sitting about 8 o'clock, the eye of this hurricane.
All right, thank you so much again, Fox 35, giving us some more coverage. Do you want to just show some of those pictures and videos that we had coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk? We showed you these with our personnel on air earlier, but we do have the city of Naples issuing a warning. They do have a curfew in order right now to try to help keep everyone safe. Residents, visitors, first responders all know that this is happening. They have some flooding already happening. And because of the flooding, too, they're letting people know, especially as there is that citywide curfew, not to go out if you don't have to. It's something that we heard before from Governor Ron DeSantis and have been continuing to keep track of here with everyone here on Live Now from Fox. We'll continue to monitor tweets as they're coming in here from some of these city officials. Again, Naples having already a lot of that flooding. They're going to continue to see more rain coming down, and they are asking people to avoid certain areas. They're going to be the ones to go to for specific roads that you're going to need to avoid if you are one of those people watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Do want to say thanks again to everyone who's been here with us as we've been keeping you in full hurricane coverage. We're going to continue to do so not only in these afternoon hours as Ian has made landfall, but also into the evening hours and overnight. Once it gets dark, that's when it gets to be very dangerous, especially for people people who are right there in the path of the storm. If you're worried about your home, you want to try to get back, all of our officials, the Florida governor, everyone continues to remind people, wait until the storm passes, wait until your officials tell you you can go back to those homes, and then come back safely. So let's go ahead, send some viewers out to 2-minute break. As you return, we're going to be back with our Fox 13 team. They're out taking a look at just some of the damage that's been already happening here across southern Florida as they continue to have Ian making its way over land. Let's go ahead, bring you into their coverage and send some viewers out to that quick 2-minute break as well.
From the wind, but it's rough out here.
Yes, all right, but that is the most important thing, Justin, that you and the crew stay safe. Thank you. You know, Paul did mention that after the storm, when all the debris is on the ground and people are trying to fix things and clean up, that's when a lot of the accidents and injuries happen. So be careful.
Yeah, because there could be down power lines, and those power lines oftentimes are live, and they might be covered in water. You might not see them, so that is especially important for you to just make sure that you stay inside after the storm. I mean, here's a perfect prime example here of an exploded power line. This is what we're seeing all over the area as we're taking a look at some of these images from Sarasota County. As we have been saying, really our southern neighbors are getting the brunt of this, getting hit really hard. I believe we have Kimberly Cuizon for us. She has been live out there for us all morning into the afternoon. Kim, how you doing out there? I know you've moved onto a balcony because things got pretty bad. How is it now?
Allie, we keep saying this time after time when I come to you, but again, the wind gusts continue to pick up. Just a short time ago, we got an emergency alert telling us to go indoors to find a safe place. And I'm going to show you why, because as you can see, the winds that are gusting, this again is just right across the way from Gulf Gate. That sign over there for Sarasota Pavilion has been destroyed. That debris is in the roadway. We've seen other things flying off, becoming almost, I don't want to call it missiles, but becoming debris that could really hurt you if you were standing out here. We've also seen there's a tree. We spoke with Dennis earlier, just about an hour ago. He planted this tree, he told us 7 years ago, and you can see the limbs are already snapped off. At times, it is bending in half. Dennis is hopeful it will still be standing after we are all finished with Ian. And if you just look out, I mean, the gusts, I think you can see it on TV, but they are just absolutely incredible gusts that show just how powerful Mother Nature is. We're seeing it right now with some of the rain bands coming through. There is other debris out here. Some of the light poles, we've seen some of the lights topple off and kind of go through the empty parking lots here. But Travis and I are going to pick up our audio cable here, and we're going to walk up the stairs. I want to introduce you to a couple of people who we've been talking to throughout the day. There you go. We have Jody, Valerie, and Betty. I believe you all are from Sarasota County, right? Yes. Okay, so Jody, I know you and your mom live right across the way there at Gulf Gate Mobile Estates. Your home is over there. You're over here watching it. Is this hard right now?
Of course. I mean, this is our home. This is our only home. So we certainly want to be able to go back home once the storm blows through. But we feel safe here, and I know this is the best place we need to be right now.
Now, Valerie, I met you just a short time ago. I'm not sure if you live over there. Can you talk about why you're here right now?
I live in Nokomis, and it's a mobile home. So I'm actually on the other side where it's really, really windy and you can't really stand outside. So, yeah, I'm here because we got evacuated, and I hope everything is there when I get back. I swear to God.
I really hope so, too, for everyone right now. Betty, we lost power here at the hotel where we are all staying at. How hard is it not being able, of course, I know there's radios and our cell phones until those batteries give out, but how hard is it kind of just seeing all of this blow through right now?
It's crazy. I have never seen the wind blow this way in all the years I've been down here. But it's in a way, it's exciting to see. A little scary, but we're safe.
We are safe. We are safe. And Jody, I wanted to ask you too, I mean, does it make you feel better? You know, we're all kind of here together, but knowing that we are in a safe spot.
Of course, yeah. We have a great community over at Mobile State, so it was nice that we have several people who came over here together and we could kind of hunker down together and meeting new friends around and chatting about what's going on. It does make us feel better that we are here in a community.
Well, ladies, I want to thank you, all three of you, for joining us. I know we're going to stay in touch and find out how everybody fares the storm afterwards. And I want to point out, too, some women have on jackets here, and that's part of the thing. As the storm has gone through, we have really felt that temperature shift, that temperature change, but really just a time to stay safe right now as this wind gusts continue to grow stronger here in Sarasota County. Back to you.
Yeah, I know Paul was saying that this weekend we're going to have beautiful weather, but this is certainly a tough price to pay for that nicer weather. Kim, stay safe out there. I know this thing is slow moving, so we've got a long way to go. Hopefully you guys can get inside for a little while.
All right, Fox 13, thank you so much for continuing to give us coverage as we see all of these live pictures right now. This one coming to us from Tampa. Just want to give you a little bit of a roundabout look at just some of these different shots. So this one coming to us from Tampa. We have this one coming to us from St. Petersburg. And we also have our quadruple camera giving us some different live looks. There are some cameras that are starting to go down. So you see some of those boxes turn black. That's because some of those cameras also not only losing power, but they also have lost their connection. So we will continue to keep an eye on all these different live looks. There's one of those black cameras right now out of Tampa. They're seeing some of these winds. We have Austin Westfall in Tampa with our Fox 35 team. Let's go ahead, listen into his coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox as we continue to give you full Hurricane Ian coverage here on Live Now.
Clouds just spinning around the sky. They're spinning very, very quickly. The wind is just whipping through this parking structure that we're parked in. For the most part, we are seeing the occasional car still drive through. As you might see over my shoulder, people are still out on the road here in downtown Tampa. You can only imagine that as things get even worse, as Ian gets closer to downtown Tampa, that we're going to see a little bit less activity here in this metro area. Again, we did hear from the mayor of Tampa earlier this morning. She said that they expect 18 to 20 inches of rain and water coming through later this evening. Huge deal. What you're looking at right now are some pictures provided by the Tampa Police Department. What you're seeing are strong winds from the storm. They're bringing the water from the Tampa Bay area out. Basically, what's happening is the water is receding. That happens when the eye was about 200 miles away from Tampa Bay, and then it basically was pushing the water out to the bays. That's a sign indicating that a storm is coming. Now, if you'll come back out to me live, you can see these trees. I mean, we've seen random pieces of debris fluttering about. Much of it is unidentifiable. A lot of what we've seen have just been seemingly trash, things of that nature, just being scattered about the streets of downtown Tampa. For the most part, though, we haven't seen the worst of it yet. We're expecting to see the worst of it here in the Tampa metro area sometime later today. Things are getting a little dicey right now, though. For now, we'll throw it back to you guys.
Hey, Austin, I was going to ask you, I can see that traffic pole moving in your background. Have you seen any emergency vehicles?
There's been a lot of emergency vehicles. We happen to be parked near a fire station. So I'd say maybe once an hour we've been hearing the fire trucks come out, sirens blaring. We're not exactly sure what they're being called to, but we are aware of the hundreds of thousands of power outages that are impacting what appears to be largely southwest Florida at this point. From what we can tell, the lights still appear to be on in this parking structure. The street lights themselves are still green, so it appears we still have power in the downtown Tampa area, but you're right. Everything is shifting around. The wind's only getting more intense by the minute.
All right, and thank you again to everyone who's been giving us full coverage. Austin Westfall, they are reporting for our Fox 35 Orlando teams live now from Fox, continuing to keep you up to date on the very latest when it comes to the path of this hurricane, as well as its intensity. We know it's now hit landfall at a Category 4. It's going to remain a Category 4 slightly inland before downgrading to a Category 3. So let's go ahead, continue our coverage. We're going to jump over to our Fox 13 team as they're talking with just some of their reporters who are also out there on the streets trying to stay as safe as possible, but also reporting on what they're seeing. Let's go ahead, jump into it here for you on Live Now from Fox.
There's also about 12,000 people who are without power in Pinellas County as well, that according to Duke Energy. Of course, once the storm passes, they'll be working to get the power back on. But right now, about 12,000 people are without power. And again, the message from folks out here, stay hunkered down, continue to ride out the storm, continue to stay informed, and most importantly, continue to stay safe. And thankfully, that is largely what we're seeing. I can't tell you, quite honestly, we did talk to a few people who decided to ride out the storm for one reason or another. That was their choice. Again, officials recommend against that, but there are a few. But largely, folks do seem to be heeding the warnings and staying away and trying to stay safe. Again, a lot of wind, a lot of rain out here, and it doesn't show any signs of letting up anytime soon. Linda, Allie, back to you.
All right, Josh. Thank you. Josh is in Treasure Island for us. Stay safe out there. And maybe a good time to plug in all of your electronics and get them charged now before you lose power.
And the extra chargers.
Get them all juiced up. Well, right now,
Okay, guys, I do want to just jump away from their coverage here for a moment because I have a shot coming to us from Tampa. We saw it just a few moments ago. You can see just how dramatic it can change within a matter of seconds and minutes. So when you just took a look at this live picture out of Tampa about 2 minutes ago, and now you can barely even see because of all the rain that's being coming into this area. The wind definitely making a huge impact here. As you can see that sign wiggling around, that was a parking sign, but those tree branches also moving in the background. I know it's fuzzy, but this shows you the visibility very low here during this time as the hurricane is moving inland now. Let's go ahead and take a live look at our radar where you're seeing just south of Sarasota, south of Tampa. That's where they're getting the most rainfall. That's where they're going to be having the strongest parts of the hurricane as the eye is making its way inland here. And our tracker continuing to update our radar, always giving us the latest information. And it's not just the eye that we're keeping a close eye on, but all of those outer bands, what they're producing as well, because we know that there's been some production of, unfortunately, things like tornadoes that are popping up across central Florida as well. You can see Orlando, they're getting some rain. They're about to get some heavier bands of rain here in these next few hours. Live now from Fox, going to continue giving you more full coverage. Some of you going to head out to a 2-minute break as we go back to our Fox 35 team as they are giving us some different looks out on the roads at conditions that they are seeing.
Back to you. I was going to ask you, it looks like there aren't that many cars out on the road. Have you noticed that for the most part people are heeding the warnings and staying off the roads?
It definitely seems that way. We're seeing cars from time to time. Again, you could take a look. A few cars out here, but not many. It looks like most people are where they're planning to be throughout the storm, or at least we hope so. Again, FHP saying, you know, unless there are rare circumstances where you're being told by your local officials to evacuate, just stay off the road and stay where you are for now.
Connor, how are the winds and the rain you're seeing in the area? Is it pretty severe, or is it still kind of, I know a few hours ago it wasn't too bad out there. What are you seeing?
Well, it's really been on and off as we kind of pass through these more isolated storms or bands. So right now, it's not looking as bad as it did even a few minutes ago, but just in a matter of a couple minutes, it can get so much worse. The visibility can get so much worse. The wind can pick up, and we've all felt that when we've been out driving, right? That wind kind of tugs you from side to side. Starting to feel that as well. So definitely want people to stay off the roads, and if you have to be out here, be safe.
Yeah, Orange County, Connor, as you know, is under a hurricane warning right now, which means we could see gusts up to 100 miles per hour. So we'll check back with you in a little bit, Connor, to see how things are on the roads in Orange County. Thank you much. We appreciate it.
And you can see just how dark